Taking it seriously here, people listen to the warnings, and evacuations for zones A and B happened yesterday. Most people have left. We haven't seen many people around, but those who are riding it out are hoping for the best, although the rain is starting to pick up here. So again, no one's out of the woods. We are close enough to Hurricane Ian that they will be feeling these winds and rains, so we're going to have more of that throughout the morning. But that's the latest in Tampa Bay. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
All right, definitely the rain hitting hard on that lens. Dave, thanks. Seminole County has issued an evacuation order as of this morning. This is for flood-prone mobile homes and anyone who has special needs. Here are some of the shelters that have opened so far. Lake Mary High School and Lyman High School are open. Lake Mary is in Lake Mary, obviously, and Lyman is in Longwood. Midway Elementary is open right now in Sanford. That's right next to Millennium Middle School. Winter Springs High School is also open as a shelter, and Bentley, which is in Sanford, and Layer Elementary Schools, they are also offering shelters for people who might have special needs, especially if you need any kind of oxygen, that needs to stay running. It's really important that you get to one of those shelters.
And what tends to happen is people tend to want to wait and say, oh,
yes,
maybe I'll go later. But now is the time to go if you do need special assistance.
Yeah, Jamie's saying he wants everybody to be off the roads by 10 this morning.
For sure.
We do have a lot more coming up on Good Day Orlando. Fox 35 is your headquarters as we track Hurricane Ian.
And we're right. That was the latest from our news partners in Orlando. Fox 35 Orlando, keeping us up to speed on Hurricane Ian. We are taking a live now look from Tampa, Florida. As you can see here, conditions are beginning to deteriorate. We are taking a look at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which, of course, as you can imagine, is closed because of Hurricane Ian. Now, with winds caused by Hurricane Ian ranging now up to 155 miles per hour, the Florida Highway Patrol did close this bridge, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, in both directions earlier this morning. The 4-lane cable-stayed concrete bridge with northbound and southbound lanes is a part of the I-275 in the United States Highway 19. It connects Pinellas and Manatee counties, and this bridge, of course, closes whenever there is a maximum sustained wind of 40 miles per hour or higher. This bridge will remain closed until Ian passes. Of course, Ian now tracking 155 miles per hour. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared a state of emergency over the whole state of Florida. He did this over the weekend. President Joe Biden has already approved Florida's emergency declaration. This took place on Sunday, and moments ago in a news conference, the governor saying that regardless of Ian's exact track or intensity, there is still significant risk to life. The life-threatening storm surge is what many people are concerned about. Hurricane-forced winds, as well as heavy rainfall along the western portion of Florida and the Florida Panhandle by the middle of the work week, a serious cause for concern. That approval that we saw from President Biden is going to authorize the Department of Homeland Security as well as the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to coordinate disaster relief efforts for the entire state. We've learned since 8 o'clock this morning that 5,000 National Guard members have been activated across the state, and they are on standby in case people need to be rescued from their homes. The governor also telling people that now is not really the time to evacuate anymore. We may have missed that window because, as you can see here, conditions are beginning to deteriorate, and honestly, it's just not safe to be on the road at this time. Now's the time to hunker down and make indoor preparations. But again, DeSantis saying that crews are well prepared, well positioned, and equipped across the state to respond to Hurricane Ian recovery, rescue, and of course cleanup efforts. We'll see more of that after the storm moves out of this region, but the governor speaking to residents in the state of Florida. Here's more on what he had to say.
Cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding, tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room, free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So,
and that
please.
was the latest from Emergency Management Chief Ed McCrane, providing an update alongside Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about an hour or so ago today, continuing to warn residents about deteriorating conditions. As we take this live now look from Tampa, Florida, you can see that is exactly what is taking place now. The Florida Department of Emergency Management has also loaded 360 trailers with more than 2 million meals and more than 1 million gallons of water in preparation for distribution in areas that are affected by Hurricane Ian. Now, because of Hurricane Ian, again, 5,000 members of the Florida National Guard have been activated and have been pre-positioned at locations across the state. In addition, 2,000 National Guard members from Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina have also been activated to assist. We've also seen this with linemen, power companies coming from neighboring states, prepping and staging in areas across the state, because we will see power outages for days, if not weeks. So we have a lot of resources on standby. Nearly 3,000 ambulances, paratransit buses, and other support vehicles have also been deployed to areas where Hurricane Ian could have a major impact. DeSantis said just a few moments ago, I know we've got a lot of people who just moved to the state of Florida. Just make sure that you are prepared. For a lot of people, this is their very first hurricane, but that doesn't mean that that's an excuse to be ill prepared. Make sure that you all are heeding all warnings. We also got this update from emergency management officials. Chief Ed McCrane, he was providing updates on Hurricane Ian just moments ago. Here's more on what he had to say about deteriorating conditions.
Waking up this morning, you're seeing the conditions outside deteriorate. The weather and the winds are picking up. It's only a few more hours before we won't be able to roll any emergency vehicles. We're making that determination now. The winds, as I'm doing this right now, are probably 39, but they will continue to increase. If you can still get to an evacuation center, evacuation shelter, or a friend or family member's house safely, then do that. If you get to a point where you have not done that and you are at home, you need to shelter in place. Find that safe room inside your house. Make sure everybody in the family knows where that is. And if things start going bad, you need to get everybody to that room and stay low. So this is a serious storm. We're going to feel this probably for the next 24 hours as it passes to our south. It looks like it's going to be entering Charlotte Harbor and coming right through the county. So do the best you can with the situation right now. But again, if you can safely still get to an evacuation center, please do that.
Thanks, Ed, and thank you for everything you do for our community.
All right, we're taking a live now look from Tampa, Florida, as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. As you can see here, conditions are beginning to deteriorate. On the left side of your screen, we're taking a live look at our XRAD weather radar. If you're just now joining us, Hurricane Ian is expected to make landfall along Florida's west coast in a matter of hours. Ian is now a very powerful Category 4 storm, packing winds of 155 miles per hour, making it just shy of Category 5 strength. The National Hurricane Center says that Ian is expected to cause life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. Let's go ahead and check in with our local partners at Fox 13.
Where you get all those little white dots that are blinking, that's lightning. And when you get lightning inside a storm like this, that's a sign that it's intensifying, or at least trying to continue to intensify. So this may be intensifying, or at least holding this strong Category 4 status, or 5 perhaps, on its way to this landfall later in the afternoon. Here's kind of a better look, and I can kind of zoom in and show you where this lightning is. It's amazing, boy. Right around the bottom part of this eye wall is where you're going to have those 155-mile-per-hour winds. You're going up the coast. We were just watching our reporters reporting live, and you can see, of course, all the rain bands coming in from Sarasota. By the way, inside some of these heavier red rain bands, that's where you're going to have those tropical storm force winds gusts. That's where you're going to get your gustiest wind inside the rain bands. I mean, you're solidly in it in Venice, down to Port Charlotte, and as you go up the coast, we're still getting, here's a rain band that moved through Dade City into the Tampa area, and more as we get closer and closer to the storm making landfall this afternoon. The rain is obviously going to increase for everybody. The satellite presentation, it's impressive and odd at the same time, because on one hand, you obviously see where the center of the storm is, and that purple wrapping around it, those deep purple color, that is those highest cloud tops where those big towers are. But look at the left side of your screen, the west side of it. That's wind shear. That west to southwest wind shear is trying to impact the storm, and it's compressing the storm a little bit. So it's walled itself off against the dry air for now. We were hoping that if it was out over water longer, that the dry air would get in and try to weaken the storm a little bit, but I think it's going to run out of time before that drier air does get in. And yeah, we're looking at a minimum Category 4 landfall coming up later this afternoon. So for more on that and the impacts locally, what we can expect, let's turn it over to Jim Weber.
Yeah, Dave, and you know, one of the graphics that you showed that I think is really telling is when you look at that radar loop and you see all the lightning around the eye. There's typically not a whole lot of lightning in a tropical system, so when you see that lightning, it is indicative, it's showing you that this is a very vigorous storm. That eye is very active, and it is really continuing to go through that intensification process. So really the worry is, and that's really the worst case scenario to be talking about, an intensifying storm as it is making landfall, and it looks like that is exactly what we are talking about. Top winds right now are at 155 miles an hour. This is a top end Category 4. At this point, really doesn't matter whether this is a Category 4 or a Category 5. You're talking a couple of miles an hour difference, so the damage is the same at this point, but it's currently moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. So really, that landfall is not too long from now. We're talking a matter of hours until it makes landfall. Later on this afternoon, those winds right around 155 miles an hour. But then what's really amazing and telling about this is, you notice by the time we go from 2 o'clock today until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning over into Polk County, we are still talking about a hurricane of 90 miles an hour. So often people think if you live in the middle of the state, this is a coastal event. And once again, we've seen this over the years. This affects the entire state. So right through Polk County, heading over towards Orlando, over onto the other side of the state, we're talking 60 to 90 mile an hour winds as it works its way across. And then on top of that, all the rainfall with this, because it's slowing down. We have the wind shear, and it's actually interacting with a front just to the north. So that's why we're talking so much about that heavy rainfall potential with it, and then that storm surge on that right-hand side. Now, the threat has gone down tremendously across Tampa Bay. What we'll actually see is more of the water pushing out of the bay. There will still be some flooding areas, but really the main threat is as you head down towards Port Charlotte, down towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs. That's where you're going to see that storm surge 12 to 18 feet. So we're talking about a huge life-threatening storm surge in this area. It's all on that right-hand side as the wind is rotating around the center of the storm. That is where you see the strongest and the highest wind surge or storm surge. Now, tornado watch, that goes until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Manatee, Sarasota, Polk County, and to the south. As we head through the rest of the afternoon, quite likely seeing this extended. Some other counties will be added into this, but the highest threat of the tornadoes is on that right-hand side of the storm as well. Doesn't mean we cannot see them on the other side, but that's where you tend to see more of the tornadoes. And then the rainfall. We're talking 12 to 18 inches of rain, with some areas up to about 24 inches of rain. So this is a graphic that you do not see very often. The flash flood risk to see not only high, but so much of the area under that high risk of flash flooding. This is the type of rainfall that we're gonna look back at, and this is going to be something that is remembered for years and years, the kind of rain that we are talking about with this. So as we go through the rest of the day, these are some of the wind forecast gusts. So just kind of give you an idea when you could expect to see some of those winds working their way through. As we go through the afternoon, you see those winds starting to gust over hurricane force. And then it continues to push on towards the middle of the state. And then by tomorrow, we start to see the winds turning more towards the northwesterly direction and starting to settle down. But then by Friday and Saturday, things looking much better. Rainfall amounts, there you see it, really going way up the scale. As far as the impacts that we're expecting, 70+ mile-an-hour wind gusts, storm surge, mainly to our south, 12 to 18 inches with some areas up to 24 inches of rain possible. Across our northern counties, you will fare better, but still heavy rain up in that direction. And then the winds gusting to tropical storm force. Inland counties, you're going to see those hurricane force winds, or at least gusts to that, as we go through the day into tomorrow, and the possibility of tornadoes as well. And there you see those rainfall amounts, that swath basically cutting right across the state and up towards Daytona. Dave?
Okay, Jim, thank you. Stay with us. Straight ahead, President Biden has made some calls to local mayors in Ian's path. We've got more on the federal response to the potential disaster ahead. And Charlie Belcher's in Clearwater at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium this morning, seeing how they're doing there, seeing how they're prepping for the storm. So relaxing. We're going to check in with him when we come back.
Fox 13.
A huge thank you to our local news partners, Fox 13 Tampa, as well as Fox 35 Orlando, helping us bring you all wall-to-wall coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Ian, which is now nearing Category 5 strength. We are continuing to take a look at our XRAD weather radar. It's showing us the latest information when it comes to Ian's projected path. It's really barreling towards Central Florida at this time. The entire state of Florida is again under a state of emergency, and we are seeing both mandatory and voluntary evacuations. So that is why this is such an important situation. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather. They're bringing us an update on power outages. We're already beginning to see some down power lines throughout the western coastline and in southern Florida.
We're seeing a lot of red around that eye wall, and that is definitely showing the strengthening of this system. And unfortunately, this is still a hurricane that is actively strengthening. And we're very concerned about this eye wall. That's where the strongest winds are. And in fact, the diameter of it is about 35 miles wide. This is a large eye. It's a very large storm. We've had tropical storm conditions this morning across the Florida Keys, and that continues. I mean, we have wind gusts around 46 miles per hour, sustained winds at 37. We have had some storm surge issues in Key West, and that is going to continue with the next high tide cycle. So please make sure that you're staying inside your house somewhere safe. Now, the storm surge issue is going to be a larger concern well to the north of Key West. That southwest shore of Florida is going to be a highlight area where, unfortunately, we are going to have life-threatening storm surge that is going to be moving in this afternoon. Right now, our winds are still offshore, so storm surge is not a threat as of right now in Fort Myers, but it is definitely a threat for Fort Myers once we get past lunchtime. So I can't say this enough. If you did not heed the warnings and you did not leave, it is too late to do so. We have bridges that are closing, the weather conditions are going downhill, and we are continuing to see the weather set in earnest. You can see these rain bands moving up Interstate 75, and look at Sarasota, a wind gust of 61 miles per hour. That is why we're seeing the power outages really stack up. And in fact, we're seeing these stronger winds even in inland locations. In Bartow, we've had a wind gust of 30 miles per hour. Jason, with a tropical system, comes hand in hand with the tornado threat. And you've been tracking a couple tornado warnings this morning.
Yeah, the good news right now is that there are no tornado warnings. Live look over in Orlando, and you just saw that flash there. That looks like that is some thunderstorms that are out there. We're also seeing the rain pick up all over in Florida there. So let's take a look right now at the radar. And as Britta was mentioning there, you see that eye here of Ian. It is still southwest of Port Charlotte, but we are really concerned about some of these outer rain bands because all morning long, that is when we have been seeing some of these tornado warnings that have been popping up here. So Melbourne, Fort Pierce right now, you're just seeing some light rain showers, no tornado threat as of right now. But anytime you have a tornado that's about to make landfall, what ends up happening is you have a huge amount of wind shear because it's interacting with what's happening at the ground. Wind shear, by the way, that is a change of wind speed and wind direction with height there. And so because of all that wind that ends up blowing across there, that's why you could end up getting just a real quick spin up here. But the good news here is, as of right now, no tornado warnings to tell you about. But we do have tornado watches that are in effect pretty much from central Florida all the way down to South Florida. So you do need to make sure that you download the Fox Weather app and you need to turn on those severe weather alerts. Now, the greatest chance at seeing a tornado today is going to be on that northeast side of Hurricane Ian. So that is going to be for places like Fort Myers as well as Naples and even in Sarasota. That's going to happen likely later on this afternoon and into this evening right before it makes landfall. But we do have a chance at seeing a quick spin up for places like Orlando, Daytona Beach, as well as over in the Melbourne area. And then for tomorrow, that tornado threat is going to continue. Now, so far, we've seen that tornado watch. It is up until 5 o'clock today, but I do anticipate that tornado watch is going to be extended into tomorrow here. So please make sure that once that tornado watch has been issued for your area, that you consider what's going to be happening and make sure to review your tornado safety plan. You always want to make sure to get inside of a room that doesn't have any windows. Don't forget about that helmet. Figure out a way to protect your head because, Britta, you and I know that even with an EF0 tornado, you could still have a whole lot of damage.
Yes, you can. And one concern is going to be, holes being put in the top of your house because then we have a tremendous amount of rain on the way. So if you're not able to cover up that leak, we're going to have some issues. There's a live look at Marco Island. You can tell the water is rocking and rolling. We are starting to see the surge numbers start to tick up. Right now in Naples, we have a storm surge of 1 foot. That's 12 inches of water. So that hits you around the shin. But we are going to see that number dramatically increase in this stretch between Fort Myers and Naples. That is a high concern. In fact, the National Weather Service has actually been increasing their forecast for storm surge. National Hurricane Center saying that we could see up to 18 feet of water above normally dry ground through the duration of this peak storm surge. So it is utmost concern and definitely a high-ticket item. Right now, we have wind gusts around 47 miles per hour in Punta Gorda. Notice that those winds are still offshore. So that's what we're going to be noticing over the next 6 hours. The winds are going to turn onshore. We've already seen that happen in Naples. And as this very crucial stretch of land, that southwest facing shore of Florida, starts to feel that onshore push, we're going to have that surge start to tick up. And it's only going to get worse as we go into the afternoon. Moving a little bit farther up to the north, Sarasota Clearwater, this is going to be an interesting area. Right now, by the way, our winds are offshore, but look at the speeds here. Sarasota gusting up to 61 miles per hour. Depending depending on where the landfall is, that is going to dictate how much storm surge that we see. The strongest and highest storm surge is going to be just south of that landfalling site. So right now it looks like the critical spot is going to be from Fort Myers all the way down to Naples. But again, there's going to be a little bit of wiggle. That always happens with these landfalling systems. So we really need to watch.
All right, the time is now 9:31, guys. We are continuing to monitor all conditions as Hurricane Ian barrels towards the western coastline of Florida. We are witnessing both mandatory and voluntary evacuations orders. The entire state of Florida under a state of emergency. And it looks like we are getting a live now update from emergency management officials in Lake County, Florida. Let's listen in live, Ron Unfiltered.
As well, with dangerous gusts. Widespread flooding from the rain. This is one issue that we're particularly concerned about. Tornadoes, as always, associated with any hurricane, especially in the rain bands as they start coming in later today. We are now transitioning into the impact phase of the event, here literally within the next few hours. The winds are forecasted to arrive in Lake County between 2 and 4 p.m. today. The Emergency Operations Center is at level 1. Full activation is full activation, and we are conducting 24-hour operations. Sandbag operations, because of that flooding issue, have been ongoing and will continue at all 6 locations throughout the county until noon today. As of today, 15 shelter locations are open throughout Lake County. The latest Hurricane Ian updates, including shelter and sandbag locations, that is available on Lake County, the Lake County website at www.lakecountyfl.gov. Storm. Additionally, the Citizens Information Line, the CIL, will be open for calls and residents during the day and overnight at 352-343-9999. That's 352-343-9999. As of this morning, we have accepted over 300 people into the Lake County shelters and distributed over 35,000 sandbags. As we are entering the impact phase of our response, residents should be finalizing their plans for the storm. You still have a little bit of time to do that. The greatest areas of concern for Hurricane Ian, again, are going to be flooding in Lake County particularly. You'll hear about this later on in a few minutes here, particularly the north part of the county with Astor. Our flooding and, of course, the wind, because this is a prolonged event, the wind damage as well. So we're asking residents to review their plans accordingly. We know that hurricanes can be stressful for the community, as I've mentioned before. Just stay tuned, follow us. We'll be able to provide you with as much information as possible. And of course, my encouraging word is that we know there's going to be a lot of damage potentially from this hurricane. Again, we know how people's lives will be impacted, but we've got the greatest team here, I believe, in the state of Florida, well-trained, well-prepared. We're ready for this as we could ever be. And we have a lot of people that are very passionate about serving people, that are very passionate about helping people. So we know the damage is going to come, and it could be varied from the north to the south part of the county. But one thing we do know is it will not change the heart and spirit of Lake County, and we'll pull together through this. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our Emergency Operations Director, Megan Milanese. Megan?
Commissioner Fox?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Megan Milanese. I am the Emergency Management Director for Lake County. Right now we are preparing for the risks that we are going to see from Hurricane Ian. And those risks are going to include strong tropical storm force to hurricane force winds and some severe flooding that we may see from the rain bands that are going to come through from the storm. So we are also under a slight tornado risk, but we are mostly concerned about the strong winds and the flooding that we're going to see from the rain. Our timeline right now, we are asking everyone to finalize plans and make sure that you're going to be where you're going to be to safely weather the storm by 2 p.m. today. That's going to be our timeline. You want to make sure that you're where you're going to be by 2 p.m. today. Please make sure that you're personalizing your plan. Make sure that you are getting everything that you will need to weather this storm together, whether that's something specific to you or your family. Just make sure that you are putting those plans together, finalizing that today. When it comes to sheltering in place, you're going to want to make sure that you're staying inside and away from the storm conditions. So you want to make sure that you are staying away from windows, things like that, while the storm is going on. After the storm has departed, please make sure to stay out of floodwaters, whether that's on the road or outside of your home. There could be contamination in those waters. And also make sure that you're staying away from any downed power lines. Watch out for the debris that might be in place outside of your home. So that is my guidance as of right now. I'm going to now turn it over to Sheriff Grinnell.
Well, good morning. On behalf of the police chiefs, our message is simple. We are respectfully asking our citizens to help us help you. How can you do that? By heeding the directions from emergency management, making sure that you're not out on the roadways, especially post-storm, to go out and take a look around. It's going to be important for us to get these roadways open as quickly as possible. We will be augmenting public works with inmate work crews to get that accomplished, but we really want everybody to be safe through this storm. It's going to be long in duration. There's going to be a lot of pooling of water on the waterways. We have direct response teams that are strategically located throughout the county in the event that a citizen is in need of life-threatening services. We will be there to respond to them. But we are asking you, please, unless you absolutely have to be out on the roadways, do not. That will help us to help you. We want to make sure that you're safe. And we're there to get through this time together. And as the commissioner was saying, there's a great team in place. So just heed that warning. And we're going to look at the post-storm effects with flooding. We have a plan in place for that, especially up in the Astor area. We'll have a heavy presence up there. So I'll stick around for some questions afterwards. But thank you. And I believe we have Superintendent Diane Cornegay up next.
Thank you, Sheriff. Well, good morning. I think everyone knows by now that schools are closed for the remainder of the week. We have 15 schools that are open, welcoming guests today. And I want to just give a special thank you to the school district administrators and all of the staff that are manning these shelters now 24 hours for the duration of this event, especially our food service department that will be providing meals for all of the guests in our shelters. All after-school events are canceled as well for the remainder of the week, including the Friday night football games. Those will be rescheduled if possible. The Saturday SAT testing that was scheduled at Lake Mineola High School has been rescheduled for October the 15th, and the SAT testing scheduled at Eustis High School on Saturday has also been canceled and will be rescheduled at a date to be determined. Please continue to follow not only the county information pages, but the social media pages for Lake County School. We will keep you updated on all the information that's needed. Until then, stay safe, and as we say in Lake County Schools, we are Team Lake.
Hi, Aaron Kistler. I'm from the Florida Department of Health in Lake County, and first I want to thank the superintendent and the school district for our special needs shelters are in the schools, so really appreciate that space, and also working with them, the school nurses, and providing us some extra support for our special needs shelters. Just a reminder, if people are going out to the special needs shelter, make sure you bring your medicines, bring your blankets, anything that would make you feel comfortable. Great news is all of our special needs shelters in Lake County are pet friendly, so you can bring your pet as well. And so definitely make sure that you got everything you need when you come to the shelters. And also just to make sure that everybody's got things prepared for after the storm, making sure that you have water, and Chief Dickerson would be speaking next, but as you guys know, most of the injuries and deaths for a hurricane happen after the hurricane during cleanup and when people are trying to get things back to normal. So.
Good morning, Jim Dickerson, the fire chief. I'm going to go over some safety tips for the generators especially. Generators need to be at least 20 feet away from any structure. Keep the generators away from overhangs or enclosed areas, including garages and porches. Even screened-in porches can allow CO to come into the building. Only refuel the generator when it is in the off position. We have had some injuries from that as well. Instead of backfilling or supplying your entire house, try to use extension cords for those essential appliances for your refrigerators or freezers and things like that. And the reason why we ask that is because when we try to re-energize the power lines, if you are actually feeding your house, you are energizing the grid, and it could delay us to restore energy in those locations. Any trees that are down, treat them as though there's live power lines entangled with them, even if you don't see any. Wait until daylight to get out there and do anything. We don't want you out there in the middle of the night, especially with chainsaws. Chainsaw safety is one of the top issues post-storm. Please make sure, if you're not familiar with the chainsaw, that you get somebody that is to operate it correctly. Especially in the Astor area, we're going to experience a lot of high water. With the high water, we get some amphibious creatures that come out of the swamps, so be aware of that. You might see snakes, alligators, or things like that in areas where you normally wouldn't. And no candles. Please do not use candles. During Irma, we actually had a fire fatality because somebody used a candle, so use flashlights only. And the sheriff, I thought he was going to address it, but I'm going to address it because it's always a pet peeve of mine. But traffic lights. When traffic lights are out, treat them as a four-way stop. Whenever you don't see any traffic lights working, slow down before the intersection and come to a complete stop. The first one there is the first one that goes through the intersection. And that's all I have. I'll turn it back over to the chairman.
All right, again, really appreciate you all coming out. You may not know this, but our county is now over 400,000 in population, so quite significant. We have a lot of new people that have moved to Lake County in the last few years in particular. So that's really important that we get the message out, and I want to thank you all for being here today. So we're available for questions, however you'd like to ask us.
I'm sorry, just one moment. Before we shift to questions, at one point during the press conference, a number was given 352-343 for the Citizens Information Line. The correct number is 352-253-9999. Again, 352-253-9999 for the Citizens Information Line.
Yeah. I will take my apologies for that. You mentioned that flooding is one of your biggest concerns, and you mentioned Astor. Are there any other areas that you're concerned about?
Yeah, obviously all the low-lying areas we are. We've seen historically in northeast Lake County to be affected the most by high water from the Lake Mac area right along the St. John's Basin. So we're cognizant of that and watching the modeling.
Sure. If I could just add one thing to that, sorry. But that's obviously a very hot area, but we want everybody to be cognizant of there's areas within roads that can flood, a foot to 2 foot of water. We've done mapping, FEMA mapping throughout the county. We know where some of those areas could be, but they could be spread out throughout the entire county. So just exercise caution on that.
Well, this could be for you or the sheriff.
Sorry, Sheriff.
There's an area in the Claremont area. I think it was Emerald Lakes. It's a mobile home park. It's always flooded, right? Is that been evacuated?
Yes, sir. That area is. I don't know what the order is or what the. I don't think we've asked that they be evacuated. Maybe some voluntary evacuations have occurred, but we do know that is a very troublesome area. Can be when you get a lot of rain and the Claremont chain of lakes rises. So I know that it's being monitored, and I want to thank the city of Claremont who went out there and apparently have talked to all or nearly all of the residents over the last few days, making themselves available. I know our fire department as well has some coordination with the city on that. Okay. So we'll be monitoring that situation there.
Okay. I know like Seminole, Flagler just talked about mandatory evacuations for certain areas. As you were just talking about this specific area, do you think that you're going to get to a point where we are about to issue a mandatory evacuation for certain? So in most instances, we would just ask folks to assess that risk. We don't tend to put in place mandatory evacuations for areas in Lake County. With the channel that you were monitoring,
do you know where the water is and how close it is to potentially flooding? Any particular ones that you're monitoring?
So we do have some forecast modeling for the Astor area that's currently available. Right now we're currently trying to work with our National Weather Service partners to make sure that we can get modeling for as many areas as possible prior to storm landfall. But we usually know that our Astor area is going to become an issue with the St. Johns River and flooding situation right there. So we currently have that, and we're working on some others.
Megan, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
During the storm, will you guys be putting out information like if there's a tornado, an actual tornado, or a fire, or something like that? Will you be putting that out?
So we do have alerts that would go out if there was a significant life safety issue to arise from a weather situation. We have alerts that would go to people's phones if there is a tornado warning in that area. It's happened for other events, and it would certainly happen for this one as well.
Okay. How do we get that?
So you can sign up for Alert Lake. That is our emergency alerting system. But in most instances, those tornado warnings are going to go through a weather alerting system. And I would also highly recommend that folks who want to get alerts get a NOAA weather radio and make sure that they have batteries for those weather radios as well, backup batteries, because those weather alert radios are going to receive those alerts if there is any kind of immediate life safety issue arising from a weather situation.
Commissioner, you mentioned that the population has really grown, 400,000 recently, so you already went over a bunch of tips, but for newcomers, these hours leading up to 2 o'clock, which is when you said everybody should be in their spot, should people be going out and making any last-minute preps, or should those be done right now?
Hopefully they're done by now. If you do have something, obviously we want everybody off the road really by noon, but 2 o'clock has been stated to wrap that up. We want you to do it in a very cautious way. We're starting to see kind of anecdotally an uptick in bad driving, people rushing around and stuff like that. So do it safely, but by noon, really, you got the last couple hours here. And we understand you're new. If you're new to the area, new to Florida, many of our residents are new now. This might be their first hurricane. But this is a great community, and I'll say that over and over again. Even next week as we get through this is a great community. There's a lot of great neighbors here. Get to know your neighbors. Rely on them. It's a good time to get friendly. And again, we have a great, incredible staff here that will help. We'll be with you afterwards. The Citizens Information Line, I can't tout that enough. That's the way for anybody that's new. Rely on that Citizens Information Line, that number that LeVar just gave out. That would be the way to go to get questions answered, and we'll try to be with you as much as we can.
Sean, trash pickup and debris pickup, are special arrangements being made for that? Because everything's stopped.
We do. We have a contract that will enable us on the debris side to act quickly. Now, of course, the caveat to that is people's minds, the expectation of quickly. So to cover a county as large as Lake County is, it's going to take some time with the debris pickup. So we ask, obviously, for patience, but we do have a plan in place to pick up the debris. And as far as I know, I'm going to check and maybe just see if Jennifer's going to, I don't want to say something that's incorrect, but as far as regular trash pickup, that's going to resume as soon as possible, probably the early part of Monday. That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
When you talk about shelters, I know you said 300 people. It doesn't seem like we're at capacity at this point. But are you looking at, directing people to certain ones based on some of the numbers that you're seeing in? And then also, could you remind people of what they can and cannot bring to these shelters?
Absolutely, and I'm going to let Megan, perhaps.
So we are closely monitoring our shelter capacities at this time. There have been no reported issues with capacity in any of our shelters. In terms of what to bring to a shelter, you're going to want to bring comfort items, any special dietary foods that you're going to need, any kind of things to entertain you while the power's out, pillow, blanket, medications, things like that. All things that should probably already be in your Go Kit if you have one, and I believe that we have also posted lists on our social media pages if you need any assistance with developing what that plan should look like. In terms of what not to bring, you know, just make sure that you understand that it is limited spacing in the shelters. So most of our folks get 20 square feet within the shelter, so anything that can fit within that space range.
Do you have any other questions? Okay. As long as you guys are good to go, we'll go ahead and set up the B-roll segment over here. If you guys want to go ahead and stay put where you are, if you're going to go with me. Otherwise, my PIO Liliana will help walk you guys back down to the lobby.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right, and that was the latest from emergency management officials in Lake County, Florida. Again, preparing residents who are staying in place or sheltering at nearby makeshift emergency shelters, explaining exactly what to bring to these shelters. Make sure that you bring your personal items, a blanket if need be, batteries, bring your emergency kit, basically. We are, again, taking a live now look from XRAD weather radar. That storm continuing to barrel towards the western portion of the state of Florida. We are also taking a live now look from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. We're learning more about the emergency response and preparations that authorities have in place following this storm, because according to the National Hurricane Center, we just received this update about an hour or so ago. The forecast is calling for 12 to 16 feet 12 to 16 feet of Gulf Coast water from the normal high tide level. Now, this will push water over the islands and the coastline, into harbors, and up the rivers and over the banks at deadly heights. The surge can go up to 10 miles inland, depending on the river. So for a large part of Cape Canaveral and Fort Myers, they're likely to have areas in their communities underwater. High tide comes in this afternoon about the time that the surge will peak for some areas in the greater Fort Myers area, and this will add a couple of feet to the surge. So the tide is already extra high because we are in what's called king tide season, and again, we are expected to see an additional several feet of rain in addition to the storm surge that we're already tracking. So the Naples area, for example, we'll see slightly less, 7 to 11 feet of water will rise near the forecast in the coast later on this afternoon. Let's go ahead and make sure that we take our live XRAD radar full for you all as this storm is continuing to move a little bit closer. And again, another main concern is the destructive winds that we will potentially see. Winds that will rip through the southwest of Florida today. On the north side of the storm, the winds will come in bands with territorial rain. And because the storm is interacting with a front across the northern part of Florida, we could also see an intense corridor of rain develop across the entire peninsula from the Tampa Bay to central Florida. Again, damaging winds of hurricane strength will occur in that intense band, although the gusts won't be as destructive as the winds on the south side of the circulation. Over 2 feet of rain will likely fall in parts of central and north Florida over the next few days as Ian slowly makes his way north, moving at 10 miles per hour with speeds of 155 miles per hour. It is nearly a Category 5 hurricane. Now, just to put things into perspective, Hurricane Katrina reached Cat 5 strength over the Gulf of Mexico and then weakened to a Category 3 just before it made landfall in New Orleans and along the Mississippi coast. And that was one of the most destructive hurricanes in our nation's history. So a Category 5 hurricane means winds of up to 157 miles per hour or higher. And that means that catastrophic damage will occur. A high percentage of framed homes could be destroyed with a total roof failure, wall collapses, falling trees, power poles. It could potentially be a devastating situation. And that is why we are seeing responses from emergency management officials, state officials like the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and happening right now, we are getting a live update from FEMA. We know that they have activated and dispatched personnel across the state of Florida. So let's check in for this live update.
Are not going to be available today, unfortunately, but feel free to reach out to the news desk for any opportunities in the near future, and we can work to help you out with that. All right, so we'll get started here momentarily, and thanks for your patience and your time again this morning.
Can we get a 2-minute warning when to start?
Yes.
All right, guys, we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to this update from FEMA. We know that they have personnel across the state of Florida, but let's interrupt this live update because we have the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, briefing the media.
Many parts of this state. We have bearing down on the southwest coast of Florida a really monster hurricane. This is a hurricane that is strengthened. It is Category 4+. It may be a Category 5 by the time it hits the Florida coast. We've been in contact all morning with a lot of the local officials in places like Charlotte and Lee County, and they understand that this is going to be a major impact. We're asked about some of the evacuations, and basically what they report to me is that we were talking to the folks in Charlotte. Most of the people in those vulnerable areas did leave. Not everybody did, and that was provided, the mandatory. Some just did not do that. So they're keeping tabs on kind of where you still have people in very vulnerable locations. But you have a Category 5 storm hit, that's going to produce an enormous amount of storm surge. It's obviously going to have very ferocious winds, and it's going to be life-threatening. And so people are taking a risk with their health, their safety, and their lives by being in the eye of that storm. Nevertheless, you do have search and rescue that are going to be poised to go to respond to people that are in difficult circumstances once the storm breaks through. Of course, safety is what we've been stressing in the preparations over these many days leading up to this storm. And you've had millions and millions of Floridians who have made preparations. Many have evacuated to higher ground and safer surroundings. And of course, you have local level officials, state, as well as federal marshaling. This is an unprecedented amount of resources that have been marshaled to respond to Hurricane Ian. We did this in the run-up to Hurricane Dorian, which was expected to hit Florida as a Cat 5. Fortunately, it turned north and rode the east coast of Florida without having a direct impact. But that was a massive mobilization. This is more than that. And we understand how significant this storm is. And even when it was kind of a disorganized system far away, we saw the potential for what this could do. The power restoration and the resumption of services is something that's very important. You look at the number of people that are on the southwest coast of Florida, for example. Fortunately, most of them are not going to have their homes destroyed, but almost all of them are going to lose power, and you're going to have services that are going to be interrupted. So resuming services is a top priority. That's going to require to make sure that the bridges are safe. It's going to make sure that the roadways are clear of any debris so these guys can get in and do their work. It's also something that, given the severity of this storm, there's a difference between simply having a down power line and repairing that, which you would do on normal types of storms, and then having major structural damage to the underlying electrical infrastructure. And when you have a Category 5 storm hitting, potentially, when you have massive storm surge, that is going to interrupt, most likely, a lot of the underlying infrastructure. And so when FPL and other companies are going in, some of those tasks are going to be, you're going to have to rebuild some of this stuff. And so the folks in those affected areas should just understand that if it's as simple as simply just hooking up a few more power lines, then that's what they'll do. But in those areas that are going to have the most severe impact, it's likely going to require to have some re-engineering, to have some structural fixes, and that's going to require manpower, but it's just going to take a little bit more time. So people understand. I was able to speak to the president of FPL. They understand how significant this is. They understand how important it is to get the services back up and running, but we also understand the severity of this storm and the really, really catastrophic damage that it can inflict on the coast, on the southwest coast of Florida. You are starting to see power outages across the state, but you're going to see way, way more over the next 48 hours. I mean, you're going to have millions of people without power in this state within the next 48 hours, no question. This morning, Kevin Guthrie, our director of the Florida Department of Emergency Management, has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination of FEMA. The SecDef has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional resources and additional forces, and we're really thankful for the fulfillment of that request. We've got about 1,200 personnel for our Florida Department of Transportation that are on standby to perform cut and toss operations. These guys can't work if they can't get to where they're going, and so that's the top priority for the Florida Department of Transportation as well as Florida Highway Patrol to clear these roads, to make sure that the bridges are safe, and to really green light these operations to get back into these communities. In Southwest Florida, this is a lesson from Irma. They have people that they're calling leave behind teams, so that when the storm passes, their job is to clear the runways and make sure that we can resume air operations as quickly as possible. There's going to be a need to bring in things like food and water via fixed-wing aircraft, and so you want to have those runways up and running as soon as possible. Obviously, some of them could be underwater. I mean, there's going to be things that go into that, but having those folks on the ground there to do it I think is going to make a big, big difference. We have 5,000 guardsmen. We have 2,000 from other states. We've got 9 Chinooks, rotary wing aircraft that are ready to respond. Of course, Jimmy Petronas has been talking about our urban search and rescue teams. 5 of them are ready to go. And they will be in that to commence rescue operations as soon as it's safe to do so. Our Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has placed their Special Operations Group in Broward County. That's high water vehicles, shallow draft boats, and helicopters that are ready for immediate deployment once it is safe to do so. I want to thank, we now have total throughout the state. We've got over 40,000 personnel, linemen, and associated personnel that are involved with restoration of electrical services and power services that are stationed in the state of Florida. And these are folks that are staged across the state of Florida. If you look in southwest Florida, you're going to have movement, less likely from southeast for additional surge of resources. Of course, this staging area is going to send people all across the state. I know FPL is mindful of, yes, we're going to have a catastrophic impact in southwest Florida, but this thing is going to, really barrel across the state. It's going to be a strong storm. I mean, it's going to weaken once it gets on shore, but you're going to end up, you could end up in central Florida to have winds, certainly gusts that would be hurricane force. It's going to at least be a tropical storm as it barrels across. That's going to cause problems with the vegetation. It's going to cause problems with trees. The ground's already wet based on the amount of precipitation we have. That's ripe conditions for trees to fall over. That means more power lines are down. So that's going to have a cascading effect. So the most significant impacts will obviously be the landfall, but you're going to have other impacts. And so that's why you have these folks staged. That's why you have so many people, because there's going to be a lot of different places around the state of Florida where they're going to have to respond to. We now have 26 states that have sent us support right now, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I want to thank them for their support. It's much appreciated. I've been in contact personally, but then also the Florida Department of Emergency Management. we're in contact with the local folks, particularly in Southwest Florida, about needs, and their needs have been met. Obviously, once the storm hits, there's going to be additional needs, and we stand by ready to offer the support in that regard. It's very, very important. We are going to have significant rescue operations that are going to have to be done, because you have some people, not most, but you do have some people who've chosen to hunker down in some very vulnerable areas, and so that is going to be something that I know that they're keeping a very close eye on. They're going to monitor the impacts of the storm and then monitor how those folks have been able to weather it. But we anticipate, whether it's ground, water, air, all different types of ways to go in and help people. That's going to commence immediately upon this storm hitting. Pray for people. This is a major, major storm. You never want to see any storms hit, because it creates a lot of problems. But I'll tell you, the state has done a lot of storms over the past. There's some you deal with. It's never fun. It's never fun to have damage. It's never fun to see flooding. It's never fun to see power interrupted. But you kind of deal with it, and then you move forward. There's some storms that really leave an indelible impact, and we've been working with the folks up in Northwest Florida on Hurricane Michael. That was a major storm. There are obviously people that were directly impacted. We had fatalities as a result of that storm, but then you had so many other things that have happened all the way to this day. That recovery goes on. This is going to be one of those historic storms, and it's going to really shape the communities in Southwest Florida and have a profound impact on our state. So we just ask people for their thoughts and their prayers. We know there's a lot of people that want to be helpful in a variety of ways. As this goes, we'll be calling on more and more people to pitch in a variety of different capacities. Not everyone is a skilled lineman who can go in and do that. Not everyone can operate special operations to go and rescue people, but some people can volunteer. Some people can help with folks who've been displaced, and there's going to be a need for all of that as this storm goes through and as we assess the damage that has been done. I'm thankful for what they're doing here with Florida Power and Light. This is something that when you're a major Florida-based company, this is just part of what you do with your business. And I'm happy that they've really leaned in on this and really marshaled a tremendous amount of resources to be able to offer the quickest and most effective response possible that they can do as a company. And I know there's going to be a lot of Floridians that are going to be really happy about that. This is not an easy thing. These power problems are not going to be easy, but I think they're committed to putting the manpower in place, spending the resources necessary to have as most successful conclusion as we can. So we're going to hear from some folks from FPL. We're also going to hear from Dane Eagle and Jimmy Petronas. So Jim Bush, Senior Director for External Affairs, FPL. You want to say a few things?
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. My name is Jim Bush. I'm a Director of External Affairs for Florida Power and Light. On behalf of the FPL, we want to thank Governor DeSantis for coming out to greet the men and women who have come to respond to Hurricane Ian. We have assembled a restoration workforce of more than 19,000. That includes FPL employees, contractors, and men and women from partner utilities from around the country. There are more than 30 states represented here today. We have line workers who traveled in at this site from as far as Texas and Oklahoma, Minnesota, and North Dakota, all to help Florida respond to this challenge. There have been many times that FPL employees have traveled to other states to help them when they were in need, and now they're here to return the favor, and we're very grateful for them for that. Here at the Lake City processing site, these men and women will be briefed on the restoration challenges ahead. We will share our work and processes for storm procedures so that everybody is onboarded and ready to go. They will then fan out across the state and be positioned at 37 work bases that are currently close to the areas that will be most highly impacted. And they will work around the clock until power is restored for everybody as quickly and as safely as possible. It won't be easy. We anticipate that there'll be many downed trees and debris, perhaps tornado damage, and in many areas flooded conditions throughout our service territory. But these men and women will work extended hours, 16-hour days in some pretty difficult conditions, and as I mentioned, they'll work around the clock until power is restored to the last FPL customer. Thank you, Governor DeSantis and the state, for being here and supporting us, and for the emergency declaration, and for all of the men and women who have traveled in to help us respond to this storm. Thank you.
Okay. All right, David.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I just want to assure all of our customers that we are executing our plan. We have already deployed, as the governor mentioned, resources across the entire state who are ready to respond. I also want to take the opportunity to remind our customers and the general public to keep safety top of mind. FPL, we consider safety our #1 priority, and we want to ensure that our customers know that we're working around the clock to safely and quickly restore power to our customers. And I want to assure our customers that they know that we will not stop until every customer is restored. Again, thank you very much, Governor.
Okay, thanks. Dane?
Well, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership. I've spent the last few days at the Emergency Operations Center, and while this storm is unbearable to watch, I have a lot of faith in knowing the team that he's assembled that's ready to launch across the state. We've seen there in Tallahassee and here and elsewhere. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Economic Opportunity, and at DEO, we support communities, businesses, and Floridians, and this is especially true during a disaster event like a hurricane. Right now, we are hosting daily calls with our private sector partners to get real-time updates on emergency supply inventories, supply chain issues, and business closures and other critical information to give Floridians access to the latest information. We are sharing these updates in real time at www.floridadisaster.biz. That's www.floridadisaster.biz, as well as key resources and toolkits for businesses before, during, and after the storm. DEO has activated the private sector hotline at 850-815-4925. That's 850-815-4925. And inquiries may also be emailed to esf18@em.myflorida.com. That's esf18@em.myflorida.com. Also, businesses that want to assist, we want to hear from you. Let us know what your capabilities are. Partners including Walmart, Publix, and Lowe's have indicated that they are constantly bringing additional supplies into the state to restock inventory, and their teams and others are currently with our team at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. We are co-locating the closures and hours of these and other businesses and retailers on our map available at DEO's webpage, floridadisaster.biz/business open close status. That's floridadisaster.biz/business open close status. Many stores have dedicated pages on their websites to find their store-specific information during Hurricane Ian, including Publix.com/status and Walmart.com/news. I've been in constant communication with Visit Florida CEO Dana Young and the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to ensure that the state's emergency accommodations portal, Expedia.com/Florida, is being updated with the latest on available listings. As the governor shared last night, we are working with FRLA and Visit Florida to get the word out to lodging establishments to relax their pet policies, and there are still available hotels and other lodging available through Tallahassee to Pensacola and in Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade. Private sector partner Uber is offering round-trip rides to and from various shelter locations listed at floridadisaster.org. Riders can enter promotional code Ian Relief, that's Ian Relief, in the app to redeem a free round trip up to $30 each way. Rides must be requested to or from any state-approved evacuation shelter in Florida. We're also in touch with U-Haul, who is offering 30 days of free storage in U-Box containers for usage in 43 Florida locations. Find information at uhaul.com/about under top stories. At DEO, we have released $1.4 million in low-income energy assistance programs, set aside emergency funding to support preparedness activities such as placing people in temporary dwellings to preserve the health and safety, as well as transportation such as gas, cars, shuttles, and buses to move individuals away from the crisis and when health and safety is endangered by loss of heating and cooling. DEO is also engaging with our Communication Action Agency network across the state to ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments, utility box replacements, HVAC replacement, and to purchase generators. Now, I'm from Southwest Florida, so this is incredibly hard to watch, but as I mentioned, seeing what the governor and the teams across the state are doing gives me hope. My prayers, my thoughts are with everybody back home, and the message is the governor is organizing all this to ensure safety. Your safety is the primary point of all the work that's being done. So when the storm does pass, whether you hunker down or evacuated, if you've evacuated, please wait. Don't go rushing back home. Wait for the utility crews, wait for the first responders to clean up, and wait for the signal from your local officials to do so. We're going to help you. We've got your back. We're going to make sure that your communities rebuild, but your safety is priority at this time. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for his leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Thanks, Dane. Urban search and rescue teams, 5 of which the governor has mentioned, Florida-based teams, have been stationed and pre-prepared in order to roll in as soon as it is safe. We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas. As soon as the roadways are clear, they will literally be riding right behind DOT and forestry vehicles as the roads are clear, going from door to door, neighborhood to neighborhood, administering their life-saving services based on the missions of those devastated areas. Please understand, they will make repeated visits. They will be doing welfare checks. In the following days afterwards, our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims. They will also be issuing emergency assistance based on the terms of your policy. I cannot urge enough. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Do not sign anything when anybody comes to your doorstep providing any type of services on behalf of your of any services you might need. Your first call needs to be to my office at 877-MY-FLCFO, your insurance agent or your insurance carrier, to start the claims process. Also, be wary of GoFundMe scams that will emerge after this. Hurricane Ian is going to be an incredibly emotional, tragic event, and it will bring predators out that will prey on your generosity. So please consider using other forms of donation: Samaritan's Purse, Salvation Army, Red Cross. Be skeptical if anybody is putting anything out on GoFundMe, because there's no transparency there or where those dollars are going. Again, please stay safe. We will endure this together. Governor, thank you for your leadership.
It's important for people to just be reminded that when the storm passes in your area, there's a lot of hazards that happen after the storm. And more recent storms, not as strong as this, have seen more fatalities even in the aftermath of the storm than from the direct impact of the storm itself. So don't mess around with standing water. If you see any type of cord or electrical, do not go anywhere near that. That could be very, very hazardous. Don't try to drive your car in flooded streets. That is not a recipe for success. If you are using a portable generator, that exhaust has got to be outside of your home. If that exhaust is inside the home, you could get carbon monoxide poisoning, and we have had fatalities as a result of that. So just understand the impact of the storm is going to be enormous. There's obviously some people who are in harm's way by choice, having hunkered down in their areas. We're praying for them. Obviously, there's going to be rescue efforts made as soon as it's safe to do so. But once the storm hits and passes, it is going to be a very hazardous environment still. We're going to be trying to get these guys in to be able to do what they have to do, but they need to have a safe environment to work in too. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going on, particularly down in those Southwest Florida counties. Other thing I would just say is this is a major event. It's going to be a tragic event in many ways, but it's something that we are going to dig in on. We are going to be there. We are going to stand with the people who are most affected, and we understand this is not just a 48-hour ordeal. This is going to be something that is going to be there for days and weeks and months, and unfortunately, in some circumstances, even years. But that's just what we're called upon to do. So we'll be standing there, and we will marshal the resources that we need to be able to serve the people that are most affected by this. I want to thank the men and women who are standing behind me right now. You have a job to do, you work, you put food on the table for your family, and in normal situations, most people don't think much of it. You just assume that you're entitled to have power in your home and all the different necessities and conveniences of life. In reality, there's a lot that goes into this, and it's in situations like this that we realize how significant it is, and so their efforts are going to make things a lot better for a lot of people than they otherwise would. So on behalf of the state of Florida, all the linemen, all the crew personnel, everyone involved with all of our utilities, FP&L and all of them, we just want to say thanks. Thanks for coming in from out of state. Thanks for being staged and ready to go in and restore services. Thanks so much.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to the latest update on Hurricane Ian from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He has been providing these news briefings several times a day to update the situation involving power outages, as well as crews that are working from several different states to restore power as it is lost. As you can imagine, as the storm does get closer to landfall, we are going to see more and more outages, so crews have come in from all across the country, several states, to help prepare here. I do want to take you to a full image here that does show our radar system, so you can see exactly what we are dealing with right now as the storm does get very, very close to the Florida coast and making landfall. I do want to continue here with our extended coverage of Hurricane Ian. Over the last few hours, Hurricane Ian has rapidly intensified, becoming a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 9 a.m., Ian is moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour and is located about 60 miles west of Naples, Florida. The hurricane-force winds do extend for a diameter of 40 miles, and tropical storm-force winds extend for a diameter of 175 miles. We are talking about a massive storm, as you can see on your screen there. The Hurricane Center saying some areas along the Gulf Coast could see that storm surge of 12 to even 18 feet. That area extending 76 miles from Inglewood to Bonita Beach, which is essentially the area that surrounds Fort Myers, Florida, and there could be, quote, catastrophic damage. Ian also delivering the third highest storm surge to Key West since back in 1913, more than 1 century ago. Again, we are tracking Hurricane Ian very closely as we wait for the next update from the National Hurricane Center. The next official advisory should come out in about 37 minutes at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. I do want to take a look at a FEMA news conference now underway as they discuss more about the preparations here for Hurricane Ian making that landfall in just a few hours in southwest Florida. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. We have hundreds of personnel in the state already, embedded in the State Emergency Management Center, as well as staged in places like Miami, as well as in Orlando and other parts. But we also have personnel that are staged in Atlanta, Georgia, at our regional office that are ready to move in. As the storm passes and we see where the needs are, we are just going to continue to move people in. That number is going to rise significantly over the following days, and to make sure that we have the resources in place to support the people that have the needs. I know that this, I believe, I was talking with Gail, 30% of the population is over the age of 60 in many of these impacted areas. We know that that's going to be a significant concern. When I talked to Governor DeSantis on Friday and asked him what his concerns were, that was one of his concerns. I think that's why we've put in place this really robust search and rescue capability across the federal government to complement the amazing efforts that the state already has in place through their own urban search and rescue teams and the National Guard, because we know we're going to have to get out there and check and make sure that everybody is okay. That is our first priority, and that's why we have this multi-agency, federal, state, local effort in place to make sure that they are mapping out where they're going to be able to go. When I talked to our Deputy Federal Coordinating Officer this morning, what he told me is that these teams are going to be assigned directly to local jurisdictions, right? So they can put them and assign them to go search places where they know that their need is, and that way we're not having any gaps in the efforts that we're doing.
You called this storm historic. How does this storm compare with previous historic storms, Andrew, Irma, Michael? Can you speak a little bit more to what makes this maybe similar or distinct to some of the storms we've seen?
The first comment I always try to make is they're all so different. Every storm is so different, and it's just an urgent plea to everybody listening, don't compare storms. So there's similarities when you see, storms about the storm surge. Hurricane Laura, we saw 18 feet of storm surge. It was devastating. I mean, houses off the foundation. So you can use generalizations like that to think about the kind of damage that could occur. But teeny changes in the storm, bigger, smaller, left, right, faster, slower, these really subtle changes can make a huge difference in what you see on the ground. So really what we say is think about those impacts. Think about what does 20 inches of rain look like. And we try to paint that picture. That's an incredible amount. So we say 2 feet type of thing to think about that. Storm surge, I'm 6'5". And you think about this storm surge forecast, you start getting 15, 16, 17, 18 feet. I mean, that's a lot of me type of thing. So we try to paint that picture to really key in those impacts. So, and the last comment is, that's why the whole NOAA team comes together on these storms, from the satellites, the radar, you look at the hurricane hunters of the Air Force and NOAA. It takes that entire team to really come up with those impacts. Not just the Hurricane Center, but the Weather Prediction Center, Storm Prediction Center, looking at where the tornadoes are going to be, the weather forecast offices, talking to the emergency managers constantly. I mean, literally in those situations, I've been in those situations, and you might as well just leave the phone on speaker, right? You're constantly talking about these. Look at me in a news conference. Look at my phone open, right? Information comes in pretty quick. So that's what happens. So it's hard to compare storms, but you really can compare the impacts, and those values that I gave are just absolutely devastating. It's historic. Yeah.
Sir. Hey there, Gary Groback from NBC News here. I have a question, same question for the administrator and then the director, so I think you'll have different answers here. There's lots of moving parts. What is your biggest concern right now? What is keeping you up at night this week?
It's the water, right? I mean, we are talking about significant amount of storm surge and a significant amount of rainfall. I think one of the reports I even heard earlier today, in some parts of the state, up to 5 inches per hour of rainfall. When you combine those two together, as you heard Director Graham say, it's going to flood. The storm surge is going to back up the rainfall, and it's going to create incredibly life-threatening, dangerous situations. So for those people who didn't evacuate and are now being asked to stay in place, they need to make sure that they're getting to high ground, right? And that they are putting themselves and their families in a position that is going to keep them safe. For those that are still being asked to evacuate, take them seriously. Evacuate and get out of harm's way. I think the other big concern I have is then once the storm passes and individuals go out into this water, the water is still dangerous, right? It's still going to be moving rapidly. It's still going to have debris in it. It's still going to have down power lines in it. So there's so many different dangers after the storm passes that also contribute to some of the indirect fatalities that we see after a storm. So people just need to stay focused. They need to listen to their officials. They need to understand what the threats and the dangers are. Those first few hours, days after the storm passes are just as dangerous as when the storm is going over.
So it's interesting when you do this enough years that we have it's the same concerns. It really is. It's interesting when I listen to Administrator Criswell, it's the same thing. So I worry about, people that are inland that think they're okay because they're away from the coast, and it's not true. Right, the storm surge pushes water into, so you have every canal and river that usually drains that rain, they're going to flow backward. The water gets pushed into these areas, flows backward, and then that rainfall has nowhere to drain. So even if you're inland, you have dangers associated with the water. So there's no safety there. So you have to really be in a situation that you're really safe. And it's the same thing afterwards. I worry about it so much, and it's all, you see it on every one of these storms. We get through the storm, and then afterwards, the hazards, the water, what's in the water, You know, you think about power lines down, hazards, and you think about generator use. Please help us get that message out. Because every one of these storms, we lose so many people afterwards for improper generator use. I'm just begging everybody, you know, please, if you don't know, ask, right? There's instructions, there's information out there, and make sure they're well-ventilated areas away from your windows, not in the house. And if we could do that, we can save some lives. So help us get that message out. So it's the same thing.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to an update from FEMA. They are providing this live update as Hurricane Ian does near landfall in Florida. Ian right now, a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, located at last check 60 miles west of Naples. We do expect that we could see landfall in the coming hours. We are tracking this very closely, and in about 30 minutes, we expect the latest advisory to be released by the National Hurricane Center. I do want to head over to President Biden right now, who is talking about the hurricane and preparations here. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Oil has stayed relatively low. It kept going down. The price of gas should be going down as well. My experts informed me the production of only about 190,000 barrels a day has been impacted by the storm thus far. That's less than 2% of the United States daily production impacted for a very short period of time. This small temporary storm impact on oil production provides no excuse for price increases at the pump, none. If gas companies try to use this storm to raise prices at the pump, I will ask officials to look into whether price gouging is going on. America is watching. The industry should do the right thing. As a matter of fact, they should move more quickly now to bring down the price of the pump because gasoline is down. The price of gasoline is down a great deal. There's too much of a delay between the price of a barrel of gas being produced, oil, and the price of gasoline at the pump. Now, to why we're all here for this on this historic day. The Secretary of Agriculture already said anything, so I'm leaving.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you could see that President Biden was speaking about some of the hurricane efforts and the relief efforts that we can expect. But we did have FEMA a short time ago providing the update as Ian does near landfall there in Florida in the coming hours. I do want to bring you here to a live look at our XRAD system where you can get a closer up look at Hurricane Ian. We have been checking in with our affiliates at Fox 13 in Tampa as well as Fox 35 in Orlando. They have reporters that are all over the state, both stations, so we are thankfully able to take their coverage, and you can also hear their forecasters that are providing a little more context about what we can expect as the hurricane does get closer here. We are waiting for them. They're in a commercial break right now, but once they come back, we will take you out live to some of their reporters. But I do want to go over some of the latest information as we do wait for the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Over the last few hours, we have seen Hurricane Ian rapidly intensify, now a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That, by the way, is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of that last advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which came out around 9 a.m., Ian is moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour and is located about 60 miles west of Naples, Florida. Our Fox 13 affiliate is covering, as I mentioned, with reporters all over the state here, so I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Looking to see what's going on here. We'll show you what's going on. The water is being sucked out of Hillsborough Bay, as our forecaster said it would be. Wind pattern of the storm now drawing water out of Hillsborough Bay, and you can see right across from Rome Avenue here on Hillsborough Bay, now looking toward Tampa General Hospital, the top of Bayshore there and downtown. You can see just how shallow this is. Seen a lot of people out here taking pictures. We ran into one gal who was doing a FaceTime with her nephew, says her nephew loves to come and visit the Bay Shore in Tampa, and she was showing him how the oysters and crab traps were visible here that you wouldn't be able to see on a normal day. The wind has kind of laid down here for the moment on Bay Shore. We've had intervals of heavy rain and wind at times, but right now fairly pleasant here, as you can see some other folks down here taking some pictures along the Bay Shore of the water being sucked out. We saw some of this, if you'll remember, back in Irma. And this morning, once again, we're seeing it here as the waters of Tampa Bay, Russell, are being sucked out, and people are getting a look at the bay bottom, as it were.
You know, Lloyd, I have seen this before, I guess, in the last storm I walked out, and to see that bay empty of water is one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is really eerie, and, you know, there's no traffic, or there's light traffic on the roads. Not a lot of people out except for sightseers here, but you know, just to see that that Bay Shore that we know so well, and to see that bay being sucked out, just the sheer power of this storm is just that nature is just such an incredible thing, and people are taking the opportunity to see this. Right now in this neighborhood, we're seeing lights on, people moving around. Life is pretty well normal, although most people, I think, are hunkered down and inside as they should be.
Probably. Okay. Hey, Lloyd, thanks. Thanks for showing us that. Something to see.
It's crazy.
Talk later, okay?
Wow. All right, and we are also getting word that all Hillsborough County Public Schools will be closed on Friday. The school district tweeted out the update this morning. Students are going to be returning to class Monday, October 3rd. So again, Hillsborough County students will be out of school on Friday. And Tampa International Airport is now closed to all commercial flights. The last passenger flight departed just after 5 p.m. Tuesday. Some cargo and military aircraft may still fly out, but that will be on an emergency basis. The main terminal, the airsides, the parking garages, all of those are closed to visitors.
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are switching between our Fox 13 Tampa team's coverage and our Fox 35 Orlando team's coverage. Right now, they are providing on Fox 35 a full breakdown of storm surge and the path of the storm, so I do want to check in with them, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
That's out over the distant Atlantic, of little concern to us. We are watching, though, for those impacts now on the hurricane alert board here with Fox Weather, showing impacts to southwest Florida. And lastly, this is a tornado watch for our area until 5 o'clock this afternoon. The winds you might have noticed here as you look out the windows. Hopefully you're not hanging out by the windows long term as conditions go downhill, but a lot of you have noticed, and I've been getting messaging on social media, that the winds are increasing. These are current wind gusts playing out close to tropical storm force in many locations, to Claremont, over to Orlando. Lakeland now, a 37-mile-per-hour gust out in Polk County, with Cedar Key at 38 miles per hour. One last look here for you. Want to give you a look at the tornado impacts. Allison and I tracked a couple of these tornado-warned areas over Indian River County, and then back into Osceola. You can see that ribbon of spin lifting northbound, not only for Orlando and the surrounding area, but also into northern Florida. Here comes Ian circulation riding up. It's critical we watch this side of that circulation, as there could be more tornadoes, more spinners developing on that northeastern, what we call the right front quadrant. And right now we're going to head over to Allison, speaking of live tracking on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We've got some spin there, just to the east of the Space Coast. Tell us about it, Al.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jamie. So this is a 30-minute loop on exactly what we are seeing. So the reds and greens are going to be winds moving away and toward the radar. You can see it right here. Now, this is the area that we need to watch. Let's have it start. So the winds are very close together, and you can see there starts to become a little bit of a twist. Now, it is diminishing just a hair as it's moving closer to the coast, but that doesn't mean that it's not something that we are still watching. I want to show you the area of concern. We can actually zoom in here, get a little bit closer. So it's just off the shore from Satellite Beach, South Patrick Shores, and then Patrick Space Force Base. So if you are in any of these areas, we want to make sure that you are staying well aware that there could be rotation just offshore. And I actually do want to draw a track on this for you. So it's moving rather quickly quickly toward the north and west, so could be arriving at Patrick Space Force Base within the next 21 minutes or so. Now, I do want to take you out to a wider view of what we are seeing here locally. So let's take a look at our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. You can see that the rain bands do continue to make their way across our viewing area. You can see moderate to heavy rain is starting just off coastal Brevard County and then slowly starting to make its way across the interior. Now, something else that I want to share with you is our power outage map. We can actually see this across the entire state, and it's power outages right now due to the number of people that could be impacted. And you can see all of the counties that are shaded in yellow right now have anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 folks out of power at the moment. So that does include areas near Fort Myers and just to the south of Tampa, including some areas in South Florida. But we're likely going to be seeing this continue to move up to the north. So it's something that we'll be watching for you. This is what we have here at Fox 35, not only watching the power outages, but again, that possible rotation just off the coast of Satellite Beach right now.
So we shared the current wind gusts, Allison, and clearly we're now beginning to move into that veil of tropical storm force, 39 plus miles per hour. So we're going to be watching that now.
And speaking of wind gusts, something that just came into the Fox Weather Alert Center. Pelican Bay, this is near Naples, they have reported 78 mile per hour wind gusts. That is from Hurricane Ian right now. So Southwest Florida, we had mentioned that those hurricane force winds already pushing on shore. So Pelican Bay near Naples, 78 mile per hour gusts, and we'll continue to update you there. We do want to take you back out to the live cam. I believe that is Alligator Alley, and you can see just how strong those winds are. I mean, the camera's moving. The folks, Collier County there, but the folks that are on the road, definitely not safe to be driving in these conditions right now. That's why we ask everybody as of 10 o'clock this morning, so it's now 10:41, that you remain in place until this storm passes through.
All righty, Allison, great analysis there with our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. For now, we'll continue to stay on top. I'm thinking the rain bands, the tornadic risk, everything is getting ready to take up to the next level now. So we're here for you. Wanted you to stay with us, certainly depend on us here in the Fox 35 storm team, keeping everyone safe, you and your family members. Heartfelt from our team. I want to let you know we're here for you here as we track Ian, very dangerous hurricane in southwestern Florida. We'll send it back to you now.
All right, thanks, you guys. We're following breaking news. Manatee County letting us know that they are fully locked down. This is the county that encompasses Sarasota and Bradenton, saying all first responders are now locked down as the storm moves through. Emergency response is no longer available. So that is how serious the storm is getting in that area.
You know what's so interesting about what you say? When you talk about Manatee County, you can only imagine there are going to be several other counties as the course of the next few hours go on that are going to have the exact same situation. That is why we tell you it is so important that you get to your safe space, that you stay in your safe space, and if you are urged to evacuate, you should likely do that. As we talk about Ian's cone of uncertainty, right? It's got south of Tampa Bay now in its crosshairs.
That's right. And Tampa, of course, just north of this area that we're talking about. David Puglisi has been out there all morning long. And Dave, Manatee County now officially under lockdown. Nobody is allowed to get out on the roads. How are things looking where you are in the Tampa area?
Well, here in Tampa, the wind has really kicked up, and that's been the biggest difference since the last time we spoke. The rain about the same, but when the wind kicks up like this, that rain starts to have a different feel when it hits you. You can see the palm trees swaying a little bit harder now. The trees really blowing as that wind continues to kick up. Another thing that continues to worsen is the water level in the bay. You can see in some of the areas where the water level is a little bit higher, you can see where the lake's not as deep, you can see islands forming right out there in the middle of the bay here and over by the bridge as well, where there's more islands forming. Now, a similar occurrence happened back in Hurricane Irma in 2017, which took out pretty much all the water here in the bay, especially a little bit farther up north by the convention center where our camera is looking towards now. People were able to get down and walk onto the bay, which is something that, if this continues, could happen as well. We did talk to one man who lives right across the street here on Bay Shore, who tells me the water level at this moment in time is at least 8 to 10 feet lower than what he normally sees at low tide. They describe low tide as being about halfway down the wall where you see those where the shells are. That is typical water level. Normally about halfway down below tide, so you can see just the drastic difference here in the bay. But there's just so much going on here as the storm continues and gets closer and closer to us. And we're going to have you with the latest here in Tampa throughout the rest of the evening. We'll see you in about a half hour with another update. That's the latest in Tampa Bay. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Thank you. He's really getting pounded with the rain out there. And of course, keep it right here on Fox 35. We are going to have continuing coverage on Ian for you all day long.
And we, of course, will get another update from the storm team after the break. But first, let's take another look at Ian's track this morning. As you can see, that camera there left on Alligator Alley in Collier County, it is bouncing around like crazy as those winds start to pick up. And then, Amy, as we take a look at the right from our Launch Credit Union camera, we can see that the port there, you can see the water kind of picking up a bit. Certainly not as volatile as it is there on the left, but that will change as well as the days and hours and minutes continue. We'll be right back.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us, we are keeping an eye on our coverage here with our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa. They are providing a great breakdown of the situation and exactly what is going on as we see Hurricane Ian nearing that landfall in Florida. As of right now, a Category 4 storm. The last update we did receive officially around 8 o'clock was that the wind speed was 155 miles per hour. We are talking about a high-end Category 4 storm just 2 miles per hour away from a Category 5, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. The movement was north-northeast at 10 miles per hour and 60 miles west of Naples. The next advisory coming up here in about 14 minutes. It does appear that we are getting an update now live out of Naples, so I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
But then it's up to them to start to develop their schedules of resumption of either bringing craft in or using the aircraft, as Tom mentioned, that we're securing temporarily and using that for out. So again, coordinate with your airline to get that information. Let me have a question here.
What are you telling your staff right now? Are they all to remain at home until you open back up?
Just like any organization, here we have non-essential and essential. The non-essential we actually sent home. Originally, like I mentioned earlier, was at noon. We told them to go home at 10:30 because, again, the change of the trajectory of the storm. The essential staff is here. It's usually
All right, so it does appear that feed has now switched over to a news conference underway with the Orlando airport. Our Fox 13 Tampa team now in their full lengthy forecast where they're explaining the track of Hurricane Ian. So I actually want to take you back to that coverage raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
These rain bands. Now, we do have lighter amounts of rain, lighter rain, but still, we're seeing some of these winds, especially along Pinellas County. We've been seeing some of these winds gusting up to tropical storm force. And then I'll go on now on a wider view here so you can see up across our northern county. So pretty much, basically every county has rain at this point. Some of it light, some of it just absolutely torrential, basically from Manatee down to Sarasota County right now. Some of these wind speeds, Sarasota, currently, we're looking at winds gusting to 56 miles an hour. At 61-mile-an-hour wind gust in Naples right now. Fort Myers seeing winds gusting to 53 miles an hour. And look at that over in St. Petersburg even. You're seeing those winds out of the northeast, 43, gusting currently to 56 miles an hour. So this goes on really for the next 24 hours. We are talking about winds like this and actually increasing as we go through the afternoon and into late tonight. Enhanced satellite imagery where you're seeing the purples, the magenta colors showing the strongest portions of this. And there, what do you see? You see it working its way right on shore. A bit of a wider view with this. And we'll kind of see if we can get this wider view to show here. And what you actually see with this is just, the computer just wanted to cooperate with us. Yeah, impressive there, but here's a wider view right there. What you're actually looking at is on that left-hand side or the western side. You see this, and me and Dave have been talking about this, just how amazing this is. it's completely clear. It's all that dry air that is wrapping around the system, which was one of the things we were hoping which would weaken it, but it's just not going to happen, Dave.
You know, Jim, a couple of days ago, the track brought it up into the Tampa Bay area, okay? And it was going to weaken as it did because that drier air was going to punch in. But the storm had other ideas. I'm going to go a little bit further south and avoid that drier air. So here is the back edge. But this dry air, it's trying to wrap around and into the center. Now, if this was to play out 18, 24 hours, yeah, it would eventually win the battle, okay? The drier air would. But you're talking about a landfalling near Category 5 hurricane in about 4 or 5 hours. So, yes, the drier air eventually will take hold, but it's not going to make a difference right now, which is when we needed it to happen. So, for the forecast path, bringing it onshore again near or just slightly north of Fort Myers, you know, a little wobble at the end will tell the tale of where it's going to come onshore. As it moves slowly northeastward, maybe 9, 10 miles per hour, by around 2 o'clock in the morning, we're still looking at a Category 1 hurricane tomorrow morning right in the middle of the state. Now, think about that for a second. This is a place that's going to get 10 to 15 inches of rain. Now you're going to get hurricane-force winds in, you know, Polk County, Hardy County, Highlands County. That's going to take down a lot of trees, folks. It really, really is, especially as, you know, the rain's coming in and the roots are getting weakened. Again, they're getting, you know, because of all that rain, and then the wind comes in and just barrels them over. So that's something we have to be really careful about overnight tonight in Polk County down through Highlands County. Storm surge. Well, you saw what's happening in Tampa with that northeast wind. It's pulling the water out or pushing it out, whatever you want to say. But the opposite problem is happening around Cape Coral. And as the storm makes landfall, so here's Englewood and, you know, you go down to Boca Grande about here, the highest storm surge is going to be around Cape Coral to Bonita Springs. Sanibel's there too. See this purple color? What, 10 to 18-foot storm surge? I mean, it's unreal. It's a wall of water that's going to accompany the storm as it comes on shore. That's unreal. It's amazing, and it's very, very scary for those folks down there as well. So I actually did a measurement from the A in Tampa down to where the storm is. It's about 106 miles as the crow flies. So about 106 miles away is this monster of a storm. Yes, we're being impacted by this monster of a storm, but I'm saying the center of it's only 106 miles away. The red on here are hurricane-force winds. The orange are winds above 58 miles per hour, and the yellow are tropical storm-force winds. I know, you know, storms don't work like in a big circle like this. It's not a perfectly symmetrical look, but this gives you an idea as we move forward. Here's Wednesday, here's today, 6 p.m., this orange color encompassing really Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, just about all of us, everybody south of Pasco, with these 58-mile-per-hour winds or higher. Hurricane-force winds by this evening will be Sarasota, Venice to the Arcadia area. Then watch as it moves northeastward. And you're looking at Bartow to Wauchula, Arcadia, Sebring. By 9 o'clock, you're getting in those hurricane-force winds, wind gusts at least. And then Tampa, you're still in this 58-mile-per-hour wind. And even tomorrow morning at 3 a.m., Tampa area is still in that 58-mile-per-hour wind zone, so to speak. I mean, it's not exact, folks. This just gives you a generalization of how the next 18 to 24 hours are going to go. Almost always, with landfalling hurricanes, you're going to have tornadoes, and they're typically on the right of the eastern side of the storm, which explains where right now Tampa and St. Petersburg are not in the tornado watch. Because, again, storms coming up like this, the right hand or the eastern side has the best chance for these little spin-up tornadoes, and they're really, really quick. Okay, so from Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County, Manatee, and Sarasota until 5 p.m. But overall, outside of the damage you're going to see where this storm makes landfall, that will be the worst damage. Where this makes landfall will be catastrophic, okay? But for the rest of the area, it's going to be freshwater flooding, and a lot of freshwater flooding. We're talking to the tune of 12 to 18 inches of rain. Now, what's going to happen is, as the storm moves north, that drier air I was talking about, that trough is going to start to shear the storm. Well, what it's going to do is it's going to take all the heavy rain and it's going to shear it to the northern side of the system. Well, we're on the northern side of the system. So that's why you're seeing some of these rainfall amounts between 16 and 18 inches of rain. You throw that kind of rain in the middle of the state in these rivers that are already flooding, and this is going to become a huge, huge problem. So that's what we're really concerned about moving forward, is just the rainfall amounts over the next probably 24 hours or so. But it does look like, I'm going to wrap it up here, that by tomorrow afternoon, we should rapidly be improving the conditions around here. But between now and tomorrow morning is a lot of rough and tumble weather for all of Central Florida. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Choose Winters and Yonker, and we will send an attorney to you.
Top sustained winds, Allison, just a behemoth there in the southeastern Gulf, and as Brian mentioned, you know, there's going to be rooftops removed.
All right, so what you were watching was Fox 13 Tampa's full forecast as they tracked Ian. Thankfully, as I've mentioned here at Live Now from Fox, we can tap into all of our affiliates because we are a culmination of all of them. So I do want to take you to the full forecast now underway by the Fox 35 storm team there in Orlando. I'm going to bring you this raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Be hearing a lot more of those reports come into us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Alrighty, so we do want to address the latest in the track, as Brian mentioned, kind of Charlie-esque, but as we also know that Charlie was a little more compact, intense, but a little more compact. This is a similar track, but much broader in its impacts that have spread far and wide from that center of circulation. Track on this now, taking this across near the Volusia County area, offshore, Palm Coast, and Flagler, and right on into the deep southern states. It will diminish with due time, but not before humongous impacts all across the area. So look at the current wind gusts right now. We're calculating at 44 at Claremont, 42 at Lakeland. So winds, as we told you, would be on the rise. We get to late morning, early afternoon, and into the deeper portion of the afternoon by early evening. We're really going to see these breezes propped up on a pedestal. Here's a look at our exclusive Fox model wind forecast. You can see these gusts as the circulation enters the peninsula in and out of the 40s and 50s. Looks as though we could attain higher gusts. That's why the current hurricane warning are in play now for Orange and Seminole, Osceola County, Lake County. We've got some tropical storm warnings on the outskirts, but bottom line, you can see the circulation moving across. Winds east, typically, again, dead center of that storm as you see the eye come across and moving on out into the Atlantic. Looking at future wind gusts along the southwest side there as it moves aboard. You can see it's really tightly torqued up here as Ian moves aboard here. Big time numbers coming on into play as that continues streamlining across the peninsula. Backside of that, we'll get that classic wind shift, but they're nowhere near out of the woods as this has to make landfall first, and then we start to peel back those winds as we go deeper into tonight and by tomorrow. We do also have to track these rain bands. Allison Gargaro live in the Fox 35 Storm Center right now with Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. That we've seen some rotation. We had a couple of tornado warned areas earlier. Right now, just heavy rain, Allison.
Exactly. Right now, just heavy rain, and you can see that. That's going to be the red and yellow color on your screen. Most of it is out across the Atlantic, but starting to push on shore. So if you do live in Kissimmee, likely going to be seeing some moderate rain making its way toward you, Palm Bay, and all of Brevard County here. But I do want to go in a little bit closer to Brevard County because just a few minutes ago, we were tracking some rotation just offshore. But right now, those winds are just going to be strong as it does push onto Satellite Beach, Rockledge, as well as in Port St. John. If I actually stop the loop here, we can show where we could be seeing weak rotation. That's going to be these little green areas that you see just offshore. Now, a few minutes ago, we were seeing some colored red and yellow, meaning it could be strong to extreme, but that's not necessarily the case right now. I do actually want to take you out to our U.S. radar. So we are going to be looking at a wide view of Florida right now. You can see that center of circulation, and usually in tropical systems, we don't see a ton of lightning, but you know just how strong Ian is right now, that there are several lightning strikes near that center eye wall, but those outer rain bands making their way from southwest Florida all the way up to us here in east central Florida, and now some of that rain in Jacksonville. But I do actually want to take us out to one of our graphics. It's going to be a power outage graphic. This was sent to us directly from Fox Weather, and it is showing that we are seeing an increase in some of that power outage in southwest Florida, as we do see those hurricane force winds moving on in. Here we go. You can see the power outage tracker. Manatee County about 10%, Sarasota 9%, and Lee County about 8% there. And we'll continue to watch this because, like I mentioned, there are going to be some very strong winds actually just into the Fox 35 Storm Center. Extreme wind warning. That does include Fort Myers, Cape Coral, as well as Sanibel. So we're going to continue to bring you updates on exactly what we're seeing on the ground as some of the gustiest winds that we have seen so far with this system will be arriving. Again, has not made landfall yet.
Right, and our local wind impacts as well on the rise as we get to early mid-afternoon and beyond through the overnight. That'll be the worst of it as we peak overnight into Thursday, possibly into about midday tomorrow. So we'll keep you updated. Myself, Allison Gargaro, committed to keeping you safe here, right here in Central Florida. Back to you for now.
All right, Jamie and Allison, thank you so much. We want to give you a view of our upside-down camera in Siesta Key. You can just see how powerful these winds are from Hurricane Ian as that camera got completely flipped over.
Boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I got
Quite the
flipped
storm.
upside down, right? This is in Sarasota County, by the way. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is right at the 11 o'clock hour Eastern Time. It is 11 o'clock. And if you are over on the West Coast, it is 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. What you are looking at is a live shot out of Fort Myers, Florida. You could see just moments ago as the wind was blowing, but it appears that that camera has frozen. So instead, I am going to take you to a live view of our satellites. You can see a live look over at Hurricane Ian. We did just get an update here from the National Hurricane Center, which does confirm that Ian does remain a Category 4 storm with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour. That is the update just released here. We do know that the movement has slowed just slightly north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. That's down from the 10 miles per hour that we saw as of the 8 o'clock update. So just slowing a little bit slightly there. Located 45 miles west-northwest of Naples, Florida, the area that it is expected to make landfall in the coming hours. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has been covering this around the clock, as well as our Fox 35 Orlando team. I do want to send you out to Fox 13 Tampa as they provide the latest information on this ongoing situation.
They're saying this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. This is where the eye wall is actually beginning to bump up against the coast. So, you know, Sanibel's kind of right there. So it's just to the northwest of the Sanibel area. This whole region with this eye wall touching it, this is where your extreme winds are going to begin. Let's back it out. I mean, you go all the way back and you can see the size and the structure of this whole entire hurricane. I mean, it's raining in Jacksonville and it's raining in Naples. You can just see the large expanse of all of this, and of course there's that 25 to 30 mile wide eye getting ready to bump up and make landfall, probably somewhere very close to Fort Myers or just to the north of the Fort Myers area. Places like Boca Grande, right in the path. I'll bet Boca Grande actually gets right in the center of this and the eye of the storm. Up around Englewood, too, you're going to get some extreme weather in Englewood to Northport, to Port Charlotte, to Punta Gorda, as this slowly works its way on shore. Listen, folks, we're starting to get the rains as well. If you're in the Sarasota area, it's been raining, and these bands of rain are just nonstop. And every time you get inside one of these little orange or red bands of rain, that's where you're likely to get some really, really gusty tropical storm force winds. The hurricane force winds right now are only about 30 to 40 miles from the center of the storm, closer to 40 miles. So they're still a ways away, but the tropical storm force winds have started from Northport to Venice to Gulf Gate Estates up through the Sarasota area. So now is your time to just stay inside, and we're just going to ride this out over the next 24 to 36 hours, everybody. Winds are gusting 55 or so in St. Petersburg, 61 in Punta Gorda, and, you know, it will continue to go downhill from there. The path brings it right in the middle of the state and then eventually out into the Atlantic. But right in the middle of the state, guys, overnight, 2 a.m., it's still going to be a hurricane right in the middle of Polk County. So we'll talk about what impacts that will have on us and our friends in Polk County in just a few minutes.
Hey, thank you. I do have one traffic alert for Tampa drivers. It looks like things have really started to kick up outside. I already have a power line that is reported down on Hillsborough Avenue. The road is blocked right now between 20th and 22nd Street. This will likely be the first of many. So if you do not have to be outside on the roads, just continue to stay inside. Right now, it looks like things across Tampa Bay are still open. You can see drivers taking the Howard Franklin both eastbound and westbound. I don't see any closure information for the Gandy Bridge or anything for the Courtney Campbell Causeway, but once we do have that information come in, expect the Courtney Campbell to be the first of the 3 to close, and I'll leave you with a live look at a really rough Skyway bridge. Those conditions are getting bad.
Wow, look at that. Okay, Mariah, thank you. Hurricane Ian continues to inch toward our southern counties. Let's get over to Fox 13's Matthew McClellan, who is live for us in Sarasota, right in the middle of it. What are the conditions like out there, Matt? Good morning.
Good morning. They're really now starting to pick up. As I kind of showed you last hour, you get them in these waves as we're used to seeing, the outer bands of a hurricane. It picks up and then it dies down. Right now you caught us in a sort of a picked up moment. And I just want to draw your attention to this tree just down from us, where on sort of the left side of it, you can see that it's already kind of bare from all of the wind that it's taken on from that direction. Some snapped limbs as well. And as these things go, you always start with the small debris, and as it wears on, as it gets closer and as it strengthens, hopefully it doesn't strengthen anymore, you get bigger debris. You get branches and limbs and all of that. So looking across from where we are, we see several parking lots. You have sort of the tumbleweed-looking smaller debris, and the debris we are noticing is getting bigger now. But I want to bring in Jody Cohn, who checked in, Jody, Tuesday, you said?
We actually have tonight, but luckily Best Western let us in early today, so we were able to get out.
And you did not come from far. You were just across the way from here.
Right across the street in the mobile home park, which we're mandated to evacuate, and we knew this was a strong building, so here we are.
Yeah, smart thinking. And you were telling me that some of your neighbors are also here.
Yeah, there's about 9 or 10 of us over here, so we figure we'll all hang out tonight and have some fun across the street.
That's nice to have people that you know and are familiar and kind of be in it together, that sense. And that's really kind of from being down in the lobby earlier this morning, the sense that we got was that everybody sheltering here is, everyone's in good spirits, everybody's got their sense of humor. I guess you laugh to keep from crying sometimes.
Pretty much, yes.
What are you expecting to see? And we're listening as a huge wind gust moves through right now, by the way. What are you hoping not to see when you return home across the way after this all dies down?
Well, we're hoping we have a place to go back to. We've been here for over 20 years, and we've been lucky all this time, but any given day, we cannot be lucky. So we're hoping everything is okay over there. We're confident, we have faith in our little protected Sarasota here that we'll be okay.
Yeah, a lot of people praying right now. Jody Cohn, thank you so much for speaking with us. And Jody's kind of approach to this is what a lot of people we've seen are taking. Folks who evacuated just from a few miles away, if not closer. You have a lot of elderly folks who did not want to make a long evacuation out of state or out of the region. Folks who also didn't want to be in a shelter where you're sharing a space with a lot of people. So that's what we're seeing, folks really kind of knowing that we're in this together. And yeah, just seeing what this does. We talked to another guy who checked in. He's from Clearwater Beach. He was here working. All he had in his bag was a few changes of uniforms and some phone chargers. So folks are expecting the power not to last much longer. In fact, as we've been telling you this morning, this buzzing sound you may or may not hear, that's from a blown transformer. There is a generator here, so that's a great thing. But as we know, things can fail, especially in a major hurricane as what we're expecting to come through here in the next few hours. So power may not last. We know folks are really trying to charge up their devices, which if you're watching from home, I recommend that you do. And if you're watching us, good for you. You have power right now, but that may not be the case. So be sure that you also have a radio if you have access to one, a battery-powered radio, so you can listen to that AM, FM band and get updates that way as well, because it's not going to get better until it gets worse, right? So that's really what we're seeing here in Sarasota this morning.
I just make the best of a bad situation. All right, Matt, nice job this morning. Go get some rest and stay safe.
Thank you.
It's 11:08 right now, and just over in Manatee County, winds and rain are continuing to pick up at this hour. Let's get to Elizabeth Fry.
Hey, good morning, Russell. Good morning, Laura. Yeah, the wind is definitely the biggest concern here in Manatee County. But before I show you what's going on out here, I wanted to say that the county just came out about 15 minutes ago and said that all of their operations are in lockdown right now. Shelters doors are closed. First responders will no longer be out on the road. That coming out just about 15 minutes ago. So if you are at home in an evacuation zone, you just need to stay in place because these winds are getting very intense. Now I'll show you what's going on out here. There's a lot of debris in the roadway that we've seen over the past few hours. Not as much out here. We're in downtown Bradenton, so it's a little more tame than Anna Maria Island where we were when we spoke to you guys last, but you can still see winds causing debris in the roadway from trees. That's a lot of what we've seen so far. Down in Anna Maria Island where we were about an hour and a half ago, the roads down there definitely beginning to take on some water already from this rain. But again, the wind is the main concern. We actually are here in downtown Bradenton. We were looking for a hotel. A lot of these hotels down here are at capacity with folks trying to seek shelter themselves. So at least folks did heed those warnings to get to a safe location. But right now, this is definitely starting to pick up signs that Hurricane Ian is getting closer to shore. Not only are we feeling these impacts, but we're beginning to see them as well. There's about 15,000 residents here in Manatee County that are currently without power. That number has been growing all morning. Something, of course, that we expected, but something that could get worse as this storm goes on. So right now, the message as we get into really the thick of it, stay in place, shelter in place. That is your best and safest option right now. All the shelter doors are closed, so that is no longer an option. But winds and rain definitely beginning to pick up, and we're expecting it to continue to deteriorate throughout the morning. So hunker down, stay safe, just stay inside. That is your best bet at this point, Laura.
It's Russell. I can see sheets of it coming at you. Okay. Thanks. Take care of yourself.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're watching Fox 13 Tampa's coverage of Hurricane Ian. I do want to give you a little bit of breaking news here as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is now beginning to move on shore in Florida. As of the 11 a.m. update here, it is still a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. We know the storm is about 45 miles off the coast of the Fort Myers, Naples type area there, and it does extend for 45 miles, so that explains there why we are seeing the eye wall start to move onto shore there. Again, we are talking about Hurricane Ian beginning to move onshore there in Florida. I am not sure, as we watch right now on Fox 13 Tampa, if this is a current news conference that is underway or if this is an older one that they are watching. But I do want to bring you back to our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as they continue to follow this as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian does start to move onshore in Florida.
Some people that had nothing more than just losing power, but that's important to get them back to normalcy. You know, there's others that may have really significant structural damages to their residents. You know, they're going to need assistance, and so all of that will be part of what will be you know, really an unprecedented effort in the history of the state.
That effort includes 5,000 National Guard troops and responders from 26 different states. 30,000 linemen are standing by to restore power. And the governor said 40,000 outages have been reported across Florida so far. The governor also reminded residents who do lose power to call their service provider. Do not call 911. And once it is safe to go outside, the governor reminded Floridians to avoid downed power lines and any standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. Don't drive through flooded streets. And if you are using a generator, do so safely. Russell?
Mobilization's incredible, isn't it? Wow. Here are the power outages in the Bay Area as of 10 o'clock this morning. Roughly 4,800 TECO customers do not have power, 3,500 for TECO. More than 30,000 FPL customers don't have power, and about 1,000 for TECO. We've got complete coverage on Hurricane Ian.
So what you're watching right now is our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian begins to move onshore in Florida. The eye is about 45 miles long, so that does explain why we are seeing the eye wall start to move on hours before the storm officially does make landfall. I do want to take you to our Fox 35 Orlando coverage as they continue to cover this from each and every angle.
At our Hard Rock camera, this is in Daytona Beach, and you can see the waves are really crashing onto the shore there. We are expecting a lot of rain and wind in Volusia County, so for those of you who are on the Atlantic side thinking, well, the storm's coming in on the Gulf side, we should be okay, you can definitely expect to have some tropical storm, at least force winds. We do know now that Ian is a very strong Cat 4, potentially a Cat 5. The eye wall very close to making landfall. As soon as that happens, that will determine how it hits. Looks like it's going to happen in Lee County. And this is a power outage tracker, just to give you an indication of where the power is right now. With those strong winds hitting that coastline, only 15% of people in Collier County are without power, 10% in Manatee, that's in the Sarasota area. Sarasota County, 9%, Lee County, which is where we think the storm will make landfall, 8%, DeSoto County at 6%. We want to give you an update on the roads as well, and Amanda McKenzie has been out on the roads for us this morning, giving us a view of how things are looking out there. We're going to send it out to her. Hi, Amanda.
Hello. Yes, well, we're on I-4 traveling eastbound going through Seminole County, and I'm going to give you a live look now so that you can see there are not many cars on the road, which is very good because that means people have made their plans and preparations and are staying off the roadways. We do know that the wind speeds are going to pick up throughout the day as Hurricane Ian moves closer, so going a safe speed, limiting your time out is always important. Now, we also can report that the tolls have been suspended by Governor DeSantis for Central Florida as well as Tampa Bay, which will help push people through and not have to make them stop or slow down when it comes to those toll booths. We also can tell you that the governor has opened up some emergency shoulders on the interstate to help with any other evacuations throughout the state. Now, yesterday I witnessed back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper cars on I-4. Many folks, thousands of them, under mandatory evacuation orders. So it was a very busy day yesterday. So it's good that a lot of people made those plans and got out early. But from some of the people I spoke to from the Tampa Bay area, they tell me that they struggled to find gas and a place to stay at the last minute. So the governor is also letting everyone know that the West Coast could see some catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surges. Now, more than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation order. So if people didn't hit the road yesterday, you know, it's possible we could see more right now. But as far as the roadways look on I-4, which is one of those main arteries that people take to get from the West Coast through to here to Central Florida, things are looking good. The rain is starting to pick up a little bit. At times, you know, we have a bit of a break, but it is starting to pick up some more, and we will continue to monitor those roadways for you. But for now, live on I-4, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All righty, we'll take it from here, guys. Well, here we are, 11:16, dealing with this major hurricane here behind us, presenting like a classic major hurricane on the satellite right now. We've got some new information in. New hurricane warnings
here locally
have just been issued. So, guys, go ahead. We'll take it live now. I want to update everybody on what's going on with this thing as we show you some tracking now. And you can see we've got ourselves quite a monster here on the southwestern side of the state, getting ready for landfall. Landfall will be confirmed once we see that eye wall bisecting with the shoreline there. So half of that eye wall comes on, the eye begins to split there with the land, and then that's when we can proclaim a landfall here there in southwest Florida. So here's the deal. We now have hurricane warnings up for Volusia and all of Brevard County. That is our latest development. We continue now with a tropical storm warned area for Flagler County on over toward Ocala, Marion, and then back out towards Sumter. Active hurricane warning as well for areas around Claremont and Leesburg. That's all of Lake County through the Orlando Metro and now down to areas south of that. Now, the latest forecast track home from NAC shows is drawing closer and closer. We'll ride up, approaching Orlando as possibly a Category 1. We are going to likely have maybe some hurricane force gusts. That is why we're under a warning now for that, to account for that type of wind spread. And then as we go a little bit longer term, talk about this exiting off the Atlantic side of the state and right on into the southeastern states. Now, the Fox model has been really keeping a great eye on this and doing a fantastic job on all that and more. And again, we talk about the potential for some tornadoes around the region as we go through the day today. It looks as though some of these outer rain bands will continue marching steadily from south to north. So we have an active tornado watch now for all the shaded counties in this yellow here for you, from Seminole on over toward Brevard, in through the metro, down to Osceola County. County and into Polk and points south as we await the arrival of Ian. It should be landfalling here shortly there on the southwest Florida coastline. For some live tracking now, let's head over to Allison Gargaro at Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar. You're going to bring us up to date on what's happening southwest Florida.
Yes, and I do want to show you the eye wall. You can see just how tense it is. It's on a loop, and like I mentioned earlier, we normally don't see a ton of lightning associated with tropical systems, but this is so strong that we're looking at more than 150 strikes right now. And we do have a ruler out saying that this is likely the start of the eye wall is likely less than 10 miles offshore. That's going to be near Sanibel, Cape Coral, as well as Fort Myers. So that's what we have in southwest Florida, but I do want to take you in a little bit closer to home. Let's actually go to our DMA view, and those outer rain bands from Hurricane Ian continue to impact our viewing area. So you can see it's stratiform rain. And what is that? Well, it's not too light, it's not too heavy, but it is steady rain. That's going to be the green that you see. And then dispersed through that is going to be some yellows and reds, and that's going to be some very heavy rain that's making its way onshore into Brevard County. Let me see if we can go down to street level here. So Banana River Drive, County Road 3, State Highway 405. If you live in any of these areas or know where they are and know your distance to that, some heavy rain is going to be pushing on shore. And if we take you in, we can actually see just how fast this rain is falling. The dark purple on your screen means rain is falling at a rate of about 4 inches per hour. So that's going to be just south of Kennedy Space Center there, and then continuing into Port St. John, across Merritt Island as well. But I do want to show you something about the rain. We've been talking about how there is going to be a lot of it in a short amount of time, and today a high risk for excessive rainfall, meaning we could be seeing flooding. And just as of 7 o'clock this morning, we'll have to check our rain gauge, but right outside of the Fox 35 Storm Center, we already had 1 inch in total, and likely much more, as we've heard a lot of rain overhead, and likely you have in your home. And something else that we want to talk about is that several counties, does include Osceola, Brevard, Orange, as well as Seminole, are under a tornado watch until 5 p.m. Now, we did track one tornado warning, Jamie, in Osceola County a little bit earlier this morning. We haven't seen any since then, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't, and we don't want you to let your guard down. That's why we want to make sure that everybody is staying in place, because with those outer rain bands, we could be seeing a bit of that spinning in the atmosphere, which then could lead to those isolated tornadoes. So this is something we'll continue to monitor for you. And Jamie, we are going to watch the intensity of this storm as it is inching closer and closer to the coast of southwest Florida.
All the while, our impacts will begin increasing here. We're now recording wind gusts across South Lake County, on up into some of the northwest counties, and that range of tropical storm force, so about 39 plus miles per hour. That will continue. The rain will continue and become more constant, more frequent rain bands, and the isolated tornado risk as well, Allison. Okay, well, okay, guys, we'll send it on back to you now, Amy. Ryan.
Hi, Jamie. Thanks. Yeah, we've been looking at the potential storm surge there. I mean, they're talking 12 to 18 feet in that area.
Yeah, it's really scary. So this is what we're hearing from NHC Storm Surge. So if you want to follow them on Twitter, they are giving minute-by-minute updates. Here it is right here. Eye wall of Ian moving onshore. Catastrophic storm surge along with destructive waves as expected along southwest Florida coast from Inglewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. They're telling everybody to, follow evacuation orders.
That's the most important of that tweet right there. I mean, if they haven't by now, do it at this point.
And as Ryan just said, if we look at the map, we've got to zoom in of the map as well. 12 to 15 feet of storm surge.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it goes down, but where it hits, which right now appears to be in the heart of that, would be 12 to 18 feet storm surge.
All right, so we are all over this for you all morning long. Here is another view. I believe this is down in Alligator Alley, giving you an indication of just how nasty things are out there as far as the wind and the rain. Just really scary scenes.
It's one of the few county cameras between Lee and Collier we have working. A lot of those have been knocked out. We're going to come right back, but that is the scene right now in Lee County.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and I'm your host for the next several hours. You were watching the Fox 35 Orlando coverage of Hurricane Ian. While they are in a commercial break, I do want to show you just some of the different camera views that we have as conditions are really starting to deteriorate all across the southern part of the state of Florida. And breaking at this hour, as you can see on your screen there, the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is starting to move onshore. This is happening over in Lee County, Florida, which is Fort Myers, Cape Coral there in southwest Florida. The National Hurricane Center saying there is catastrophic storm surge 12, maybe 15 feet, along with very destructive waves in that area. We did see Hurricane Ian rapidly intensify over the last few hours into last night, becoming a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That just 2 miles per hour shy of that Category 5 storm status, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which came out about 23 minutes ago, Ian is moving north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour, slowing down just a bit. But if you are watching us here right now, I do want to bring you that breaking news, as we have learned from the National Hurricane Center that the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is now starting to move onshore in Lee County, Florida, Fort Myers and Cape Coral area. We are transitioning here, I would say, between our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa team, covering this from each and every angle. So I do want to take you out to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They have the latest on this storm.
Well, as Dave and y'all know, the past 24 hours, it's definitely a change on Hardee County. Prior to 24 hours, we were making preparations for, some tropical storm winds, and we're saturated here, so we was figuring we would have some power outages and some debris. But since that time, and as y'all well know, in Tampa, it's turned out that it's moved a little further south, and it chose our path. So the preparations is a little different, but our preparations from 48 hours ago is it put us ahead of where we needed to be.
Good.
Because we was looking, and preparing for the worst in case the track did change as it did.
And there's no way to know with a hurricane where it's going to go. But at this point, coming on shore is a Category 5. But even as it goes across the state, it will keep its hurricane strength and stay at a 1, just churning over that area. So 24 hours of rain, what is that going to look like for you guys when the sun comes up Thursday morning?
It's not going to be good as far as, again, the strength of the storm is something that, is always a possibility. But we were looking at dealing with lesser ramifications, so to speak, from the storm. Now, with the additional rain, the direct impact, it just puts a lot more facets in the possibilities of what's going to happen. Road closures due to debris and flooding is something that we're very aware of.
Are there any particular areas of the county that you're more concerned about than others?
Well, just the low-lying areas of the Peace River. Again, it runs the full course of Hardee County, and where the possibilities of historical highs is waiting to be seen. But the low-lying areas, those individuals that live within the flood stage of the Peace River, is going to see things that they've never seen before.
Yeah, this is unprecedented.
We have prepared the people for that.
Good.
A lot have left the area as well as they should and sheltered somewhere else.
All right. Listen, we've got to run. We've got a lot to get to here, and I know y'all do too. I know you're busy.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:27 on the East Coast and 8:27 on the West Coast. We are watching, of course, as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is starting to move onshore in Florida. Here at Live Now from Fox, we do have the benefit of being able to go to our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team. I do want to take you over to Orlando, as they do have reporters who are out reporting in the storm. I want to take you there raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
from the school district transporting people to shelters. They have cafeteria workers working there and school nurses on hand to help you. The other big thing that they want you to know is that they are monitoring the northern part of the county. So my friends in Astor, they're talking to you. No mandatory evacuations. But listen, if you know your area is typically dealing with floods, they want you to get to one of these shelters and then hunker down once you are in place. But I'll have some more live information coming up for you about generators and some tips on that coming up in the next 25 or 30 minutes.
All right, Randy, thanks. Boy, what a different scene that we're seeing, of course, behind us now, which is in South Florida, as that eye wall now is starting to make landfall.
Yeah, we are seeing what is going to result down in southwest Florida from this storm having the most impact right there at a Cat 4, Cat 5 status. Very dangerous, catastrophic conditions.
Yeah, very few times have we seen that. We're going to go to break now. We're going to continue to keep you updated with the number of people out of power as well.
Experience amazing at Lexus.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking our Fox 35 Orlando team coverage as well as our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage. They have reporters that are scattered all throughout the state of Florida here as we do see the eye wall of Hurricane Ian now beginning to move on shore in the state of Florida. It does appear, according to the National Hurricane Center, that the storm will make landfall on Sanibel Island. That is the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area there in Lee County, Florida. What you are looking at is our XRAD system that does show the eye wall there. You can see it inching so close as it does begin to move there on shore. I do want to go over the latest information here from the 11 o'clock update provided by the National Hurricane Center. The wind speeds do remain at a maximum of 155 miles per hour. That is a very strong Category 4 storm, so close to a Category 5, unfortunately. The wind speeds for that would be 157 miles per hour. It is likely, as we do see the storm move on shore there, that it should potentially weaken, but we are still talking about a very strong storm. As we speak, the mayor of Tampa, Florida, now speaking live to provide an update on everything going on over there. So let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Being fortunate in our area, but that's the reality of it. So we have talked, I personally have talked with the mayors south of us that are going to feel the wrath of Hurricane Ian, and also they're going to go through this storm without the preparation time that we were able to have here in Tampa Bay. So I've spoken to the mayor of Fort Myers, Sarasota, Punta Gorda, and Naples, offered them clearly our best wishes and then any resources that we have that we could send their way. The message that I want to share with our community, not only in the city of Tampa but throughout the Tampa Bay area, is that we're not out of the woods yet. You know, it may be calm outside. We've seen the waters recede in Tampa Bay. Some people are out taking the photographs along Bayshore. But that is the calm before the storm, because we're still going to see, more than likely, unprecedented flooding in our area with 18 to 20 inches of rainwater coming in later this evening. And we're also going to have tropical storm force winds and possibly Category 1 hurricane winds here in the Tampa Bay area. So we're going to see downed trees, we're going to see flooding, we're going to see power outages. So please do not let your guard down now. Let's remain vigilant. Hurricane Ian is going to visit the Tampa Bay area later this evening, and we will keep you posted as we go through the day. We are continuing with our services, providing anything that our community needs. If there is information that you need, please go to our website, tampagov.net/hurricane. All the information is there. We also have the hotlines. Our call center is up and running. So we are still here for you and your needs. But again, those who have left the Zone A, please do not go back. This is not over. And then those who haven't left, we're still looking at flooding. So please heed the warnings and everybody be safe out there. Now I'd like to call up our fire chief and emergency manager, Barbara Tripp.
Good morning. Fire Chief Barbara Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue Emergency Management. As the mayor has stated, we're still not out of the woods. Just a couple of safety things that I would like to talk about as we prepare for the post of the storm. Currently, we do have some weather stations that's located throughout the city of Tampa. And what happened with those weather stations, we are advised of the wind gusts. So in case of an emergency, first responders would not be able to respond once those wind gusts get up to a certain miles per hour. So we're asking you all to please remain off the streets, stay safe, because you would not be able to get emergency services to you for the safety of you as well as our public safety first responders. We also want to talk about generators. As we know, usually whenever a storm comes through, we will possibly have power outage. In a situation like that, a lot of families have generators. Generators should be operated outside of your home, not inside, and it should not be started until after the storm is over. If you have any questions or need additional information about the safety of generators, please visit tampa.gov/hurricane. That's tampa.gov/hurricane to get additional information. Now, because you don't have any power, a lot of families might light candles. Once again, that is a safety hazard. So you need to be extremely cautious if you decide to use candles. If you have a fire extinguisher, please make sure that is at hand, make sure it's available for you. Don't go out in the weather to get a fire extinguisher. So if you have one, make sure you have one handy and make sure you use it appropriately. Once again, if you have any questions about emergency services, please visit tampa.gov/hurricane. Now I bring up the police chief, Mary O'Connor.
Thank you, Chief Tripp, Mayor Castor. Good afternoon, everybody. Just a couple of things. I just want to reiterate what has already been said, that we are not out of the woods. We are going to see some significant flooding in the Tampa Bay area. As far as vehicles are concerned, I really strongly recommend that our residents try not to take your vehicles out and venture out. We need our officers and our first responders being available and ready to assist our residents in time of crisis and not get stuck in water. It only takes 6 inches of water to reach the bottom of most vehicles. So if you are driving around in 6 inches of water or more, you may get stuck, and then we may have to come and help you out. Our shelters are still open. There are numerous shelters located throughout Hillsborough County. Tampa PD has been actively shuttling numerous homeless individuals to shelters this morning. Shelters are still open, but residents are encouraged at some point, once the wind speeds do reach higher gusts, as we are expecting they will at some point today, to just stay and shelter in place. Last thing I just want to mention, as I talked about yesterday with the enhanced property crime penalties, in the event you are charged with a burglary or a theft, if it's a second-degree felony, it'll be increased to a first degree. If it's a third-degree felony, it'll be increased to a second. Tampa PD did make 2 arrests last night. We responded to the IKEA off of Adamo Drive to an alarm call, and we did locate 2 individuals in the parking lot that were loitering in the parking lot. They had numerous burglary tools in their possession, walkie-talkies, flashlights. It appeared they were definitely planning on doing something at the IKEA. They were charged accordingly. So I just want to reiterate that, property crimes are serious. Do not even think of, preying on the vulnerability of our residents that may have evacuated. Tampa PD is here, ready and willing to assist if anybody needs it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, does anybody have any questions? All good? All right, thank you all. Much appreciated.
Coming up as we head towards sundown tonight, we're really going to be at it into the early morning hours.
So that was an update from the mayor of Tampa as we do see Hurricane Ian, the eye wall, starting to move onshore in Florida. It's happening, of course, over in the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area, Lee County. The actual landfall itself is expected to be around Sanibel Island. As of the 11 a.m. update, the storm is a Category 4 with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. I do want to tap back into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage as they break down the path of the storm and what to expect.
Jamie, thanks. Just to let you know what is going on right now, the governor is going to speak at 1 o'clock. That'll be in the state emergency office. Certainly, they're monitoring right now as Ian is coming ashore. We're also waiting on Orange County. They're going to have a press conference soon talking about that plan as they prepare now for Ian to move into Central Florida.
We did hear from Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer yesterday, who said that the city of Orlando is under a state of emergency. He even offered that anybody who wants to move their car into one of the city parking garages, you can do that for free all the way through Friday just to keep your car protected and safe.
Yes, they're expecting some very strong winds as this moves for sure. Let's take things to Tampa now. Of course, we were watching that earlier today. That's where we find Dave Puglisi.
Yeah, Dave was showing us something kind of eerie about the water there in the bay, Dave. And is that the energy from Ian really just sort of sucking all of the water out and showing residents something they haven't seen before, which is the bottom of the bay.
Yeah, that's for sure, Amy. Actually, we'll give you a view of that thing. As you can see, it's being sucked out, and those two very large islands that are now appeared out here in the bay. And what's impressive about this part, this is the Hillsborough Bay, which borders along Bayshore Boulevard and Davis Island. That out there in the distance is the Gulf. So this is a pretty deep part of the bay, and it's gone. Now down the other way, you can see that there are a lot of you can see how much water has gone down all the way up through into the more narrow part of the bay as it kind of starts to go through downtown Tampa. We're also seeing the rain kind of kick up here again. Rain hasn't been so much of a factor here yet. The big thing has been the winds, and the winds have really started to increase over the last probably about 10-15 minutes. We're getting some pretty strong, significant gusts that are causing some problems, which is why Hillsborough County has put out some information to have cars get off the road. Now, we're going to wrap things up here in Tampa Bay, but let's go back to the station where Orange County is about to start a press conference. Back to you guys.
All right, Dave. Yes, we are waiting for that. Thank you.
And right now, let's get back on the roads as well. I was just outside looking at I-4, and it's still a little busier than you would expect. You expect not much traffic. There is a little traffic. Let's check with Amanda. She's been watching I-4 all morning. Amanda, what are you seeing?
Good morning. Well, we're on I-4 driving westbound, and you can take a look at the conditions right now. The rain has certainly picked up, and visibility has lessened, especially when you have vehicles in front of you kicking up all of that water. So we're seeing a few more cars on the roadways right now. It is advised that people do stay home and not go out unless they really need to right now, because we do expect the conditions to worsen throughout the day. Now, one thing, if you are in the process of evacuating, Governor DeSantis has suspended tolls for Tampa Bay area, for Central Florida, so it hopefully can expedite people getting to their safe spaces. The governor is also opening up some emergency shoulder use on the interstate. And as I mentioned, right now, traffic is moving smoothly. There are a few more cars on the road right now, but for the most part this morning, it has been very light on traffic. So we're going to continue to monitor these roadway conditions for you. Again, it's better to stay indoors. This is going to deteriorate throughout the day, so you want to be sure to stay with us on Fox 35. But for now, reporting live on I-4, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
Amanda, thank you. The Fox 35 storm team has been tracking this storm 24/7. So when you're not watching us live on the air, remember that you can follow us online. Just go to your laptop, fox35orlando.com, or you should download the Fox 35 storm team weather app now. That's actually really important. Make sure you have those backup chargers around the house that are charging right now. I just texted my family and said, make sure that you're charging all the backup chargers. That's important. You're going to need them.
Teens are well aware of that for sure.
Stay with Fox 35, our continuing coverage when we come back.
Stay with us.
All right, so as you can hear, we are able to tap into our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team as we cover this breaking news here. The eye wall of Hurricane Ian beginning to move onshore in the area of Sanibel Island, Florida. That's Fort Myers, Cape Coral there in southwest Florida. As of the 11 a.m. update, this is a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. That hurricane warning extending for the coast of southwest Florida. As I mentioned, our Fox 13 Tampa team also covering this with reporters that are scattered across the state. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Area right in the corner of the county, but these are very quick moving, so even though it's not in necessarily a populated area at the moment, really within the next 5-10 minutes this could easily start to work its way a bit further to the north and west and work its way into some population. And really not a big signature on the radar, but it does look like we do have something developing here. And I'll go ahead and I'll put this into motion so you kind of get an idea of just how quickly these are moving.
You know, we were talking about this earlier, and the fact that this happens quite often with landfalling storms, and I know Broward County had many tornado warnings yesterday, but sometimes they happen so quick. They spin up and they spin down so fast, and they're not your typical tornadoes, you know, not like you would see out in the Midwest.
No, they're not. But since these rain bands are moving so quickly, even though it might be just a quick spin up, they can cover a large amount of distance in a very short period of time. That's why you see this this polygon extended out so far all the way up towards Wauchula. So if you're in this area, you've already got the winds, but you do want to go inside that interior location, stay away from any windows. You want to go into that safe place because we do have this tornado warning now in Highlands County, but this also extends up into Hardee County as well. That goes until 12:15, so we're looking another 30-31 minutes now. And you see this very intense cell where we just continue to see these rain bands working their way through. So first tornado warning of this storm in our viewing area, but this is more than likely not going to be the last,
not even close, because you know as this thing moves on shore, and really Ian is close to making landfall probably in the next few hours or so. You're going to get more and more of these, and typically they're on that eastern side, that northeastern side, when you're introducing the friction of the land and that spin and the way it's wrapping around, they can pop up. And as far as, yes, they can do some damage. Now, we're not talking about your big Midwest tornadoes, the kind that we're like, oh my goodness. These are quick little spin-ups, but again, they touch the ground, they can cause a little bit of damage. But, you know, you mentioned at the beginning of this warning, Jim, that right now it's in a very rural area. However, Sulphur Springs and the Wauchula area are at the end of that polygon. So they're toward the closer to 12:15 time frame.
Yeah, if it holds together. And, you know, we talk about it, on that right-hand side of the storm as it is approaching the coastline, that's where you see the most favored location for tornadoes. But you notice what's going on that right-hand side right now. There's not a whole lot of activity. I mean, we do have some of these isolated supercells in there, but most of that activity is on that northeastern side, northwestern side, so basically in our area. So this is going to be the area that we really have to watch for the possibility of tornadoes as we continue through the afternoon into this evening along that eye wall as well. We already have that extreme wind warning as this eye wall is making its way on shore. But you look at some of these cells, these kinds of cells here, and I know they are not in our area right now, but these are racing up to the north and west, and those are the types of cells that can quickly spin up one of those tornadoes and as they move into our area. But we're already starting to see more and more of these stronger isolated cells embedded in here that have that potential, not seeing any rotation yet, but they all have that potential as we go through the coming hours of spinning up that quick tornado. But already we're starting to see we have this tornado warning. We'll flip back over and look at the velocities.
I'm glad you circled those little cells off to the south and the east, because, for instance, Lake Placid, Highlands County, right along Highway 27, you're not in this tornado warning. It is off to your west. But Jim was just circling on the radar a little bit ago some other particular cells that are coming in from your southeast. You see them over Lake Okeechobee now. So as those pinwheel back to the northwest, any one of those could spin up a quick tornado, drop it down, bring it back up. They're not long-lived, but the point is that they can cause damage as they get down to the ground. So we try to stay ahead of them, and that's what we're trying to do right now, stay ahead of it and let you know that, hey, Lake Placid, hey, Sebring, you're not in this tornado warning. However, there are some cells off to your southeast that are pinwheeling around, and any one of those could, again, cause a tornado to drop down.
Yeah, and that's, you know, these, it's not going to take long. Go ahead and put the radar in motion, and you just see how quickly these are rotating around. I mean, these could, you know, in reality, these could be up into Highlands County in probably about the next 20, 25 minutes, moving really a large distance. At this point, not seeing that rotation, but there's going to continue to be that risk that we see more of these really over the coming hours. Right as this is making landfall, you start to get that friction of all the very strong winds along the coastline and moving on shore. And this is when you start to see more and more of that rotation with these, because just the land interactions with this. But, you know, one of the good points of, you know, of anything at this point, I'll go ahead and I'll stop the radar, and you look back at the velocities and over the past scan or two, really not seeing it intensify. We were watching some of the cells that were producing tornadoes down towards Miami last night, and we were seeing that very definite idea that we were seeing debris being lofted, and you're just not seeing that in this right now. You're not seeing any signs of any debris. You're looking at the rotation with this, and you have to look closely. I'll zoom in here, and I'll circle the area that we're talking about.
Let me just, for those of you just tuned in, because I know what's happening with our, you know, with our coverage here. I know you're coming in, you're going out, you're coming in, you're going out. So if you're just tuning in this second, we have a tornado warning out. It's the first one of the day. It will not be the last one until 12:15. And this is really for eastern, southeastern Hardy County, the place that Jim is circling right there, and extreme northeastern DeSoto County. Granted, a very rural area. However, it's heading toward Highway 17 and Zolfo Springs and Wauchula.
Yeah, and what you look at here, there's a couple of different ways we can look at these storm winds, and just because the winds are so strong in the atmosphere already, it becomes a little more difficult to sometimes pick out the tornadoes, but this is the area, and you saw as the radar updated there, we are basically looking at these winds 72 miles an hour inside of this cell. So we flip over and try and kind of pinpoint what we're doing here is we're subtracting out the movement when we look at it this way. So we're trying to just focus in on just the area.
Oh boy, Jim's doing math now, everybody. Jim's subtracting, he's doing math.
Yeah, hopefully we're subtracting and not adding at this point.
No, you're right.
But this is the area that you're looking at, and you can see how quickly it's moved. Remember, this warning started right here, and since we've been talking about this, this has already moved a fair distance.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are nearing the noon hour on the East Coast, getting close to 9 a.m. over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you everything about Hurricane Ian as we see the eye wall of that very powerful storm beginning to move onshore in Florida. We're talking landfall around Sanibel Island, which is close to Fort Myers there in Lee County, Florida, the southwestern portion of the state. We have been tapping into our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage as well as our Fox 35 Orlando team. Right now, I want to go over to Fox 35 Orlando as we do wait for an update coming in shortly from the National Hurricane Center.
And our transfer stations are scheduled to close to the public today at noon, and they will remain closed through Friday. And with that, let me just also share some other information with you. We know that we have a number of people who have been evacuating from surrounding counties and throughout the state. They have been coming. We do have capacity within our hotels. At this point, Visit Orlando estimates that the occupancy rate is at 85% within our community. So we still have 15% capacity within our local hotels. In terms of the homeless, I get asked questions about, are we taking care of the homeless? Yes, we are. We're working very closely with our homeless shelters. We're working closely with the Homeless Services Network to ensure that our homeless individuals are housed. I'm told that we have approximately 60 individuals now in non-congregate housing within Orange County as well. And with that, I'm going to ask Sheriff Mina to come forward and to provide some comments to you. And then after that, I will then for our Spanish-speaking media, I'm going to ask some of our staff to come up and assist us in providing some additional details. With that, Sheriff Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. So I just want to reiterate, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is prepared to keep everyone safe before, during, and after the storm. We have more than double the amount of personnel that we usually have out there on the streets to keep everyone safe. I do want everyone to heed the warnings that we're giving you, that after 2 o'clock we should not be on the roadways unless we're essential personnel. And for those of us who are staying in our homes, to make sure we shelter in place, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is assisting with the voluntary evacuation of some of those mobile home parks that are vulnerable to flooding and other damage. So we will be out there. Again, as I stated, we have more than double the personnel that we usually have out there as far as law enforcement is concerned. So if you see suspicious activity, if you see people doing things they're not supposed to be doing, committing crimes, call the Sheriff's Office, call 911, and those people will be caught and taken to jail, and they will face harsher penalties because of the state of emergency. And again, if anyone needs anything from the Orange County Sheriff's Office or law enforcement, please don't hesitate to reach out, call 911 or our non-emergency number. And we're also working with our other municipal police departments to ensure that we're all on the same page as far as the safety of this community. Our deputies, carry generators and chainsaws for the flooding aspect. We have many watercraft, many vehicles that can go through water for rescues or anything like that. Of course, we have our aviation, our helicopter assets as well for after the storm. And remember, after the storm, that people need to avoid down power lines and standing water. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Before I ask the staff to come up, we also do have several of our Orange County commissioners who have joined us today. They've been working in their respective districts to ensure that residents are safe. We have Commissioner Myra Uribe and Commissioner Maribel Gomez-Cordero who joined us as well. But also at this point, I'm going to ask some of our staff to come up. I call them the three amigos who are going to be coming up at this point. First, familiar face to you, Dr. Raul Pino, who is going to come up, and he's going to share with you some information about our shelters and what we're doing with those operations. Then we're going to have our utilities director who is going to come up, Mr. Ed Torres. He'll talk to you about some of the efforts that we are doing in Spanish with our utilities, and then we'll have from our Public Works Department, Ms. Diana Almodovar, who will provide some information in Spanish about what we're doing with our public works operations. And so with that, Dr. Raul Pino.
Gracias, alcalde. Buenos días. Esta es una información con respecto a los shelters, los albergues de emergencia que el condado ha activado para su seguridad y protección. Hay 5 shelters abiertos durante esta parte del huracán para la población en general, y 3 de ellos, Paca High School, Oak Ridge High School.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just watching us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to an update out of Orange County, Florida, so over in the Orlando area, as they do provide a little bit more information as preparations are underway for the arrival of Hurricane Ian, the eye wall of the storm beginning to move onshore in Florida. As of the 11 a.m. update, so less than an hour ago, the storm was a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. I do want to take you to a live view of our radar here where you can actually see the current view. Take a look at that eye wall there. That is about to move onshore in the state of Florida. We are waiting for an update here from the National Hurricane Center. They are expected to speak here in the coming minutes. They said it would start around 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time. It's now 11:56, so it is likely they will start very soon. We do have a feed that is connected here that we are watching to see when it does happen. We are also sticking with our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are in their full forecast where they will take a closer look at the path of the storm, the strength, and where it is headed. So I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
storm surge there.
Incredible.
So we are already over that, and like we mentioned, we haven't officially made landfall yet.
Well, I'll tell you, we talk about the local impacts, right? So as that circulation gets closer and closer to us here in Central Florida, we're going to see all the local impacts unfolding here. We've already recorded wind gusts in South Lake County, points south of that, measuring into low mid-40s. So we're tropical storm force.
Exactly. We talked about all week long, we were showing you the wind field, and it was the yellow color, that outer circle. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. And then as the hurricane does move on shore and get closer, that's when those winds really start to ramp up. So over the next several hours, throughout the overnight hours tonight.
All right, so the most critical thing we got to tell you about, obviously, we assess the local impacts. Want to share the latest track from NHC. Current winds at 155 miles per hour. You can see here as it projects onto land, down to a 3, and then steadily moving toward Orlando. So it looks like we got a new advisory in here of some sort here, Allison. So folks at home, bear with us on approach to Orlando. Winds at 70, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we'll continue moving off eastbound off the east side of the state, right around Volusia County, where there are now active hurricane warnings for Volusia and Brevard. Speaking of Volusia, I want to tell you about Oak Hill down the Edgewater over to Smyrna Yacht Club. Generally around the South Causeway at NSB, you can see this big area moving up into your particular spot there on the map. So I want you to stay weather aware there at any time. We could see some rotation as these rain bands project in, could produce a brief tornado. That has been a legacy of these rain bands. Our Fox model showing the track in line with NHC, doing a fine, fantastic job as we track this into the Carolinas longer term on our exclusive Fox model. So we do have some active tornado warnings now across DeSoto County and Hardee County, also Highlands County, south and west of the viewing area. Latest on Ian, and of course our tornado watch information that will go in through 5 p.m. this afternoon. That could get expanded and extended as the information comes in. The atmosphere now is in a state of flux. It's turning over to one that is featuring broad rotation across the region. So at any time, these rain bands moving through late tonight into early Thursday morning can produce a brief isolated tornado. Some of them can become quite strong. For more live tracking, let's head over to Allison briefly here in the Storm Center. Allie, bring us up to date there on radar.
Well, Jamie, like you mentioned, we have one active tornado warning at the moment, but those outer rain bands still moving into our viewing area, and we could see them rotate at any moment. So it's very important to make sure that you are staying with us for the absolute latest. And you can see that center eye wall is inching closer to southwest Florida right now. So Jamie will.
All right, it appears we did lose our feed there with Fox 35 Orlando. We will take you back there in the next little bit, but I do want to take you over to a live briefing underway by the National Hurricane Center. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Johns River. If you live on the St. Johns River, you need to be thinking about taking action as well. Taking a bigger picture out. Warnings now all up and down so again, Northeast Florida, St. Johns River, all of coastal Georgia, and much of coastal South Carolina. And we'll explain why here in a second with the cone graphic. It's a little hard to see. But if you see here, the orange denotes the size. We talked about how the storm would grow as it moved into the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and it has. So it's not only strong, it's big, and that's the worst of the two. And you can see as those strong winds sweep across the Florida Peninsula, the blue area is tropical storm warnings, virtually almost the entire state of Florida under some type of warning, save the extreme western panhandle. And then the storm moves slowly, I think the word crawls might be better, across the central Florida Peninsula, slowly weakens as it gets inland, but then emerges back over the Atlantic, and then turns back up into either Georgia or South Carolina. And then again, you've got all that strong onshore wind to the east. We talked about the onshore wind, so think about the surge risk here. There's a reason it's called the low country. It's flat, and there's not much elevation there. So even a little bit of storm surge in these areas could be life-threatening. You can also see various hurricane watch also issued for that same portion. Watch is conditions are possible within the next couple of days. I personally like this graphic to kind of help unpack everything, because at some point there's so many warnings it's probably disorienting. The red is hurricane warnings or damaging wind potential. And you can see as Ian cuts across the state, just basically slices across the state, a large swath of damaging winds, down trees, down power lines, power outages, and roads that won't be passable for a long time. So again, get where you're going to be, unless you're way down here. If you're inland around Tampa, I-4, get Orlando, get where you're going to be, and plan to be there for several days. And then you can see the various tropical storm warnings up along the southeast coast of coastal Georgia and South Carolina. I don't want to diminish the rain either. A lot of everyone focuses on the wind and the surge, rightfully so, as we talked earlier in this segment. But a line or a band of very heavy rain is going to develop along and to the north of the track where Ian cuts across the state. These are precipitation estimates or precipitation forecasts. The red is greater than 10 inches. The purple is 15. So basically a wide swath of 10 to 15 inches of rain. If you're not familiar with those numbers, that is a lot of rain. And we are at the tail end of the wet season or the rainy season here in Florida. So the flood risk potential is high. And that's basically what I would take away from this graphic. Anything that is in this pink area or high, which is absolutely the I-4 corridor, has a high risk of very heavy rain that will produce flooding, flash flooding, impassable roads. I'm telling you, you just need to get where you're going to stay and plan to be there. We lose so many people after a storm because they get out and wander about. They drive into flooded roads. Power lines might be down. They just encounter. I know you want to see what happened. I know you want to see if your house, your neighborhood is okay, but please stay inside until conditions allow you to safely move about. And then also I want to note here, and notice the flood risk in coastal Georgia, South Carolina, Savannah, and Charleston. You're now at a moderate risk. And I want to explain this because since you're several days out from the onset, a moderate risk that far out in time is actually really significant. And if things continue to unfold, you could be placed in a high risk at a later time. So don't be too fixated that this purple here is only in Florida. I'm really concerned about the flood risk because also this will be co-located with the storm surge that we talked about earlier. Remember the onshore storm surge? And then you have the rain. The rain tries to flow into the river tries to flow into the sea, and it all just converges and creates a big flood mess and potential here in South Carolina. We'll be with you all day to provide updates as needed. For those of you outside of the impacted area, please be thinking about the people in this impacted area and be ready to lend them support, lend them help in the next couple of days. That is it from the National Hurricane Center.
That was the latest update provided by the National Hurricane Center. They started that around noon, so we did take that live for you. This is as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is beginning to move onshore in the state of Florida, around the area of Sanibel Island, Florida, so Fort Myers, Lee County area, that is in southwest Florida. It is 12:06 on the East Coast and 9:06 on the West Coast. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I do want to go over the latest about Hurricane Ian as we do track it very, very closely. So breaking right now, the eye wall of Hurricane Ian starting to move onshore in that Lee County area. The National Hurricane Center saying there is catastrophic storm surge up to possibly 15 feet, along with destructive waves. We know that Hurricane Ian did rapidly intensify over the last several hours, becoming a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of that latest advisory at 11 a.m. Eastern, Ian continues to move north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and was located about 60 miles or so west of Naples, Florida. We know the hurricane force winds do extend for a diameter of 40 miles and tropical storm force winds extend for a diameter of about 175 miles. We are talking about a massive storm that you are looking at live here on our XRAD system. We have been going out to our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team. We are watching the feeds very closely here. It looks like our Fox 13 Tampa team does have a crew out in the field right now, so I do want to take that for you. Raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Going to go ahead and just show you some of the gusts that we're seeing right now. It is kind of difficult to see the rain, but the rain is blowing sideways. Across the street at a Longhorn there, you can see the American flag whipping. Just an enormous amount of wind coming through the area right now. Like I said earlier, just a couple of hours ago, the wind gusts were not this strong. You can see right here, there's a tree where the branches have been snapped. There are limbs down on the ground. And I want to show you, as you see that, just some of the video that we did go out and capture this morning. We did go drive down to Osprey, and this is a transformer that we saw outside of a mobile home park. Right as we arrived, we heard the pop, and as soon as we turned around, we saw that it was on fire. It looked like a tree branch had hit it, and it went up in smoke. As we went through the area, the rain just continues to fill the potholes that are out here, and the wind continues just to knock out down some of the branches, scattering debris through the area. We drove through a mobile home park and we saw some damage there as well. One of the roofs already being ripped off. And this is really why officials have said if you are in one of those evacuation zones, there's not much time to get out and get to a safe place at this point in time. And here at the hotel, we've talked to several people that were not going to take any chances, including one woman and her mother who are just a few doors down from us. Go ahead and listen into what they had to say.
I pray that we have a mobile home left and that everybody's safe.
Same thing, yep, that everybody's safe. And, you know, it's one thing to wish that it goes somewhere else, but then somebody else is impacted as well. So I wish it would just blow into the ocean and go away so everybody is okay in the next few days.
That is what most of us are wishing at this point, but we know that the reality is that Hurricane Ian is here and is continuing to pack a punch. Now, again, with those mobile home parks, this is some of the damage I believe that you should be seeing right here. And that is why mobile home parks are one of the ones that are always evacuated immediately because of that debris that can fly off of the manufactured homes. And again, just a live picture back out here again. You can see the wind gusts still coming through. The rain is falling steadily, and now people are just kind of holding out, kind of hunkered down, as we would all say here at this Best Western, waiting to see what will happen next as each hour continues to go by. Again, another one of those gusts, and like I said, ever since this morning, the gusts have continued to increase in their strength, and we imagine that they're only going to get stronger. We'll be out here continuing to monitor what we're seeing. We'll be safe and sound right here. We're not going back out on the road, and that's another thing. We did see some cars going out there. Not a smart thing to do, especially at this point in time. Linda Cervani, back to you.
No, and that kind of leads into my question, Kim. In all the video that you just showed us, I saw a lot of some damage, but I didn't see people. So you think most of the people in that area are heeding the warning, right? And they've found where they want to be and they're staying now?
It appears that that's so. In one of the mobile home parks, there were still cars. We saw people getting into their cars, hopefully leaving or going to somebody else's home. But I think really right now at this point in time, people are in their homes just kind of waiting out to see what will happen.
Well, that's good to hear because you can see the rain gusting behind you. You stay safe, Kim. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
You know, just to the north, the water in Johns Pass, it's getting rough at this point. Our photographers spotted a lot of dolphins. Can you see that? They're making their way through the pass. Really a compelling reminder. Obviously, it's not just humans weathering the storm. Wildlife is too. But with that in mind, FWC says that people should not try to rescue any animals during or after the storm. Just give the wildlife their space. We spoke with Captain Dylan Hubbard about what else he's seeing at Johns Pass.
Right now we're experiencing a super negative tide. Water is pouring out of Johns Pass at a really increased rate. It's really incredible to see how fast the water is moving out. And right now we've passed the time where we should see a slowdown of the tide or slack tide. So low tide was around 8:15, so we should see the water stop moving now and then start coming in. But it is still pouring out of Johns Pass, so it's a very unique look at extremely low water.
Now you look around here and you see the islands are just growing. Is it kind of eerie seeing all this stuff?
Yes, it's extremely eerie seeing this low water and so much sand being exposed above the water. And we saw this with Irma. This is very similar to what our area experienced during Irma. As that storm kind of approached Everglades City, made landfall, and passed to our east side, we had negative tides, and we could almost walk across Johns Pass. So we're not there yet. The water still has a long way to go to catch up to what we saw with Irma, but these east winds are only going to continue to get stronger, and then as it passes, we get a north wind, and all of that is going to be dumping water out of the bay. So I still think we're going to be experiencing similar to what we saw with Irma, which is better than high water, let me tell you.
What have you guys done to prepare your stuff?
We've done a lot to prepare for this storm. Really, as the storm approached, we had all those emergency evacuations, and we were expecting, like I said, 10, 15 foot of surge. So we were expecting some severe high water. So we over-prepared, prepared for the worst and hoped for the best. And obviously, this isn't the best situation. People down south of us are going to be severely affected by a really major hurricane. But for Pinellas County, for our Tampa Bay area, this is kind of a best case scenario where we don't have that surge. We still got flooding rain and lots of wind and plenty of storms and tornado threats, but surge is the thing that destroys homes, businesses, and really takes a long time to recover from. And it looks like we've dodged a bullet as far as that's concerned.
With the water all going out, people are like, the beaching of the boats, is that an issue with the boats? Does that hurt the boats?
Yeah, so this is going to be a big issue, the negative low tides, because if boats aren't tied up properly and they're not being adjusted for that low tide, if a big boat's in the water and all the water's gone, if the lines aren't long enough, lines can start breaking, and you could have some issues with some boats tipping over, falling on their side, breaking up. So we are on the boat adjusting the lines as the water changes, and it will be really interesting later on this afternoon around 3, 4 o'clock. We're supposed to be a high tide. We're supposed to get a high tide. So that will be really telling this afternoon. If the water never comes back in, that high tide never recovers, we're going to see probably extremely low tide through this entire event.
Certainly some dramatic images that we're going to expect to see. Fox 13's Josh Cassio joins us live from Treasure Island this afternoon. Josh, it is looking windy.
Yeah, you know, earlier I heard Jim Weber say 60 miles an hour, I think, in Pinellas County, and I'll tell you what, we are feeling every mile per hour that Hurricane Ian can throw at us. The wind, I don't know if you can hear it, but the wind is just screaming, telling us to get out of here, but we are here to tell you exactly what is going on. If you can take a look behind me, you can see the trees blowing in the wind there. Also, the white caps on the water, it gives you an idea of just how strong the winds and the rain is blowing right now. It is pelting rain. It is sideways rain. One thing you may not be able to see, but right over this seawall, you can actually see sand and seagrass, and normally you wouldn't be able to. That shows you that Hurricane Ian is just sucking the water out of here, just like Captain Hubbard was talking about. And then to my right, excuse me, to my right, you can see these boats tied up, a giant sailboat there and some other boats over here. They are essentially sitting in the sand right now. At one point it was even worse, but they are locked into the sand right now because there is just not as much water as there normally would be here on Treasure Island. Again, the wind, though, it is ripping through here. The rain, it is pelting. The good news is, as we drove through this area, we did not see many people, very few. So that is good news. People do seem to be heeding the warnings.
Hopefully you're watching us from a safe location. As folks should know by now, here in Pinellas County, there are mandatory evacuations in zones A, B, and C. And then on the barrier islands where we are right now, you can get out here, but if you do, you have to show your credentials. You have to say that you are either a homeowner here, a contractor, or you have a good reason to be here. Otherwise, they will not let you on the barrier islands, and quite frankly, for good reason. What we're seeing again, huge wind gusts, sustained, whipping rain. It's getting hard to stand out here. Luckily, we are in a safe location. We've got cover. Again, most people have left, but certainly what we're seeing out here is very bad, and it's clearly going to get worse. We know conditions will deteriorate soon. So, yeah, folks out here are in for quite a storm. This is the beginning of it, and if it's going to get worse, boy, it's going to be a rough one. Back to you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can hear all the debris just kind of blowing around, pelting you. Be safe, and definitely windier than rainier at that point. Josh, we'll see you soon.
I'm not sure he heard you, but he certainly,
he heard the wind and the sand.
Right, gave us a feel for what it's like outside there right now and why you shouldn't be outside. Right, he said I could barely stand.
Yeah, you know, it looks right now like the storm is going to work its way through Polk County, hitting between Lake Wells and Frostproof.
Right, so emergency management officials are telling people in low-lying areas, if you haven't already evacuated, do it now. But Fox 13's Ken Suarez is standing by at the Peace River Village with more. But Ken, I'm not even sure it's safe to get out now, is it?
Well, they say if it's a place that's close to you, it's a pretty good idea because a lot of people, for whatever reason, have decided to stay. We were here the other day, as a matter of fact, and we saw a lot more people. So some people have left, but a lot have decided to stay. There's a particular problem at this place and other places that are low-lying. Take a look behind me, and you see the rain is coming down, the wind is blustery. Even though we're a pretty good distance from Sarasota, where Kim is, or where Josh is on the beaches, it is really wet. Look here, it has been wet here forever and ever, because even a little bit of rain will certainly, make the ground here way too wet. So it's not absorbing. You look at over here and you see that there is a sewer line. It's taking some water out, doing a fair job. But can you imagine when Ian actually gets here? If you take a look over that way, Jeremy, point over there into the woods, you may be able to see a swamp. That is the Peace River, which is probably a quarter mile or so from here. It's actually been overflowing for quite a while, and that is the problem. This is not the only place in Polk County where we have low-lying areas. There are a lot of other places as well that flood just like this place. Now, as you've been hearing here at Fox 13, the problem is that it's been raining for a while and the ground just can't absorb any more water. So what are we getting now? Well, obviously more rain, and this is just the beginning. It's going to get a lot worse as Ian gets closer to Polk and moves through the Bay Area. That's why Polk emergency managers are making a last-ditch effort to try and convince people who live in low-lying areas just like this one to get out now.
Our ground is already saturated from rain that we've had in the last several weeks already. So now if we get 2 feet on top of that, there's just capacity issues with drainage, and water is going to fill up low-lying areas and come out of the Peace River out of its bank.
There are about 12.5 shelters open in Polk County right now. There are general ones for people who have special needs and people who have pets. So they're pretty much covering all the bases. Emergency managers say they're not getting as many people as expected for whatever reason, but the time to do it is now, because as time goes on, obviously it's going to become more and more difficult to get out and more dangerous to get out. As I said before, we were here the other day and we saw a lot more people here, so some people have left, but there are lots of cars here, and that means a lot of people are here. Emergency managers are saying, bad idea, don't think about it, just do it now. Back to you.
You're going to get out on the road, maybe check something like Waze, too, to see what the traffic situation is like. Yeah. All right. And thanks so much. All right, Jim, I know you're watching a lot. We saw Josh at Treasure Island. He was blowing around, and I know there was a tornado warning you were keeping an eye on.
Yeah, the tornado warning has since expired. I'm sure we're going to see more of these, but that eye wall, that is now starting to work its way on shore, and that is where you're going to find the strongest winds of this. This is down to our south. Look at Sky Tower radar right now, and you can see where this is working its way onshore fairly slowly right now. And remember, we're talking about a storm that will be slowing down as it works its way onshore and pushes through. But there you see it on Sky Tower radar, down towards Sanibel, working its way up towards Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. This is also the area that we have that extreme wind warning that goes until 2 o'clock this afternoon as that eye wall cycles on shore. Now remember, this is not landfall yet. Landfall is considered when the center passes over land, but you can see that is not far away at this point. The other thing you notice is we just continue to see a lot of lightning in and around that eye wall, which tells us this system is continuing to do everything it can to intensify, which is really always that worst case scenario, to talk about a system that just continues to intensify as it is making landfall. Basically, we are maximizing the amount of wind and power in this system when you have that intensifying storm. So Sarasota, really all the way through Sarasota up into Manatee County, you see these rain bands. They just continue to spiral around, and we see those oranges and reds and the yellows. That's where you're seeing the heaviest portions of this. That rain is basically going sideways at this point. We're seeing these winds in these bands, 50, 60 miles an hour. We've seen that even as far away as Pinellas County, southern Pinellas County, St. Petersburg, seeing these winds gusting close to 60 miles an hour as these bands continue to work their way through, and it's just going to continue. And then the rainfall on top of it, lighter amounts to our north up into Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County, but still, you've got some pretty gusty winds up in that direction. In fact, you look at some of the wind gusts there, you see Punta Gorda right now, winds gusting to 67 miles an hour, Sarasota 60. Here in Tampa, we're seeing the winds gusting to 41. In St. Petersburg, along the coastline, you're seeing that wind gusting to 62 miles an hour, which is, at this point, notice the wind direction. It is pushing the water out of the bay. So we've been talking about that storm surge and pushing the water up the bay or out of the bay. With the storm passing to our south, we're actually pulling the water out of the bay. So to talk more about the storm surge, the position, and the track, I'm going to pass this over to Paul Delgado, where we've been watching these cameras, and it's just amazing to see what's happening in the bay right now.
I mean, visually, it's incredible. When you look at the, well, let me go back on this. That's the Brookdale Bayshore cam. And we got 73 degrees, and I was on the Bayshore earlier, and again, it's the northeast wind that is blowing obviously the water out of the bay. We said last night, we're going to show you a video of the bay. I mean, it's spectacular to look at, and it gets a lot of social media interaction. But in the bottom line, what really is important is the power outages and the storm surge from the point of landfall south. We've seen water levels go up now down by Fort Myers.
85 miles per hour, 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, so flooding there, down trees, not out of the equation. And as we take a look now at Brevard County as well, again, we've ramped up from a tropical storm warning to a hurricane warning now. Winds there 40 to 50. Wind speeds on the gust will be at 75 miles per hour. Rainfall there in that range of 4 to 8 inches, but there could possibly be locally higher amounts. That's how it typically works, depending on where these rain bands set up, how much rain they do drop. Orange County hurricane warning in effect now until further notice. We've got winds there at 55 to 70, gusts to 100 miles per hour, 10 to 20 inch rainfall maximum on the plus side of that for some. And lastly, I do want to take a look at Seminole County for those of you, and also Flagler County, as we show you those wind gusts at nearly 70 miles per hour. Again, we've got a tropical storm warning there as well. So again, I'm going to head over to Allison now with some live storm tracking, Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Allison, bring us up to date. Looks like some pretty heavy rain marching into Volusia, North Brevard at this time.
That's exactly right. So our Fox 35 storm tracker radar showing some of those outer rain bands making their way into our viewing area. You can see this is a loop over the last 30 minutes. Some lightning just offshore of Brevard County, likely going to be paralleling with coastal Volusia County, so something to keep in mind if you do live along the coast. But I do want to take you into some rainfall rates. We actually can see just how much rain is falling in a short amount of time, and you can see some rain right there. That is a video from Sanibel Island. Now that is a lot of rain. Again, a Category 4 major hurricane that is starting to make landfall in southwest Florida. For us here, our rainfall rates are anywhere from 2 to nearly 5 inches per hour. So with that That being said, a lot of rain, and these are the outer rain bands of Ian. More will be on the way as we head into the next several hours. Let's call it 36 to 48 there. But I do want to take you into our power outages map, and we are seeing a lot of people without power. Actually, just about a few minutes ago, we were seeing the Fort Myers area, Lee County, actually in the red with more than 100,000 folks without power. So that's something we're going to work out the details for you. But you know, as this system makes its way on shore, both Jamie and I have been scrolling through social media, looking at all of the videos and seeing those down power lines already. And like I mentioned, still haven't made landfall. So as soon as that comes on shore, even more rain and even strong winds.
Okay, so now we're dealing with a strong hurricane getting ready to make landfall here. Major, almost Category 5, right? Yep. Southwest Florida. So we talk about the impacts again locally. I want to hammer those home. So next time you see Allison and I, we are going to take you kind of a round robin around town. Also giving you the lookout here on some of our area cameras as conditions deteriorate, giving you those eyes. I know a lot of you in your safe places now, but I want to let you know we are here live tracking, keeping you safe. Stay with us. Download the Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app because, as Allison showed, power outages are going to increase. And on our Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app, you can actually stream our coverage live on your mobile device. What you see right here can come across right on the app. So it's a great
charge your phones now.
Yeah, great detail there on the app for you guys. We'll send it back to you, Amy Ryan.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, keep it right here on Fox 35. We are going to have continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. We're not leaving you.
You know, we've been looking at, while they were talking, Fort Myers seeing some major flooding. We're starting to see some of these images now. We'll let you know exactly what is in store as we move forward as well. When we take a look, speaking at some of the flooding as well, this is Sanibel Island, I believe, where we're looking at some of this flooding. Numerous spots around where that eye wall is starting to come on shore, seeing these kind of images for sure with very, very strong storm surge flooding the southwest Florida coast. Remember, the governor is going to speak at 1 o'clock. We're going to bring that to you live as we head toward that time.
Good afternoon and good morning, depending on where you are joining us here. 1228 over on the East Coast and 928 on the West Coast. You are watching live now from Fox as we continue our extensive coverage of Hurricane Ian. We've been telling you now for the last little bit that the eye wall of Hurricane Ian has been moving onshore in southwest Florida. This is live video coming in on one of our feeds that does show Sanibel Island, Florida. That is where the storm is making landfall. As of the update just provided by the National Hurricane Center within the last 30 minutes, this is a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Again, this live video here coming from Sanibel Island. We know the storm is about 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, the highest classification for a hurricane. The Hurricane Center saying there is catastrophic storm surge along with very destructive waves. Ian once again moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, located about 50 miles west-northwest of Naples, Florida. The hurricane force winds do extend for a diameter of 40 miles, and tropical storm force winds extend for a diameter of 175 miles. We are switching back and forth between our Fox 35 Orlando coverage and our Fox 13 Tampa coverage, as both teams on opposite sides of the state do have extensive coverage with reporters all over the Sunshine State. We are going to head right now over to Fox 13 Tampa as they are taking a look at the full forecast and what we can expect as Ian does make landfall.
When we get up in the sky, maybe probably not tomorrow, but probably Friday morning, we start looking at some of the visuals, the aerials, looking down at some of these subdivisions and these neighborhoods, Punta Gorda, Northport, all those towns south towards Charlotte Harbor, and our friends down in Fort Myers. There's going to be some subdivisions that will be inundated by water. We'll have significant storm surge flooding, and probably what we're going to see for the next couple of months going into Christmas holidays is a lot of blue tarps on the roofs in areas where the strongest winds occur. 108-mile-an-hour potential, Sarasota, and in St. Pete's going to be especially windy downtown. Jim showed you that 62-mile-an-hour wind gust in downtown St. Pete. It's windy all the time because the bay is open to the northeast. So many times, you know, we'll show wind speeds on a typical afternoon with an east wind, and we'll have 7, 10, 12. Then we'll show downtown St. Pete, and it's 32 or 22. The wind really howls downtown because of that open bay to the east. So that's why the 92 shows up in St. Pete, and it's probably not impossible for that to happen. So we'll be looking for that later on today and tonight. And then the storm continues to move inland and then starts heading for the east coast. Here's when the winds begin to turn by tomorrow morning, with some of the water will probably start piling up on our west coast. But generally speaking, the physics of it, when storms are moving away from us, even when the winds go by, the water levels do not get as high as they would from an approaching storm from the Gulf of Mexico. So there could be some additional high water, even Tampa Bay north on the backside. And then finally by Friday, we're pretty much done. Some impacts, obviously gust 120, probably not in Hillsborough and Pinellas, but certainly down in southern Sarasota County and also in Charlotte and Lee counties. There'll be wind gust 110, 120, at least 12 to 18 on the rain. Storm surge will be south of Tampa Bay and primarily along and to the right or to the south of where the storm makes landfall. We're not forgetting about you in Citrus, Pasco, Hernando. It's going to be a rainy, windy day. There may be an isolated tornado, but you may be too far north for that. It's going to be rain and wind, and I think your hope up here is to avoid losing power and avoid any type of tree damage. You always get your car. It has to be out of the way. You don't want to look around and go, that tree could fall on my car. That branch could just get your car in a safe spot. Hope you cleared up the branches near the house, but mainly it's going to be gusty winds, heavy rain, certainly wind gusts up to 40 to 60 mile an hour, not impossible. Then later today, stay with us because we're going to end up watching the eye just roll across the state, kind of in the same track as Charlie, but probably with more widespread impacts. So stick with us in Polk County, in Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands, because we'll do a lot of nowcasting, and we will show you some specific impacts and wind speeds. But it's going to be a rough couple of, maybe not a couple of hours. This is a long event, through this afternoon into tonight, and then improving tomorrow. So we got a ways to go on this one with the storm still basically on our coastline. Rainfall the next 3 days, about as high as it gets. I mean, the scale is 20 inches, so between 10 and 20, maybe some higher amounts. So we are done with that, and I'm going to be with you all afternoon. Jim and Dave did a great job this morning. Tyler will be in this afternoon.
Good afternoon and good morning, depending on where you are streaming us from. Welcome to Live Now from Fox as our continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian does continue. I do want to take you over to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are giving a breakdown of the storm itself and what we can expect over the next several hours.
Rainfall there at 10 to 20 inches could be on the plus side in some of the locations, especially toward the I-4 corridor with Brevard County hurricane warning as well tonight to Friday morning. Your winds there steady at 40 to 50 miles per hour, especially in the coastal areas. A lot of people don't realize there's less friction over the Atlantic, so that allows winds to come up even higher right along the barrier islands. Gusts there to 75, and rainfall tallies in that range of 4 to 8 inches. We may see a little bit higher over North Brevard, closer to the northern Indian River, maybe out toward Merritt Island through Titusville and Mims, and then back out as you move into eastern Orange and portions of Osceola County down across the south side of Brevard. And lastly, you want to take a look at what's happening up in Orange County, as we've been keeping close tabs on that. This track goes right over Orange County, according to NHC currently. Winds there at 55 to 70, and gusts possibly upwards of almost 100 miles per hour, 10 to 20 inches of accumulated rainfall. Allison's tracking that rainfall now. Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. She joins me live here in the storm.
Beach here. Earlier we saw people walking. Well, let's show you some video from just a little while ago. We had people just kind of strolling around, walking on the bay shore. There were people out over the balustrade here, walking on Hillsborough Bay as that wind from the northeast was blowing to the southwest and pushing that water out of the bay. People were coming out and seeing it here in the bay shore before this band came in. We talked to some of it. Here's what they had to say.
I am FaceTiming my nephew. He's in Lakeland, Florida, and whenever he comes to stay with me, we bring him out to Bayshore, so I wanted to show him that all the water got sucked out. So this has happened one other time, but I couldn't kind of tell you how much this storm surge is going to happen, so it's just really cool to see. Last time there was, what was it, Irma? Last hurricane, and there wasn't even any water here, so it's not as bad, but yeah, it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and video here from about an hour ago. Again, you know, people were out here walking their dogs. They were running on the bay shore, taking a stroll, but then come back out live here to the live picture that we see now, and you can see how things have changed here. And this is characteristic of a hurricane like this, and I think this is what we're going to feel for a while as that counterclockwise rotation with those bands. We're going to get in a heavy band, and then it's going to clear for a while, and then the same thing's going to happen again. As you take a 360 around here, you see some of the buildings here along the bay shore. This is in a mandatory evacuation zone, so people should be evacuated. We don't see that much traffic, although we did see people here a little while ago. This is what you have to be concerned about. If you think you're going to come out here and have a stroll, well, when these bands come in like we have now, you're seeing this hard wind from the northeast blowing to the southwest, blowing this water out of the bay, but also making it hard to be out here to drive or to walk. So if you're thinking about coming out here, think again, because it's not going to stay that way for long. We're going to have bands rotating around, and we're going to have bad weather, intervals of bad weather here. But that's the view here from the bay shore in Tampa. We're ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Lloyd. I think that the good point you're making, a lot can change in a short amount of time, so best to just be safe. Thank you. Hillsborough County Public Schools just announced its schools will remain closed Friday. More than 60 of the district's sites have been utilized as storm shelters for evacuees and first responders. The district's rapid response teams will assess each school site for potential damage.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are watching Fox 13 Tampa's coverage of Hurricane Ian as the storm does make landfall there in southwest Florida. As of the last advisory about 38 minutes ago, it is a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. I do want to bring you to our Fox 35 Tampa team coverage right now so you can see their reporters who are out in the field braving this weather and bringing the latest information.
Central Florida, as we know, is probably going to get a lot worse.
Yes, unfortunately. Fox 35's Matt Trezza is in the Orlo Vista neighborhood, which is in Orange County. And as we know, that neighborhood severely flooded during Irma just 5 years ago, Matt.
Yeah, 2017 was not a great time for the Orlo Vista neighborhood. Apologies. And here's a reason why. You can see how low lying it is. This is a retention pond behind me. And just to give you a sense of where we're at, that road back there with all the traffic on it is 408. And so the people living around here, they've got this low lying water that is right near them. And you can see they're all bracing for possible floodwaters. There's sandbags up against the garage door over there. There's houses that have been boarding up and putting out the sandbags as well. People here say they've learned the lesson of that time. Remember, back in 2017, the National Guard had to be called out to rescue people from this community when the floodwaters rose. So the people here are not taking really any chances when it comes to their safety. And we talked with some of the folks who are getting ready out here. They say that even during a light rain, it can be flooding in this area. So they are really preparing for the worst when it comes to Hurricane Ian.
The flooding problem, just a couple days ago, it was just raining. It was raining, and we was going out, and it was a flood down the street and stuff like that. And it wasn't even raining that hard, but it was flooding. So this is a flood zone. There's a lake back there or whatever. It is a flood zone. So.
Orange County said they had a plan in order to correct this and alleviate some of the flooding here. It was a multi-million-dollar plan. They said it would take about 5 years to put it in place, and it involved digging the retention ponds down deeper and putting the pumps lower in the area, so they started working sooner. But it remains to be seen with Hurricane Ian whether or not any of that will make a difference when it comes to the Orlo Vista neighborhood. We're live in Orange County. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thank you.
It's so hard to forget all those images
it
of those
really
trucks.
Is. Yeah, all those people having to get pulled out of those neighborhoods. Fox 35's Vicki Carr has live team coverage continuing now. She is in downtown Daytona Beach.
Yeah, Vicki posted a picture of the surf before. Let's check in right now. I know, Vicki, it's starting to pick up there in Volusia County.
Yeah, Ryan and Amy, and just like Matt was talking in the area that he is, people in Volusia County, this is one of the areas that is very prone to flooding. So a lot of the business owners here are very nervous for Hurricane Ian. So I want to show you some of the places here already boarded up. We've seen business owners coming and going, doing their last minute preparations. I talked to one of the businesses here and they were saying that they wish they would have done this a lot sooner, but they better be safe than sorry. They told me that one of the problems that they had was during Hurricane Matthew, when this entire area looked like a river. And a big concern of that is because the Halifax River is right here. You can see it from where we are. So they have been very nervous about this, making their last preparations. Take a listen to what one business owner said about what her biggest fear is.
That's the biggest fear, that uncertainty, that you don't know what's going to happen. So you just have to prepare for as much as you can.
So we're very close to the ocean from here. We're right next to the Halifax River. Then we got the ocean. So we went over there before this live shot to check out what the water looks like. It's very windy. It's starting to pick up. It's been sprinkling on and off, but right now it is starting to pick up. And I did check in with beach safety. They tell me that, of course, the beach is closed, but also they brought in all of the equipment. So things like the towers, as they're anticipating all of the wind. For now, I'm live in downtown Daytona. Vicky Carr, Fox 35 News.
Vicki, thanks. Let's go to Brevard County. They've been on the other side of this so many times where it comes to landfall, but look at these images.
Yeah, Alina Shirazi is actually out right near the pier in Cocoa Beach, and Alina, it looks awful out there.
It just got pretty bad. I mean, it feels like every 5 minutes conditions are changing out here in Brevard County. We're at the Cocoa Beach Pier. You can actually take a look behind me and see the sky is almost like a uniform gray color, and you can see Ian swells really picking up a lot of this tide. Officials are warning of high tide in this area. Lifeguards have left at about noon. There are no lifeguards here. Beach services have ended, but if you walk a little bit more this way, you can take a look. There are still some stragglers out here on the beach. About 2 minutes before you came out to us, people were out here. Even one person with a picnic basket. Someone was surfing, but ever since the rain started coming down this hard, people have started to leave the beach, and that's what officials want people to do. They want them to be safe. Through Friday, we know that we're going to get anywhere between 5 to 10 inches of that rainwater, and this county has had a lot of flooding problems in the past. But again, a lot of people saying 2017 they were there for Hurricane Irma. They know how bad things can get. They can take it seriously this time around. So we're going to send it back to you guys. But again, things changing minute by minute. We're really getting slapped by some of these wind gusts and some of these rainy conditions coming down right now here in Brevard County at Cocoa Beach.
Alina, thank you. We were a little shocked to see a surfer walking around behind you.
Right.
So, yeah, the surfers aren't too scared to get out there still. Orlando International Airport has temporarily shut down because of Ian. Commercial flights stopped going in or out at 10:30 this morning. This is video from before that happened. Officials with the airport say it's important to save that space for emergency use.
It's also here in conjunction with our state and federal partners, as Tom mentioned, for emergency relief, military mobilization, and so on. Because we have that size, they can bring in those large aircraft.
And our own Marlisa Goldsmith was actually in the airport just a short time ago, and she posted video. It is completely empty now. The airport says it could take days to restore service. Officials say if you have a flight that was disrupted, you should contact your airline.
Such a rare scene. Even at 2 in the morning, you see people milling around.
It's shocking to see Marlisa's video. The Orlando Sanford International Airport is also closed. The final flight left at 4 o'clock yesterday. No word on when the airport will reopen. So if you do have a flight scheduled in or out of Sanford, again, call your airline.
Let's go to Daytona, where the Daytona Beach International Airport, they're closed at 12:35 this afternoon. All commercial flights, they are canceled until conditions are safe. Their officials reminding people the airport is not designated to be a shelter. Same thing OIA will saying they will direct you somewhere else. And staying at Volusia County, officials there are saying all public transportation, that's going to stop running and is expected to resume on Friday, really depending on the weather conditions.
Yeah, we will, of course, keep you posted about all of this. We are going to be working through every hour of Hurricane Ian to make sure that you get all of this vital information as quickly as possible. We are covering all the angles. The Fox 35 Storm Team app is where you can track the storm on live radar. Should your power go out, you're going to want to make sure that your phone is fully charged. That's where you'll get all of the weather warnings. And if you ever do lose power, again, you can also watch us on that news app. So make sure that you have all of that with you. We will be here no matter what. So
absolutely.
24/7, we're not going to leave you. And stay with Fox 35. We continue our coverage on Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, we're going to get another update from the storm team, as well as you can see the storm covering the entire state, which is why Cocoa Beach is getting what they're getting as well. This is a live look from Charlotte County. They declared an emergency where officials can't even go out quite a while ago, over an hour ago. They are getting a ton of rain there on the Gulf Coast. Stay with us.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 12:46 on the East Coast and 9:46 over on the West Coast. What you're looking at now is our live radar image of Hurricane Ian. We have been tracking this storm for several days, and we are on all throughout the day today and overnight to bring you the latest information as we do learn more here from the National Hurricane Center. I do want to go over some of the basics before we send it out back to either our Fox 13 Tampa team or our Fox 35 Orlando team. So we do know that the eye wall of Hurricane Ian moved onshore in Sanibel Island, Florida. That is the Fort Myers area in the southwestern part of the state. In the image, you can see the eye wall as it does move onto land. The National Hurricane Center providing an update at noon, so almost an hour ago, saying the storm is a Category 4 with maximum wind speeds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. The Hurricane Center is saying there is catastrophic storm surge along with very destructive waves. Ian moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and is located about 50 miles west-northwest of Naples, Florida. We do have a shot that is coming in from very close to the Sarasota area. I want to pull up that full if we can here, just so you can get a look at this image. As you can see, the rain is heavy rain. It is falling fast there, and the winds are really picking up. Again, Hurricane Ian now moving onshore over in southwest Florida with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour. We are switching between our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 team in Orlando, as well as our other team in Tampa. I do want to send it over to our Tampa team as they are in their full forecast right now, providing the latest information on the path of this very large storm.
At this point, and it will be absolutely significant. And then it carries it on shore well inland. You're over in the Hardee County, and you're still talking about a major hurricane by tonight with 120 mile an hour winds, and then makes its way all the way over towards Orlando. You're still talking about a strong tropical storm or hurricane, and then working its way all the way out over, pushing off the East Coast, and it's going to cause issues over there as well as far as the winds and the wraparound from this causing some issues along the coastline there. So this is, we've been talking about this. It may not be slowing down as much as what we initially were thinking maybe a couple of days ago, but it's a long duration with this.
What time is it now? It's 12:48, and then you look at the point on Thursday at 8 a.m. And, that's not very far. So you think about all of, a little less than 24 hours. So it's 20 hours. It's made it from where it is now to near Orlando. And that's going to be 20 hours of having a tough time.
Yeah, if we were in a car driving, we could do this in a few hours, and this is taking over a day to get there. So we'll talk more about this, but much more in just a little bit, guys.
We're going to head now to the Sarasota EOC for an update.
Sustained 45-mile-an-hour winds. When sustained 45-mile-an-hour winds, it's no longer safe for our emergency vehicles to be on the road, so it's no longer safe for our citizens to be on the road. Now is the time for you to shelter in place. I'll go ahead and take some questions.
We know that there are so many personnel in the building right now still actively trying to help residents, even though the roads aren't safe to drive across. Can you just talk to us about what's happening in this building? What resources are there if people are stuck or in a jam because of the storm?
So I'm sure you probably have seen our sheriff. They are responsible for our public emergency communications center that's located at the top of our emergency operations center. They put out some great information. I would advise our community to follow them on social media. They talked about the resources they have available if individuals are calling into 911. We also can take in calls to our 311 center that's also located at the top of our emergency operations center. We can provide additional information about what does shelter in place mean, right? So sheltering in place means that you want to find the most center location in your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the exterior of your home. We're working the best we're getting calls, we're getting things through social media from people outside of the county asking for us if we could check on their residents. At this time, we're doing the best that we can as we are getting some reports that cell phone service is being interrupted as well as power.
From the last update you gave us just a couple of hours ago, I mean, your numbers doubled in the shelters. So what does that continue to tell you about people who are heating and warming?
We have a very smart community. A very smart community. They understand the importance of heeding the evacuation notices. I'd like to thank our media partners for sharing this information with our community. We're taking this seriously. Not only are our county staff members who are working here at our Emergency Operations Center, our local government partners, our state partners, the National Weather Service taking it seriously, but our community is taking it seriously. And I think those numbers going on the rise for our evacuation summer demonstrates that.
What were to happen if someone shows up to a shelter front doors after their lockdown?
We're going to do our best to accommodate everyone we can, but we also have to think about the safety of the individuals. For our partners who are our media partners, you guys are out here with us at the Emergency Operations Center. You know what it's like to open the door on the outside. There's definitely an impact to individuals who are on the inside. So take that into consideration at the evacuation centers. We'll do our best to accommodate our community members. We want everybody to be safe.
It's James Hill with ABC7. Can you talk a little bit about wind damage and also the storm surge and the problems that can present?
So obviously we're looking at, incoming damage reports. I don't have any exact details to give you. I'll continue to work with you to have those reports go out. Wind damage, you're looking at, debris, obviously that's being an issue. Power lines is a big issue right now. We're asking individuals to stay inside. If you see power lines go down, do not approach them, what have you. Obviously, we're also looking at storm surge. We're a coastal community, right? And that's really important for the coast, but also you have to think about our communities that are near our rivers, all right? So as the rain continues, you're going to see a rise in all of the water areas. Question?
If people are sheltering in place, at this point there's nowhere to safely go. What does the timeline look like today? And of course that's a moving goalpost, but what can you tell residents if they are sheltering in place about what the rest of today and tonight might look like for them?
So for our residents, our community members that are sheltering in place, again, I'd like to remind you to please go to the most center of the building that you're in, put as many walls between you and the exterior. And this is going to be a long time. We're going to have a long day and we're going to have a long night. So rest when you can. Pace yourself, try to stay calm. If you still have electricity, now is the time. Please charge your phone, charge your laptops, charge your iPads, anything you have that can help to give you communication externally if you were to lose power. We ask for you to hunker down, stay safe. It's going to be one for us. All of us, we're in this together.
Jamie, can you bring us into the command center again? What kind of decisions are being made in there right now? What factors are being weighed?
So we have, as I mentioned before, this is something that we do. All right, we want to just let the community know that the Sarasota County government prepares for situations like this throughout the year. So our command center is focused on balancing two things, right? So we're focused on balancing the now, what we're in the moment, the conditions that we're experiencing, as well as already starting to make those preparations for after the storm. We're already thinking about operations. How can we set up rally points for us to set up points of distribution? All right, obviously we're having to monitor the entire areas because points of distribution could vary depending on the impact to the community. Another thing we're looking at is we know it's really important for government operations and for our community for things to reopen. It's still too early to tell, but we're always looking at the numbers, looking at the facts, and taking those things into consideration.
What would you have to say for folks who are maybe looking at this and, their anxiety levels are high, their stress levels are high, especially if they have not been able to evacuate for whatever reason?
All right, so for my media partners, this mic, just to bear with me. I would highly advise that you stay tuned to media outlets, but also take a moment to step away mentally. All right, we're going to be in this for a while. We're going to be in this situation for a while. Taking care of yourself so you can best take care of those around you. You know, comfort items are extremely important. This is going to be an experience for everyone. I would say while you still have cell service, while you still have phone service, call your friends, call your families, and again, always check on your neighbors. We're in this together. We're in this together.
And then conversely, what do you say to people who are not heeding these warnings, might still be out there in the storm right now?
We have a very smart community. So I would say for those individuals that have not yet heeded those warnings, that you need to make provisions. You need to shelter in place. You need to stay safe. You need to take the appropriate action. When we send out these alerts, take them seriously. This is a matter of life or death. Hurricane Ian is nothing to laugh at. All right, so it's important for everyone to follow the notifications, take it very seriously, and to start those processes to shelter in place. I'll take 2 more questions.
What is the current estimation on how long these 45+ mile an hour winds are going to last?
It depends. As you guys are watching the weather reports, just like we are, we're getting reports in from the National Weather Service. Ian is a slow-moving storm, so it's a storm. So we're monitoring the weather and the time frame for how long it's going to pass. It's going to be a while.
And you mentioned sending out an alert about State Road 681. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
So we're seeing the sustained winds right now, and that we just put out for the iPods that you guys got, that emergency notification. 681. That notification is getting ready to go out. What we're looking at is a wave of the sustained 45 mile an hour winds. Our Sarasota County emergency operations are dedicated to helping our community members as long as they can, while still remaining safe themselves. So why we're putting out multiple alerts is because that wave of the winds, that sustainment, is moving northward through the county. We want to make sure that our community members know that as long as we can, we're there to support them. So you're going to get multiple reports that says we can no longer go from this point, we can no longer go from this point, because our team members, as long as they can go out there and help our community, they will. Annie, yes.
How does it work if there's an alert issued in the middle of a call? If someone's out there almost out of place, would they continue or would they go back?
They'll do the best they can to complete the calls that they're on and then go back. All right, last question.
As far as pets are concerned, they are welcome at shelters?
All of our evacuation centers are pet friendly, and let me look at, I think I just got a recent report. We have about 560 pets across our evacuation centers. All right.
With Florida Highway Patrol, we'd like to remind people just stay off the interstate, please. They can't respond to traffic accidents.
All right. So from our partners, we're being asked to share with you and for you to share with your viewers to stay off the interstate. Now is not the time to go driving around anywhere. You've heard it from here. You've heard it from our media partners. Shelter in place. All right. Any other questions?
All right. You've been listening to the Sarasota EOC deliver.
And thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we continue to keep track of this storm, especially as it is now making landfall. Soon we will have Governor Ron DeSantis. Just want to pop up that shot here for all of our viewers. Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking, giving us an update, especially as it is now landing upon the area just south of Tampa. So Ian still tracking and moving slowly into the Tampa Bay area. It is at a Category 4, and Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be giving us an update here. Live Now from Fox will be here in just a few moments. Good morning again. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of our viewers watching here, especially as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian, extremely dangerous eye wall. It is moving onshore. It is going to be causing catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula soon. And the eye of the hurricane, well, it is moving towards this area here just a little bit south of Tampa Bay. It's moving about 9 miles per hour, and this general motion is going to continue to make its way into Florida here today. Now, on the forecast track, the center of Ian expected to move onshore here over these next few minutes and more over central Florida later tonight into Thursday morning, and emerge over the western Atlantic by late Thursday. Ian is forecast to turn northward then on Friday and approach the northwestern Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina coasts a little bit late on Friday. Now, these maximum winds are sustaining near 155 miles per hour with higher gusts. Ian is right now a Category 4 hurricane. And Ian expected here to continue to bring not only those high winds, but a lot of rain that's coming along with it. Let's go ahead and take a couple different live looks here at this storm as we continue to track it. Some live pictures here showing us just some of the effects from the hurricane as it continues to land here. This is in Fort Myers, Florida right now. We do have our crews keeping a close eye on all the latest radars and the track of this storm. You can see, though, already here, not only do we have those white caps on the ocean, but you have that wind that is coming in and flooding already happening in multiple areas all across the state of Florida. Rain starting to fall all around the Florida Peninsula as well as we continue to keep our eyes on the very latest. Now, as Hurricane Ian is making landfall here, it is getting near that Category 5 strength. We do want to make sure we continue to give you our live coverage here with our Fox teams who have been keeping us up to date on the very latest with its tracks. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, but we're going to jump into a lot of coverage with our two Fox teams, Fox 35 in Orlando, also Fox 13 in Tampa Bay, as they have their reporters out there keeping us in coverage of what they are seeing happen over the state. I do want to let everyone know they're, of course, also keeping their safety in mind. So if there's ever anything that seems dangerous, they're going to pull those reporters off the roads. They're going to pull them out of those locations that are getting to be a little too extreme. And then I also want to remind our viewers, we are waiting for Ron DeSantis. So while we wait for the governor, let's go ahead and get some of the latest forecasts with our Fox weather teams as we head into our Fox 13 coverage right here for you. Well, actually, it looks like we do have some of our other officials walking in here with Governor DeSantis. Let's listen in live.
Well, this afternoon, Hurricane Ian is now making landfall in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in Southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is past and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all downed power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places stage. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and we'll request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go, and additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall that will be here within the next 24 hours. Kevin will talk a little bit more about this, but we have the 5 urban search and rescue teams. You'll hear from FWC about what they're doing, high water vehicles from Florida Highway Patrol, and of course our Coast Guard partners. There is going to be a massive effort as soon as it passes Southwest Florida to be able to get out, recon the area, and identify areas where there may be a need of rescue services. And some of these counties obviously know where residents decided to hunker down in, so they're going to be looking there first. But this is going to be really, really important to be able to get, I think in Hurricane Michael, I mean, it took a few days to be able to get into Mexico Beach. We have the air assets to be able to recon and know where the response efforts need to go. And so in total, we have nearly 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already in the major impacted areas and nearly 50 that are staged and ready to come in as needed. These include smaller rescue-oriented boats, airboats, and larger boats that will be delivering supplies by water if need be. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent us support, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I just spoke with Kay Ivey from Alabama, and she's supporting sending some Black Hawk helicopters down to help. Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee fast-tracked a request that we had from Tennessee. We appreciate that. I was also just able to speak with John Bell Edwards from Louisiana. They've helped us, but he said, hey, we've got a lot of experience in hurricanes recently, so these guys are good. Ask us. We want to send more. And so we really appreciate that consideration, and if we need that, we certainly will do that. We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance, so the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, and that's at www.volunteerflorida.org, www.volunteerflorida.org, and you can look to see of the volunteer opportunities. This is going to be a rough patch here for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But we understand how significant this storm is. Yes, there'll be an immediate response. Yes, there'll be things that happen with recovery. Eventually, there won't be much media attention on this as the weeks and months go on. But we understand a storm of this magnitude is going to require an effort over an extended period of time. Those are good folks down in Southwest Florida. They've got really great, thriving communities. This is not anything anyone wants to deal with. It's not something we certainly ask for, but we're going to step up. We're going to be there for folks, and we're going to make sure that folks get back on their feet, and Southwest Florida comes back better than ever. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. As the governor has said, Hurricane Ian is approaching landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour in Lee and Charlotte counties. At this time, the division has received nearly 1,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and 864 of those are either in process or completed. We are working as quickly as we can to address the needs of those impacted areas. This morning, I talked with each and every local emergency manager in the direct path of the storm. If you are sheltering in place in the path of the storm, we're asking you to now please visit floridadisaster.org/info and fill out our shelter in place survey. Again, that is floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter in place survey. The shelter in place survey is designed to provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your families as soon as possible. This is primarily for those who did not evacuate, so that we know where you're at. This is not a substitute for 911. If you have an immediate need and you need first responder assistance, you need to dial 911. Please understand that those 911 services may not be able to come to you right now, but again, if you need emergency services, dial 911. Even if it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. I encourage our individuals near Sanibel, near that Fort Myers area, as the eye wall starts to come on shore, if everything stops, the storm is not over. If you can hear us, if you can see us on your TV, you're most likely to have bright, sunshiny area here very soon. You're in the eye of the storm. Stay inside. Stay indoors. Do not go outside. You do not know when that eye wall will collapse. So please stay safe. Avoid down power lines and down trees and standing water when it is over. Use extreme caution. If you see any type of line, do not cut them. Do not cut fiber optic lines. Fiber optics are the backbone of our communication system that allows us to have connectivity for your cellular devices on wireless networks. It provides access to the internet. It provides access to social media. Please do not cut fiber optic lines. To the communities beginning to experience these devastating impacts of Hurricane Ian, know that the state of Florida is standing with you. We have plenty of resources to respond to your need. We have thousands of boats on the ground. We have thousands of boots on the ground. We're ready to assist you. We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe. Thank you, Governor, very much for the opportunity to be here and be your director.
Thank you. All right, Colonel Roger Young, Director of the Division of Law Enforcement, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Director, for your leadership and support as always, but especially during these trying times. So on behalf of the FWC, I'm Colonel Roger Young, and know that the men and women of the FWC send our prayers and support to all those in the path of the storm at this time. But also know that the FWC officers across the state are prepared, trained, and ready for a full response to this storm. We have 100 officers outside of the affected area ready to respond with high water vehicles and specialized equipment and vessels. We also have 250 vessels staged already inside the affected area that will be ready and utilized for response to this storm. So just know that we appreciate all the support that we're getting, but officers will be ready to respond in this time. Just want to say thanks to everyone, and the FWC officers will be ready for response. Thank you.
Okay, Agency for Healthcare Administration, we have our Secretary, Simone Marstiller.
Governor, thank you very much for your leadership. Director Guthrie, you as well. Good afternoon. As the eye of Hurricane Ian makes landfall, all healthcare facilities have made the necessary preparations and stand ready for Ian's impact. Since the beginning of the emergency, our agency has been focused on the safety and well-being of residents and patients and hospitals and long-term care facilities. We've activated the health facility reporting system, and we've requested and still do request that all healthcare facilities continue to report their census, their available beds, their evacuation status, and their generator status information. And that includes even facilities that might be outside of the impacted areas, because we need to be sure that we can provide the necessary resources to assist everyone when the time comes for response and recovery. As of today, ACA's teams have coordinated with our licensed healthcare facilities in evacuating more than 7,000 patients and residents from 150 facilities. Additionally, our team has activated the Emergency Patient Lookup System, or E+. This system allows special needs shelters in impacted areas to retrieve patient medical records and help medical providers and emergency response personnel to locate missing or displaced persons after the storm. We also have nearly 400 ambulances, paratransit buses, and support vehicles standing by to respond to the areas of impact. In addition to ACA's team's regular visits to all of our licensed healthcare facilities, we have completed more than 343 additional on-site visits to our nursing homes and assisted living facilities within the cone of expectance to verify generator compliance in response to Hurricane Ian. Today, and I know you've heard the governor say this over the last few days, but 100% of our operating long-term care facilities have generators on site. We've also worked very closely with our partners at the Florida Hospital Association, the Florida Healthcare Association and Leading Age, Florida Senior Living, and the Florida Assisted Living Associations. And we've activated, working with them, the Patient Movement Mission. We know that facilities are currently bracing for impact as Hurricane Ian is anticipated to make landfall here shortly. Following the storm, the Agency for Healthcare Administration stands ready to immediately deploy our surveyors for on-site visits to the impacted facilities. During these visits, we will ensure that each facility is maintaining an appropriate temperature for residents and that all other conditions in those facilities are safe for residents. If you are a patient or resident or family member of someone in one of our long-term care facilities or any other healthcare facility, and you experience any issues during the storm that are related to that facility or your stay there or the service, please know that you can lodge a complaint with the Agency for Healthcare Administration on our website, and that's ahca.myflorida.com. using our online complaint portal. If you are a licensed healthcare provider and experience any issues during the storm, please, of course, notify your local emergency manager, but also please report through our health facility reporting system immediately so that we know exactly what your status is and what we need to do to provide you the resources and help that you need. Moving forward, the agency will continue to require these kinds of status reports for power outages, bed availability, and other needs. This has truly been a collaborative effort, and I and my team appreciate all of the work that our agency partners have been putting in. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. So as we see power outages accumulate over the next day, 2 days, the crews that are assembled, massive numbers of people, one of the first orders of business, restore power, fuel, all the essentials. Not every power outage is going to be created equal across the state over the next 2 days. When you have a storm coming in at 155 miles an hour, that's not just going to knock down a few power lines. Yeah, it's going to do that, but it also has the potential to really uproot a lot of the infrastructure that makes people connected and that is used to deliver power to people. And so that will just require a reconstruction of that. And that's something that can be done, but it's not as easy as just simply hooking up a down power line back into place. And so as you get more severe wind impacts, more powerful storm, the storm surge, that's where you're in jeopardy of seeing a lot of that infrastructure disrupted in a way that will require more than just simply rehooking it. It's also the case that you may have homes and or businesses that are not going to be able to take the power because of changes to what's happened to their structures. So just keep that in mind. The folks that are staged are mindful of those different things. They want to get in as soon as possible, assess the damage, and help do the restoration efforts. Some of that may just be typical repair, but some of it may be more in the line of reconstruction. So just be prepared for that. I mean, we've been saying that there was going to be, significant power outages with a storm of this magnitude. That's just the reality. So it's going to pass today from Southwest Florida. As soon as it's safe to go in, there's going to be people. I've already talked to a lot of the locals. They know where they need to look to see the damage assessments, to look to see where people may be in harm's way. Obviously, folks at the state level are going to be doing the same thing, and it's important. And we want to make sure, obviously, save people that may need to be rescued, but then get these services started again, because we need to get people back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay, with that, I'll take some questions.
You mentioned that there were some people that have chosen not to stay, that lived in that were staying in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense
That chose to stay, you mean?
That chose to stay even though they're in evacuation areas? Do you have any sense as to how many people that is? I know you're doing a survey.
Well, that's voluntary in terms of who wants to participate in that. I just spoke with the Charlotte County Sheriff, which is, of course, going to be probably ground zero for this landfall. And it's their view that the vast majority of people in that Zone A did, in fact, evacuate. Now, they have an island community where they had 31 people that were told, were offered, the transit, and they just said that they wanted to stay and shelter in place. And so I know a lot of those barrier island communities, the counties discontinued services, so they were incentivized to get in maybe a more comfortable environment. But some of those people just made that decision to stay, and they, the local officials were not going to grab them by the shirt collar and drag them out of their own house. And so they did that. And look, we've been saying that if you're in an evacuation zone, once that order is made, you're risking potentially your life by staying, and people did that. Nevertheless, as much as you may disagree with that decision, if there's people in harm's way when this storm passes that need help, we're going to be out there helping folks. I mean, that's just the way we're going to do it. And I know that the folks down there in Charlotte and the surrounding counties feel the same way. And there's a lot of resources that have been brought to bear to do just that. Yep, go ahead.
At this point, Governor, have you heard anything about, and I know it's early, so it's probably too soon to tell, but no fatalities, any serious injuries, anything like that associated with this one?
Kevin, I have not gotten a report on that yet.
We did have 2 people transported on tourism last night.
Question for Secretary Marsteller. Of those 150 facilities, how many were hospitals, and do you have a sense of how many patients within those hospitals that would encompass?
The most recent information that I have, 15 hospitals evacuated, and that amounts to roughly 350 patients. Yep.
It's interesting. Of course, you guys have been following the track, I mean, it was going to be maybe North Florida, then the Tampa. People were talking about one of the worst case scenarios. Of course, it's gone down. My view on that is wherever it hits, if you're in that community, it's probably worst case scenario for you. So I don't necessarily use those. But when it was the Tampa, I spoke with the CEO of Tampa General, and they have a fortification system of their hospital that can withstand like 10, 15 feet of storm surge. And so they do that so that they can keep the patients there, because if you don't have that and you're in a low-lying area, you got to do the evacuations. A number of the hospital systems have done that, who are in those low-lying areas. I think particularly in the Tampa area, I know we had a lot of special needs evacuations, as we should have. I mean, you got to take the information that you have, and they're going to feel effects from this. But my hope is that those patients are going to be able to be brought back as soon as that storm is passed. And I don't anticipate major structural damage would be my hope in some of those areas.
So how many individual.
I would do that. Yep.
Sorry, Marilyn. You don't have a take on evacuations for Cape Coral. Just looked on. If you look at the storm surge diagrams that NWS has, it looks like there's a lot of the storm surges in that area. Sanibel and Captiva are getting hammered right now. I'm just wondering how evacuation efforts went there as they embraced the eye.
Again, all of those individuals were under evacuation orders. We don't actually have the numbers of what the percent was that evacuated versus those that didn't. I would imagine, since most of that same area went through Charlie, they probably evacuated. Again, Charlie was a fraction of the size of this particular storm, but I would imagine that most people that have lived through that, they went ahead and evacuated.
I think another issue is just, there were people that evacuated Tampa Bay to Fort Myers because you see the different weather tracks, and it was thought that it would go hit Tampa, maybe go up the coast, and that was not that long ago. That was, 36, 48 hours ago. You go back another 12, 24 hours from that, it was going to hit Taylor County. And so I think that some of the folks in Southwest Florida, because so much focus was on Tampa, then when it says, actually it may be coming here, I do think some heeded the warnings, but I think it's because the forecast can kind of be all over the map, that sometimes people say, well, you said it was there, then you said it was there. I think in the future, we tried to stress the uncertainty. When you have a model taking it to Louisiana and another model taking it to Sarasota, and then you just kind of meet, it's not probably the ideal situation. Now that we're close, once you're within 72, certainly 48, those are very accurate forecasts. But before that, there's just so much uncertainty. But I think sometimes people think, well, you said it was going to be here, and then now you're saying it's going to be here. So we'll see how it goes. I know the folks in Lee County, once that forecast changed, I know they acted very quickly, as they should have. And I know that they provided people with an ample opportunity to be able to evacuate. I do think some heeded it, some did not and chose to hunker down. And hopefully, the people that made that choice, that it works out favorably for them.
Issues are going to be specifically for the Tampa Bay area when it comes to rescue efforts from the state. What do you think the biggest issues
in the Tampa Bay area for rescue? Well, obviously we have enough assets and we understand that this is a big impact, that the rescue efforts are not going to be limited to one municipality or one county. You're going to potentially have more. My hope is that you're not going to need massive rescue efforts the further away you are from the storm. I also have a huge amount of confidence in the folks in the Tampa Bay area. You look at the sheriff's departments, these are very first-rate operations. They have excellent ability to respond to that. Kevin will be here. Our folks will be here if needed, but our sense is that the further away from the storm, probably the local responders are going to be able to handle that. Here in Southwest Florida, you're going to have all those local responders out, but then you're also going to have all this support, Coast Guard, FWC, you're going to have National Guard. This is a really, really concerted effort, and that's just the reality when you have such a significant impacted spot. So hopefully they don't need us to fleet resources up. We will do it if there is really significant. But you look at the guys they got up there, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Manatee. Those are really, really professional operations. Did you want Shimon, you said?
I did.
Okay.
Just one follow-up question. You mentioned that there were 150 facilities with evacuated patients, and 15 of them are hospitals. How many nursing homes patients were involved in? And there's always the issue of transfer trauma in transfer of an evacuation. How many, what are you doing to kind of anticipate that trauma on those individuals? Well, to answer your how many question first, nursing homes that have been evacuated, at least, again, most recent information I have, 40, ALFs 91. The number of nursing home residents, 3,508. Number of ALF residents, 3,012. And that's the most recent information I have as of probably 10 o'clock or so this morning, remembering that the facilities are self-reporting into our health facility reporting system. Now, to answer your other question, the Agency for Healthcare Administration has many partners involved in the effort to move patients when they need to be moved. Not only do the facility staff have a role to play, but all of the associations that I mentioned earlier, right? So the Hospital Association, Healthcare Association, Leading Age, all of those individuals are directly, they directly work with their member facilities, so nursing homes and ALFs. So it's a coordinated effort to make sure that the individuals can be placed in the right location for them, keeping in mind their health needs. Our health facility reporting system is also used to find where there are vacancies in other facilities. Many of these nursing homes in particular, have sister facilities elsewhere in the state. So it makes that kind of transfer a lot easier and less stressful on the individuals who have to change their environment.
So we'll have another update in another few hours. I would just say it seems like over the last 12 to 24 hours, every time you look at this storm, it's just been bad news. It gets stronger, it gets larger. And, we really appreciate people's concern for Florida. We do appreciate the prayers. I'm going to be saying prayers that the folks there are able to get through this as best as humanly possible. This is a really, really significant storm. It will be one of the storms people always remember when they think about Southwest Florida, probably be the big one that they always remember. And if you know anything about our state, you go to Panama City, that Michael is just part of the DNA of the community. Homestead, Hurricane Andrew is just part of the DNA of the community. This Ian is going to rank up there with that. So we need the thoughts and prayers over the near term, and then there's going to be a huge effort on the back end to help people and to get the communities back on their feet. Thank you.
Governor Ron DeSantis here giving us an update with officials, really reminding people if you did not evacuate, now's the time to not be outside. Don't go out on those roads. It's too late now. It's time for you to take shelter and stay inside during this storm as well. A lot of live pictures coming in here from different areas surrounding Florida as the hurricane again is making land just now. The eye wall coming ashore in Sanibel, and live now from Fox going to continue our coverage here, always keeping you on top of these very latest updates and also keeping a close eye on our radar. We'll be headed into more coverage with our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa Bay team right after this 2-minute break.
from the coastline, and you can see they have already either lost power or the sensor has somehow malfunctioned or is not even there anymore, but something has stopped that data from flowing, and the storm will slow down as it works its way on shore. And then you have to deal with all the rain and the wind. Look at, as we check back on this, time and time again, it's just more and more amazing. This is along Bayshore. So on the left-hand side, you have Bayshore. You can't really see it just because of the heavy rain, but underneath the temperature and the wind, there's downtown over there. So what you're looking at, that is all dry land. That's supposed to be water in the bay. But again, we're pulling all that water out of the bay. We get that negative tide pushing all the water right out of the bay. And that will continue for several more hours. It's not until this gets north of us and then we see the winds turning back around, which will return that water back into the bay. We'll have some surge with it, but it won't be that significant kind of storm surge that we were worried about a couple of days ago. This is from downtown Tampa looking down over the bay as well. Again, you can see much of that water being pushed out of the bay. So here's the latest. Winds still at 155 miles an hour. Once the eye moves on shore, you do cut off that supply of energy, and it will start to weaken, but it's going to take time because as you look by tonight, it's inland. It's still, we're looking at winds of 120 miles an hour, so still a major hurricane by tonight, and then working its way through Polk County. So you see from 8 o'clock tonight till 8 o'clock tomorrow, it does weaken, but still throughout Polk County, in between that Category 3 and tropical storm, it obviously has to go down to a Category 2, down to a Category 1. So throughout Polk County, you're talking about a hurricane rolling right through southern and central Polk County, because it's not until it's over to, say, Orange County, over to our east, over towards Orlando, that we're talking about a tropical storm at that point. So essentially, so many of our inland counties dealing with major hurricane or hurricane force winds moving through, and then conditions will start to improve really as we go through the day on Thursday and into Thursday evening. Tornado watch, that's out for basically Polk County, Manatee, Sarasota, down to our south. It's on that right-hand side, the northeastern quadrant. That's where you expect to see. That's where you typically see most of the tornado threat with this. So it's on that right-hand side of this storm, but you can still see that on the other sides of the storm. But everybody is going to be dealing with the rain with this. We've been talking about this for days. Not only it's slowing down, but so much of this rain being on that north and northwestern side. So basically about as high as you can get on this flood risk. Right along that track and on that northwestern side, you are right at that high risk. And what have we been talking about? 12 to 18 inches of rain. And we could see some areas up to 24 inches of rain. That's 2 feet of rain. And you talk about 2 feet, even if you talk about 5-10 inches of rain, we're talking about 5 or 10 inches of rain in a day's span. And that is going to cause significant issues. But you look at some of these numbers, and these are just ranges, really, to think about it. You're not going to see any of these numbers exactly verify, but that potential over towards Lakeland, 15, 18 inches of rain. Imagine in a day's period of time, 24 hours, 28 hours, something like that, that you pick up 15, 18 inches of rain, the kind of flooding that this is going to cause. And this is something that we have not seen in a very, very, very long time. So really, we're talking historic flooding. Down to our south, remember, you've got a 155-mile-an-hour storm to your south. So Sarasota, as we go through this evening, to expect wind gusts over 100 miles an hour is certainly not out of the question. Even over towards Wauchula, Sebring, you're looking at these winds close to 100 miles an hour and extending up towards Lakeland as well. Here in Tampa, we're going to see these winds gusting to hurricane force. And even as we go through the overnight hours, this is at 3 o'clock in the morning. And what do you see? You're still seeing much of the area dealing with at least winds gusting to hurricane force, if not sustained at hurricane force. So it is affecting essentially the entire viewing area, a little bit less as you work your way over into Hernando and Citrus County, but still you're going to have heavy rain and winds gusting into strong, at least strong tropical force, if not getting up to hurricane force, and then conditions improving as we go through the day on Friday.
All right, thanks you so much again to our Fox 13 team as they're talking about about these wind gusts. Again, many areas around Sarasota, St. Petersburg, they're going to be getting gusts of 120 miles per hour. That surge, also something to be concerned about, as they're going to be getting 12 to 18 inches of rain. The eye wall onshore right now in Sanibel and Captiva Islands, and I know that's an area that I'm familiar with too. It's just so sad to think about how strong this storm is and impacting these areas that haven't seen something like this in years upon years. Florida, no stranger to hurricanes, but of course, this one really creating some problems, especially when you think about that storm surge that it is bringing along with it. Live now from Fox, sending some viewers off to another 2-minute break. We'll be right back here in full coverage of Hurricane Ian for you when we return.
along with us and on Twitter so that you're able to see when Orange County, Seminole County, these counties do that. We already know that over on the coast, Manatee County has already said they're not going to come get you. Charlotte County has said that. But in our interior counties, you're still good. So just follow along. Keep it very close eye on what we're telling you. And of course, what if you have Twitter, pull that up because it is helpful because you get that instantaneous communication.
And I know you see these images so many times on TV, but let's flash back for the people who've lived here for a while. Amy, you were here in 2004. I was here in 2004. Charlie went through here almost the exact same path, but it got through so quick. But yet we had the power outages. We were out for, what, a couple weeks in this area here. And so this one's going to be over us a lot longer with a whole lot more rain. So, again, I know you see this stuff a lot of times. You think, okay, that may not happen here, but it could because we've experienced it not that long ago here.
And in comparison, Charlie was a tiny storm in size comparison to what we're seeing with Ian. You could actually fit Hurricane Charlie in the eye of Ian. That's how much smaller that storm was. It was very powerful, but the wind speeds and the rain with Ian are going to be much, much worse.
By the way, the reporter you're seeing right there, that's a guy by the name of Robert Ray, and we use him on our newscast quite a bit. He's with Fox Weather, and I was listening to him on Fox Weather just a little bit ago. They're now inland in Fort Myers just a bit because they were right along the coast earlier, and they realized it wasn't safe. So let's see how the audio is with him. It's been cutting in and out, but let's listen into Robert very quickly.
Here, it's essentially head on a swivel as far as out here for me at this point, as Ian's dirty side seems to be making its way in here, that strong side of the eye wall. We are just, to the north of where it's come in. And so, about 12, 13 miles from Fort Myers Beach, which is where we started our day in the storm surge. And by the way, the harbor and the water, that's gone up nearly 2 feet. And I have to think as this comes in, the water is going to even increase even more. The question is, will we see it come into the streets? Wow! That's a big one, guys. That's a big one. And you got to turn. I had to turn like that because it's not the rain that's hurting. It's just the sand or the dirt and what's coming off the trees when it hits you in the face. And it's something else. I'm glad I have this helmet. I should probably grab my goggles and get those on. But this is the intensity, guys, of these heavy bands and these hurricane force winds. And to think it's going to trek all the way up the peninsula of Florida, and folks in Orlando, Jacksonville, you name it, Tampa, all these people are going to have the effects that we're getting right down here in Southwest Florida right now, Amy and Craig.
As you've gone through, do you feel like the intensity has increased here within the last 30 to 40 minutes? Have you noticed that the winds have gotten progressively stronger?
100%. These are the strongest wind gusts I have felt all day, by far. And the rain too, the sideways rain. I mean, we had some big rain this morning on the beach, but this really seems to be amped up. This is electric right now, and everywhere I look, I look down over there, and Rick cannot turn, otherwise his entire camera is going to get blasted by this rain. But there are branches and limbs falling over there, and you can see down here just the rain just whipping down the street, and that's the harbor, 3-4 blocks down there. It's all moving there and twisting all around counterclockwise here, guys. I got to think some of those boats that I was showing earlier are not going to stay safe there at all as this continues.
And some of the things that might be difficult for people to understand is a normal person just walking would not be able to stand up. You're really leaning into this, Robert. Talk about the balance that you're putting, the effort physically to kind of stand in these gusts of wind.
Yes. When the gusts come, and the reason I'm in this position always is because I never want to be straight up and try to put myself into that position when a gust comes, because literally I will get tipped over. And so you make yourself like a human tripod the whole time. Knees are bent like an athlete, like you're going into sport, whatever you want to, football, soccer, you name it, and you just take it. And you realize that you got to pivot sometimes based upon where the wind or the debris is coming from. And the parking garage is, 25 feet there, little brick wall. If it gets too hairy, head over there and get inside and get out of this, like where Rick is, my photographer, and by the way, doing an incredible job. I can't tell you how difficult it is to transmit live pictures and make them look good and sound good in conditions like this. So kudos to him and all the other Fox technical teams out there today and moving forward. It is really a priceless position, and they do an incredible job. So I have to say that. I'm a former technical person and still am technical, so I have to give them the kudos.
Well, it makes sense. This is a rough job, and it's teamwork all the way around. You guys got to look out for each other for sure, Robert. As you're looking around, the force of these winds, definitely moving the debris around. What's it doing with the trees? Are you able to see some of the treetops from here? Are there some palm trees around you?
Yeah, palm trees are going wild, and look at this. I think Rick can see this. I'll walk past this pole, but this is clearly, these are new trees, but nonetheless they are knocked over, taken out of their root holes. And by the way, look at this, the pooling of the water on the sides of the street, and that's new. That's just in the past probably 10 minutes. But you come over here and you look at just the side of all the tree debris. You've got palms that have been sitting here and they're getting pushed around. And you look here, boom, 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 it's going. And here comes another big gust that's going to run down this street and head all the way to the harbor. And hopefully some of these power poles do not start falling. Like I said, we have heard transformers blow in the distance. Actually saw one as well. We did not get it on camera. It's tough to get those. But yeah, this is a deteriorating situation right now. And we're definitely seeing the worst of it for sure right now.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, it is on land.
Robert, as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes, you've got some really intense bands still to come. And as you well know, it'll be the center of the storm. The pass is somewhere nearby, likely, and then you'll have the backside of the storm. So there's still plenty to go here, and big winds and big gusts above even what you've seen are still possible. So be safe out there. We are getting some information in from Naples right now that they are going to put a curfew into effect right now. And the latest gauge reading has gone to 6.7 for their tidal surge, and now the gauge has stopped reporting. So that has been a record surge already, and we're 2 feet above the record surge. It's stopped reporting at this point. So Fort Myers, we're looking at you with those wild winds and the wind-driven rain, but we also have the surge coming in at dangerous levels.
And already setting a record with some of the levels, the old record, 4 feet. This is well above that already. You mentioned the curfew. Police saying it's time to stay in. Do not go out. That again in Naples, just south of Fort Myers. Look at Robert Ray trying to walk back to shelter there, to a safer space. But even then, leaning into the winds that are picking up. Another shot for you shows the winds and the rain coming down. And we've been watching this earlier as well, where just visibility has dropped significantly, and trees have been uprooted in and around where Will Nunley was earlier.
Let's take it over to get the latest on the National Hurricane Center update that's coming in right now. We've got Ian Oliver. Ian, have you been able to take a look yet at the first run there coming in from the National Hurricane Center?
Yeah, Amy, we're going to get to that in just a moment. No change to the intensity of Hurricane Ian. Great job to you and Craig. Thank you both. And thank you for staying with us on Fox Weather. That is a live picture.
All right, here we are. We've got a tornado warning right now just issued for Brevard County until 2:30. We've got the bands of tropical moisture and the heavy rain rolling up. I'm going to stop the animation and show you this. This is going to be located east of Yeehaw Junction in extreme southwest Brevard County. The cell in question is moving toward the northwest at a pretty good clip. These are associated with, of course, tropical bands, so they're really moving. This is going north-northwest at 33 miles per hour. Now, this is going to be in a pretty rural area, again, just the southwest extreme corner of Brevard County, northeast of Yeehaw Junction. But radar is indicating right now that we've got a pretty defined rotation. It's going to be right here. Whenever you see the reds and the greens touching, that lets you know that indeed we've got a radar-indicated tornado. And this is just the beginning. We're going to see a lot more of this over the next several hours. We've got the dynamics of this approaching hurricane now working into central Florida. So what's been kind of a rainy, misty morning with a couple of wind gusts is now starting to become severe, and we're going to start to see the more severe impacts arriving. So this is right now right along Rollins Blue Cypress Road and Blue Cypress Ranch Road. This is going to be east of Lacosi, and this is going to be about, let's see how many miles east this is of the Turnpike. This is going to be exactly 0.2 miles to the east of the turnpike. So if you're going up and down the turnpike, you're okay. But if you are in some of these more rural sections here in southwestern Brevard County, this is Fellsmere Road right here. Just to give you some reference, there's Fellsmere Road before it makes the bend, and this is going to be north of Lacosi. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Let's zoom out and see exactly where this is relative to the Orlando area. So this is going to be well southeast of Orlando. This radar indicated tornado, again, is moving northwest at 33 miles an hour. So this is also an indication of what we're going to be looking at for really the rest of the day today. These are going to be fast-moving tornadoes. So if you live in a place where a tornado warning is issued associated with Ian's bands, you've got to immediately seek shelter, because it's not the kind of thing you can go outside and try and see it and take videos of it. It's going to be moving so fast that it'll be in and out before you know it. Hopefully you avoid that. But the radar indicated tornado warning here. Let's take a look at some of the the products associated with this, and see if we can get a little more drilled down into this and get an idea of what we may be facing. So our triple threat indicates that indeed there is rotation within this cell, and also very, very heavy rain. That's needless to say. We're looking at about 2 inches per hour, but we've got a very strong rotation detected. You see this bright red here? That would be probably just about where this funnel cloud or tornado is located. And I'm going to hone in on this really closely, because there is a road here. It looks like the Rollins, I'll zoom out a little bit, the Rollins Blue Cypress Road, and these are some ranch roads here in southwest Brevard County. This is going to be moving toward the northwest at 33 miles an hour. So as I zoom out, you can see Blue Cypress Road right here, and the rotation working up that way. So it's going to pass over Fellsmere Road here inside of the next 15 minutes. Let's get some towns plotted on this to get a better idea of what's going on. And I'll warn you that there aren't actually many towns here, but I'll give you an idea of at least where the cone is going to bring this based on the speed and based on its direction. So yeah, no towns in the path of this at this point, but obviously some ranch property and an indication of the greater picture, what's going to happen a little bit later on this afternoon. So for the area, we also have tornado watches in effect. This is until 5 p.m. for Orange County, and that'll likely be extended. I mean, it's just begun at this point. That is the rotation from these bands of rain. And any one of these bands, this is the one right now we're watching east of Yeehaw Junction, but there's another thunderstorm here that's capable of producing a tornado in Polk County. That's going to be south of Kissimmee, but it's not warned yet. And some of these bands working up toward the Rockledge area, where we're starting to see flood warnings now from the very heavy rains right along the beach line and up in the Titusville area. We'll have to watch out for water spouts with these. But the reason we're breaking in right now is that we've got an active tornado warning. This in effect until 2:30, so about 25 minutes from now. And it'll likely be canceled before then, but we're seeing some signs here of a defined rotation. You can see that hook right there. And so our tornado would probably be located in about that direction. Another thing we can do is check out and see if there's any debris. We're going to use a feature of the radar that looks for irregularities in what's happening in the sky. It looks for raindrops, and it can also see debris if that happens to be a thing. And in this case, I'll show you once again what it looks like and where the tornado may be based on the radar detecting rain. It's called reflectivity, but looking at the debris in that same area. Do you see this dark area right here? There's a kind of a little blue pixel. This could be some lofted debris from that radar indicated tornado. That is, maybe it's picking up some sticks and leaves or what have you. And that represents an irregularity in the radar. So it's not just rain where it kind of plots as all red. It starts to get into some other colors. So that's an indication that, yeah, this is more of a serious type of a situation. Our rotation is right over that spot as well. So do you see the red right there? That indicates the rotation, and then the debris is co-located in that same location. So that gives us a higher confidence that we may be looking at a defined tornado with this cell. I'll zoom out here once again and give you an idea of where this is. And a reminder as well, as we start to face what will eventually be a more common scenario with these tornadoes popping up this afternoon, rotating in around these bands from Ian, which is still 100 miles to the southwest. We've got to remember tornado safety. When you hear the sirens in your area, you've got to seek shelter. Let's go to Ian Cassette for some of those tornado safety tips, and we'll get back here and plot this tornado a little bit more. Ian?
All right, and thank you to our Fox 35 team, especially as they continue to keep us covered not only on the hurricane, but what other weather events it is bringing. We heard earlier today from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that this this is a possibility that there could be some tornadoes that come along associated here with this hurricane, especially as you know, all of the atmosphere, that air is rotating, it's moving around. You think about the warm air that they already were having over the last few days. Now it's bringing in this fresh new storm. It is definitely going to create some problems across Florida. And if you are in an area where you didn't evacuate, maybe it's because you're inland far enough, or maybe it's because you didn't have the right time and preparations to leave. Now's the time to stay and brace for this impact, especially as it continues to make landfall here. This is, again, a powerful storm, so just treat it as you would any other dangerous storm, especially with all of the other weather events that it could bring along here with it. So our teams, both at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa, been doing a great job keeping everyone as up to date as possible, especially as we do have some of those other warnings that we need to give people. We'll be jumping in and out of their coverage and taking you back to our coverage. I'd mentioned this the other day, but my family also in that same area, they had to evacuate yesterday. It took them what should have been about a 2-hour drive, about 5 hours to get off the island that they were on to go inland. They did go over to Orlando. They're staying in a hotel there, keeping a close eye on all of the action that is happening in their neighborhood. Now, they're in Manatee County, so they're right outside of Sarasota, and that's where their home's located. They did have a couple of pictures and doorbell camera videos that they'd sent me of the impact that they are seeing, and it looks similar to what we're seeing in Fort Myers here with our live picture showing us a lot of wind gusts, a lot of rain coming, and you know, too, that wind, it just brings the rain in every direction. It brings heavier bands all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden it looks like it's not raining. Another important thing to mention as we continue our coverage is something that our Florida governor had said. All of the officials also, as we've been listening into press conferences, have been saying, they have said time and time again that no matter if you think maybe the storm has passed or it might be taking a brief break, you should not be going outside, especially for those areas that are getting the very beginning and brunt of this storm. So live now from Fox, going to continue giving you coverage here as, again, multiple areas going to see a huge storm surge. Charlotte Harbor could be seeing about 18 feet of a storm surge. They're warning that this is going to be a catastrophic storm, and some areas even going to have unsurvivable storm surge. So we are going to stay in full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we have been here over these last few days, continuing to give you all of these different live looks. After we come back from this 2-minute break, we'll get back into more coverage right here for you. Again, we'll see you on the other side of this 2-minute break. also continuing to keep an eye on just how much extra rainfall, how much of those wind gusts, all the changing motions with this hurricane. So we're going to go into our Fox 13 coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, where we're always bringing you the latest live, raw, and of course unfiltered information. Let's go ahead and give you their latest update right here with our Fox 13 team.
The number of homes that are built, these are not sleepy areas anymore. I mean, there is just so much growth, especially post-recession 2008, that the population boom. There's very few breaks along the way, where there's not much. I mean, there's some kind of going over the bridges of Charlotte Harbor. You kind of look around at a lot of mangroves, but I mean, it's pretty much nonstop, folks, all the way up and down 75, and this whole area now being impacted. I'd say Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, this is all the areas that are getting hit really, really hard by this storm. And as far as flooding going, so this is where the winds are coming up from the southeast, and all this water is being pushed, towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Naples, Golden Gate. We're kind of getting out of the view of radar, but even down here, folks, the rain is heavy. We're just getting kind of far away from the radar site, the beam. And anyone, by the way, who try to ride it out in Sanibel and Captiva may be able to look up in the sky right now and see blue sky. So anyone that, and I'm sure there's somebody, I'm sure there's someone there that stayed and has the phone camera, and we'll show you pictures soon. But anyone that is on Sanibel and Captiva right now can look up, see a blue sky, and wait. And the problem is, then you wait for the backside to come through. And when the backside goes through, the winds go the other way. So when the hurricane approaches, it's going from the south and the southeast, and then you go in the eye, and you're excited about the fact that you're in the eye, blue sky, light winds, birds are chirping, you're looking around at the damage, you're okay. But you have to get out of the eye, and then you get back into this, and the winds are going the other way.
That would probably be the onset as well, I would imagine, Paul, for some storm surge issues in Captiva and Pine Island, because up until this point, wind for the most part has been kind of on offshore with that easterly flow, and then all of a sudden it's clear and quiet, as you said, and then backside of the storm, 100, 120, 130 mile an hour winds are straight onshore, and all of a sudden the water's coming up. It is drastic changes when you go through the middle of that eye wall and things kind of flip around and do a 180.
And we go back a couple of days ago when the storm was still in the northwestern Caribbean Sea heading for Cuba, and I'll be honest, the forecast was hard. Remember we had some models that were still going up to Pensacola, and we had other models that were going east, and they were kind of flip-flopping back and forth. And up to a couple of days ago, it was expected, or it looked like this was going to be right off Pinellas County and sliding northeast into Pasco County. We know it's how bad it is here, but imagine translating this eye just north of Tampa Bay or on Pinellas County. You're talking about a big problem here locally. Someone else is getting it. So it's not good. It's not a good situation at all. And the Media Bay area was lucky we escaped this, but unfortunately we're thinking about our friends that are getting impacted right now, because it is not a pretty situation, especially in some of this eye wall right here. Again, the worst weather in a hurricane is usually contained right in that eye wall, going out 20, 30 miles. Once you kind of escape the eye wall, the winds decrease pretty quickly. You just kind of, we always said, you want to avoid the core of the hurricane. If we could find a way with this storm to keep this core just offshore, it would have been okay, but we just couldn't. That trough was strong enough, and it kind of deflected and turned the storm northeast, and that slight northeast track, when storms parallel our coast, slight little jog is enough to make landfall.
Yeah, I think folks need to prepare themselves for some of the video that we're going to see come out down in southwest Florida, where this storm surge is coming in. You think back to Hurricane Michael. Remember the area of Mexico Beach that was mentioned a lot in Gulf County up in the Panhandle? Up until we saw the video, I don't think it was really hitting home of what that storm was capable of with the storm surge. You put 12 to 16 feet of water on land in some of these spots, if not even higher than that. There's always the peak being missed by the observations. It's always higher than what the observations kind of record. That is a landscape-changing, life-altering storm surge. It truly is. So it's going to be heartbreaking, I think, to see some of the video come out of places like Cape Coral and Fort Myers the next.
And and the thing that's important to remember about our West Coast is really about the slope of the continental shelf. As you move west of us, the water stays fairly shallow for a long time. And what does that allow? That allows the water to build up. When we talk about approaching hurricanes on the East Coast, yeah, they get storm surge flooding, but you go offshore on the East Coast, and the depth of the water really gets deep fast. It's just two completely different topography, geography off our coast, and there's off the East Coast. That's why storm surge, really along the entire Gulf Coast, is a huge problem because of the shape of the ocean floor and the depth of it. As the hurricane comes, it kind of brings with it a wall of water, and then you have the wind pushing it up, so it kind of builds and it slopes up slowly. And that is why the water really begins to increase, and it just gets pushed to the point it has nowhere to go, and it tries to move inland, and it's blocked by, by land. It all piles up, and that's our storm surge problem here along the Gulf Coast. It's really a function of how shallow the water is as you move even hundreds of miles just off our West Coast. Waiting for confirmation of landfall. Also, it is going to be interesting. Just watch on social media. We'll show it to you what we can, but we will see pictures, I'm sure, of people that are in the eye right now. And do we have a satellite? Tyler, can we show a satellite? Do we have?
Yeah, give me 1 second if you want to keep chatting.
See if you can pop up the. Can we grab a true color satellite of the Zoom Florida one?
Yep.
Just want to see how we know how clear it is. As far as radar goes, there's not raining here. Just want to see if it really coincides. I want to see if the eye is cloud-filled, or I just want to see if the eye is clear. We'll be able to tell if we can kind of see the ground from space. That means that anyone here can look up and see blue sky and probably see the sun shining. I'll just wait till Tyler does that.
Yep, coming up right now.
So try the zoomed-in one, if we have that. So it looks like I'm just going to look at it on a monitor. That's it approaching the coast, and yeah, I mean it looks like it's probably partly cloudy in the eye. I see some hints. You can kind of see the Gulf underneath there. You know what is also interesting about this? If you have any friends that are up in Tallahassee or back here up towards Mobile and New Orleans, even up by Atlanta, the chatter up there is like the weather is so nice, very low humidity. Lots of sunshine. You talk about a study in contrast. You have beautiful, probably the nicest. Think about this for a second, folks. The nicest fall day so far is here, and the worst weather on the planet is here. Think about that for a second. The worst on the planet happening right here, and some of the nicest weather on the planet is happening 300 miles away, and that's a fact. And as you zoom in, well, I think we can see some clear skies. So again, anyone that's underneath this eye can look up and see at least breaks of sunshine. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's more interesting than anything else because what really matters is the weather around the eye. But as that eye moves inland, and if you're in that eye, and that could even be Arcadia, and that could be anywhere south of us, you will probably see some blue sky for a time this afternoon, and tonight you'll see stars in that eye. Tell you, as far as the satellite appearance goes, I mean, what you look for as far as a strong hurricane goes, and we've shown you hurricanes that are undergoing shear and they're not a perfect circle. This hurricane is almost a perfect circle. Another example or reason why it is so strong. Take a look at the lightning back here. This is all lightning data, and here's the clear skies. There it is right here, moving onshore. You can also see, again, the atmosphere is a fluid. You can see waves in the atmosphere kind of propagating out of this, all this energy that kind of moves out. You kind of see it, because these gravity waves that are extending out. So it's just, from a scientific point, this is incredible, but there's nothing incredible for anyone that is dealing with the storm right now. Last night, we had tornadoes outside of Fort Lauderdale. Airport Hollywood had planes flipped over. We've had a couple tornado warnings today. There's a tornado watch up, but there hasn't. Looks like maybe there's not a warning. Yeah, it's a warning there on the East Coast.
Yep.
And there could be a couple tornado warnings. What's interesting now, there is some breaks in the rain. So the rain area, there's an area moving through Highlands County and into Polk County. Some dry air may be coming in on the south and southeast side, where it's not raining at all. It is raining very heavily along. I tell you, you want to take about but the drive. The drive that would be one to remember, and I got to tell anyone to do it, but driving from I-75, we'll say from the Golden Gate exit, you've been down there before, maybe the Marco Island exit off 75, you drive all the way to the Skyway, and you'll have a book to write about the wind, and I'm sure there's someone on the highway. It's not closed. I mean, it'll be tough going for really anyone that's trying to go up and down 75 from the Skyway all the way south. There's Port Charlotte. There is Venice. On my Facebook page on Twitter, I have a post going that says, just write down your experiences. If we don't want anyone to venture outside and put yourself in danger. But if you can take a picture outside your window, if there's pictures or video that you can share with us safely, you can send it to me or Tyler or anyone on my inbox on Facebook or Twitter or through the station. And because this stuff is really, really bad right now. This is the seventh Category 4 or 5 hurricane that has made landfall since 1950.
I believe so. Yeah, seventh one. Landfall should be coming up momentarily. And producers, I'm just going to walk over to the green wall here for a second and jump in. I think a big thing to note here, Paul, is that this is really the beginning of a long stretch of very strong winds and a whole lot of rain that it's going to last through the night tonight. If you're in Tampa, if you're in Polk County, if you're in Lakeland, whatever it is, Apollo Beach, I mean, the wind has been gusting already tropical storm force for the last couple hours in a lot of spots around Tampa Bay over into Pinellas County. And the storm is way down here. And as it cuts into the inland spots over the next several hours, this is slow moving, still moving at 9 miles per hour. It's going to be a rough night tonight. It's going to be a loud night. You think back to what we experienced during Irma. Paul, I know you remember just dozens and dozens and dozens of Facebook messages as we were on the air and the storm was kind of cutting up through Hardy County and Polk County of just when is this going to stop? It's so loud. And this is a stronger storm as it's making landfall now than what Irma was at this point. So this is going to hold together. At least the core of the wind is going to take a while to wind down over land. That's why they have hurricane warnings over on the East Coast, but they could certainly experience hurricane force winds by the time this gets over to them. So I think the takeaway is that this is just the beginning. With respect to our viewing area, we're thinking about the folks down south in Cape Coral and Fort Myers and Port Charlotte and all those spots through Southwest Florida that are going through the worst of the weather right now. But with respect to our impacts, it's going to be this evening and overnight as this core kind of moves right up through here and over towards Orlando. Widespread power outages. We're on the radio nonstop. They're carrying our coverage. So if your power goes out, that's a good way to kind of listen to what's going on. We'll do our best to describe the location of things to you when that happens.
We had some I had messages. I made a list back in the weather office of things I need to talk about. We talked about just visually, obviously, this has been pretty cool. Is just the water being moved out of the bay. It's because of that north-northeast wind direction. And we made a big deal about this last night, saying, I guarantee tomorrow we'll show you some video of the bay being emptied. The question a lot of you are asking, okay, the water has to come back.
Yeah.
And the water will come back. But I don't think it'll come back to the levels that will not be that will not be manageable. When I looked at some of the data, the general rule is when departing hurricanes are moving away from you. So this is going to be moving away. It'll be moving towards the East Coast. Yeah, the wind's going to turn northwest and west, so the water has to come back, and it's going to want to be pushed into the bay. But there's no longer a hurricane in the Gulf. The hurricane's now on the East Coast. So could we get some minor flooding? I absolutely think we could, but in the big scheme of things, it's probably, we've had so many events of 2 to 3 feet of water that if we end up this event with getting 2 to 3 feet of water along our west coast, I would consider that a big win for us. So we're not going to get we're not going to get a 5 to 10 foot storm surge.
Right.
We're just not. And I don't know what the Hurricane Center has out right now for data for us, but when storms are moving away from us, this will be over by Orlando, and we'll start getting a northwest wind and a west wind, so the water's going to come back, but it's not going to come back 5 to 10 feet.
Right. I remember during Irma as well, we were saying, folks, don't stop walking in the bay because the water is going to come back.
Right.
There was the fear of how quickly it would come back, and then it didn't really materialize that way. It's really interesting how the physics of the storm just work as it's moving away from you. It's totally different than when it's approaching. Just the pull of the water back coming into a dry bay is just not the same.
Yeah,
so
and
I think
we may get some minor flooding,
sure.
and there may be maybe 3 feet, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet of water on the backside. But we'll get 2.5, 3 feet of water here after a cold front in the winter with a 30, 40 mile an hour wind. Right. So I'm not dismissing anyone that's watching me right now that lives on the coast. Go, well, you come clean up my water. I get it. But what we're trying to avoid here is a big deal, a major event, and I think that we will avoid a major event. That's the Brookdale Bayshore cam, which, by the way, it looked like there was some islands out there earlier. Now there's not, and we'll take a couple of more views. Let me see if I can get this to load.
Yeah, there you go.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of looks...
All right, once again, we've been listening in here with our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep us covered on Hurricane Ian. Right now, some different live looks showing us exactly what people are seeing. And here is our live radar. Again, that eye just headed to the very coast. More than 624,000 people already here without power in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking about that earlier here today, saying they do have more than 40,000 personnel ready to restore power. Of course, though, crews like that, like our emergency crews and those first responders in certain areas, they're not going to be able to get out to some of those locations where the residents are feeling the worst of the impact of this hurricane. So that was a warning to all of the residents who did not leave. Maybe they were in a voluntary evacuation zone. So they were told, you know what, you can evacuate if you want, or you can stay behind. But if you stay behind, you're doing so at your own risk. We'll continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some of our viewers going to be going out to a 2-minute break as we continue to take a live look here at our radar of Hurricane Ian now making landfall in Florida.
It's just privately owned, and they were good enough people to say, let's open it up for the people and, you know, protect our community.
Well, Dennis, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I know that you have other work to get out here with the guests, but I wanted to thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to us. And that is some of the... Thanks, Dennis. And that is some of the things that we are hearing, you know, through all of the bad of this storm. And we know that there are areas that are going to be hit bad, especially here in Sarasota County, further down south. There is good stories coming out of this. Dennis has been going around checking on families, making sure that they are safe. And really, when these storms hit and you are in an area with people you don't know, you really become familiar with them. It kind of eases your mind for a little bit. But these wind gusts continue to come in here through Sarasota County. I've been getting some text messages from people that I know throughout the area. I have heard that power is now out in Gulfgate near the SCT area, which would be the Suncoast Technical College and other parts of Sarasota. So it is going to be a long few hours, a long next couple of days, but we're all in this together, and we all live where you live, and we're going to be okay once the storm passes. Back to you.
Floridians are going to continue to come together through all of this, and of course we're thankful for Dennis there for bringing you and Travis in and keeping you guys safe there in shelter. Kim, continue to do that. Thanks for being out there for us. You know, you can really judge the wind by the bend in the palm tree.
Absolutely.
And it is really bending out there right now.
When someone has lived here their whole life and they say this is different, they can hear the howl is different. They can
When she said that word howl,
right? They know.
It's going to be a rough ride for a lot of folks down there, and of course our hearts are with all of those people in our southern counties. You know, the governor spoke just a short time ago.
So here's what he had to say about the storm as it came ashore, and also how Floridians, just like Dennis, can help those that are being affected.
We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance. So the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support, like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation, if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222.
Tens of thousands of people are already without power. The most have been reported in Sarasota County, where we just were. More than 78,000 power outages there. If you lose power, you can still access emergency information on the radio. And we are broadcasting on 3 different channels: Hot 101.5, 97X, and the occasional coverage on 102.5 The Bone.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 teams as they continue to keep us in full coverage on Hurricane Ian. A live look here in Fort Myers as this storm is now here upon Florida. Floridians had been preparing over the last few weeks, knowing this storm was coming, and especially over these last few days. Multiple schools, as well as you think about the amusement parks, entertainment areas, they're all closed down, workplaces closed, and a lot of people just sitting and waiting for this hurricane to pass. We're going to continue our full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some viewers going to step out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more with our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team right here for you on Live Now from Fox after a 2-minute break.
sites this morning, and this is what she had to say. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe, but our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
And so the mayor went out and visited 3 different sites, thanking those crews, telling them that to be ready at any moment to start cleaning up our city and our county. Obviously, this is a big task, but she also mentioned that, yes, we may have dodged a bullet, but she wants the public to stay put, not to venture out at this point, to be safe. Don't drive around. Don't be looky-loos. Just stay home until emergency officials tell us it's okay to venture out. And obviously, Tampa police also stressing that same thing, and reminding us that, in fact, if criminals come out there and try to start looting or taking advantage of the situation, that the burglary charges would be upgraded, because this is a state of emergency right now. So keep that in mind as well. They just want the public to be aware that they're out there in full force protecting us, but we should also do our part and stay indoors until we're told it's safe to come out. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are at home watching right now wondering, what can I do? Well, that's what you can do, is you can stay home, because that'll help all the folks who are away from their families, trying to help and keep everyone safe. Gloria, thanks.
Stay at home. We're keeping
and just
you informed.
We'll give you the latest.
Thank you, Gloria.
Absolutely, Gloria, thanks. Well, here is the latest. All Hillsborough County Public Schools will be closed on Friday. The school district tweeting out the update. Students will return to class on Monday, October 3rd.
Well, the Pasco Sheriff's Office wants residents there to prepare for possible flooding and damage following Hurricane Ian. Sheriff Chris Noko actually released this video a little bit earlier.
Since your sheriff's office will be ready for whatever happens. The one thing, as we said, it's a little bit more east. So as it's further east, we want to make sure our residents on that side of the county, are aware. But know that our chainsaw teams are ready to respond immediately to clear the roads. We're going to be working with the power companies to make sure that they can restore power as quickly as possible out there. Our swiftwater response team will be out there in case there is flooding anywhere. But we want to make sure all our residents are aware of the fact that, even 2 to 3 days after the storm, we're going to see possible flooding issues, because all the rains that go to surrounding counties can come our way. So with that being said, I want to make sure you're aware we are there for you. We're all in this together.
Yes, we are. And you were just listening to Pasco County Sheriff Nako, reminding residents to know that this is going to be going on for days, the aftermath. We have been watching at how Ian's winds have really affected our local waterways. This is a look at Bayshore Boulevard, a time lapse where you can see the water just sort of get sucked back as it recedes. It is pretty incredible. Look at that progression. Now, if you were here through Irma back in 2017, you might remember something similar happened. It's definitely caught attention of the residents down there. I saw a lot of folks along Bayshore Boulevard earlier. I was out there driving, and people were pulled over. They were out taking pictures. They were out walking along where there's normally water.
Hopefully not anymore, though. Hopefully
not anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, FEMA in Washington, D.C. is also watching our state very closely.
Here's what officials there had to say about after the storm passes by.
Once the storm passes and individuals go out into this water, the water is still dangerous, right? It's still going to be moving rapidly. It's still going to have debris in it. It's still going to have down power lines in it. So there's so many different dangers after the storm passes that also contribute to some of the indirect fatalities that we see after a storm. So people just need to stay focused. They need to listen to their officials. They need to understand what the threats and the dangers are. Those first few hours, days after the storm passes are just as dangerous as when the storm is going over.
Meanwhile, Baycare hospitals are closing all facilities to visitors at 5 o'clock this evening. OBGYN, NICU, pediatric patients, they may have one visitor throughout the storm. Morton Plant North Bay in Newport Richey and Bardmore's emergency department in Largo are closed. So Hurricane Ian has already spawned several possible tornadoes in South Florida. One was confirmed in Broward County last night. You can see a lot of trees down there and people out picking up debris. The good news here, though, Paul, is no one was hurt, but I have to imagine that our middle counties need to be bracing, Tyler, for that possibility throughout the afternoon, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of rain that we've had through September, and now we're talking like 10, 15, maybe 20 inches of rain in spots between now and like tomorrow morning. So that's a lot of rain, and you got really gusty winds. Kind of one of those scenarios where a lot of the root systems just get kind of pulled up out of the ground, and the tree just kind of slowly falls over. That could be widespread, hopefully.
All right, do want to say thanks again to our Fox 13 team as they've been giving us a lot of great information surrounding Hurricane Ian. There are some viewers who still need to go out to their final 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, so when everyone returns. And we are back, giving you this live look here from NASA TV at Hurricane Ian from up above, just as we also have our radar up, giving you a close look at the path of this hurricane. We know that it is a Category 4. Now, the last time a Category 4 hurricane had made landfall in Florida was Hurricane Irma in 2017. It was then also in the Florida Keys, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Irma was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing onto the Florida Peninsula just south of Naples. We had Hurricane Michael in 2018. It was the last Category 5 landfall in Florida. Now, Michael had left widespread devastation in the Florida Panhandle. Category 5 landfalls in the U.S., they're rare. Before Michael, we had Hurricane Andrew in 1992, which also had struck Florida. There was a Category 5 landfall that had happened. There's 2 other known Category 5 landfalls on the continental U.S. Hurricane Camille back in 1969. And the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So right now, a lot of people still focused on what is happening in front of them here today. Hurricane Ian here, and it is hitting the coast. You can see with all of these different live pictures we've been bringing you, there's certain areas that are starting to see different effects from this storm. Right here, you can see a little bit to that left-hand part of this bay up on the sidewalk. Water already has spilled over onto the sidewalk, causing some flooding. You're seeing just the movement of the water. This again is tucked in into a bay here just a little bit, so it is a little bit out of the way of where we have some of the most and brunt force of the storm coming in. Let's go ahead and take you into a quadruple box just to give you some of those different looks. As I mentioned before, there's been numerous people who've been keeping us up to date in areas like Naples, in areas like Holmes Beach, Florida, right there along the Gulf outside of Sarasota, where they're seeing the biggest impact from this storm. The eye moving just a little bit south of some of those areas, and they're saying they already have no power. There's also multiple pictures and videos that have been coming in with just some of those different photos of the bent palm trees and the videos of the wind blowing, the rain wrapping around with it. Rain is going to be something that is going to affect a number of people, especially as we think about not only during this hurricane, but afterwards as well. We want to keep everyone prepared ahead of time. Know during a hurricane, especially when there's flooding that comes along with it, you're probably going to lose power. You don't know where those power lines are going to be going down. So you're going to have to pay extra attention and be extra careful if you are going to be out and about in some of those areas, especially as we heard from our officials. They don't want you walking into an area of water that does have some of those power lines down and possibly causing devastation for you and your family. So right now, no longer safe to evacuate. Hurricane Ian now surging into the Gulf Coast, and they are asking anyone who had stayed behind to now please seek shelter. We do have some tornado warnings that are also being issued along with this storm. We're going to take you into some coverage as we do have our Fox 35 meteorologist speaking about some of these other weather events we need to know about coming with the hurricane. So he right now is speaking about the tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and bring you into their coverage with our Fox 35 team right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Along the band, the whole thing starts rotating. It adopts that spin in a tornado form. So we're going to see a lot more tornadoes. The Storms Prediction Center released a special statement saying that while conditions have been somewhat stable, as they currently are from Palm Coast to Daytona to Deltona, by stable I mean not rotating, as Ian moves in, we're going to see that stable air mass move out, and it will be replaced with the air mass associated with this very powerful Gulf hurricane making its way ashore right now, landfalling currently in the Port Charlotte area with winds now, as indicated by radar, exceeding 125 miles per hour, 130 miles per hour. Let's get a bead here on some of the latest wind indications. Yeah, about 100 miles an hour there. That's the Sarasota area in Bradenton. But going farther south toward the center of circulation, we're catching winds of 140 miles an hour out in the Gulf, 120 miles an hour south of Port Charlotte. So this is a really extreme situation for Southwest Florida, and you can see those pictures in the right-hand side of your screen. We'll be rotating through a couple of those pictures, and when we have cameras, bring them to you. But it is a really dangerous situation down there in Southwest Florida. And the good news with this, as far as we're talking, is that as this center circulation moves our way, we're going to see the wind speeds fall, but the rain is only going to get stronger. Real quick, let's zoom back in here and see what's going on. This tornado warning in effect until 3:30, this new polygon just issued by the National Weather Service for Osceola County. The storm is moving at a rate of about 25 miles per hour to the north-northwest, and now we've got some towns that are plotting that are in the path of this. So the Cat Lake, Buck Lake, Lake Conlin, and Pearl Lake in about 20 to 30 minutes. So if you live in these areas, as we start approaching areas east of St. Cloud, we are right now catching the potential here in 20 minutes of the tornado impacting those areas. All right, here is the video of Naples on the right. That is a power line that has fallen, and it is arcing right now on the ground. And do we have sound from that as well? Okay, well this shows you anyway what's going on down there. I mean, it's a severe situation, and it's a reminder that when the wind does start blowing, whether it's from a tornado or power lines down or the hurricane itself, don't assume that the power lines aren't hot, because sometimes the power company isn't aware that there's a line down yet. Maybe it's the first line of the storm. Or in some cases, homeowners will plug in improperly the generators, hot plugging it into the house, and then that can send voltage back to the power line. So even if power is out for the neighborhood, there could be just some voltage still. So when you see pictures like that, it's a reminder of some of the other dangers that we face with these hurricane situations. So our tornado warning continues. I'm joined here with meteorologist Ian Cassette. Ian, this right now is in rural southeastern Osceola County. It's about to move into the Orlando area as far as the air air mass, the instability, the rotation. What do we think it is? We head toward 5 o'clock. What's your bead on the situation as far as the future radar goes?
I'm definitely concerned. I'm concerned with the fact that we have this continuous tornado threat, but we have our tools here that are showing you that, A, we've continued with this rotation now for an hour, and there's nothing to say it wouldn't continue to rotate. And this is what our future radar is showing. As you look at the next hour, and we've watched this storm for about an hour now, and we have seen it continue to have that rotation. So we have to use what we've seen so far to help us figure out what could happen from here. And what this is showing is that, ignore the fact that the tornado warning disappears. This is a future radar, of course. It's showing that this same cell, the same movement will continue along that northwest path and possibly near the Orlando metro. So this is a possibility that we could have a rotating storm right over the greater Orlando area, moving to the northwest, over the lakes, over 417, 528 into Orlando. It has been in a generally rural environment right now, but we're going to see it probably move into more densely populated. So many of you will be finding yourselves in a tornado warning if this rotation is to continue. But we knew that this would continue. We knew that we would have a rise in the threat for tornado, for rotation as we go on into this afternoon, this evening, as the storm moves closer to us. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing this, but we're going to continue to monitor that threat for a tornado or for tornado warnings because we have that rotation. So that is showing that the greater Orlando area, if you live in Orlando, and if you live in a high rise, if you live in a townhome, it doesn't matter where you live, you need to put yourself in the best, or at least put yourself in the safest position. In Brooks, we have a tornado threat that's going to continue this afternoon. Obviously, it would be pretty concerning to have it heading towards a larger population, affecting a lot of people.
And the National Weather Service is saying that indeed, the Storms Prediction Center, that Orlando and Osceola County, Brevard County, that we're going to be in the heart of the highest risk zone for tornadoes over the next couple of hours. That's exactly what we expect, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Just so you know as well, just got in from the Hurricane Center that Hurricane Ian is making landfall right now over Southwest Florida officially. So we'll have their official indication of the exact location of the center of circulation where that landfall occurred, whether it's on one of the barrier islands or maybe on the tip here at the entrance to the bay of Port Charlotte going into Gasparilla Bay. Just for reference, there's Punta Gorda. So let's go back to our tornado warning. This is in effect until 3:30 for Osceola County. And the reason this is of concern is obviously because this is now starting to work toward more populated areas. It was of concern before because there are theoretically some ranches out there and maybe some folks there seeking shelter from this, but it's got a history of producing, at least indicated by radar, tornadoes, and this is a sign of many more tornadoes possible like this throughout Osceola County and Orange County coming up here inside of the next 2 hours. So the latest radar scan on this features the center of rotation right here. You see where the green is and the red. This latest scan shows a very tight rotation, and oftentimes you can start detecting debris in that same area. And do you see that irregularity, how it goes from like pink to kind of a little bit of a yellow indicator? That would tell you that the rain that's falling is kind of being interrupted by leaves and debris and stuff like that. So as this continues to move and rotate, and here's another way to visualize that rotation, we got to watch out because this thing is starting to head up toward places east of St. Cloud. I'm going to give you a wider shot. This is State Highway 192 or 500, and in the loop you can see it's moving over wooded areas at this point. Oh, where did my loop go? There we go. Take this off here. There we go. There's our loop. So it's now moving over these more rural areas, but there are a couple of indications. Maybe of a couple ranch homes in here, or a couple little tiny developments, maybe some outhouses or something having to do with ranch operations. But in the context of Florida, here's Orlando, and here is that tornado warning. And the thought is that all of this is going to start working up toward Orlando. Now, Seminole and Orange counties are under tornado watches, and also the Osceola County area. So there's Orlando, there's Seminole County, there is Southern Volusia and Brevard until 5 o'clock, meaning through about the next 2 hours, conditions are favorable. It's possible that this will be expanded toward the north depending on how that all pans out. But as it stands right now, the latest on this tornado is that it is moving at a very good clip. It's moving very fast. I shouldn't say a good clip, I should say a fast clip, because there's nothing good about a clip like this, because there's very little time to prepare for it. But at this speed, the cell right now is moving toward the northwest at 22 miles per hour. It will be in Bay Lake in about 22 minutes from now. It'll be at Lake Conlin in 22 minutes from now. It'll be at Bay Lake. I said Buck Lake. This will be now Bay Lake in 26 minutes. And that's getting very close to St. Cloud, right? That's about 8 miles east of St. Cloud. And so beyond that, you get into the airport. This is OIA. This isn't too far away from some pretty dense population. This is now about 23 miles away, and it's moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. All right, we've got the sheriff of Osceola County on the line right now. Sheriff, thanks for taking the time with us. I understand things in your neck of the woods are getting a little bit more rough, and I wanted to ask you, are you hearing any reports of damage or any concerns associated with some of these tornadoes?
No, we haven't had any reports of any damage so far. You know, we just have a lot of a little bit of wind that's picking up, and the rain, the sporadic rain, that's getting a little heavier in some parts. But other than that, so far, it's been pretty calm right now.
In your experience in this area, there's a tornado warning it's northeast of Kenansville, about 12, 13 miles. It's southeast of the Buck Lake area and
All right, so thanks again to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. We were listening in with our Fox 35 team as they continue to keep us covered on all of the surrounding areas and what they are going to be seeing here in the next few minutes as they continue their to track Ian. It is making its way onshore now as we speak, and Live Now continuing to give you not only live looks of Florida, but also some more coverage. This time I'm going to take you out to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They're talking more about what they're seeing on the radar, who's going to be feeling the most impact. Let's go ahead and head out to them right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Venice, Englewood, and Northport. And when I was back in the office taking a bit of a break at 3 o'clock, I read some messages on my inbox, and it was simply people in Venice and Northport going, Paul, it's really tough down here. Paul, it is so loud. Someone messaged me and say, is there a tornado warning because it's so loud outside right now? No, there's no tornado warnings in the eye wall. It's simply the amount of wind, and it's noisy in situations like this. So let me see if we can also take a look. Can we maybe pop up the I'm
working on getting a visual of that extreme wind warning, just so we can see kind of where it's outlined.
We know it's all of Sarasota County.
Correct.
Which is critical, and it's part of DeSoto County.
Correct. And parts of Manatee County.
Part of Manatee County as well. It's really anyone that's going to be in this eye wall is going to have extreme winds. And the process is slow. I mean, you know, I've been here now several hours since late this morning, and this storm has not moved all that much. This is going to be a rough night. It gets dark in only about 4.5 hours from now. So by the time it gets dark, the storm is going to be over here. And then we're going to kind of have to walk you through this tonight and look for any signs of tornadoes or any stronger winds and kind of see how things play out throughout the overnight hours. Here's some of the wind speeds. This is Doppler estimated, 122, 100, 104. 97. I think all of those numbers look accurate to me. Out in these beaches, out in Lido, in Holmes Beach, and even in Anna Maria, where it's with the intercoastal, there's some openness to the east of you, and the winds are blowing northeast. It is really whipping along the coast of Manatee and Sarasota counties.
Yeah, it is, Paul. I'm gonna still try and pull up that extreme wind warning a little more. You can drive around on the radar for a second.
I'm gonna show the stats right now because we get updated numbers every hour. We get a new position update. So here's the 3 o'clock numbers. Just about making landfall, waiting for the official confirmation. The center itself is now 20 miles to the west of Fort Myers. Top winds are still 155, and if anything, it's slowed down a little bit. You don't want it to slow down. I mean, I'd give us a north-northeast at 20. North-northeast at 9 is slow. And that means that, you think about if you go 9 miles an hour, and in about a day, you don't really go that far. You get 9 miles an hour times 24. It's 180, you know, it's about 200 miles. So in a day, we go to the other side of the state. So we got a ways to go. We'll put this into motion. The track forecast now, you know, we're done with modeling. The model page has been deleted for this storm because now it's just kind of watching the eye on radar. And the track is pretty similar to what we were talking about last night. It'll weaken to a Cat 3. By the time it gets to Orlando or near Orlando, that'll be tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It'll be a tropical storm. That's when the winds will start going west-northwest for us, and that's when the water will start coming back. But as we've talked about a couple times so far today, the water is out of the bay and the inlets. It has to come back in. That process takes time, and then to get flooding on top of that, it's hard. I'm not saying there can't be some high water with the west-northwest wind on the backside, but we're not going to get no 5 or 9 foot storm surge in Tampa Bay when a storm is moving away from us. The physics don't support it. Storm's moving away. West-northwest winds, not going to happen. But there could be some areas of high water. And if we go through this hurricane and say, did you have high water at your house? Yeah, we had about a foot above average, 2 feet above average. That's a win when you get a Category 4 or 5 hurricane right off your coastline. Winds 150 in the motion, north-northeast at 9. Then eventually going out over water and maybe making a second landfall up there in South Carolina. The flash flood risk is going to stay pretty much off the charts, and we've noticed that heaviest band of rain just north of Tampa Bay. Let's see if the European model numbers are in. This is additional rainfall. Still showing, and you know what, the model is actually doing a pretty good job. There hasn't been much rain in Highlands County, so the European model is going 1.5 inches, and that kind of lines up with the rainfall distribution so far. It doesn't mean it's not going to rain again in Highlands County, but the way the storm has been configured, a lot of the heaviest rain has kind of been in the north and northwest quadrant of the hurricane. So if you follow that along, it kind of matches up these numbers. 17 in Sarasota, 14 Bradenton, 6 in Tampa. That seems low. 17 Lakeland, and then 12 in Bartow. Here's some wind gust forecast, and this is looking at Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Some of these numbers may be a little high, but these are wind gusts. These are not sustained winds, and this is the storm moving into Hardee, DeSoto County, and then eventually moving away with the winds turning west-northwest during the day tomorrow. Tampa Bay impacts, gusts 120 this afternoon. The storm surge is happening. 12 to 18 inches of rain, and then we look at our northern counties. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco are probably going to be, in the big scheme of all of our 10-county area, will probably do okay. I think your biggest concern, if you're watching me up in Wesley Chapel or Newport Richey, is trying to avoid losing power. I think that's your biggest concern. There's no flooding along the coast, so maybe some tree damage, some cleanup for sure, but the biggest issue for you is going to be, can you avoid losing power? And if you do, you consider that a big win. And then this is the area that we're going to have to really babysit and watch between now and tomorrow morning. Is Ian slowly moving into Hardee, DeSoto, Highlands, and Polk counties? 12 to 18 inches of rain, isolated tornadoes, and wind gusts easily 75, 80, 85. The good news is, as the storm heads for you, it will be weakening, but its starting point is high. I mean, it's starting, this is not a Category 1 making landfall and then weakening. It's Category 4 making landfall and then weakening. So the whole winding down process is going to take a time. And the reason why storms weaken over land, 2 reasons. They lose the energy source, which is the water. Once it moves away from the water, hurricanes, by the way, are essentially heat engines. And once they get away from the water source, the heat engine is kind of cut off. And then the friction of the land, just the fact that instead of the hurricane spinning over open water, it's spinning over trees, and that whole friction also helps to kind of spin down a hurricane. But that process takes a while, and it will take a while for this storm as well.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 13 team. They have been doing a great job keeping us in full coverage as Hurricane Ian now is making landfall over southwest Florida at a Category 4.44. So that's according to the National Hurricane Center. Some live looks that we've been taking. This one here in St. Petersburg Beach. They're a bit north of where this is making landfall. Let's go ahead and take some other live looks. Clearwater Beach, Hillsborough Bay. That's the area that we have seen that water had been so receded. It will be filled back up here later once that rain continues to fall down. We know some areas going to see up to 12, some areas 18 inches of water. There's even storm surges that are being calculated up to 18 feet for areas like that Charlotte area where they're going to be seeing that eye wall moving on shore. So we do appreciate all of our viewers who've been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, Governor DeSantis, officials in Florida saying it's too late to evacuate. Everyone needs to be hunkering down, keeping themselves indoors. Do not go outdoors if you do not have to, as we have these hurricane force winds now on the coast. A couple different pieces of information I wanted to make sure to get across, as more than 2.5 million were given mandatory or voluntary evacuation orders. The governor of Florida saying that with this hurricane, and we've been talking about this, we've been seeing it as well, it's going to be bringing a lot of other things to be dealing with it. So the high winds, there's going to be power outages. There's already many Floridians who don't have power. And then it's also going to be bringing all of that rain and flooding. So big concern is going to be flooding, especially as emergency personnel are going to be getting back out on the road after this storm. They're advising all residents to make sure to heed their warnings. Do not go out if you do not have to. So live now from Fox, reporting it here for you from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Ian making landfall. It is going to have some conditions worsening across Florida as it has now been meeting landfall. Again, right now we're at a Category 4 hurricane. Live now from Fox. We'll be right here for you when we return from this 2-minute break. About what they're seeing in Brevard County as they're feeling the impacts from Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and jump into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
My right shoulder, that ended at noon. There are no beach services right now. There are still a few stragglers on the beach. You can take a look. Some people are taking pictures. There's a man over there with his surfboard. These sort of weather conditions are creating these swells from the hurricane. Surfers like to take their chances out here on the waves because they create sort of those serious, robust waves. But officials are saying do not take those chances. The beach is starting to clear out. You can see, I mean, we were with you again 2 hours ago, and it is not the same scene or story. But again, we are 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. I mean, you can see these winds really starting to pick up. I have to sort of widen my stance here right now. The rain has sort of stopped. It's just drizzling, but you can see the wind, and it's sort of moving. Earlier, the camera on the tripod, they're not safe conditions out here. They're changing minute by minute. Don't be fooled if it looks like there's a little bit of a break. Stay inside, stay safe. Again, 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. We have not seen a Category 5 storm. We've seen 2 in the United States make landfall within the past 30 years. Guys.
Hey, Alina, I wanted to ask you, you've been out there for a few hours now. Have you seen any emergency vehicles? You said you saw some stragglers still hanging around. Have you seen any emergency vehicles around where you are?
I have heard some sirens. I have seen maybe 2 emergency vehicles. Right now, where we're at seems like it's just stragglers. Again, some of these surfers. We actually met a family from Mobile, Alabama. They were here. They just actually, by good chances, found a hotel in the area they're going to be staying at. So not a lot of people here, but we're taking this very seriously, again, as the beach starts to clear out here at Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, Alina, that is a very popular spot for surfers. Have you talked to any of the surfers? I'm sure they're loving this, even though it's not safe for us normal people to go into the water. They live for this.
I think I can hear the people in her background.
It sounds like there's kids or someone behind you. Have you talked to any of the people there on the beach and why they're still out there?
we've run into surfers what seems like all day. I think I've seen a handful of surfers, and what they're telling me is, like you guys mentioned, I don't want to promote being out here at all, but again, these waves, these swells from the hurricane are creating this sort of massive waves, and that obviously creates a great environment for some of these surfers. They're taking their chances out here. A lot of these people have lived in Cocoa Beach, lived in the state for a very long time. So, I mean, they're taking their chances. It is not a wise idea, but hey, it's up to everyone to decide what they're going to do. A lot of these people have experienced Ian in 2017, and they tell me right now they're just soaking up the final few hours before this thing really starts to get bad.
Yeah, those guys are professionals, but if you are not a surfer, you're not a strong swimmer, of course, this is not a time to be out on the beach. Alina Shirazi live for us. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you in a little bit. You know,
and thank you to our Fox 35 team. I do want to just pull up here a tweet from National Hurricane Center as they are just announcing that, yes, Hurricane Ian has made landfall as an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. This, again, is bringing a lot of wind. It's bringing a lot of rain, and they do have so many different officials out giving look here at the radar here. As you can see near Cape Coral, that eye of the storm starting to hover over the mainland in Florida. So a lot of residents who were on that West Coast who have evacuated, as my parents did. I have mentioned that before. They were in that area near Sarasota, out there in the Gulf on an island. They went over to Orlando. They just told me that they have no power at the house. They also know that there are very strong winds and a lot of rain starting to fall down. They did say the rain was starting to let up just a little bit, ever so slightly, but you can see here with those rain bands as it continues to wrap around with the hurricane, it will come and go. So wind gusts again topping 100 miles per hour. Let's go back to our Fox 35 team as they're now talking with Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Here we are going to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Heavy band is making its way through here. The bay is just down there, which is where we've been reporting for the past couple hours, and the boats starting to rock back and forth. The tarps getting whipped out. There are garbage cans flying all around this area of downtown Fort Myers, and you know, you just feel it unraveling as Ian is making its way in just to the north of us, and I've got the helmet because this is debris central here. On top of that, not even large objects, but even little branches and leaves, when they get whipped this hard, they hurt. They hit your face, they hit your head, and you want to be careful. But this is a very serious situation. Power outages all over. Down to the south of me in Naples, Florida, they just had a wind gust of 112 miles per hour in the past 40 minutes as another massive gust comes through here. Hurricane Ian throwing haymakers right now. Whew. Let's just hope that everybody is safe and in the place that they need to be, because this is going to continue and it's going to head right up the peninsula, guys.
And that was Robert Ray reporting, and you see he had his helmet on because of those high winds, that rain packing up punch. And you can see right now we've just got this new video into our newsroom from Daytona Beach, where one of our photojournalists is right now. This is the calm before the storm, well, so to speak. You're seeing a phenomenon known as reverse storm surge, where the water levels at the beach are actually receding far beyond normal. Lifeguard towers have already been scooted back ahead of the surge. And you can see the business owners in Daytona are not taking any chances and are still taking some last-minute precautions, drilling boards, the windowsills. Latest models from the National Weather Service say storm surges here is expected to swell to as much as 3 feet high around Daytona. And Luann, you know, even in my neighborhood, I've been seeing people putting up that plywood, putting up plywood over windows.
And it's very smart to do that, because if you take a look at Hurricane Ian, it's going to consume the whole state of Florida from the Gulf to the Atlantic. This is a huge hurricane, so I think they have the right frame of mind. Better to be safe than sorry. So board up, take all the precautions you can, because this is a strong storm.
It's a strong storm. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Daytona Beach.
Vicki, several shelters have opened up there in Volusia County.
Yeah, Ray and Luann, and I'm at one of those shelters. This is Mainland High School in Daytona Beach. They've packed people here inside of the gym. Now, because of privacy reasons, we can't show you inside of the shelter, but I did get a chance to talk to the principal. He tells me that they're close to 100 people, so 96 people that are so far in here. He tells me their capacity is 320. And like I said, this is only one of the shelters here in the county. There are 4 others. This one here is also pet friendly. I've seen people coming in with their luggage, their pets, dogs, cats, food. A lot of people, I'm told, are coming from mobile homes, some people coming from apartment complexes. And I did talk to a woman who's coming from a mobile home in Port Orange. She tells me that she made that last minute decision to just come here and ride out the storm.
We decided that we needed to just get out of there and come over here and be safe. And we worried about our cat and our dog. So they're safe and we're going to be safe.
And speaking of those animals, like I said, we've seen a lot of people coming in with their dogs and their cats. They tell me that animal control is here helping with the pets. They do ask that you try to bring them in a crate, but if not, they do have crates here and the animals are being kept in a separate room. But like I said, right now the capacity close to 100. Right now, 100 people here, but the capacity is 320. So if you do want to come to one of these shelters, it is still open. For now, I'll send things back to you in the studio.
Wow, Vicki, talk to us a little bit about the emotion I'm sure you're running into as people are leaving their homes with their pets, getting to that shelter. What are you hearing as far as their emotions leaving behind their homes because of this storm?
Well, yeah, it really is emotional because a lot of people tell me that it's the uncertainty. They don't know what they're going to go back to. So as they're coming here, they're scared. They feel safer here, but they don't know once they leave the shelter what they're going to get back to, what the roads are going to look like, what the flooding is going to look like. So I would say a lot of people are scared, but they're coming here and they're, just trying to stay calm and trying to ride this out until it's over.
Vicki, most of the people who came to the shelter that you talked to, are they from Volusia County, or are there some people from the Gulf Coast that drove over here and are now taking refuge in the shelter?
Well, the people that I've talked to are from Volusia County, and I did ask the principal, where are people mostly coming from? Are they coming from regular homes, mobile homes? He told me it really is a mix. People from mobile home communities that are coming here from throughout the county, but also he said some apartment complexes that people just don't feel safe in, and people just coming here feeling, rather be safe than sorry and staying at one of these shelters.
All right, Vicki Carr live in Volusia County at a shelter that is pet friendly. If you need to get out of your home, you still have time. The weather doesn't appear to be too bad over in Volusia County right now.
And I did want to mention that I just got an email from Uber. They are doing free round trips in Central Florida counties. So we're talking about Orange, Brevard, Seminole, Volusia, and Osceola counties. So they're doing free round trips for folks.
2 shelters?
2 shelters, yep.
And then back to your home.
Yep.
Good to know.
The code is Ian Relief, folks. So you want to keep that in mind, of course.
Well, we have some wild video we want to show you right now. Take a look at this picture. It is from Naples. That city is underwater right now, and the city has issued an emergency citywide curfew that is in effect immediately until further notice. And when you look at that picture, you can tell why. I've seen some video coming out of Naples before I came and sat down at the desk with you, Ray. Cars are flooded up to their rooftop. So people who left their cars on city streets, they're not going to have cars. Yeah, it is. The Gulf has consumed much of the streets that are over by the Gulf Coast. So it is going to be bad there. At Naples, in Fort Myers, all of the cities along the coast where Ian has made landfall, it is going to take a lot of time to clean up the mess over there.
And I think what's impressive, too, is you can't see where the sidewalk or the road was because of the fact that the water covered it completely.
Yeah, it's the total, the Gulf, the roads, you can't tell where one starts and the other one stops. Well, take a look. This is some live video from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge over in Tampa. That bridge is closed. It closed right when the winds reached about 35, 40 miles per hour. And you can see the water rushing under that bridge, very choppy. And this is north. This is actually on the clean side of Hurricane Ian. And you can see right there, they are still getting a lot of waves and a lot of wind, and that is why that bridge is closed down at this hour.
And the water looks like it's getting close to actually enveloping that bridge right there, which is very scary and very telling about what this hurricane is packing with it. And more new video out of Florida's Sanibel Island. That's outside of Fort Myers, where things are getting a bit dicey. Look at that. The water is fast moving. This is from one of the city's cameras. It shows so much water is already pooled up that you can't even tell where the street is. It's what we were talking about in Naples as well. You could see some branches there flowing. We can expect to see more videos like this further inland as Ian makes landfall. And speaking of Fort Myers, we're getting a better idea of just how strong those gusts were. Over 100 miles an hour. That's what they feel and look like. The camera is shaking. This view is from a tower cam in the city that looks like it's barely hanging on, rattling around in the wind, Lou.
Yeah, we've seen some cameras actually knocked over because the wind gusts are so strong along the Gulf. But we want to bring it back here locally to Orange County right now.
It's bracing for Ian. It's been raining all day, as we know, in Central Florida, and it's about to get worse.
Let's get out to Fox 35's Matt Trezza. He is live in Orange County right now. So, Matt, we are hearing reports of some flooding in Apopka.
Yeah, well, this neighborhood is expected to be flooded, but it hasn't happened just yet. But you can see how close the water is to the homes. At the house right here and just down the hill from it, we've got this marshland here that is absolutely just swamped, and they're expecting that this water will rise as Ian heads this way. Now, the residents that we talked to, they blame development in the area for runoff that has filled in a lot of the retention ponds in the area. A lot of the low-lying areas caused the water to rise here. That's kind of the upshot of what they're dealing with, but that problem is just made worse because of the huge system that we've got moving into this area. So the folks that we talked to in this house over here, they say they're doing everything that they can in order to prepare. They've got their sandbags out, they've got their windows shuttered, but at the same time they say they're calling on a higher power to help them through this.
We got prayer that, God will really protect us from trees breaking or floodings. That's good and comforting to me.
And so you're going to ride out the storm clearly? You're not going to go anywhere?
No, we're going to ride out the storm.
Now, they do say they have a relative that lives in the area in case there's a total flooding in the area and they simply can't be in the house anymore. They do have a place to go. But you can see that some of the other people have put the shutters over their windows, the storm shutters. So people in this subdivision, the Clear Lake subdivision of Apopka, they are clearly getting ready for the storm. Not here yet. No significant flooding at this point. But again, they are waiting for it. We're live in Apopka. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
It's white capping on our lawn.
Another new view tonight from Sanibel Island. Take a look at this. Those are white-capped waves of flooding rushing over someone's lawn. This is the front yard. It looks like the Gulf. You can see palm trees from the home's balcony blowing sideways in the strong wind. Flooding there and throughout Lee County is expected to get even worse. So they are telling people there to stay inside and stay safe.
And it looks like that water is just right about to hit that balcony, right about to cover it.
Yeah, that is pretty scary. And it's that bad because Ian just made landfall over in that area in Southwest Florida.
So less than half an hour ago. All right, we want to get over to Brooks and Ian, who, of course, have been monitoring this whole situation. What can you guys tell us right now?
Well, this has made landfall, as you mentioned. Ian, we were watching this. Cayo Costa. It's a barrier island off of Port Charlotte. 305 had 940 millibar pressure, 150 mile per hour winds, which places it outside of what we thought it might join the club of landfalling hurricanes, right? Because it had winds at 155.
Of course, just for record keeping, when you compare it to other storms, it's easy to compare it to other storms, but it was just short of being 155 miles per hour, which would have put it in a class of only 4 other storms in history that have had that strong of winds on landfall. But regardless, 150, 155 mile per hour winds. We're seeing extremely dangerous storm surge, which up to rooftops, in fact, in Fort Myers. So, and that unfortunately is going to continue as we go on into this afternoon, this evening. But for us locally, our biggest concern is going to come from what we call freshwater landfall or freshwater flooding, where we have all that rain coming down into the creeks and the streams. We're already in the wet season, and then we have a tropical system that might drop 10, 20, maybe 20 plus inches of rain. Not good. So let's look at where we've been at the rainfall so far. In the past 12 hours, the most rainfall has been along our Space Coast, running because of that onshore flow. So looking at some of those totals that we have, here is where we have a flood advisory currently, and that covering areas that have picked up 3 to 4 inches of rain. So Rockledge, Titusville, you've all seen up to 2, 3, 4 inches of rain already. Lesser totals inland, but that will change. And in fact, we may see after everything's said and done, the highest rain totals over parts of central Florida, stretching up to maybe as far northeast as Jacksonville and Brooks. That rain is going to end up being what I think is the most common threat for our area, on top of the fact that we have those winds, power outages, and the threat for tornadoes.
Yeah, let's get to it. In fact, so we are looking at this landfalling hurricane coming to Orlando tonight, and conditions are going to deteriorate. So we've been talking about where the landfall happened. We've been gawking at the terrible pictures out of there, and we feel for the people there. But here in Orlando, from where we're watching and broadcasting from, there's a lot of folks wondering when the impacts are going to arrive, when it's starting to get bad, and what you can expect where you live. Well, it's going to deteriorate as we head into the evening and tonight. Right now, winds gusting to about 46 miles per hour at Venice Beach. And Ian right now, packing winds of 150 miles an hour, will be heading northeast overnight tonight, making a slow trek toward Orlando. Those are live pictures, by the way, of the Skyway Bridge between Manatee County and Pinellas County. That's between the St. Petersburg area and the Bradenton area, and it is blowing. They shut down the bridge when it gets like this, but those waves are really rolling. This isn't on the span of the bridge. This is just on the flat approach of it, but goodness, when you see white caps like that over the open bay, that lets you know that this is a serious storm. And when the palm trees start arcing over like that, where you see the crowns going in one direction, that classic hurricane look. But here's the scoop on this hurricane now that it's made landfall. By 8 p.m., it's likely still to be a major Category 3 hurricane. Its center located right over Manatee County and also northern Sarasota County, maybe in areas just east of Bradenton. If you know that area, like Lakewood Ranch, that's where it could be sitting about 8 o'clock, the eye of this hurricane.
All right, thank you so much again, Fox 35, giving us some more coverage. Do want to just show some of those pictures and videos that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. We showed you these with our personnel on air earlier, but we do have the city of Naples issuing a warning. They do have a curfew in order right now to try to help keep everyone safe. Residents, visitors, first responders all know that this is happening. They have some flooding already happening. And because of the flooding, too, they're letting people know, especially as there is that citywide curfew, not to go out if you don't have to. It's something that we heard before from Governor Ron DeSantis and have been continuing to keep track of here with everyone here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to monitor tweets as they're coming in here from some of these city officials. Again, Naples having already a lot of that flooding. They're going to continue to see more rain coming down, and they are asking people to avoid certain areas. They're going to be the ones to go to for specific roads that you're going to need to avoid if you are one of those people watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to say thanks again to everyone who's been here with us as we've been keeping you in full hurricane coverage. We're going to continue to do so not only in these afternoon hours as Ian has made landfall, but also into the evening hours and overnight. Once it gets dark, that's when it gets to be very dangerous, especially for people who are right there in the path of the storm. If you're worried about your home, you want to try to get back, all of our officials, the Florida governor, everyone continues to remind people, wait until the storm passes, wait until your officials tell you you can go back to those homes and then come back safely. So let's go ahead, send some viewers out to 2-minute break. As you return, we're going to be back with our Fox 13 team. They're out taking a look at just some of the damage that's been already happening here across southern Florida as they continue to have Ian making its way over land. Let's go ahead, bring you into their coverage and send some viewers out to that quick 2-minute break as well.
From the wind, but it's
accidents and injuries happen. So be careful.
Yeah, because there could be down power lines, and those power lines oftentimes are live, and they might be covered in water. You might not see them, so that is especially important for you to just make sure that you stay inside after the storm. I mean, here's a perfect prime example here of an exploded power line. This is what we're seeing all over the area as we're taking a look at some of these images from Sarasota County. As we have been saying, really our southern neighbors are getting the brunt of this, getting hit really hard. I believe we have Kimberly Quizon for us. She has been live out there for us all morning into the afternoon. Kim, how you doing out there? I know you've moved onto a balcony because things got pretty bad. How is it now?
Allie, we keep saying this time after time when I come to you, but again, the wind gusts continue to pick up. Just a short time ago, we got an emergency alert telling us to go indoors to find a safe place. And I'm going to show you why, because as you can see, the winds that are gusting, this again is just right across the way from Gulf Gate. That sign over there for Sarasota Pavilion has been destroyed. That debris is in the roadway. We've seen other things flying off, becoming almost, I don't want to call it missiles, but becoming debris that could really hurt you if you were standing out here. We've also seen there's a tree. We spoke with Dennis earlier, just about an hour ago. He planted this tree, he told us 7 years ago, and you can see the limbs are already snapped off. At times, it is bending in half. Dennis is hopeful it will still be standing after we are all finished with Ian. And if you just look out, I mean, the gusts, I think you can see it on TV, but they are just absolutely incredible gusts that show just how powerful Mother Nature is. We're seeing it right now with some of the rain bands coming through. There is other debris out here. Some of the light poles, we've seen some of the lights topple off and kind of go through the empty parking lots here. But Travis and I are going to pick up our audio cable here, and we're going to walk up the stairs. I want to introduce you to a couple of people who we've been talking to throughout the day. There you go. We have Jody, Valerie, and Betty. I believe you all are from Sarasota County, right? Yes. Okay, so Jody, I know you and your mom live right across the way there at Gulf Gate Mobile Estates. Your home is over there. You're over here watching it. Is this hard right now?
Of course. I mean, this is our home. This is our only home. So we certainly want to be able to go back home once the storm blows through. But we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
Now, Valerie, I met you just a short time ago. I'm not sure if you live over there. Can you talk about why you're here right now?
I live in Nokomis, and it's a mobile home. So I'm actually on the other side where it's really, really windy, and you can't really stand outside. So, yeah, I'm here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back. I swear to God.
I really hope so, too, for everyone right now. Betty, we lost power here at the hotel where we are all staying at. How hard is it not being able, of course, I know there's radios and our cell phones until those batteries give out, but how hard is it kind of just seeing all of this blow through right now?
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here. But it's in a way, it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We are safe. We are safe. And Jody, I wanted to ask you too, I mean, does it make you feel better? You know, we're all kind of here together, but knowing that we are in a safe spot.
Of course, yeah. We have a great community over at Mobile Estate, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you, all three of you, for joining us. I know we're going to stay in touch and find out how everybody fares the storm afterwards. And I want to point out, too, some women have on jackets here, and that's part of the thing. As the storm has gone through, we have really felt that temperature shift, that temperature change, but really just a time to stay safe right now as this wind gusts continue to grow stronger here in Sarasota County. Back to you.
Yeah, I know Paul was saying that this weekend we're going to have beautiful weather, but this is certainly a tough price to pay for that nicer weather. Kim, stay safe out there. I know this thing is slow moving, so we've got a long way to go. Hopefully you guys can get inside for a little while.
All right, Fox 13, thank you so much for continuing to give us coverage as we see all of these live pictures right now. This one coming to us from Tampa. Just want to give you a little bit of a roundabout look at just some of these different shots. So this one coming to us from Tampa. We have this one coming to us from St. Petersburg. And we also have our quadruple camera giving us some different live looks. There are some cameras that are starting to go down. So you see some of those boxes turn black. That's because some of those cameras also not only losing power, but they also have lost their connection. So we will continue to keep an eye on all these different live looks. There's one of those black cameras right now out of Tampa. They're seeing some of these winds. We have Austin Westfall in Tampa with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead, listen into his coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you full Hurricane Ian coverage here on Live Now.
Clouds just spinning around the sky. They're spinning very, very quickly. The wind is just whipping through this parking structure that we're parked in. For the most part, we are seeing the occasional car still drive through. As you might see over my shoulder, people are still out on the road here in downtown Tampa. You can only imagine that as things get even worse, as Ian gets closer to downtown Tampa, we're going to see a little bit less activity here in this metro area. Again, we did hear from the mayor of Tampa earlier this morning. She said that they expect 18 to 20 inches of rain and water coming through later this evening. Huge deal. What you're looking at right now are some pictures provided by the Tampa Police Department. What you're seeing are strong winds from the storm. They're bringing the water from the Tampa Bay area out. Basically, what's happening is the water is receding. That happens when the eye was about 200 miles away from Tampa Bay, and then it basically was pushing the water out to the bays. That's a sign indicating that a storm is coming. Now, if you'll come back out to me live, you can see these trees. I mean, we've seen random pieces of debris fluttering about. Much of it is unidentifiable. A lot of what we've seen have just been seemingly trash, things of that nature, just being scattered about the streets of downtown Tampa. For the most part, though, we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're expecting to see the worst of it here in the Tampa metro area sometime later today. Things are getting a little dicey right now, though. For now, we'll throw it back to you guys.
Hey, Austin, I was going to ask you, I can see that traffic pole moving in your background. Have you seen any emergency vehicles?
There's been a lot of emergency vehicles. We happen to be parked near a fire station. So I'd say maybe once an hour we've been hearing the fire trucks come out, sirens blaring. We're not exactly sure what they're being called to, but we are aware of the hundreds of thousands of power outages that are impacting what appears to be largely southwest Florida at this point. From what we can tell, the lights still appear to be on in this parking structure. The street lights themselves are still green, so it appears we still have power in the downtown Tampa area, but you're right. Everything is shifting around. The wind's only getting more intense by the minute.
All right, and thank you again to everyone who's been giving us full coverage. Austin Westfall, they are reporting for our Fox 35 Orlando teams live now from Fox, continuing to keep you up to date on the very latest when it comes to the path of this hurricane as well as its intensity. We know it's now hit landfall at a Category 4. It's going to remain a Category 4 slightly inland before downgrading to a Category 3. So let's go ahead, continue our coverage. We're going to jump over to our Fox 13 team as they're talking with some of their reporters who are also out there on the streets trying to stay as safe as possible, but also reporting on what they're seeing. Let's go ahead, jump into it here for you on Live Now from Fox.
There's also about 12,000 people who are without power in Pinellas County as well, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, once the storm passes, they'll be working to get the power back on, but right now about 12,000 people are without power. And again, the message from folks out here, stay hunkered down, continue to ride out the storm, continue to stay informed, and most importantly, continue to stay safe. And thankfully, that is largely what we're seeing. I can't tell you, quite honestly, we did talk to a few people who decided to ride out the storm for one reason or another. That was their choice. Again, officials recommend against that, but there are a few. But largely, folks do seem to be heeding the warnings and staying away and trying to stay safe. Again, a lot of wind, a lot of rain out here, and it doesn't show any signs of letting up anytime soon. Linda, Allie, back to you.
All right, Josh, Thank you. Josh is in Treasure Island for us. Stay safe out there. And maybe a good time to plug in all of your electronics and get them charged now before you lose power.
And the extra chargers.
Get them all juiced up. Well, right now, 15
guys, I do want to just jump away from their coverage here for a moment because I have a shot coming to us from Tampa. We saw it just a few moments ago. You can see just how dramatic it can change within a matter of seconds and minutes. So when you just took a look at this live picture out of Tampa about 2 minutes ago, and now you can barely even see because of all the rain that's being coming into this area. The wind definitely making a huge impact here. As you can see that sign wiggling around, that was a parking sign, but those tree branches also moving in the background. I know it's fuzzy, but this shows you the visibility very low here during this time as the hurricane is moving inland now. Let's go ahead and take a live look at our radar where you're seeing just south of Sarasota, south of Tampa. That's where they're getting the most rainfall. That's where they're going to be having the strongest parts of the hurricane as the eye is making its way inland here. And our tracker continuing to update our radar, always giving us the latest information. And it's not just the eye that we're keeping a close eye on, but all of those outer bands, what they're producing as well, because we know that there's been some production of, unfortunately, things like tornadoes that are popping up across central Florida as well. You can see Orlando, they're getting some rain. They're about to get some heavier bands of rain here in these next few hours. Live now from Fox, going to continue giving you more full coverage. Some of you going to head out to a 2-minute break as we go back to our Fox 35 team as they are giving us some different looks out on the roads at conditions that they are seeing.
It definitely seems that way. We're seeing cars from time to time. Again, you could take a look. A few cars out here, but not many. It looks like most people are where they're planning to be throughout the storm, or at least we hope so. Again, FHP saying, you know, unless there are rare circumstances where you're being told by your local officials to evacuate, just stay off the road and stay where you are for now.
Connor, how are the winds and the rain you're seeing in the area? Is it pretty severe, or is it still kind of, I know a few hours ago it wasn't too bad out there. What are you seeing?
Well, it's really been on and off as we kind of pass through these more isolated storms or bands. So right now, it's not looking as bad as it did even a few minutes ago, but just in a matter of a couple minutes, it can get so much worse. The visibility can get so much worse. The wind can pick up, and we've all felt that when we've been out driving, right? That wind kind of tugs you from side to side. Starting to feel that as well. So definitely want people to stay off the roads, and if you have to be out here, be safe.
Yeah, Orange County, Connor, as you know, is under a hurricane warning right now, which means we could see gusts up to 100 miles per hour. So we'll check back with you in a little bit, Connor, to see how things are on the roads in Orange County. Thank you much. We appreciate it.
And you can see just how dark the clouds are over Orlando right now.
Yeah, and it's pretty normal to see the squalls, and then, you know, you get the downpour, you get the winds, and then you get a little reprieve. Things ease up, and then another squall comes through. You can see how squally it is here. So, and this is going to pick up throughout the evening. So it may not be too bad now, but it's going to get worse hour by hour
and
here.
And we can hear the rain falling here in Seminole County, so that making its way closer to us.
Yep. All right, well,
thanks
further
again
south
to our teams in Florida. Do want to let everyone know, here's a live look at our other YouTube stream. We have multiple ones going on. If you want to just keep an eye here on the latest radar and some of those live pictures, encourage you to hop on over to YouTube as we continue to keep track of it. So multiple streams going on. If you're with us on any of our other platforms that we're streaming, do want to say thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Some of our viewers just rejoining us from a break. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we have been in full mode on keeping everyone prepared and covered ever since this hurricane was on the radar in the Gulf, before it had even made landfall in Cuba. Now it's made landfall in Florida. There's been so many people who have been preparing ahead of time, evacuating from some of the areas that are getting hit the hardest right now. We know Naples has already had a lot of flooding, cars underwater, police department putting curfews in place, and of course officials all across the state of Florida reminding viewers and all those residents and even visitors. You think about that, some people out visiting in Florida during this time. Well, this is hurricane season, and here you go. This is what you're getting. You're getting to experience what it is like to have a hurricane event in the state. Right now you can see those bands of rain wrapping around as it's starting, the hurricane is starting to cover the entire state of Florida, that eye creeping onto that west coast, moving inland. And this definitely has been an event that we've not seen in 100 years as it is hitting the west coast. We had mentioned earlier that there has been, of course, quite a few storms that Florida has had to deal with, especially when it comes to hurricanes. The last Category 4 hurricane made landfall in Florida was a Hurricane Irma in 2017 in the Florida Keys, according to our National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, Irma had downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing on to the Florida Peninsula, just south of Naples. We had back in 2018 Hurricane Michael. That was a Category 5. It had made landfall in Florida. Michael left widespread devastation in the Florida Panhandle. Category 5 landfalls, those are rare. Before Michael, we had Hurricane Andrew in 1992. It also had struck in Florida. Then we had another known Category 5 landfall, which was U.S. Hurricane Camille in 1969 and the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So again, this one, a huge event, especially for that Gulf Coast side. They're not used to getting the first brunt force of these hurricanes. It is going to continue to be a Category 4 as it moves into central part of Florida before downgrading. Let's go ahead, go back to our coverage with our Fox teams. Going to take you out to Fox 35 as they're taking a look in on our Fox weather teams.
The kind of substantial shelter that we're having to hide under. The Fox Weather Beast, Chris, I'm going to spring you for a surprise and just show you. This vehicle is a massive vehicle, but it just continues to really rock back and forth under the weight of all of this wind, these wind gusts that come through here. And as we look out into the street, I've been watching, and this was something we were pointing out from the beginning of our coverage of how well these traffic lights are even going to be able to hold up. You can tell all this is well constructed, meant to be able to withstand a storm, but necessarily not a storm like this. Not necessarily, I should say, a storm like this. And you're seeing these traffic lights, just the ones that are still there, trying to hold on, dangling on, but we have at least 3 of them that have crashed in the roadway. And I don't know if you've ever been up close with a traffic signal, but they are very heavy. And so not only have they crashed down, but the weight, the force of the wind has pushed them out of the way of the road. And so even though they were in the middle of the road a moment ago, the wind is so powerful, it has just forced these big, heavy metal traffic signals off the roadway. Those are the types of gusts that we're dealing with here. All of these banners, of course, being ripped around. As you look there in the distance, oh man, I really hate to see people out driving in this. You can see some of these signs here for the gas stations that have just been splintered apart. Power, of course, out as far as we can see. We can hear that hum sound. It's like a loud hum and then a burst sound in the distance still as transformers give way and those electricity pops on and off. So this just continues relentlessly. I talked about getting in this cycle when we are in these extreme conditions with hurricanes, that it just continues to cycle through. And you feel like you're going to be in it for such a long time. And how are these buildings going to look? How are the utilities going to manage to be able to survive after all of this with so much damage? And that's the reality of what we're looking at here after hours and hours and hours of this powerful wind and this rain just pounding this area. This is what's happening. Things are just coming apart. You have utility lines coming down very easily. You have utility poles that are, again, built very well to withstand these types of storms, still coming down under the force of this storm. So lots happening around us. We continue to shelter in place. I tell you, it may be even more difficult here for us to begin to report to you. Our cell service is out. We are having to use some special bonded technology that we have through our Fox Weather Beast to even broadcast with you right now. And there's a good chance that these cell towers are going to continue to go down in the area. Keep in mind, they're all those big, tall, exposed cells. So not only are they subject to getting hit by debris, but they are just also coming apart under the wind like this, and power outages and everything else. So this is part of the infrastructure that really starts to take a hit under the force of a storm like this. Back to you.
And we mentioned how tides recede ahead of the brunt of Ian. Take a look at this. Just look at how much the ocean has receded in Tampa Bay. You're seeing a time lapse of the tides peeling back, revealing a huge amount of sand that's normally covered. Lou, this is a bad omen of what's to come.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 35 team. Will Nunley reporting for Fox Weather. He was just doing a live report, and he had just tweeted out moments ago, cell phone service now starting to take a serious hit. We know that this was something that people were going to be concerned about, especially as power starts to get knocked down across the areas, as well as you start to get more rain and more people probably on their cell phones trying to keep up to date. So do want to remind everyone, if your power goes out, that you can continue to watch us on multiple other platforms here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take just a couple of those different live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. A lot of people continuing to give us these visuals of exactly what they're seeing in real time here. So we have multiple cameras, this one in St. Petersburg Beach. And then if we go back out to the coastline, this one is showing us just what they're seeing on the coastline here in St. Petersburg. So a lot of people here just continuing to give you the very latest updates as Hurricane Ian has now made landfall in southwest Florida. At a Category 4, it is bringing strong winds, power outages, and it is definitely making people already feel the intensity, even though it has just begun. So more intensity to come as this hurricane makes its way inland. Let's go ahead and take you back out to some of our coverage as our meteorologists with our Fox 35 team are giving us another look at just some of those areas we've been seeing here today.
The impacts, but right now we're tracking the rain, we're tracking the wind, we're tracking what's coming our way. Check it out. This is behind me. This is Lakewood Ranch in the Bradenton area, and it's a live camera. Do you see the winds whipping over these date palms and the cypress trees and the rain falling? They're experiencing hurricane conditions in that location. The camera on the right looks to be, that's the Tampa Bay cam live. That is just amazing. The winds blowing out of the bay. Earlier there was thought if it went north, winds would be blowing up the bay, producing those big storm surges, but it's kind of like an anti-storm surge. They are catching storm surges up to 18 feet, though, down toward Port Charlotte, Gasparilla Bay, that port area. That is just extreme stuff. But yeah, when you see this is coming our way later tonight. It is going to be really blowing. Here's a live view from St. Cloud. Things relatively calm there at the Hollow Paw Community Center. However, it is going to change there. We've got all our cameras. Just to show you our network of cameras on the job, tracking everything, and we'll show you the latest as it comes down the line. But we've got a lot of weather ahead of us. Our live camera from the radar dome over in Bithlo, signals being interrupted. The weather's deteriorating rapidly as the landfall continues. The landfall happening near Cayo Costa, a barrier island right off of the Port Charlotte area. It's now moving inland. You can see these sustained winds with gusts over 100 miles an hour happening. Forecast to be a Cat 3 tonight. Inland, locally, probably close to the Bradenton area, maybe inland from that, maybe east of Sarasota, and then working up through Polk County through 2 a.m. and eventually into the Orlando area as a tropical storm, a rapidly weakening hurricane, but one that still has punch as far as the rainfall potential. I mean, we're talking serious rain, and we will get wind. We're getting reports of power outages all over the region. Brittany's going to take a look at that. But real quick, let's talk about our future radar, because this is the key. A lot of people have been saying, you know, I know it's blowing out there, it's raining, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. And you're right, for the most part, but we are starting to get power outage reports. It's blowing a little bit more, but more so the rain is going to start becoming very intense after 8 p.m. Once the core of Ian, which is right here, starts working northward, it'll be over Lakeland, producing sustained winds, even into southeastern Polk County toward Fort Meade. It gets worse. And Kissimmee.
In fact, here at the station, do we need to go to a break? Polk County EOC? I'm sorry, I just heard
exceed 6 inches per hour. This is very serious as far as flooding goes. That'll then work through Orlando through 4 a.m. and then finally things will calm down a little bit as far as the rain goes tomorrow morning, but the wind will kick up and solidify power being knocked out for a lot of us. Don't forget, when you lose power, if you have the Fox 35 Storm Team app, you can watch us live on your phone. It's a very good tool to have because, especially if there's a tornado warning and you have to get to your safe spot, you can see what's going on live right there. You're good to go as long as you have a cell phone signal. Just keep that thing charged up. Look at these rainfall totals. This is not an outside possibility. This looks to be a likelihood at this point. Orlando could see 20 inches of rain. We could see 20 to 30 inches of rain in a stripe from DeLand through the Claremont area. The exact track of Ian determining the exact amounts, but anything over 12 inches is going to be a pretty serious flood. But if we start seeing this amount of rain, which again happens overnight, tomorrow morning we're going to wake up to a changed landscape in many locations. Brittany, what is the latest on the power outages? I've been hearing reports around this area from where we broadcast around Seminole County, some outages happening.
That's right, Brooks. We even had a reporter down in Winter Springs that saw some power outages over there. But let's talk about the power outages around Florida, because over 810,000 people are now without power. Now, most of this is coming on the southwestern side of Florida, but when you have a storm the magnitude of that size, a Category 4 storm with max sustained winds at 150 miles per hour, this is to be expected. We're even seeing power outages across Central Florida already, and we'll see more to come. Let's take a look at the wind gusts, because this is going to knock some of that power out. So already across Central Florida, this is what we're seeing. Wind gusts of 36 miles per hour in Orlando alone. Clearmont, 34 miles per hour. Along the beaches, Daytona Beach, 36. And we're not even talking about southwestern portions of Orlando.
With the big one, the Peace River Basin, which runs from Bartow to Fort Meade. What is the circumstance now, and what do you anticipate as the night progresses?
So the rain, the rainfall, we're just looking at rain gauges. Some of our rain gauges around the county, we've already had 2.5 inches of rain, depending on where that is. All the heavy rain, the flash flood potential comes along with the center of the storm. So we're very concerned about that Peace River Basin because it's been so wet already in the last few weeks. So that as that rain continues to build, that flood threat will increase, and we'll just have to monitor. We've got our first responders, fire and law enforcement out, and they'll respond as long as they can until it's, conditions just totally make it unsafe for them to come off the road.
Historically, another problem spot has been Northwest Lakeland in the vicinity of Walker Road.
Correct.
What are you seeing there, and what do you anticipate, and what do you advise for folks who live in that part of the county?
Well, again, that's another area that has historically flooded. We actually checked with a couple of people that we know in that area this morning. They have not had as much rain as the Bartow and Winter Haven area have had in the last few weeks, so that's a good thing. But again, if we get 10, 12, 18 inches of rain, some forecasts are calling for 2 feet, any of those areas in Polk County could flood. So they just need to, take action. It's really with the wind coming now, it's not safe to be out, and those conditions are going to deteriorate very rapidly.
How does that compare to the flood-prone parts of East Polk County? And I'm thinking east of Haines City, in particular, around Lake Lowry.
Lake Lowry's got a history of flooding. The north side of that lake, we've had historic flooding in our past. East of Lake Wales, there's really no part of Polk County that doesn't have some flood risk. And we messaged earlier. The National Weather Service has been messaging the flood threat, and folks in that area by now should have taken action for their safety of themselves and their families.
For those just now making the decision to leave, and you might have wished they made that decision earlier, but at what point is the point of no return in terms of the roads being traversable at this point, what you're seeing?
Well, it's really about we've already had reports of trees and power lines down. We anticipate that will continue. Roads could be blocked. It's going to be, it'll be dark soon. So if you can't see the road and it's either blocked or there's a live power line down or a road is washed out, that's happened. That's very likely to happen. It's just not safe. So, if anybody's planning to move and try to go to a shelter, now is the absolute last time, because the hurricane force winds are just to the south. It looks like the eye wall was in DeSoto County coming in from Charlotte County. So, within the next hour or two, those hurricane force winds will be in our county. And at that point, it is not safe to be outside.
Are there any road blockages at this point that you know of?
I'm not aware of any. I know we've got push crews out with the Sheriff's Office, Polk County Fire Rescue, and our Roads and Drainage Division with heavy equipment, and they've responded to multiple calls already today. They pushed some trees, they're able to cut those trees and get the roads back open.
Based on the track of the storm, its location now, and history, what is your expectation in terms of the scale of power outages through Polk County?
You know, every storm is different. After Hurricane Irma in 2017, about 90% of Polk County the next day was without power. So part of our planning has been, because of, you know, the wind and the flood, and as wet as our ground is, we anticipate power outages, and they could be longer than normal because of the saturation of the ground. You know, if a tree blows over, it's easier if the ground is wet, and that means the power lines come down with it.
A key point is every storm is different, but the frame of reference, as you know, many will have, we were here in 2004, will be Charlie, and to a certain extent, Irma as well 5 years ago. Press to the folks of Polk County the distinctions between those storms and this one, the track of them aside.
The track aside, this storm is very large in diameter. You know, the winds are starting now, the outer bands are here. Actually, it started last night, really, the first rain from this hurricane. It's moving much slower than some of those other storms. You know, Irma in 2017, within just a few hours, it was here and it was gone. And that is not going to be the case here. We're going to have 8, 10, 12 hours of very strong wind, very severe weather. So it's going to take longer before conditions clear. That may not happen completely and be totally safe, you know, to be able to move around outside until Friday.
There are a lot of people who have moved here after 2017, after Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico, who have relocated to Osceola and to Polk counties as well. That's their frame of reference. They're seeing what's happening to Captiva right now and thinking back to what happened to the island. How does that compare to what we can expect in Polk County later tonight?
Well, again, you know, strong winds, power outages, the flash flood risk is one of the most likely hazards. You know, a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and then always tornadoes. We've seen tornado warnings to our south today. So as that weather moves through, all those factors, you know, could impact our people here in Polk County.
There's a particular concern with flooding of the Peace River. Sometimes rivers flood long after a weather event passes through. Will this time be different? Will that flooding coincide with the passage of the storm?
Yeah, it may take a day or two for all the rain, you know, to get into the water system, get in the creeks that feed into the Peace River. But it will come up. The forecast right now is about this time tomorrow afternoon, about 24 hours for that water to crest. The crest is forecast to be higher than it was. Our record flood was after Hurricane Francis in our 2004 hurricane season. And a lot of folks who are here, they weren't even here. They weren't even in Florida in 2004. So that water is going to come up in the river. It's going to come up in the creeks that are already high.
You saw us took a little power hit there. We don't know if that's storm related or not, but you heard a lot of information coming from Polk County's Emergency Operations Center there. That was our Craig Patrick, by the way, throwing all those questions at him. The big concern they have there are a couple of them, but it's the freshwater flooding from all the rain they are expecting to get over the next 24 hours. We saw Ken Suarez at the Peace River yesterday, which is already at flood stage. So there are several towns along the Peace River. Bartow, Fort Meade had a lot of flooding after Hurricane Irma, which also cut up a similar path that Ian's expected to take. So that's what they're watching, and you heard him saying that really now is your last chance in Polk County to get out and get to a shelter.
Exactly. I mean, maybe minutes, really, because it sounds like wind is on the way. So let's get right to Paul to talk about that. What can they expect as this evening wears on?
Yeah, well, the situation is going to be pretty simple. We're going to have a hurricane that's going to be slow moving, that's going to traverse the state from southwest to northeast. As it does that trip, the trip all the way from the southwest coast all the way to east of Orlando and eventually off the east coast, it's not going to be a quick trip. The only positive is that as it continues to move inland, the weakening process will begin to accelerate. So obviously, the storm by Orlando or in eastern Polk County is not going to be as strong as the storm is right now. The energy source for hurricanes is warm water. Once it moves away from the water, the energy source is cut off. That and the friction from the land causes tropical systems to kind of spin down. But that process is not, you don't just go like that and you're done. It takes a while to kind of spin things down. Winds have been gusty. We've got a gust at 70 in St. Pete. Now, in this type of situation, the winds in St. Pete are always higher because the wind blows from northeast to southwest across the open bay. So it gives you a really good idea. 70 gusts, sustained 51. We had that gust in Punta Gorda of 124. Let me kind of move off this screen. I want to take a better look at the winds. Sarasota, gust 71. Venice had a gust of 79, sustained 42. We lost some of our observation stations, some data problems from Fort Myers. Probably the wind knocked it out. Tampa had a gust of 62. These little squalls that are going by now, when you lose your power, it's typically, you get like in these hurricane situations, you'll get a time to just rain. All of a sudden, a big squall goes by. The wind really goes crazy. The rain comes down. All of a sudden, the lights flash, and you're done with power. It's typically those squalls that will end up making you lose power. Just think about it. It affects a tree, branch. Basically, a tree falls, branch falls, wire, power's out. I mean, that's really the extent of it. It's those squalls that do that. Clearwater, all the winds around Tampa Bay continue to blow from northeast to southwest and continue to drain the bay. Now, over time, when the hurricane is well east of us, the winds will start going the other way. The water is going to come back, but we just know when hurricanes are moving away from us, the storm surge threat is greatly diminished. So could there be some high water later tonight or tomorrow? It could be some, but don't forget, the bay is going to fill up again, and then it has to get higher than that. That's not going to happen quickly. There could be some high water, but if we escape Tampa Bay north with a storm surge 1, 2, maybe 3 feet, I think that I'd consider that a big win, especially when a couple of days ago we had a hurricane forecast to be here and a 10-foot storm surge coming up the bay. That's not going to happen. And in fact, 5 feet's not going to happen. Maybe some higher water on the backside. Let's show you live radar, see what's going on. This is the problem here. These are the bands going by. So we've had these multiple squalls kind of pivot, even Citrus, even Hernando, even Pasco. It rains lightly, and all of a sudden you're sitting in your house, you hear everything kind of rumble a little bit outside. And then maybe the shutters hitting the house a little bit, and then that goes by, there's a lull, and then another squall goes by. You can see them kind of all rotating. Here comes one, and they move fast. I mean, they go with the wind flow. So they're moving to the west about 70 miles an hour, so they don't last long. Once in a while, kind of the eye wall kind of spins rain to the northwest. This is really heavy. This is northern Hardee County through all of Manatee County. This is Lakewood Ranch right now is getting hit hard, and we'll zoom in. So what we'll do tonight, when you're with us, is we're just going to watch the progression of the eye wall, and we're going to watch the eye wall eventually weaken, and that's going to be good. We did the same thing with Irma, and we kind of watched that eye wall go from south to north, almost up the spine of the state. This eye wall will gradually weaken, but again, this is not an immediate process. It's going to take time. By this time tomorrow, we're going to have probably a tropical storm on the map, and then if it goes away, and then finally we can talk about better weather later Thursday right into the weekend. But for now, it is Venice, it is Port Charlotte, and I tell you, for anyone that's watching us right now in Venice, Northport, Englewood, really anywhere in Sarasota County, it's really how long it's been lasting. I mean, this has been going on now for 5, 6 hours. So when you talk about a hurricane event, in most cases, it's a couple of hours, the weather's really bad, and then the weather starts improving. This is the type of situation where you're sitting at home going, when is it going to stop? It's still got a ways to go, because you look out over the Gulf and there's still bad weather out here, and anywhere inside this eye wall, you've got winds sustained at least 90 to 100. Had a sustained gust in Punta Gorda 124. So if you're living here, at your home, you probably have witnessed winds at some point over 100 miles an hour. That's a big deal. The storm is on shore. It made landfall on the north side of Captiva, kind of in the same spot. You think it's kind of the same spot Charlie did. Very close to the same spot Charlie made landfall, and the trip across the peninsula is going to be fairly close. Now, when when you compare the two, obviously, the wind field from Ian is much larger than Charlie, and that's really an important point going forward. We'll talk more about this and a lot more tonight. Now back to the news desk.
All right, thank you, Paul. Yeah, I remember Charlie. Charlie was so compact and it was so fast that it was like it was over like that. And then, of course, we could see all the catastrophic damage. This thing is like a behemoth that is just inching like a turtle across Florida.
It's crazy.
Exactly. So we have crews across Tampa Bay. They especially now have moved on to our southern counties because that is going to be where the crux of the damage is, as we can see now as the storm moves south. We're talking Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and then now moving more inland.
Yeah, and you mentioned that those areas there. I was just looking, the power outages in that area continue to pile up. I was just looking, Sarasota County, this is just Florida Power and Light customers too, which doesn't cover everyone. Sarasota County now over 180,000 people without power. That's over 60% of the FPL customers. And we've had Kim Cuizon doing a tremendous job in Sarasota County all afternoon and morning there. And Kim, what are you guys seeing there? Do you have power where you are in your condo there? You've been sheltering on someone's balcony there. How are things looking?
Yeah, Chris, we're actually at the Best Western off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate. We did lose power just a short time ago, so we've been trying to save some battery energy out here. But one thing that I will show you is people have been out here all morning long, and now what do you see? You don't really see anybody out here. Keep in mind the power is out, but that is also because the wind gusts have been picking up. I kind of feel like it's cliche at this point. We keep saying they keep getting stronger and stronger, but those gusts continue to remain very strong here in Sarasota County. And that is part of the reason why law enforcement, first responders have stayed off of the roads. Now, we did talk to Sarasota County, and we did hear that there are emergency calls coming in. We heard some very traumatic calls even that are going through the county first responders. But since first responders cannot make their way out on the roadway, we're told that there is a medical director through the EOC that is helping people that are stuck at home with medical emergencies perform potentially life-saving, not operations, but procedures until people can safely get out of their homes and get to a hospital or wherever they can go. But as you can see out here, winds are still gusting. It kind of has remained the same over the last few hours. We've seen some signs blow by. Those are signs that haven't really been secured down. Some lights come off of the top of the poles. But we continue just to watch these trees really do what palm trees do during storms, bend and kind of move with the wind. This is kind of the thing that you expect to see in a hurricane, and this is what we are seeing right here, right now. And I can tell you that speaking with police, speaking with law enforcement, they say that they are actively coming up with a plan. Here in Sarasota County, we still have at least a few more hours of this really bad weather, if not several more, if you listen to Paul. But they say that they are working on a plan to really get out and see where areas are that need attention. Since they had to pull off of the roadways, the calls that they have heard, damage that they have heard, are mainly down trees. But of course, that will all change once they are able to get out here. Of course, nightfall is going to be coming up soon, so it's going to be a little different, especially with power out for so many people. I know a lot of people have been through this with Hurricane Irma. Of course, we have our new residents to Florida who haven't been through this, but right now everybody is just kind of sitting tight, watching the storm pass by and really hoping for the best. Chris, back to you.
All right, Kimberly Cuizon live for us again there in Sarasota. Yeah, the power outages, again, if you look at Lee County, Sarasota, Collier, you've got over 500,000 people now without power.
And I just heard from somebody who lives in southwestern, near Mayaca City, and her power's out. And they've got a generator up. So, yeah, I think it's probably going to start happening more as those winds keep increasing. And also, despite the police saying don't do this, some people just can't resist looking and walking out onto the bay. That's where the water got sucked out of the bay as this storm approached. And we're talking about various places around here. I've already had that. Boats sitting on the muddy bottom. Yeah. And of course, where we saw it the most was right there off
Bayshore Boulevard, right there in the Hillsborough Bay. But also you can see in Old Tampa Bay, Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is live out at Ben T. Davis Beach, right along the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Same effect there, Aaron. And are you seeing a lot of people who just have to come by and witness this for themselves?
We are, and fortunately, this is the first time I think since we've been here in the last hour or so that no one is out here. But when we got here about an hour or so ago, I mean, there were several people out here on what is usually the bay. This is usually completely covered in water, all the way up actually to the beach. If you turn to the right there, you can see how far away we are from Ben T. Davis Beach. That's where there's usually people on a normal day, you know, sitting in the sand, enjoying the sun. Not today, thankfully. And that's, you can see how far out the water has receded and been sucked out by Hurricane Ian. Just within the last half an hour or so, we've really begun to feel the rain pick up and the wind start to pick up. Nothing, of course, close to what they're seeing down in Sarasota and Manatee County, but we're starting to get some stronger bands. You could see the wind over there. Just those trees are starting to really blow in the wind. So we're getting the effects more and more here in Hillsborough County and Tampa. But I think people are starting to really heed the advice of police. Stay home. Don't come out here. You know, it's okay to come and look, but don't come stand where the water is eventually going to come back. So this is what we've been seeing out here. We're going to be out here the rest of throughout the day into the evening. I mentioned the wind. I'm blocked over here by Whiskey Joe's, so you can't really tell looking at me, Chris and Cynthia, how windy it is, but it is getting bad out here, and you know, it's just only going to get worse as the afternoon and evening progresses.
All right, Aaron Mesmer live for us there along the Courtney Campbell Causeway at Ben T. Davis Beach,
Looks
which
a
there's
right now,
a little more waterfront property right
exactly, there. Exactly. But don't get stuck in that. If you go walk on that, you might get stuck there, and then the water starts coming back in.
You don't want that.
Not a good thing. All right, let's check in right now with Fox 13's Josh Casio. He's in Treasure Island. I know the wind was whipping up pretty good when last we checked in with you, Josh.
Yeah, you're right. And the story out here on Treasure Island is that the conditions have progressively gotten worse hour by hour. In just the last few minutes, we've experienced some of the biggest gusts of wind that we have seen all day. If you look here behind me, that tree, boy, it's been blowing in the wind and bending pretty much all day long. If you look across the water there, you can see all those trees blowing in the wind, the water just continuing to move incredibly fast. And what's been pretty interesting here, we've been watching the water continue to get sucked away. That sailboat there, we're seeing more and more of the bottom of it. There's a boat next to it as well. Same thing. They are, we're continuing to see that water just pulled back from the seawall here. You know, officials here in Pinellas County, they are continuing to tell people, please hunker down, please stay where you are. Don't go out in the storm until it has fully passed, and even when it's gone, wait until the all clear comes through, because they don't want people, you know, running into down power lines or trying to drive through flooded streets. We know there are 25 shelters open in Pinellas County, about 4,500 people taking advantage of those shelters. Also, about 12,000 people at least here in Pinellas County are without power, that according to Duke Energy. And again, the message is stay inside, wait till this is all gone, because as we've been seeing and experiencing out here, it just gets worse and worse by the hour. You can really feel the wind at my back right now, and those white caps are getting even stronger. I will say there are times where it sort of lulls out a little bit. It's not too bad, and then we get moments like this where you really got to stand firmly to not get blown away by this storm. Fortunately, my photographer Mike here is standing in under a parking garage, so he is good. We are protected, but boy, you can really feel the wind and rain out here. And like I said, it progressively gets worse hour by hour. Most people, the good news is, most people here on Treasure Island have left. It really is a ghost town out here. The only folks we tend to see are the emergency crews who are going up and down making sure everything is okay. But again, a lot of wind out here, a lot of rain, and it is showing no signs of slowing down. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, good to know that you're not endangering yourself or the photographer, that you have shelter right there. Want all our viewers to know that you guys are safer than maybe it sometimes looks on TV. Thank you, Josh. Governor DeSantis has a message for Florida. This is going to be a nasty couple of days. Same thing Paul's been saying, our whole weather team's been saying. And he's stressing that if you're in Ian's path and you still have time, because Polk County, you have now pretty much run out of time, to go to the safest possible shelter and just stay there. His last hurricane briefing was around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Listen.
Well, this afternoon, Hurricane Ian is now making landfall
in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all downed power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties. We will request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many decades ago? Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004. Because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian.
All right, that was the governor's briefing around 1 p.m.
Yes.
And some takeaways from there. But this seems like almost tradition, and you can probably name some of these, that if there's a major hurricane hitting the Florida Peninsula, it's going to pass through Polk County at some point, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's just they strategically are placed. And, of course, this storm is like 300 miles wide, which is pretty much the width, really, when you think about it, of the state of Florida.
As Paul and Tyler said, much broader wind field than we had with Charlie. You know, people compare it to that track.
All right, so now Polk County, especially eastern parts of it, emergency management officials, they're telling people in low-lying areas, if you haven't already gotten out, you need to do it. Fox 13's Ken Suarez at Peace River Village. Tell us exactly where you are, Ken, and what's your situation out there?
Well, actually, Peace River Village is right over there, but we're right next to it. We are at the Peace River, just off State Road 60 in Bartow. Take a look back here. This is the problem. You see this little pathway, and you see on the left part of your screen there is a little place for people to sit, a bench. Well, usually people can walk, sit on the bench, even go further down. If you keep on looking far into the distance, you see a white thing. Well, that white thing is the dock, and that is the shoreline. So look at all the distance between what used to be the shoreline and what is the shoreline. The reason being is that we've had so much rain recently, and the ground is incredibly super non-absorbent. Now, you can see the rain coming down, the wind blustering up. This is only making things worse. You were talking before about Peace River Village, which is only right over there. A lot of people, because they're in such a low-lying area, should be getting out. They were not getting out. I can tell you that a number of people we spoke to said it's just not going to happen. At this point, emergency officials are saying even though the storm is on its way, we still have enough time to get people out. They're saying if you were in the west part of the county, that's where the really high wind is going to happen, over in the Lakeland area. But over in the east, it's going to be a little bit less. So those shelters are going to close a little bit.
There goes Ken, because things are starting to deteriorate in that part of Polk County. So maybe we should get to Paul again to see exactly what's going on, checking back on the storm, where it is. And, of course, Polk County is definitely going to suffer some of the brunt of this.
And they'll do it at night, which is no fun.
It's tough.
Gets dark in about 3 hours from now. So this is Irma was a nighttime event, and this is going to be a nighttime event for Polk County. This is when what we're gonna do tonight is really watch the eye wall, because everything around it is going to have bad weather. But as far as when you're talking about the ability of causing some damage, it's going to be around that core of the hurricane. And as the core moves inland, the weakening process will kind of accelerate over time. But it's such a big and storm hurricane, the process takes a while. And this will, by this time tomorrow, probably a tropical storm on the East Coast, but from point A to point B, it'll take a while. A little side note, we've done a lot of talking about Charlie, kind of the relationship of Ian to Charlie. Back in the weather office, just kind of getting my act together and looking at some data. Ian made landfall at the exact same place that Charlie did on the north tip of Captiva Island, the same exact spot. I mean, it's amazing. All the places there it was, and the trip over the peninsula is probably about the same thing. The trip with Charlie was there was damage lying up by Arcadia, then it moved up towards Orlando. This is going to be about the same place. The whole structure, though, of this storm is a lot different than Charlie. The wind field is about 2.5 times bigger with Ian than it was with Charlie. A bigger wind field means the potential of producing more damage. Also, what's amazing is still the amount of lightning. We can see little dots in the eye wall. Typically speaking, only the strongest hurricanes produce a lot of hurricane. I explained this a couple times. We talk about, we're in Florida, and we get our lightning because of land and sea breezes colliding. And it's the collision of air, the air rising, that produces lightning. Hurricanes don't produce a lot of lightning because hurricanes, the wind go around in a circle, and you don't have winds bumping into each other because it's going around in a circle. But there's so much instability and turbulence in this eye wall, it's producing lightning. It's almost always a sign of a strong hurricane. This morning, hurricane hunter planes, some of the messages from some of the scientists and the engineers on the hurricane mission this morning when the hurricane was just offshore, said it was one of their roughest rides in memory. Plane going up, plane going down, struggling to get through the eye, saying all kinds of trouble. Usually those trips, as they would be so difficult, they're usually okay, but when there's enough to talk about it, you know it was a bad ride. Let's still take a little radar trip. So here is the eye wall, and for our friends, we know you're watching in Venice and Englewood and Northport. This has been a really difficult 5 or 6 hours. It's still coming down. I have some good news. The back edge of this is out here, but the strongest weather pretty soon should begin to pivot northeast of you, head up towards Arcadia and Wauchula. And then we'll get into some of this. It's going to rain for a while longer. Your rainfall totals in Sarasota County, I think, going to be about 2 feet, if not higher than that. Now, eventually, as what's left of this eye begins to move northeast, it's going to be Arcadia, Wauchula, Sebring, Avon Park. What's going to happen to your house? Well, the wind's going to pick up, sustained probably about 80 to 90, with a few higher gusts. Also, as far as being safe tonight or today, you know the layout of your house. You know what's outside. To me, the biggest concern is, as long as your house is buttoned up, you're going to be fine. I always think about, okay, what trees do I have around my house? Some of you do, some of you don't, some of you are, there's no trees nearby. But if you got some old oaks or something that you think is maybe having a little, some sort of pest damage or whatnot, kind of get your...
Thank you again to our Fox 13 team for giving us a similar weather coverage as Hurricane Ian is making landfall just north of Fort Myers as a Category 4 storm. We are continuing to give you always the latest information. I want to let our viewers know we are expecting our next Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, as well as other Florida officials. Their next update's supposed to be coming at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. And Live Now will, of course, be bringing it to you in full here when that does happen. So we're less than an hour away from that. Still getting a lot of live reports. Max Gordon speaking with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead and bring you into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, Max, thank you so much.
And we have so many cranes here as well, down at the theme park areas and others. I looked it up really quickly. I found Cranes Today magazine says up to 100 miles per hour is what they're designed for out of service. So,
and we're seeing those ones.
Yeah, we're getting close to that. So that is a situation that I know they thought about, but most people don't. All right, let's find out what's going on locally here. We just got some new tornado watches, and Brooks joins us with the latest on that. Where are we talking about here, Brooks?
Yeah, hey, John, I've got Ian with me as well. We've got a brand new tornado watch till 1 in the morning. That's going to include Orange, Seminole, Volusia, Brevard, and Osceola counties. So it's basically everywhere from Orlando points east until 1 in the morning. And we're actually, Ian, we're getting a report of a tornado that was confirmed by some videos emerging on social media. We'll try and effort those to show those in a bit. But where was that and what time?
We had, that official tornado that was confirmed, and we're going to look for that video so we can get that to you to see. But it was reported by social media. This was at 5 miles west of Camp Hollyfish Cam, and that is in parts of Brevard County. Now, it was a social media video, so this is more of just a confirmation. We don't know the strength, we don't know any of that, but it was visually confirmed, and that was in Brevard County at 3:29 p.m. So, we have already had confirmation now that we are looking at an active scene here where we are seeing those tornadoes. We have that visual confirmation, and we know that with the conditions we have for today, with that spin, with the system moving up to the northeast, with Hurricane Ian moving up northeast, we will have that threat for today. So what we have with that new tornado watch, who is included and who is at the highest risk, this runs till 1 a.m. So these are the areas that will be most likely to see the tornado, or if there is a tornado threat, where you could see them happen today, and that would be up to the north into Volusia County. That's as far north as it extends. To the south in Seminole County, also into Orange County, including the entire Orlando metro, to the west to Lake Apopka, Osceola County, Brevard County, and stretching to the south. Because we have that steady onshore flow, we're seeing that movement that is coming around, wrapping around the system, and then pulling in that warm, moist air with the spin. That's a bad combination, and that's what unfortunately is going to lead to this for today. So that is what we're going to be watching. Yeah, why don't we look at the radar right now?
Bring it up for us.
Yeah, so we are looking to look at the radar right now, and currently we're not seeing anything yet, but we are going to watch every single one of these storms as we are looking for that spin. And as I put it in motion here, watching the storms, we do have that onshore flow. There isn't anything active right now. It doesn't look like there's anything imminent, but we do have that continuous threat here through this afternoon into this evening, 1 a.m. I know many of you don't want to deal with that tornado threat, but Brooks, we're going to have that tornado threat extending past many people's usual bedtime.
Well, it's starting to rain right now for a lot of people. So here's a live view from downtown. I mean, it is absolutely pouring outside. We're starting to see the real bands of rain moving in. And as Ian said, these bands could have some tornadoes and stuff like that. So far, so good right now. But it's going to spin up fast, and it's just going to be in that safe place where you're going to hunker down for this storm, because this kind of rain is going to lay down about 2 to 3 inches, completely saturating the soil. So when the big rain moves in tonight, and it's expected to, we're going to get flooding rains moving in tonight, probably after dark, continuing for most of the night before leaving tomorrow morning. It's going to lay down a lot of flooding. Here's a live view there from downtown. The winds are starting to blow. We're catching some wind gusts right now around the region that are in excess of 40 miles an hour. We're at 44 now in Orlando. But look what's coming our way. In Tampa, winds gusting to 66 right now. In Sarasota, they're gusting to hurricane force at 78 miles per hour. And we had a report of 135 mile per hour wind gusts in the Port Charlotte area coming in at a yacht club there. 112 mile per hour sustained.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 35 team. I do want to remind our viewers, coming up here in the next hour, we'll have Governor Ron DeSantis and officials giving us an official update, giving us the latest information on what they are seeing and hearing from counties who are being impacted the greatest from Hurricane Ian. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here on Live Now from Fox, as we've been giving you a lot of different live looks. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to keep track of always the latest path of this storm. It has definitely been bringing the rain. That has been one of the biggest emphasis that we've been hearing from officials, has been the fact that this rainfall and the storm surge is going to be very dangerous. We've already seen a lot of flooding happening in multiple areas, including Naples, which is really seeing a huge force of that Category 4 hurricane. We did have the Naples Fire Department flooding as well. One of our reporters out there giving us an update on that. Let's go ahead and listen in as our fire teams are talking about what they're doing as Hurricane Ian is now landfall.
Guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here at Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
We're now unloading the truck. This is a storm surge that we talked about, but we weren't sure about. stay off the road. We're not kidding. Please know that everyone here is safe. We are all okay. It's just our building and our property. I am on my tippy toes here. I'm 5 feet, so this water is probably 4 foot at least. Please, people, we encourage you all to please stay off the roads. Back up. We are watching some video from Naples Fire Department. It obviously is dealing with Hurricane Ian right there at their fire station, flooding, bringing that water waist deep inside of the building. Then you go out onto the roads and you can see it up past their chests. This is just the beginning of this storm as well. They're trying to get all of their equipment out of this vehicle, out of the truck, ahead of more flooding happening here. Especially since you heard in the very beginning of this cell phone video that there was concern with this water reaching certain areas, that they started to see some smoking happening as well. So live now from Fox, always giving you different live looks and showing you all of these different pictures and images we have coming into our desk of Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and continue to listen back in as now a box floating by with supplies. Let's go listen into our Naples Fire Department. This video coming to us from Naples Fire Department. Flooding definitely a huge concern for residents in Florida as the water had receded from some of these bays, from some of the canals, and now is starting to be dumped back down onto Florida as Ian is it's draining water all across the Tampa Bay area and beyond. We do appreciate everyone who's been watching here with us. This video showing just a little portion of what people are having to deal with if they had chosen to stay behind. Of course, there was mandatory evacuations for some areas. Other areas, though, did have voluntary evacuations. And you can see here, when it comes to our first responders, they don't have a choice. They have to be here to help respond to any emergencies. We'd heard, though, earlier with Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as his other Florida officials, of course, he said, if you're in an area where there's flooded waters, we're not going to be able to get to you in some of those flooded waters. So this showing you what the Naples Fire Department has been having to deal with as they have continued to try to prepare ahead of time, now working as it's happening, flooding happening in their fire station. Let's go ahead, continue listening in live, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Everyone's okay. We are live and we have about 400 people watching. There's always one. This is the parking lot of City Hall.
The city of Naples definitely feeling the brunt of this Category 4 storm as it has now hit the Florida coast. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just a reminder, coming up in about a half hour, we are going to be hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as well as other Florida officials. They're going to be doing yet another update that, again, is happening at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be in it in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we're continuing to see more videos pour in and more reports of not only how the rainfall has been, but also how the wind gusts have been. Let's go ahead and get back into our coverage with our Fox 35 team as they continue to give us more updates on Hurricane Ian.
Movement, there are actually fish in people's yards. Take a look.
What? Oh.
Catfish.
It jumped on my foot.
Watch out for the stingers.
That's always a concern. Fish and other wildlife washing up in yards. This video shared by viewer Chris White captures some sort of unknown critter that wound up in their yard after a heavy band of the storm passed by Melbourne. We spoke with him and he can't figure out exactly what kind of salamander it is. He says he's going to post videos on Facebook just in case it was someone's pet. Well, that was one of the issues here because you don't know what's in the water.
Fox 35 News starts now with a new track on Ian.
And that's where we're going to go. I think that's where we should go to see the new track from Brooks and Ian, Storm Team meteorologist. Take it away.
All right. Let's do it. So we're watching the latest on this. It has made landfall as a Category 4, and it's now starting to make its rainy path into Orlando. It's starting to pour. It's starting to blow. We're getting power outages all over the place. It's flickering on and off in Oviedo right now. So let's get the new track on this. Winds of 140. It's losing its momentum. It's losing its speed. Winds are down from 155 to 140, but it's not losing its power. It's just that the energy is transferring from wind to now rain. It's going to slowly work northward, located somewhere over Polk County, maybe around Lake Wales by 2 a.m. tonight. So this is going to be a real slow trek northeastward. Winds of 85 miles an hour, so a Category 1 hurricane in Polk County. All the while, we're going to get soaked with unrelenting downpours overnight. Finally, by tomorrow afternoon, Thursday at 2 p.m., the center could be located somewhere near, say, Geneva, or maybe over maybe southern Volusia County. This is going to be the Seminole County area or Volusia County before making its way offshore. There could be hurricane force wind gusts throughout this entire thing, but one thing to keep in mind is that if this is going to be its position tomorrow at 2 p.m., from now until tomorrow around lunchtime, the weather will be severe with torrential rains and with the wind only getting worse. This is only slowly weakening. After that, it moves northward and into Georgia and the Carolinas. But that new track is significant in that it reconfirms that Orlando will indeed get direct impacts from this. And based on that track, beyond all the wind, one of the biggest impacts, one of the most severe impacts will be the rain, and rainfall totals could eclipse 27 inches in some communities. 20 to 30 inches of rain could fall. We haven't started to see that kind of rain yet. We're at like 2, 3, 4, 5 inches right now, but we're going to have big downpours developing tonight, and it looks like that could happen anywhere from northern Lake into northern Orange, maybe Seminole counties. 20 inches in Orlando. I mean, look, these numbers are huge. What does this really mean? If we get a foot of rain, that's going to produce flooding like we haven't seen in a while. If we get 20 inches of rain, or even up to 30 inches of rain, that's going to be the kind of flooding that cuts off roads. It makes roads impassable. Creeks and ponds will fill up to the point where they cover up a lot of the roads adjacent to them, so you may not be able to get in and out of your neighborhood. This is the time to hunker down, because in the next few hours, conditions will deteriorate dramatically. And let's hope that homes stay dry. Hopefully everybody who needs sandbags has deployed their sandbags, because this looks to be a big flood. It's going to go very slowly from where it made landfall down in Port Charlotte up here to the Orlando area by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, I want to bring meteorologist Ian Cassette into this because we're also tracking some torrential rains. And while things are all clear right now as far as acute severe weather, and I keep looking over to our situational awareness severe weather monitor, no new warnings. We've got a couple of areas that we're going to watch very carefully, right, Ian?
Absolutely. We're going to be watching for that threat of tornadoes, which we have not forgotten about that, but we have that concern continuing. But that flooding threat is what's going to be the most likely threat for much of our area. So let's look at the radar right now and what we are seeing. Earlier, we had the tornado warning that was over Osceola County. We also had that confirmed tornado in southwestern Brevard County. Now, things have actually settled to the south, but look at this heavy rain that we are seeing. This is just along the 528 and moving from southeast to northwest, still moving pretty great or good speed, but we have torrential downpours here where we have this flood warning that's going to continue until past 8 o'clock tonight, where we're going to see more of this heavy rain. So a closer view on this, and let's view it at Brevard County that has been under that flood warning, already picked up about 4 inches of rain. Look at this heavy rain. I will pause this. This is the one, this cell here, I'm going to be watching this one closest, because not only is it producing a lot of really heavy rain, I mean, we're talking about torrential rain, but this whole area that is to the southeast or to the south of all of these cells, these storms, that's where the area that we have to watch for as the wind moves in and kind of fuels that storm. It gets it to rotate some. So that is a potential here where we're going to be watching for that. But the most apparent threat right now is going to be that heavy rain. If you live in Titusville, in Mims, you're seeing that heavy rain. Port St. John, you're seeing a lot of that heavy rain, and that is going to only compound. We've already picked up 2 to 4 inches of rain. Another 2 to 4 inches of rain will be possible here the next 3 to 4 hours, and with little room for it to go into the ground, into the surface, and into the lakes and ponds, it starts to fill up, and then it has nowhere to go, and that's when we start to run into those issues where we aren't seeing those roads being passable anymore as more of this rain is to occur. And we're only going to continue with this as we go on into tomorrow, Brooks. We have that issue for tomorrow with the winds on top of that.
I know the winds over saturated ground will no doubt lead to more power outages. So many of us already losing power. If you do lose power, don't forget with the Storm Team app, with the Fox 35 app, you can watch us live. You can watch the continuing coverage. You just have to have internet. Obviously, if power goes out, your Wi-Fi is going to go out too, unless you got that on a generator. But don't forget, we're on the app, so if you really need to know what's going on, it's live streaming video right there. But we really want to drive home that if we start to see rain like this, it could be a really far from ideal situation for tomorrow morning. And it's going to be the kind of thing where if you sleep tonight, you're going to wake up to a changed landscape in some areas with this high water. I mean, this is a lot of water coming our way, and that part of the storm has not even arrived yet. Winds right now gusting to 71 in Sarasota, 60 in Tampa, and almost at 50 now in Orlando. So we're starting to see the winds really ramping up. A closer view right now of wind gusts. We've got 44-mile-per-hour gusts in Sanford, 46 at Daytona, about 22 in Ocala, 39 in Leesburg. So these could ramp up tonight, especially places like Polk County, over 90 miles an hour. It looks like we're going to see most of the wind really rolling into Polk County and eventually Orange County from about, say, 1 or 2 in the morning until about 9 in the morning. And it really will get really windy on top of all that rain. Let's talk about power outages. We've got, of course, as you'd imagine, huge power outages. Reports at the latest check, about 1 million customers statewide out of power, most of it down where landfalls occurred. We're starting now to see some local power outages here across the Orlando region. We've got them in the Winter Springs area, in Oviedo, and Seminole County, also around Orlando, Claremont, Leesburg. So we'll look at those totals, but these are no doubt going to tick up, and it's only just begun. This is the crux of it. Here is future radar starting off about 45 minutes from now. It's doing a good job of depicting what's going on now, where we've got these heavy rains right over Orlando. But focus to the southwest on the bottom left-hand part of your screen where I'm pointing to. That'll be the center of the storm, and it's going to make its way northeastward. And in doing so, this zone where we're on the essentially northwestern eye wall of the hurricane will represent the heaviest rain. And this rain will come down in a way that a lot of people, especially if you're not from Florida, you've never seen it rain like this. It is really, really, really going to rain. And it's going to come down at what could be 4 inches plus, maybe 6 inches per hour over a period of several hours. So this is 1:30 in the morning, the back edge of it not even through Lakeland yet. It'll be really coming down in Orlando. So again, between about 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. And then from there, finally by maybe around 5 a.m., it'll start to move on out. But we could be looking at a period of 8 hours or more where it's raining at greater than 4 inches per hour. So if you do the math on that, right, 8 hours times 4 inches per hour is 24. So, yeah, thanks. Got to do the math, you know, when you do this wall-to-wall coverage. Your brain gets fuzzy. But, yeah, fuzzy math aside, Ian, 24. 8 times
30, 36.
8 times 4 is 32.
32.
Oh, my gosh.
We're meteorologists. We're mathing it here. Our brains are basically fried.
All right, bottom line,
we're
32 inches of rain.
We're not your math teachers.
32 inches of rain.
Yes.
8 times 4 is 32. Goodness gracious. All the middle school teachers are shaking their erasers at us. 32 inches of rain, though, of course, joking aside, is really, really bad, and that's going to cause extensive flooding. So we're going to continue to track this. We'll let you know when the heaviest rains roll in, and of course, if a tornado warning is issued, we'll have it here for you first. Back to you.
Brooks, Ian, thank you both. Well, we want to show you some of the incredible video coming into the newsroom right now. This is a home in Cape Coral. Take a look. You can see the shingles are being ripped off the roof of this home. This is right where Hurricane Ian came ashore along the Gulf, and the winds were up to 150 miles per hour. The person who posted this on social media wrote a caption saying, "Look, our neighbor's roof is about to be destroyed."
It's white capping on our lawn.
Yeah, here's another view from Sanibel Island that's getting a lot of attention. Those are whitecaps. That's the waves of flooding rushing over someone's lawn. You can see the palm trees from the home's balcony blowing sideways at that point. Flooding there and throughout Lee County is expected to get even worse. Yeah, we keep seeing these videos. We're seeing intense pictures out of Southwest Florida. We also have a time lapse of that storm surge on Sanibel Island.
Our partners at Fox Weather are in Punta Gorda tonight, and that's just north of Fort Myers, close to where Ian made landfall. You can see as those winds picked up, the debris starts flying, and then the surf, John. That is the big issue over there. Yeah, the biggest issue when it comes to a hurricane is the surf and the flooding. That is where most people die, is in that.
And you may have missed it because you see it come a little bit. Here comes the wind, here come the waves, and then all of a sudden it comes in quick.
Yeah.
And that's what we were talking about up in Tampa, the people who are out there in the ocean looking around. If it does come in quick, they've got a significant problem.
You do not want to be in the bay.
Hopefully it comes in slow. And there, I just saw one of the people, I had to confirm this, but high tide is coming in this afternoon. So they're going to get even more water coming over this way.
Close to some buildings that are keeping us sheltered. Now, we're dealing with some wind, don't get me wrong, but we're able to get these shots out. And many of the streets in Punta Gorda look like this. You've got the palm fronds, you've got the coconuts here in the street, and then just several pieces of debris from either, again, roofs, fences, that type of thing. And then we've also seen power poles that
we want to go right now to the Seminole counties are giving us an update.
Power. Once it becomes unsafe, the power crews will go to their staging locations, which are at various locations here around the county, some fire stations here at the Public Safety Building. And then once it is clear for them to get out, they will start restoration efforts again. Damage assessment teams are also on staging and ready to respond after the storm. These damage assessment teams will go out. They'll do look at community roadways, homes, buildings, critical infrastructures for damage, and then identify any roads that may need to be closed, anything that could be fixed quickly, and then we will make those determinations about lifting curfews if the curfew is necessary. All right, with that, I'd like to turn it over to the fire chief for some additional comments.
All right, so again, we're keeping tabs on how that's going. Again, 1.1 million people across the state of Florida without power right now. One thing that he was mentioning was that they cannot go back in and restore power until the winds die down, because that's one of the regulations. So they're going to be without power for a while. All right, our live team coverage continues with Fox 35's David Martin. He's in Sarasota today.
David, you're just north of where Ian made landfall. What's the situation over there now?
Luann, good afternoon. Hi, John. We're actually in Bradenton at our safe house as the storm passes through. And I want to send Paolo around the corner here on the back patio deck of the safe house so you can see what we're looking at here. And I'm going to stop talking when the winds pick up because the howling and the whistling from Hurricane Ian is something to behold. Just take a listen. That's constant, and it's been happening for hours out here, and where we are is about 30 minutes north of where we were stationed this morning in Sarasota. You can see behind Paolo the pool here, like many other pools in the Lakewood Ranch neighborhood, are getting full. Well, yeah, protect yourself, Paolo. Let's come behind you. We've lost a screen here on our patio. Nothing that we can't replace, though, in a matter of a few minutes when this is all said and done. The lake behind us, that gives you a clear indication of what we're witnessing out here. Waves on a lake, and what a current that is. I'll tell you, John and Luann, this is quite the scene in Bradenton. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, hey, David, before we let you go, hopefully we can stay with you. It's cutting up a little bit. I've been watching your coverage all day long. Hey, tell us what you've experienced from this morning, before it came in, into what you're seeing right now. How's that been?
It's been constant. It's been a steady stream of just wind and rain. I will say, the debris we saw before we got inside shelter here was what you'd expect. A lot of tree limbs. A few of those trees that are the super tall palm ones, you think, how are those going to withstand a storm? We saw a few of those down in the street. We saw some power lines. This is in Sarasota, of course. But nothing that made us go, oh boy, we can't recover from this. It's going to take a long time. It seemed at the moment pretty doable. So basically what I'm saying is, compared to what you're seeing out of Lee County and Naples in that area, they've dodged a bullet so far. Now this is constant though, so we'll see when we get out the front side of the house what we're looking at. But as of now, we can handle this.
Glad to hear nothing severe is happening. David, your shot is breaking up a bit, so we're going to let you go.
Yeah, they're on the correct side. I guess the safer side of this one right now is the stuff down south that's really getting it, which is where our partners at Fox Weather are stationed. They're all over the state monitoring the conditions of Ian.
Fox Weather's Will Nunley has been monitoring the conditions in Fort Myers for hours now, and he's seeing down traffic lights and roofing materials littering the streets.
I wanted to show you this, if I can hold it up without it flying out of my hand. This is a part of the street sign from what I think is Colonial Boulevard, which is right here. It's this big 4-lane in front of us here, but it just shows you how anything and everything becomes a projectile in wind like this. You don't want to encounter this as you're trying to maneuver around out here. That's why we have to really take shelter and, you know, hide behind what we can to make sure that we're safe. I want to try to give you a little bit of a view here. Chris, if you were to step out just a little bit there, we can show you that's the intersection where I'm talking about. Streetlights, of course, ripped down from all of this. We see parts of building. Oh, they're going down the street as part of one of the streetlights right now. And I'll tell you, these are heavy. If we look right over here to my right in the street, you can see parts of these streetlights. These are big, heavy metal assemblies with these lights, and they're just being thrown around like they're toys. Look at the workout that the top of these palm trees are getting. And that just shows you, and I don't know if the camera detects it, the sky above, if you can see how fast those clouds are moving, but there is just, you can see the clouds swirling around overhead. And as the wind changes direction, which it has dramatically since we started our reporting here, it begins to do damage to other parts of buildings, other structures that may have been unaffected. At this point, because we've had this wind sustained for so long, we have numerous trees down. It's going to be difficult to get out of some of these roads. It's going to take a while because there are going to be so many trees, utility lines, power lines down in these cases. We have seen all of these digital signs for these gas stations that just basically the tops have blown off of them. All of the, you know, the message boards and things inside of it, we can't even see them. They're just gone. There are parts of buildings that are coming off, including the building we're sheltering in has these terracotta roof panels that are coming off, and this is still an hours-long process. We still have hours of this ahead of just this incredible wind that is turning everything into a projectile, doing considerable damage to the infrastructure, the electric grid, to buildings here, and we still have a long way to go. Back to you.
You just really have to feel for those people. The video that's coming in, the flooding, it's up to the roof of cars. It's getting into people's homes. It's just terrible. And this is just the beginning of it.
And you've talked about it before, the different sides of the storm. If you think about it, those guys are 70 miles apart.
Yeah.
What we're seeing where David was and where Will was, completely different. And that's really, what, halfway across the Orlando metro area. So you could see anything here.
It all depends on where that eye comes ashore. On the right side, it's horrific. On the left side, it's not so bad.
Yeah, and that's where you just saw it right there. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Volusia County.
Hey there, Vicki. You're at a marina in Daytona Beach. What are you seeing over there?
Hey, John and Luann, where conditions here are not as bad as those guys here yet, but I can tell you the wind is picking up. I can actually hear the wind howling. There's some debris here and there, but like you said, I'm here at the Halifax Harbor Marina. This is in Daytona Beach, so this, of course, a big concern. All of the boats out here, a lot of these boats have been tied down. The boat owners out here doing their preparations. It is a little quiet right now because I talked to a boat owner who said that they finished everything up yesterday, but I have seen some boat owners come out here and check on them, a lot of them tying them down. That's why you don't really see a lot of these boats moving, because they have been tied down, secured. I talked to that boat owner. He said he lives about a mile away from here, and he came to check on his boat to make sure that nothing happens during the storm. Take a listen to what he said.
All right, so let's move a little bit further south here. We even have more new video showing damage already racking up in Naples. This video here was tweeted out not too long ago of a cell phone. It shows all sorts of flooding there, lots of stuff piling up in the yards. That area expected to get hit hard over the next couple of days. Again, that's kind of been the center of where a lot of it's been happening, so they've seen some of the worst of it so far. Not only the storm surge in this area, but then a couple feet of rain as well. Something else that paints a picture of just how strong the winds are blowing around. You saw this one just a little bit ago. This is the shingles being blown off some roofs. Again, that video back in that area. We keep going back to this area because that is the part, that one's in Cape Coral. Again, Southwest Florida. That is the area that's seeing the bulk of it right now. And Luann, one thing I wanted to go back to what Will was saying a little bit ago. We've all lived through some of these hurricanes. There's, what, 3 million new people or whatever the number is at this point, right?
Yeah.
They haven't experienced this. And to me, the thing that I think wears on you the most is that constant whistling, knowing that it's out there, and it goes on and on. He said 2 days of that in that area.
Wow.
I don't think we've ever seen 2 days straight of that. It's usually a day and it's on.
Yeah.
This is going to be a long storm.
Ian is very slow. It's only going 9 miles per hour. I've never experienced a hurricane that slow before. Normally within 24 hours, it's in, it's out. You get to go outside, assess the damage. Yeah, it is going to be until about Friday morning until we're able to go outside.
Here's the number that Brooks threw out a little bit ago. 12 hours for the center of the storm to move over the Orlando metro. So tomorrow afternoon, southern part gets a Cat 1. And then by the time it clears out in Volusia County, 12, 13, 14 hours later. So we're going to be in this with those kind of winds, tropical storm or Category 1 winds for at least 12 hours. So that's going to be a long time.
I wanted to show you.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 team. They've been giving us so much great content surrounding Hurricane Ian. We've been jumping in and out of their coverage just as we have done with our Fox 13 team. Of course, this is just the beginning here for all of our friends in Florida, as this has now officially made landfall. It's going to continue to be a Category 4 until it makes its way into central Florida, and then it will downgrade to a Category 3 storm before making its way northward up along our east coast. Live now from Fox, going to continue giving you more coverage right here as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. This time, going to take you out to our Fox 13 team as they are also giving us some more with their newscasts as Tampa Bay is closing shores and boulevards and roads and everything in between. Let's go ahead and bring you their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
Video of the water being pushed out of the bay. So that's, something that wasn't helpful, having cars stopping in traffic there. And again, that whole phenomena of the northeast wind blowing the water out of the bay, we saw it during Irma 5 years ago.
That's right. Fox 13's Tony Sadiku, he went on Bayshore today to show us exactly what happens to all that water.
Hey guys, we're on Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa. We've already started to feel the effects of Hurricane Ian. Obviously, you see the light rain falling. The winds have been picking up, and look what it's done right here under the bay. It started to suck water out of the bay, so much so you could see the grass off into the distance. And this is something we expected would happen as the winds would turn easterly. In fact, the winds have been coming out of the east since yesterday. They've just been picking up in speed. We've seen gusts about 37 miles per hour. That's close to tropical storm force, and we expect that to continue as the storm continues to make its approach. This is something we saw, if you'll remember, with Hurricane Irma as the storm was approaching, and it really has to do with the structure of these hurricanes. The counterclockwise movement allows those strengthening winds to really basically pull the water out of the bay, as we're seeing here, kind of like a drain, and it's just an incredible sight to see. We've seen folks, of course, trying to take in this scenery as well. People on just walking, people on bikes. Unfortunately, quite a bit of people. We've seen folks on the road as well. This is in an evacuation zone as well. So we know law enforcement has been urging people to kind of get out of this area, not to necessarily come over here. But this is something that we expected with this storm, despite the fact that the storm is still well to our south. Keep in mind, the center of the storm is still way to our south, but we're already feeling these effects. It just goes to show the sheer size of this storm. We know in this area we're not going to see the worst of the storm surge. That's going to be more Englewood down towards Bonita Beach. That's something that the residents in this area are kind of happy to see. We know that this area is prone to flooding. I mean, even on a regular, and you can already see that the gust picking up from time to time. We know just a regular summer storm can cause this area to flood. We've seen tropical storms completely cause these roads to be impassable before. But at this point, we're kind of seeing the opposite effect, kind of that reverse surge, if you will, as we continue to basically wait and anticipate the storm right here on Bayshore Boulevard. Tony Sadiku, Fox 13 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. We've got more video here from Southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian was coming ashore. This is from Joel Franco. It shows storm chasers and weather reporters on Tamiami Trail in Punta Gorda, and you can see one of the street signs there. Yep, starting to feel the effects there. And right there, maybe hard to recognize, out there in the road, getting taken out by a tree branch. Yes, that's Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel. You know, many people make the joke, you don't want to be in the town that Cantori is going to because that means the worst weather. And here he is holding
hanging
on to the street sign,
which may blow away any minute.
We hope Jim is safe. He's done this many times, but we do hope he's safe. And yeah, these are things you see when a bad hurricane is coming to town.
Wow, and you know, Punta Gorda got the worst of it in 2004 from Hurricane Charlie.
Yeah.
So we are pleased, fingers crossed, that it won't be as bad as we saw.
I don't know. Just based on Paul and Tyler showing us the storm surge that was going into there, I think it's going to be a bad scene for a lot of people there. We've been seeing video, too, out of Naples, which is seeing a lot of wind damage and flooding, too.
Naples Fire Rescue, well, they ran into trouble when their own fire station flooded, and they posted the video on social media. Watch.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here at Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
Catching on fire.
Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
Do you see how much water they're in? And you heard the fire chief say they had to push one of the trucks outside because there was smoke. They were worried the whole building might catch fire. That would be pretty bad. The fire station burns down. Crews wading through that waist-deep water and trying to get everything off the truck and trying to save what they can. That is tough. And I think I mentioned earlier, there's a curfew immediately in Naples. So I think Naples got banged pretty hard.
Yeah, let's not let this be understated here. I mean, the Naples Fire Department knows what to expect during a hurricane. I mean, they train for this kind of thing. Yet here they were, caught with perhaps storm surge that they weren't expecting just because of the power and then the length of time that it was sitting out there pumping all that water onto shore.
So we want to know, Paul, has it sped up at all?
No, not at all. It's actually slowed down a little bit. 8 miles an hour. You talk about taking a sweet time, and that was one of our forecast bullet points the past couple of days. It would slow down near Tampa Bay, and the weakening process has begun. Here's some wind data, and you can pick out your town and location. We've had some missing data because the amount of wind is kind of probably caused some damage in some of the anemometers, but we have Brandon gust 41, St. Pete gust to 77. Sustained Tampa is 22, but once in a while, a squall will whip by and the winds gust to 60. And then what else do we have? We have Sarasota 78, Venice sustained 54, gust 79, and then probably some missing wind. I don't really rely on this because it's been higher gust than that. Leesburg, strong winds. Brooksville, the airport, once in a while, gust 40. As far as the improvement goes, it's going to be a really slow process. In inland tonight, we're just going to kind of watch this center and the eye, what's left of it, move inland. We'll watch some wind speeds. And I know, and a bunch of you messaged me, the inbox is always filled. And I know inland, who the past day or two, it's like, I thought this storm wasn't coming this way. And you're exactly right. There was a couple of days when really we were hoping the trough would miss the storm. And we said maybe the core of the hurricane would stay offshore. And then every computer run kind of picked up on a stronger trough, and that angle of approach from the south, when it deviates a little bit to the right, it kind of exaggerates where it makes landfall. So the concern went up across our inland counties, and now I know a lot of you are sitting at home going, here's a storm coming our way that wasn't going to come our way. And now tonight, we got to kind of ride through this together. And I certainly understand the angst as far as that is concerned. Little bit of improvement, not much in Venice and Sarasota, but there is improving weather back here. So if you're thinking about when can I breathe a little easier, let's see, it's 5:26. Let's say for you, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to get into this back here, maybe a little sooner than that. And then the weather for the overnight is windy at times, but nothing of the 60, 70, 80 miles an hour that you're dealing with right now, gust over 100. Arcadia is in the eye wall, and Wauchula is in the eye wall, and soon Sebring, Avon Park, Fort Meade, and then we're talking about Lakewood Ranch is having a tough time with some of these bands kind of moving back. Sarasota's had a rough. Anna Maria, which is kind of open on all sides. They're having a rough time. And also in Anna Maria, there's not a lot of friction around you, so the wind really whips in from all directions. So Anna Maria, Longboat, Sarasota, there's going to be some wind damage here. Thankfully here, no storm surge damage, but the storm surge damage is extensive, especially a lot of the video coming in has been Fort Myers Beach is having some of the higher storm surge. We've had little snippets. I've had my phone get a couple of pictures here. Once in a while, I get some good videos. Not good, but I mean, as far as going, wow, some videos coming in on the inbox. But we're going to have to wait until this goes by, and then we can really take an assessment of the situation. I'm thinking when we get some daylight and people can take a look, it's going to be pretty bad. I mean, you can't really tell now because it's not safe to go out. But I think the amount of damage down here is going to be really significant. We'll get a better view of that tomorrow and then more so on Thursday. So tonight, all this weather is going to move through Highlands County, Hardee, DeSoto, all of our cities and towns up in sections of Polk County. You could run through that, Tyler, if you want. This is the high-res Futurecast, which shows the winds on it. We'll just roll through it slowly and kind of watch it and watch the wind arrows. And this is 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, real slow. Hardee County, heaviest rain moving into Polk County. Anything on that printer that I hear, Tyler?
It's coming out. I'm working our mouse at the same time, so let me step away.
I just want to make sure we're not missing a warning.
Yep. That's what.
When you hear the printer going
exactly.
on in the weather, it's not printing out anything except for a warning at this point.
Yep. So what we've had today has been extreme wind warnings, which are not good. This is another one. Southwestern Highlands County, southern Hardee County. Paul, I'm going to pop back up radar here. You can kind of jump over there.
What time is it up until?
Pinpoint there. This one's going to be until 7:30 p.m. Again, southwestern Highlands County, southern Hardee County, southeastern Manatee County, and still up for areas south, Charlotte County as well, and all of DeSoto County.
So that warning is rarely issued except in extreme hurricane events. And what the Weather Service is saying is treat the winds the next couple of hours as though you're in a tornado situation. So you get in the safest part of your house until the wind threat passes. That's a warning that is, it may be issued once every 20 years. It just depends on how many storms you get, but you can go a long time without seeing an extreme wind warning. And it's just a way for the only really way that the Weather Service can really relay the information of this is really bad. You need to stay inside a room in a safe spot in your house. So it's this area here. It's essentially where the eye wall continues to kind of break down a little bit. But this is all of this that's going to move into Highlands County. This is going to be the worst weather for the next couple of hours. And it's been the north side of the eye wall that's been particularly bad. Arcadia, we'll pop up some wind speeds. These are Doppler radar wind speeds.
I do want to mention too, Paul, southeastern Sarasota County still in this, and this is why you look at some of these numbers coming in here. 120, 130. Obviously, these are up in the atmosphere a little bit. These are radar estimates from the radar in Ruskin. So obviously, as the radar beam goes up a little bit, it's sampling higher in the atmosphere. But all of these have been validated with the observations, 100, 110, 115. So it's still no picnic in Englewood, Northport, and Venice. And obviously no folks down there watching us. The power's out, but hopefully listening to us on the radio down there. Yeah, and it's going to be a slow process. And it always seems like, even though it's not, but it just seems like it's worse at night. So tonight, it just seems like the sounds are louder at night, and it's just how it works. I mean, when you're lying in bed or lying on the couch and you have no power, and you just kind of hear sounds more. So we're going to get you through tonight and kind of track the strongest winds as they move from southwest to northeast. And this really, it's not Charlie again, but boy, just remember this whole direction, southwest to northeast. But some of these wind speeds, and Tyler's correct, this isn't necessarily wind speeds at the ground, but it is a good indicator of how much wind we're talking about. We don't see this very often, even in tornado situations, of having our radar pick up wind speeds at this level. And then this is winds away and towards the radar site, all we're seeing here. That's why you have the green and the red. This is going to continue to move to the east northeast. Let's go back, and we'll go back, first of all, because we like to get this done. Let's start up our northern counties and just do the whole trip again with the radar and try to mention some towns here. We'll go to Citrus County and Hernando County first, where what you're watching now is this coming your way from the east, from Claremont, and then spinning
to the west-northwest, where there's going to be areas now where it's not raining at all. So you've got gaps. Here's a gap. There's a gap. Brooksville's doing okay. I think you're going to make it okay as far as really strong winds in our 3 northern counties. Doesn't mean you can't have gusts 60, 70, but for the most part, a lot of the worst weather is going to pass to the south and east of you, up in Citrus, especially Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. So let's put this into motion, Tyler, and we'll watch some of the bands quickly move from southeast to northwest. So here's a scene from Hernando, Lecanto, Inverness, Brooksville, Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill, Ridge Manor, just fast-moving showers coming in. And when some of these squalls go by, it'll come down pretty good. If you're watching me in Dade City, Zephyr Hills, here comes a squall, Dade City. The winds will pick up. And it could gust up to 60, 65 when that squall goes by. That's heading for San Antonio, too. And then Trinity, Odessa, watching rain go by. Bayport. How about Palm Harbor? Yeah, we're checking it out. Palm Harbor and Dunedin and Clearwater and Largo, right down US 19. Lake Tarpon, Carrollwood, watching more bands of rain approaching you from the east and southeast, and all of this is moving to the west-northwest. Been really rough the past hour or so. Ruskin, Sun City Center, Fishhawk, Brandon, Plant City, all getting heavy rain. These bands will easily contain wind gust 60, 65, Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Bradenton. This is all going to move to the west-northwest, and then as we move to the south or to the east, whatever you want to do, Tyler, I'm following you.
County first.
Yeah, we'll do east, Lake Wales, Bartow. Bartow we talked about earlier. I have shared so many photos going back to early September. For some reason, it seemed like Bartow was a spot where heavy thunderstorms were kind of around you.
Yeah.
There was one picture, and I forgot the name of the street. Maybe it was Wilson. I forget, that just had so much rain. These are places that don't need any additional rain. And if you remember, 2 days ago, we had some big thunderstorms that kind of roamed around Tampa Bay and really produced slow-moving thunderstorms. That didn't help at all. And now we're going to get additional rainfall. So Bartow down 60, do not need any more rain. Rain and wind tonight. We're watching it for you. Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Zolfo Springs, Arcadia, all of this area, which is under the extreme wind warning, is dealing with the core of the hurricane. The winds expand out a long way, but as far as the really bad weather, it's in that core of the hurricane. That's what we're hoping. So maybe we'll get lucky and it'll stay offshore and we won't get into that. We did, and we get into it. It's moving across the state. That's really getting into it, isn't it? And we did. So you get Arcadia, Northport, and because we've been watching so much of this, and I know you talk about the fatigue of dealing with this on our Manatee, Sarasota friends. We'll pay attention and give you an idea when this is finally going to slacken up in a couple of hours, because I know you need a break and you're kind of sick of this. But there is some, well, there's a little bit, where the winds will start diminishing as the night goes along. But the problem with this storm is 8 miles an hour. It takes a long time to go from the west coast to the east coast at 8 miles an hour. That's the problem. So this is going to be kind of a long night. Got 2 hours of daylight left, then it gets dark about 7:30 tonight. Let's see, that's the big picture. How about this, Tyler? Just expand really wide. Just to get that's the big picture. There you go. I think that really tells it. It's a hurricane. I mean, right over us. And let's go back and show that illustration of the weather in the southeast. Can we pop up the true color?
Yep.
And
1 second.
Maybe hit a refresh on it, because it gets kind of old after a while.
Yep.
I find this really interesting. So it wasn't that far away. It was not that far away from us, and maybe the bigger view of just the state of Florida is you can see the eye getting a little bit filled in, and this is the update on that. Is that you can actually see the hurricane, and this cloud line that goes this way, that's the storm being picked up by a trough, and that trough is one of the steering mechanisms. Here comes the setting sun from the east. So you've got this hurricane over Florida, which is giving us some of the worst weather on the entire globe. Is happening right around Tampa Bay. And then you can just drive. We're not going to drive it because it's too bad to do that. But then you can get into the western panhandle up by Pensacola and Panama City. And anyone up there is going, can you believe, this is what they're saying. Can you believe how nice the weather is outside right now? And down in Florida, down in Tampa Bay, they're having some of the worst weather around. So the weather up in the Panhandle is so nice, 75, 80 degrees, sunshine, and low humidity. It would also be kind of interesting, Tyler, do we have the southeast dew point map in this? Probably not, because it's not in the hurricane show.
Yeah, I'll pull it up in a moment, but kind of going off of what you were saying there, Paul, I used to work and live in Panama City Beach, and looking at some of the cameras there and talking to friends that I still know there, it is calm. The Emerald Coast is beautiful.
It is like that autumn day in the southeast that you're finally waiting. So when are we going to have a nice 75, 80-degree day with no dew points?
That's a 5.5-hour drive.
It's a 5.5-hour drive, and then you've got people right now that are begging for the rain and wind to stop. So this is unfortunately how meteorology works sometimes. And also, it's interesting because I can ramble on about this all day, but this goes to show, and we'll talk about this really, maybe this is not the time and place to talk about this, but you know, we did make a point back in August and September about, we showed the graphics like, boy, this hurricane season's so quiet, so quiet. This is the example of it only takes one. And this is, so we'll look back, and the whole thing about how bad how the season was. Here's the dew point map. I mean, I find this absolutely incredible. Yeah. From a scientific standpoint. Look at this map. Look at this map. You've got dew points from about Gainesville south that are pure tropical air. Dew points in Key West, 78, and then you get up by Tallahassee, and you got a 39 dew point. 39 dew point in the Western Panhandle, which is like winter, and then you've got the ultimate in summer weather or tropical weather, which is a hurricane. So this is how you've got this boundary, and of course the humid air and the hurricane is winning up. We've got so much more to talk about, and we're going to throw it back to the news desk. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right, thank you, Paul. That is incredible there when you see the difference, too. Just not even that far away, the weather people are having, and then you have situations where there are a lot of people to our south who have loved ones that they would love to check on, but they can't because of severe flooding there.
When you zoomed out, too, that really got my attention. That was a great way to show that storm, because so much of Florida right now is suffering.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it is. And the power outages just continue to go up to well over 1 million now. You know, a lot of people did pay attention, though, to the officials, emergency managers, and they evacuated and went to local shelters all over the area.
Fox 13 Sean Berry spoke to some people who fled the storm's path, and some of them not for the first time.
With much of Hillsborough County under some sort of evacuation order, many found shelter here at the Irwin Technical College on Hillsborough Avenue, filling it to capacity early this morning.
This was at least a category 3, so we opened all shelters at the same time. So we were expecting quite a bit of people to come in.
Cynthia Delanoez and her family, they live near the water and were among the first to receive mandatory evacuation orders.
And I run when there's a big one like this one. And more people need to take heed.
But Delanoez is no stranger to hurricanes.
I went through Andrew and through Hurricane Hattie in 1961. In my country, Belize, but here I am, waiting on another one.
And while some at this shelter are experiencing yet another hurricane in their lives, others who had showed up here, they haven't experienced anything like this before, ever. Ultimately, though, deciding it was better to get out of Dodge, not test Ian's strength, and ride it out here to shelter.
I'd try to get it over with.
Peggy Paquette and her husband have been seasonal residents in a West Shore mobile home park for nearly 30 years now, never sticking around for a hurricane. That is until Ian.
I would love to have stayed right there, but we had to get out.
And while those seeking shelter here have prepared for the worst,
we have to. We have no choice. We have no choice.
They're still hoping for the best. In Tampa, I'm Sean Berry, Fox 13 News.
Thank you, Sean. And while we hope you're safe at home or somewhere else safe, you'll be glad to know the animals at St. Pete's Sunken Garden, they're safe too. Look at that. The gardens posted this photo on their social media pages. Apparently the flamingos, yeah, they're having a hurricane party in the bathroom. And apparently they're just fine. They're eating, drinking, you know, doing what flamingos do. So we are really happy about that.
Well, that's an only...
And thank you to our Fox 13 team. They're giving us a lot of coverage on how this hurricane has been impacting not only residents, but businesses and entertainment industry as well. This is a live look here as that Category 4 continues to make its way now over land. More than 1 million people without power. It's only going to continue to be an issue as we get more of this back end of the storm over the land as well. Live now from Fox, going to get you into to the press conference with Governor Ron DeSantis here, as we do have people just stepping out. Let's go ahead, listen in live here.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida. www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it. And then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today, there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful. And he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support. And so we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with. And so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Yeah. Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a, quote, flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a, quote, flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay and what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis here giving us the latest update, especially as this hurricane has made landfall. You're taking a look here at Bradenton Beach, especially as we know they are also right there on the edge of getting this Category 4 storm. And as we've been talking about this storm, we know also, just hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis, that this is one of the strongest storms to hit Florida here. He was mentioning just a couple of the other ones that we have seen in the past. That includes, back in 2017, there was Hurricane Irma that hit the Florida Keys. And then it was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing on to the Florida Peninsula, just south of Naples. Back in 2018, they did have Hurricane Michael. You heard him mention that. That was a Category 5 landfall in Florida. So we know that they're no strangers to hurricanes. Michael left widespread devastation, and here yet again, they're expecting a lot of damage to be done after these storms. We're already getting some pictures and video in of some of that damage. Here again, just taking a live look at some of our different cameras. And you can see that strong wind even ripping apart some of the flags that were still up at full mast there as they are getting whipped around once again from those wind speeds. So wind speeds also a big concern, especially when we know there's been some gusts past that 100, 120 mile per hour mark as well. So here in Tampa, all the way to all of our other cameras. Let's go ahead and take a look at 4 different cameras at the same time. They're all showing the same thing. They're dealing with some wind. They're dealing with all of that rain and the cloud coverage as well. And they're going to continue to deal with this until it makes its way across Florida and then up along the East Coast. Governor Ron DeSantis mentioning that too, saying, hey, don't think just because some of the worst of it may have passed you that you should be out there. They want to make sure you stay safe. They said we'll be making sure to keep your officials updated on when it's time to go back to those neighborhoods, back to your communities, or when it's safe to emerge out of your homes if you didn't have to evacuate. The storm surge possibly likely peaking, according to our Florida officials. But again, this is the worst to hit the state here, one of the worst that they have seen, especially for the Gulf side of Florida. Live now from Fox, going to take you out to our Fox 13 team who are there listening in with Sarasota officials. Let's go ahead and listen in to their newscast right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
We're answering questions on a variety of topics, asking when it's going to be safe to return out, people trying to check in on their loved ones, and also, again, community members and individuals outside of our community offering assistance. Right now, it's really important for our community to understand that we have teams, our tactical first-in teams, ready, and they are poised to go out into our community and respond and to start to assess the damage. But that cannot happen until the wind speeds go below 45 miles an hour for a sustained period of time, about 30 minutes. Once that occurs, I'd like to assure the community that they are going to go out there and start to assess the damage. It's really important for our community members to understand that once they start to see these official vehicles on the road, that does not give them the sense of it being all clear. We ask the community to please continue to stay off the roadways, stay where you are, and wait till you hear from local officials from Sarasota County and our partners let you know that it's safe to return out into the community. We also just wanted to give an update. We're working with our partners at Sarasota Schools. Schools will be closed through Friday. Also, just in, we heard the city of Northport's call center phone lines are down. So for our community members in Northport, we remind them to please call 311. Also, we'd like to mention, we've been talking about, we are partnering with the National Guard. The National Guard's 164th Air Defense Artillery Brigade's command team, that's the team that's located at Sarasota County Government's Emergency Operations Center. They have about 1,000 soldiers that are poised and positioned. They're pre-positioned to go out into our community once that TFIT team has determined that the roadways are clear. So at this point, I'll take some questions.
For the folks who, you said that there are thousands of people right now without power, including those evacuation shelters. What's being done, especially for folks who are in those evacuation shelters, to kind of keep them cool, to kind of, in terms of like temperatures, you know, what help is there for them?
So again, as we talked earlier this evening and earlier today, our community prepares for this. This is something that Sarasota County government, along with our municipalities, our state government, and all of our partners, we work very closely throughout the year to make preparations, plans. We have Plan A all the way through Z. So now that the power is out, we're working through those plans. We're working to ensure those individuals that are in our evacuation centers are able to remain calm as they can. We're checking on them. Obviously, our medically dependent evacuation centers, making sure those generators stay up and running. Additional question?
James Hill with ABC7. Cell phone towers. Do we have any information or details on the lines of communication?
We are getting some reports about the impact to cell phones, and that's why it's important to note that the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Centers, we have those satellite phones and we have communication with our evacuation centers. We are getting reports from community members and also from our partners throughout the community that they are experiencing issues with their cell phones. Yes.
And you mentioned that you guys are getting a lot of calls into your 911 center. What types of calls are you all getting? Are folks in flooded homes and they can't get out? Are they injured?
So I don't have the exact details of the calls, but they are a variety of topics. So I'll let you get with the Sarasota.
And we have been listening in here to Sarasota County officials giving an update on what they have seen, which, as you just heard her speaking there, they've had a pretty high call volume there in Sarasota. You know, some of the southern counties, they're getting hit really hard, and we continue to monitor those conditions tonight as Hurricane Ian moves further inland. This is a live look at Fox Weather Cam. This is in Port Charlotte, and look at that. You can see a piece of metal just completely wrapped around the tree there is the wind gust just blow through. I mean, these winds are extremely powerful, and the damage is just catastrophic, to put simply, in Fort Myers. Take a look at this storm surge. This is at Fort Myers Beach. Matt Settles sent this one in to Paul on Facebook. The water you can see there, it's halfway up the first story of that building. And this was actually sent in a few hours ago, so I can only imagine what it's like there now. This is dangerous rising water. It has prompted so many evacuation orders, but you know, a lot of folks, they decided to just hunker down and to stay there. And right now, they're in the thick of it. They have no choice but to shelter in place. And before the storm even made it ashore, it spawned tornadoes across South Florida. You can see here, small planes flipped over like toys. This is at the North Perry Airport. This is in Pembroke Pines. This is just a little bit of what we have been seeing across the area, and we've got a long way to go, Mark.
Many more images coming in, just showing what a brutal and destructive day it has been, particularly in South Florida. Heavy rain and wind here pummeling Placida. This is also in Charlotte County as Ian slammed ashore today. You can see the trees, they're just blasted by those winds, and any of that thin metal is going to fly like a kite. Trees are down, metal debris, of course, all through the streets. And again, this is why emergency officials want people not only inside now, but sheltering in place for several more hours after it does pass, because once it does finally subside, then the emergency crew is going to have to take to the streets. And this is all out of Placida here. I want to show you this. This is a picture of a storage building that collapsed in Boca Grande. This is the Gasparilla Marina, which is just south of Englewood. And Paul, I know you know this area well. This is a place that has a lot of history, a lot of people, a lot of visitors, and a lot of residents there year-round. It's sad to see these kind of pictures there all the way down south.
Yeah, it's incredible when you look at the landfall point. I look back on the advisory from Charlie that made landfall on the northern tip of Captiva, and then Ian made landfall on the northern tip of Captiva. It's incredible. We're going to spend tonight getting dark soon, but an hour, maybe an hour, 15 minutes of daylight left. That's when things just seem to be more ominous and problematic at night. We're still getting these big bands of rain being pushed to the west and northwest. Pretty sharp dividing line of where it's really coming down and where it's not. The northern counties do have rounds of very heavy rain going by, but right now it's I-4 south that is getting the really heavy rain. This line is all going to slowly migrate northeast, and inside some of these bands are where the strongest winds are going to occur. As the hurricane continues to weaken over land, typically the wind field begins to expand. I still think, though, the strongest winds are going to be what is left of the eye wall, the core, that'll slowly deteriorate as it moves northeast. We're kind of hoping and looking for improvement for our friends in coastal Manatee and Sarasota counties, but this is going to be a long night. The storm is going to slowly move northeast. So many towns I could mention, but it's all of this and here where it's going to be rough, and winds will be sustained. If you're wondering, what am I going to expect? It's all this area is going to have winds like 60 to 80 with gusts higher than that, kind of in the same range, maybe not quite as much as we had, well, a little more than we had back with Irma. So we'll talk more about this and let you know when the weather will finally improve for everybody. That's coming up in a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, we are going to head out to Tampa now. We actually have one of our crews out there. Madeline Rivera is live for us. And so, Madeline, if you could just give us a picture of what it has been like out there for you, because we know that Tampa sort of dodged a bullet here with not getting the direct impact it was supposed to. So, but still, we're not out of the woods. We're getting high winds and a lot of rain. So how's it been out there?
Guys, yeah, we're definitely not seeing as bad of the effects that some parts of Florida, southern part of Florida, are seeing right now, but it is still pretty bad. The winds here really gusting. You can probably see the tree branches over here swaying in the wind, just giving you an indication of how strong these winds are. The rain has been falling pretty steadily. It's blowing the rain sideways. It feels like pins and needles on my face. It has just been unforgiving and very consistent. You can see behind me, downtown Tampa, as you guys know, usually pretty busy. Behind us, that's our hotel. You can see the windows and the doors are boarded up. Some people are outside, and that has been the case. People would go inside, outside as they go and check to see the conditions. But of course, as you guys have been reminding all day, officials are telling people to shelter, hunker down in place until the storm passes. I have spoken to someone from the Tampa mayor's office, and they say that as of now, there are no major emergencies in the city. A lot of down power lines, which they expect to happen, of course, through the course of the evening as this wind continues to blow. But as of now, no major emergencies. A few hours ago, actually, we heard fire trucks in the streets. So, you know, at some point when the winds reach 50 miles per hour, they're going to have to, they won't be able to address any emergencies out on the streets. They're going to keep those roads clear. So as of now, you know, we've been hearing some sirens. Just goes to show you that, yes, they are still responding as of right now, but no major issues that we know of so far. A lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines, and of course, we'll be continuing to update you throughout the day. Guys?
It's a little tough to say that that's good news, because just looking at you right now, Madeline, you can just hear that wind, and it looks extremely uncomfortable. And I see there's folks out there behind you. Have you seen a lot of people just trying to get out and see what's going on? I think we might have lost Madeline there. All right, well, hopefully you guys can tell her that she can get back inside now and take cover for a little while there. Doesn't seem like she's hearing us.
You know, our network correspondents, we usually hear from Madeline, of course, when she's in D.C. or maybe even in New York, but she's
in London,
right in the backyard.
Right,
For
yeah.
sure about that. Well, we heard from Tampa's Mayor Jane Castor just a few moments ago. She says the worst of Hurricane Ian is still yet to come for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, those are some pretty harsh words. Tampa residents urged to stay inside as conditions are only going to get worse. Let's take a listen.
We are expecting that we are going to get the majority of the rain and the higher winds starting about 8 p.m. and they are going to last throughout the night. We are still expecting widespread flooding throughout our city, and anywhere from tropical storm wind speeds to the possibility of Category 1 hurricane wind speeds. So still damaging conditions that are out there. We're asking individuals to shelter in place right now. There's been somewhat of a lull, especially since the Hurricane Ian made landfall down in South Florida. So there may be the idea that we've been through the worst of it. It is yet to come for Tampa Bay.
All right, Jane Castor with some words for everybody, especially in Tampa, needs to hear. Well, you saw this time lapse here earlier. We want to show it to you again. This is kind of that reverse storm surge that we saw again today. It didn't pull all of the water out of Tampa Bay, but in the shallow areas, especially there along Bayshore, it pulled out several feet of it. Most people saying this is the lowest they've ever seen it. One of those weird phenomenons from these hurricanes when you get them to the east of us and pulling all the water out of the bay. It will come back, of course. That was all about the position of the storm when it did make landfall. Again, this is Bayshore Boulevard. Remember those who happened to Irma, a bit of a familiar sight. And Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers was right there on Bayshore a short time ago to show us conditions and all the folks who stopped by to see it for themselves.
For most of the day here, a driving wind from the northeast to the southwest here on Bayshore Boulevard. You can see the sign here. If you stand on your head, you can read it, Bayshore Boulevard and a harbor view here. We're just north of the Gandy intersection on Bayshore. And if you take a look out there, you can see that this storm has sucked the water out of Hillsborough Bay.
To check it out, it's kind of crazy just to see the sheer power of this storm and it just pulling the water back out again.
People who first heard that Ian would hit Tampa and push water into the bay now watch it push water out.
I just know that sometimes it's better to stay put early on because it can just change so quickly.
Early in the day when the weather was good, so were the pictures. Are you doing your own live shot there?
I am FaceTiming my nephew. He's in Lakeland, Florida, and whenever he comes to stay with me, we bring him out to Bayshore, so I wanted to show him that all the water got sucked out.
But as the weather went downhill, police wanted people off the Bayshore as Ian packed a backdoor punch for the Tampa Bay area. The wind continues to whip here on Bayshore Boulevard, that same wind from the northeast that has sucked the water out of Hillsborough Bay. Tampa police say stay off the Bayshore. This is an evacuation zone. Be careful out there. We're reporting from South Tampa, Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
You see, it's those steady winds. It wasn't just the water, it's those steady winds. And again, we're just on the leading edge of it here for Tampa Bay. So keep that in mind before you look out, see blue skies and want to dash out in that because it's far too soon to do that. No. Well, Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon is in one of the hardest hit Bay Area counties. Also happens to be her home.
Yeah, she has been giving us updates all day, and she just filed an update for us from Sarasota. Let's take a listen.
And since early this morning, we've been watching this tree over here, and in a way, it's kind of become our gauge for the storm, aside from Paul Delgado and our amazing weather team. When we first got here, when I first got here this morning, the tree was fully intact. And now you can see where branches have splintered off as the wind gusts continue to get stronger, as they remain strong. The gusts continue to bend palm trees, to whip them around, and we have been seeing debris fly around. Across from us is Golf Gate and Sarasota Pavilion. We saw that sign topple within a couple of hours. It's still kind of intact, but the remnants of it remained on the roadway as some cars that shouldn't be out there continue to travel US 41. Law enforcement right now is staying off of the roadways. We're told that there are emergency calls coming in. Sarasota County has a medical director that's working with these callers on some calls that could potentially be life-threatening. They are working their way with these callers, helping them out until it is safe enough to get to people in their homes after Ian passes. And right now, we're truly just watching these wind gusts. And we talked to several people who have left their homes and have come to safety, and listen to what they had to say.
This is our home. This is our only home. So we certainly want to be able to go back home once the storm blows through, but we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
I am here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back.
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here, but it's in a way it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We have a great community over at Mobile Estate, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
And these palm trees are really doing what palm trees do. We know that they're built to sustain winds, and they're really being put to the test right now as they continue to stay up right now. We have seen some down trees. Of course, those are the older trees that you do expect to fall during a storm. Now, we were out earlier today also seeing some of that water recede from the bay, and it's just been interesting to watch all day long, to talk to people, to hear how they are hopeful that their homes will be okay once we are allowed to get back back onto the roadways once they're given the all clear. And right now, at this point in time, it's just really wait and see as they continue to ride out the storm. Back to you.
And a shout out to Dennis there, who runs that hotel, because he invited Kim and photographer Travis in to take shelter when things got bad.
We all need friends right about now. And you love the fact that a lot of them are together there so they can get through this. Because if they haven't lost power yet, they may soon. We know a lot of you may already be listening to us on the radio and have lost power, but we're here for you. We're going to try to walk you through this. And we want you to know you're not alone, for sure.
And you are not. We're going to be here right with you. And we want to check in with Gloria Gomez now. She's actually spent the day further north at Hillsborough Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah, very busy day for them, clearly. So many people had evacuated to Hillsborough as well. Here's what she said.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor telling the public today that we may have dodged a bullet, but we're not out of the woods yet. She wants people to stay indoors, don't go driving around, don't go looking on Bayshore, just to stay put until emergency officials tell you it's safe to go outdoors. Now, the mayor actually did some visits herself, checking on emergency response crews, letting them know and thanking them for their service, knowing that the moment we get the all clear to start clearing up our streets and roads of any sort of debris or branches or whatever may be out there, that these crews will be ready to go at a moment's notice. Obviously, they want to keep those roads clear for emergency vehicles who may need to respond to people in a state of emergency. So Jane Castor said it was important for them to know that she appreciates them ready to go at any moment. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe. But our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
The mayor also pointed out that we are expected unprecedented rainstorms here, possibly, she said, up to 18 inches with maybe even Category 1 winds. So these are the things to keep in mind. She says we're not out of the woods and we should be prepared for those kind of events coming up shortly. In Tampa, Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
Well, let's bring in Paul on this now. And Paul, I'm struck by a couple of things just in these last few reports. A, the winds on Bayshore that Lloyd experienced a short time ago. We're really starting to see that. And even where Kim is in Sarasota, the winds for all of them and some of our most exposed areas, we're still not out of the woods, correct?
No, not at all. And I think what's happening now is we're kind of getting to the closest approach to the center of Ian. Eventually it will move away, but when you kind of look at it on the map, this is probably like the closest approach to Tampa Bay. I know we're going to kind of look ahead, but we're getting just morsels of pictures and videos from around the Fort Myers area. And when everything gets out of the way and we can kind of assess the damage, we'll worry about that in the future. It's not going to be a good scene at all down there. I've seen water levels over the roof of some homes. So we'll worry about that in the days ahead. But let's talk about what's coming up in the night ahead. Sky towers, and this is the closest approach. And you can look at the radar imagery and see that just the heavier rain bands are kind of rolling off of the eye wall or the core of the hurricane, which really is right here. And this is just, some of that is being pushed back through Tampa Bay. So for the next couple of hours, this will be the worst weather is going to be in the immediate Tampa Bay area, extending east. A lot of you have been messaging me, how about the wind in my town? I'm here. How about the wind? This whole area is going to have winds. It's going to be about 60 to 80 sustained and closer to what is the core, what will be left of the core eventually of the storm. There's going to be gusts well over hurricane force until the hurricane finally winds itself down. The good news is the weakening process is certainly underway. The hurricane has left its energy source, which is the water, and the friction of the land helps to accelerate the weakening process. But this was not a Category 1 hurricane making landfall. This was the 7th Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane going back to 1950 that made landfall on our west coast. It takes a while for a Category 4 hurricane to spin down, and that process will continue tonight, but it's going to be a rough night. I mean, there's no way around it, and all I can tell you to do tonight is just kind of watch radar trends. There's no place to go. The only concern would be inland if it's by chance you're at a spot that could flood. We're not going to get storm surge here, but if you're near a river or a lake where water could come into your house, your only other option tonight.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here with Live Now. We appreciate Fox 13 meteorologist Paul Delgado there. We want to thank you for being with us as we continue to track Hurricane Ian as it has now made landfall. Right now, we're hearing from more officials in the state. Let's go out live to Orange County, Florida officials as they have this press conference updating the public on what they need to know.
This time is that we've asked all of our residents to start the process of sheltering in place. You should not be out on the roadways at this time moving about the community. We know that we are dealing with a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds now 140 plus miles an hour. That is what the National Weather Service is reporting to us. We also know that Hurricane Ian is 120 miles southwest of Orlando and moving northeast at approximately 10 miles per hour, so it's moving relatively slow. But later tonight, we are anticipating the most damaging and significant winds and flooding here within Orange County. The strongest threat from Hurricane Ian is projected to come through Orange County late tonight into early morning hours. Winds are expected between 55 to 70 miles per hour and gusts up to 100 miles an hour. I can tell you not long ago when we were out and about doing some windshield type of analysis here within our community, we could already see some debris that has already blown out of the trees, etc. And we have not come close to seeing the worst of the wind speeds within our county. We're also anticipating up to 2 feet of rain. There's no question we're going to have some flooding here within our area. We just ask that our residents be patient. If you dial 911, we will come. Orange County also remains under a tornado watch until approximately 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Just over 1,100 people are in Orange County's 7 general population shelters at this time. I do remind you that we have 3 shelters which have been dedicated for special needs individuals within our community. Also, the shelters that are currently open are Apopka High School, Timber Creek High School, Ocoee High School, Dr. Phillips High School, and Memorial Middle School. As of 5 p.m., 2 more shelters were open. They are Timber Springs Middle School and Southwest Middle School. So far, within our special needs shelters, we have approximately 71 people who are there. We reported to you earlier that we thought that it was important that we go into our low-lying areas and our mobile home parks to remind people who may still be in those parks that it is recommended that they evacuate. I will tell you that our first responders were in those areas, and a few people did take advantage of that. We relocated them to various shelters, but the majority of the individuals had relocated themselves. They had gone to stay with families, or they had gone into the hotels or other places within our community. Yesterday and again today, our fire rescue department went out and visited all 79 of the mobile home parks to urge residents to move to hardened structures. Links provided a bus service to assist with this mission. We have reports of a few power outages throughout the county. The Maitland Winter Park area has reported sporadic outages, and I believe we have one other area in the city of Orlando around the Lou Gardens area that is reporting some power outages at this time. We have been working with our various utility companies to make certain that we are taking care of the needs of the residents who are without power. I will remind everyone that during periods of widespread and extended power outages, residents are asked to reduce their water usage where possible. When power is restored, it is important to limit large immediate water usage in dishwashers, washing machines, and even within your bathtubs, as well as any large quantities of water which we are flushing down the drains. And this is immediately after a power outage. I only say that to you because we are experiencing some sporadic power outages at this time. The Orlando Utilities Commission asked that we read a statement on their behalf, and I am going to do so at this time. OUC is prepared for the storm's potential impacts to our service area and is ready to respond. Electric and water crews are in place and ready to restore services as needed, and while it is safe to do so. They're grateful for the many in-state and out-of-state crews who are providing support, including the more than 100 who are already here, along with OUC's own line and water technicians, and many others who will join OUC after the storm. Customers are encouraged to visit the OUC site at ouc.com/storm center if you need additional information. They also ask that customers sign up for outage alerts. Those alerts are often in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. That's REG to 69682, and that's my OUC. And with that, I wanted to just share with you, we do have several of our department directors here. Dr. Raul Pino has been working in concert with our team around the shelters, and we have Ms. Diana Almodovar, who is here, who's been working with our Public Works Department. If there are any questions from you regarding either of those areas, we would ask them to come up. To the Spanish-speaking media, we do have the ability to interpret any questions that you may have in Spanish. Ms. Martha Lee Irizarry will assist me with that process. We also have our Director of Public Safety, Danny Banks, who is here, and our Emergency Manager, Division Chief Avery with Orange County Fire Rescue. With that, we'll open it up for any questions at this time.
Should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? And if so, about when are you expecting that?
The question was, should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? The simple answer is yes. This is going to be a significant wind challenge for us, and because of that, we know that we're going to have down power lines, et cetera. So they should prepare for that. And whether you're within the OUC or the Duke Energy territory, we just ask that you sign up for the alerts, as we just talked about, if you want to alert to your phone if power goes down, your cell phone, et cetera. So thank you. All right, other questions? Okay. All right, Martha Lee Irizarry is going to come up. Martha Lee, you got it? You got the question?
What was the question again?
La pregunta es sobre si los residentes del condado Orange deben esperar grandes cantidades de apagones eléctricos.
Okay, are Orange County residents expecting a lot of power outages?
And the answer was yes.
Do you want to say it again?
You want me to say it?
Yeah, and
okay.
Yes. She wants you to say the whole answer, and I'll translate.
All right. So the simple answer is yes.
La contestación es que sí, que deben de esperar que hayan apagones de luz en el condado durante la tormenta.
We know that we will experience significant power outages because of the magnitude of the storm that we're dealing with.
Sabemos que vamos a experienciar bastantes apagones de luz por la magnitud del huracán.
If you want to sign up for power outage alerts, you can certainly go to the OUC website at ouc.com/storm center.
Si quieren estar al tanto en cuanto a
Okay, so we've been listening into Orange County, Florida officials update on Hurricane Ian as it made landfall about 3 hours ago now as a Category 4 storm, and now the worst, the brunt of its impacts is lashing western and central Florida right now. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover all things related to Hurricane Ian. And we have additional coverage from our Fox stations in Tampa, in Orlando. Right now, though, let's listen into Fox 35 Orlando as they are speaking to people who have been put in shelters and have evacuated. Let's listen in.
Shelter off of 700 Generation Point if you needed a special needs shelter. So we will have more for you a little bit later on. I'm Valerie Boy reporting live at Celebration High. Back to you guys.
Valerie, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, why are you hearing most of the people there evacuated? Do they live in mobile homes? Are they in flood zones? What are you hearing?
That is a good question, and I plan to find out those answers. Literally just got here, Luann, so I'm going to be feeling these people out. I can ask this guy real quick. Hey, sir, was your home underwater at all, or what's happening?
No, we moved from Savannah, Georgia, down here, and we've been staying in motels back and forth, and they resorted all the motels, but when we go to restart our motel, they sold out on us, so we've been up here for the past few days until Friday.
Okay, so you need shelter just in general?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to find out what's going on with the weather conditions here in Osceola. I know I could tell you that I was just in Orange County. Again, I just got here. Over in Orange County, it was getting kind of windy. But here in Osceola, we just got here, and we're going to find out some more information for you. Just give me a few more minutes, and I'll get back to you.
Valerie, you asked the question I was wondering, too. I mean, when you have that many kids all needing a place, I mean, you have nothing else to do at home. For these families, at least there's something for them to do, and it's safe.
Yeah, actually, if you want to walk over here, let me show you the gym real quick. I just want to take a quick look because obviously, you know, we want to make sure people have their privacy. But if you just kind of I'm going to stand like at a distance just because I don't want to get in anyone's face. But from a distance, you could see the kids playing. They're playing some ball over there. And I see residents on the side just kind of sleeping and all. So I'm going to give them their peace. I'm not going to go right in there just yet. But it looks like they're having actually a really good time right now. Maybe in a few hours, maybe they'll be a little tuckered out. But again, we're going to be here for a while, seeing how things go.
Oh, Valerie, that's so good to see. It's almost better to be at the shelter because the kids have something to do. They can run around and burn off that energy.
Well, yeah, and I know Valerie's gone to these time and time again because you talk to families, and they're like, we had nothing to do for 2 days. At least the kids have something. Yeah. And it's a safe shelter. That, to me, that's the best thing about it.
Safe, you got food, and you can let the kiddos run around, Val.
Yeah, they were making beef stew and meatballs and some other really great stuff. So I think it's a good deal over here, for sure.
Nice. If the weather wasn't so bad, maybe we would go down there and stop by, right? All right, Valerie, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Well, Seminole County has issued an evacuation order right now. The order is for flood-prone mobile homes and people with special needs. Here are some shelters that have opened up today. Lake Mary High School and Lyman High School in Longwood. They are both open, as well as Midway Elementary School in Sanford. Winter Springs High School is also open as a shelter, and Bentley and Layer Elementary Schools offer shelters for special needs. The county is preparing for major flooding.
From a National Weather Service call this morning, we had unfortunately some additional bad news, and now we have major flood concerns along the Little Wekiva River and also the St. Johns River. We knew those would go into flood stage, but today we heard that they may go into major flood stage, possibly historic flood stage. So we will be ready to respond to those.
And the fire chief is urging everyone to stay off the roads. Once the winds hit about 50 to 70 miles per hour, it's not safe for the first responders to go out. All right, let's get a check on where exactly Hurricane Ian is at this hour.
Yeah, you guys have some videos behind you. Once again, I see, Brooks and Ian, you've got the East Coast which is not even where the storm is yet, but it's looking pretty rough over there.
Yeah, Daytona Beach is seeing hurricane force gusts, especially New Smyrna Beach, a recorded 74-mile-per-hour gust. Ian and I have been tracking this all afternoon. The rain is only going to continue. And Ian, tonight the rain's going to be unrelenting, right?
The rain and the wind. I put out a tweet earlier about the fact you're going to have that whistling wind tonight, some without power, and that's going to be an issue for those that are light sleepers. It's going to be a long night with those winds that we're going to be seeing increasing throughout the course of the rest of today into tonight.
And we're concerned because you see the video on the right-hand side of the screen. That's going to be in this quadrant of the storm. That's near I-75 in the Northport area. And so this is going to be sort of the western eye wall, and that's exactly what we're seeing on that DOT cam on the right-hand side of the screen. That is just driving rain coming down the highway. It's probably a sustained wind of 75, 80 miles an hour with some higher gusts. And when it does that, the rain falls horizontally. Now, as this makes its way up toward Orlando, that core is going to come our way as well. This core of clouds in rain and wind, and bring with it rainfall rates that we've not yet seen during the storm so far. You know, we've already had some trees fall. Saw a photo out of Oviedo of it looked like maybe a 15 or 20-year-old live oak tree that was just toppled over, wet ground and gusty winds. This storm's still 100 miles away. So as it comes through, yes, we're concerned about the wind. Obviously, it's going to dissipate though in its strength. That's good news. It's going to be down to 85 miles an hour by 2 a.m., which means on the ground probably blowing sustained 40, 50 miles an hour, maybe gusting to 70, 80 miles an hour. And as it works toward Orlando, it'll become a tropical storm by tomorrow afternoon. It's a slow trek. The system is slowed down. It's going just 8 miles per hour at this point. So it's going to travel about 100, 107 miles in a period of 12 hours. So you do the math on that. I mean, we're looking at a storm that's just crawling. You could walk that fast. And that's where it's going to be tomorrow afternoon, which means we've got a ton of rain. And the pictures you see on the right-hand side of the screen, we could see a semblance of that, some sort of a resemblance, probably not quite as windy, but it's going to be torrential rain like that. It's going to look like a hurricane overnight tonight across parts of the area, and that's something we haven't seen yet along and just west of the center. So it's going to pass through Fort Meade, southern Polk County, work into Kissimmee. We could see rain like that in Kissimmee. Also rain like that could fall at the attractions. I mean, if you see it on the right-hand part of your screen, like, can you picture that up and down I-4 on this section? So this is something that we're watching, we're concerned about as far as power outages and also just making matters worse because, frankly, power is already out for a lot of folks, and that's just going to make it even worse, exacerbating the power line situation. From there, it'll work toward Daytona Beach, so there could be a time in Sanford and also into Daytona Beach before it makes it offshore back into the Atlantic where we could have pretty intense winds gusting. Oh, look at that car going by, or that truck with the lights on. But we could see winds gusting good 70, 80 miles an hour, especially along the coastline. So it's kind of it's a 1-2 punch with this thing. We've got the rain and then we got the wind. Let's talk about the rain. The rain's going to be a big deal for us because and it could be the deal. The rain may be like the legacy of this system where obviously the wind is a big deal. We could see an additional anywhere from 15 to 24 inches of rain. We've already had 5 to 6 inches across a big swath of the area where it's been raining this afternoon. And when you see rainfall totals like this, that would indicate that the infrastructure to handle that water cannot support something like this, and it would result in flooding that would cut off travel, make some roads impassable, might even flood some neighborhoods. So stay tuned on this one. But that core of rain you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, that's what's coming up our way late tonight in a slightly lesser version, slightly lower wind speeds, a lesser version of that. But we're still going to catch all that rain as it just curls up our way. All right, this is Lake Mary, live view right now. Cars zipping by. Wow, that guy was going really fast. Anyway, where it's not raining, and right now from where we broadcast, it's not raining. It's okay, it's passable as long as the roads are somewhat passable, but it's going to get worse. Now through midnight, 3 to 6 inches per hour where it's pouring, winds of 60. From 1 to 6 a.m., unrelenting downpours are likely in that stripe I showed you, and it's going to resemble the picture on the right. Gusts to 70 plus miles per hour. Tomorrow from 7 a.m. till noon, heavy rain backing off. Wind about 35 to 55 miles an hour. The wind will eventually back off by late in the day tomorrow. Future radar, we're going to see, here's Orlando, we're going to see that rain that's bringing all those really severe conditions to Northport in the picture to the right, working up through Fort Meade, Lakeland, and Kissimmee, and eventually Orlando between about 2 and 6 in the morning, eventually pushing toward the northeast and making its way slowly out of the region, but not after leaving that legacy of very heavy rain. We're also seeing the winds gusting, and so that's going to make the water-sodden ground really prone for trees to fall. Look at that wind gust. 78 miles an hour in Sarasota, 51 miles an hour in Orlando. Ian, what's the latest on the radar? Because, I mean, here at Lake Mary, the rain's quit, but it is anything but dry in some communities.
It is wet in many communities. We are seeing those showers that continue and those heavy thunderstorms that are continuing to push through. And we have that onshore flow just coming directly almost east to west right over parts of Orange County.
Off the Atlantic.
Yeah, Brevard County into Volusia County. They're getting more rain, and Seminole as well. We're looking at some rain still on the radar. So let's look at the radar right now. Our Fox 35 storm tracker radar has been monitoring that heavy rain that continues here, and we'll have more of that here tonight. And I was looking at things, and if those of you to the south, it's been dry for a little bit. We've had a period of some grace from Mother Nature before things really start to pick up as we go on into tonight. Now, the movement of the storm is important where it goes, and that is going to lead to the heaviest band of rain, the heaviest focus of rain, where that shield of rain will be passing over. That would be Lake County up to the northeast. Right now, the heaviest rain we've seen is from east to west over Volusia County, Brevard County, some of these heavy downpours. This is right over our radar. I'll pause that. So Bithlo, University Park near UCF getting tropical downpours, and you can see that here with the rain rates. As I pull that up here, we are looking at 5 inches per hour. A little bit less so to the northeast, but some of those heavier downpours that will push along through. So it won't always be raining heavily, but when it does, you'll pick up a quick inch or two, and that will only add more and more. Earlier, Brooks was showing you how much rain we could see. That was from this point onward. So that's just showing you how much more we have, as we do have plenty more rain on the way that's going to continue to push through our area, with the heaviest rain coming from the southwest. There is the giant shield of rain that is going to be working its way to the northeast with what will become a downgraded hurricane as it gets closer to us. We're talking about a strong tropical storm to a low category hurricane, but it's going to bring the rain, and we're going to see those stronger winds that will be moving to the northeast. So all of this whole area that I'm showing you, that is from Pasco County to the east, running over Orange County into Volusia County, Seminole County, and also up to the north into Marion County. These are areas that I'm expecting that heaviest line, that swath of rain that's going to be pushing through, where we will have those rain totals that could be up to 10 to 20 to maybe even 25 inches of rain, where roads will be completely impassable. Rain totals that we haven't seen. We have not seen. These are record-setting rain totals if we were to see that. And Brooks, we will continue to watch for that threat of tornadoes that will continue to this evening and possibly tonight, with that tornado watch extending until 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was looking at that rain core, and the National Weather Service's Weather Prediction Center just put out a statement, guys, about that rain coming our way. And they're saying that easily with that band where we saw the horizontal rainfall, 5 to 10 inches, maybe up to 20 inches in spots.
Wow.
So these computer model projections may seem a little bit out there, but I mean, it's happening right now.
And one reason, Brooks, is because it's creeping. This thing is just creeping along. It's slowed down to only 8 miles per hour.
You could walk or jog as fast.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa. We're going to be kind of moving between Tampa and Orlando. Excuse me, that was Orlando there. We do want to get back into Fox 13 Tampa's coverage as well. They're speaking to reporters out in some of these really, really affected areas. Let's listen in.
To do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas.
All right, Governor DeSantis giving us a briefing. We always have to, times like this, we always have to take a step back and realize, I know we're concerned about our families and our neighborhoods, but you realize how much of Florida is involved in this too. So many.
So many.
All across the state on different levels. Many of you we know are already without power. So let's come back to the Bay Area for a second. We could have been facing, we've only seen a fraction of the video and the damage, but we could have been facing unbelievable devastation on our coast.
Yeah, I mean, remember, it was just days ago that it was headed directly for us, and now, unfortunately, that's the Fort Myers area. Our Josh Cascio was in Pinellas County for us all day, and he filed this report a little bit earlier.
We are continuing to experience high winds and a lot of rain out here on Treasure Island. If you take a look behind me, you look at that tree right there. It has been blowing and bending in the wind all day. And also notice the water and how fast it is moving. That shows you the power of Hurricane Ian. The message from safety officials here in Pinellas County is to stay inside, stay hunkered down until the storm has completely passed. And even when that is over, stay inside until there's the all clear. Don't go out and interact with power lines or flooded streets. Be extra careful. We know right now about 4,500 people have decided to head to shelters here in Pinellas County. We also know there's about 12,000 people without power here in the county, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, it'll take them time to restore that power once the storm has passed. Again, though, the message from officials here in Pinellas County, stay inside, stay hunkered down as we continue to deal with a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and conditions that seem to just get worse and worse by the hour. On Treasure Island, Josh Cascio, Fox 13 News.
All right, pretty much the same story there. And I'm just looking at that satellite and seeing that we're just sort of at the beginning outer band. So we've got a long way to go.
You look at back where this thing was like 6 hours ago, and it's moved like maybe 50 miles, if that. This is going to be a prolonged period. The one good thing at this point, guys, is kind of the trajectory that it's taking, almost a straight northeasterly track right now. It's going to go through Hardee and DeSoto County and Highlands County, maybe southeastern Polk County, which obviously is not great for folks in those areas, but it gets it out of our viewing area a little bit sooner and kind of gets it over towards the Florida Turnpike. So it's still going to be several hours of this, though, and it's going to be a long night for you folks in many inland spots. Let's dive into Sky Tower right now. The core of the wind is really what we've been watching closely and kind of tracking that, and it kind of closely lines up with where the heaviest rain is falling. This is radar reflectivity, so where the heaviest rain is kind of right in here where you see all the bright reds. Rainfall totals are immense across southeastern Sarasota County. Places like Northport, you guys think back to the flooding that you had. I believe it was Hurricane Elsa, had like 12 inches of rain in a 12-hour time span, and you had crazy flooding for a couple of weeks. You've had over 14 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. Most of that has fallen within the last 12 hours or so. So you know the flooding is causing big-time issues. It's not just the storm surge flooding, it's the freshwater flooding that is going to be a big problem. The Peace River near Bartow, the Alafire River near Lithia, even the Hillsborough River up near Zephyr Hills, all of those rivers forecasted to be near all-time record high levels by the end of the week. And those records go all the way back to the 30s and 40s. So this is going to be not a good situation with the freshwater flooding, the flash flooding, and the river flooding. Right now, strongest winds, tropical storm force winds being felt all around Tampa Bay, along I-4 and south. And then as you get near this core, kind of through parts of Hardee County back into eastern Manatee, eastern Sarasota, and now some of this is even getting into southern Polk County. That's where you have hurricane force wind gusts. So as this eye, if you will, what's left of it anyways, kind of moves northeast, a lot of this stuff is going to be moving through parts of southeastern Polk County. So Frostproof, Fort Meade, Bartow, perhaps as far north as like Haines City and Davenport, you could get into some hurricane force wind gusts through the evening into the overnight. It's going to be loud at your house. Paul was talking about this earlier with Irma. I remember this well. Messages constantly, when is this going to stop? Because the power's out, it's dark, and it's just eerie. You hear the branches breaking outside, creaks and cracks everywhere, and unfortunately this is just not in a hurry to kind of get out of here. So several hours of this to go. I would expect by daybreak tomorrow, conditions will start to improve pretty darn rapidly. If you're in Tampa Bay, kind of the worst of the weather you're going to get out of this is right now. I mean, we're at our closest point to this storm that we will be. Beyond this point, storm's going to get further and further away, and of course that starts to mean gradually improving conditions at least. We'll show you a couple rainfall totals here before we wrap up. All that purple and white is all like 12 to 18 inch totals. And as I kind of play this for a second, over the last 2 hours, you see how that's spreading north and east pretty quickly. When all is said and done, that purple plume, if you will, is going to be stretched from Venice all the way up to near Orlando and over towards the East Coast. A lot of rain's going to fall for a lot of people. Lots of hours to go ahead. We'll stay with you through the whole thing. Allie?
The worst for Tampa is happening right now. Okay. All right, Tyler, thanks. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. And we know a lot of you will lose power throughout this storm and may not have it back very quickly. If you have the ability to watch our live stream on your cell phone or tablet, you can do that at fox13news.com/live. But if you need those devices for a lifeline and you don't have a way to charge them, there's always the radio. You can hear our broadcast. You can just tune your radio to Hot 101.5 FM or 97X, 102.5 The Bone. We'll also have occasional coverage for you. The Clearwater Marine Aquarium is in an evacuation A zone, but as you can imagine, it's hard for many of the animals to get out, so they have a team of people who are riding out the storm with all the creatures who call the Clearwater Marine Aquarium their home. The folks at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium say preparing for events like this is the reality of living in Florida, and they prepare well in advance. They have an A team who sets up ahead of the storm, a B team who rides out the storm, making sure all the humans and the animals are safe, and then they have a C team who will come in when it's over to help the facility reopen for guests as soon as it's safe to do so.
Okay, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank Fox 13 in Tampa. We want to thank Fox 35 in Orlando for providing us the latest information on Hurricane Ian. It made landfall a couple of hours ago, and it is moving very, very slowly. It made landfall as a category 4 hurricane, and we have been watching the incredible scenes of the amount of rain, of the wind, and of those incredible storm surges that, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, has dissipated some. They think the worst of the storm surge threat is over. But we're going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We will keep you up to date throughout the night, 24 hours today, as we continue to follow the battering of this storm there in western and central Florida. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
right now, and the rain blowing sideways at this time. You'd want to give you a look here at the current track on this thing. Again, we're looking at current sustained winds at 125 with some higher gusts. Obviously, we made landfall in southwestern Florida now, and boy, is it moving closer to the metro here as a Category 1 as we look longer term, and then right on out to sea as we see that increase here right over the open Atlantic and into the coastal Carolinas. You know, a lot of you here on vacation, I'm assuming. Again, the tourist district was booming just the other day, and I know a lot of you do come from the southeastern states, so we do thank you for joining us here for continuing coverage of Ian. Also of note is what's ahead here if you try to make your way home as we get to the back end of this week into the weekend time frame as the track takes it into this general region here in through coastal Georgia and up to the Piedmont of South Carolina. So that's going to contain a lot of heavy rain and some windy conditions at times up that way. So we talk about the rain and the extreme amounts that the forecast models are dealing with. Brooks has been doing a great job illustrating the interaction with a front that's stalled on top of the region. That is wringing it out like a wet rag right on top of the area. So our numbers are coming in pretty thick now. Out at DeLand, 24 inches of accumulation on top of what we've already received. This will take us into Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Down toward Orlando, 17 additional inches, and then we'll peel back the amounts as you go out to the west. Right now, live look outside our studios here in beautiful Lake Marion, Seminole County. Winds are whippy, rain going sideways. So our Ian timeline for you. Now through midnight, bands of 3 to 6 inches per hour. 3 to 6 inches per hour, friends. When we talk tropics, when it rains, it pours. Know that. Gusts to 50 to 60 miles per hour from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Unrelenting downpours. Looks like 70-plus mile per hour winds. It's going to be blowing real heavy out there. And then from 7 a.m. to about noon tomorrow, looks like heavy rain backs off. Winds begin to decrease a touch, but still quite sporty at 35 to 55 miles per hour. Now, another aspect of all this is keeping a live track on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. I want to go over to meteorologist Brooks Gardner now with the very latest here in the Storm Center. And Brooks, I got a lot of rain on that right now, and you've got that front drawn out. Tell our viewers about the interaction, what's playing out, because there's a lot of dynamics, a lot of meteorology behind this.
There is, and this is what's going to make it such, I don't want to go as far as saying unprecedented, but in something we haven't seen in a lot of memory. That is the amount of rain we're expecting, which could exceed 24 inches tonight. Additional rain, that's a big deal. The reason, we've got a front right now that's stalled across north central Florida, so north and west of it, not much going on, but this is going to serve as a focus for the core of Ian as it works northward toward Orlando overnight to wring it out. It's going to be like a really wet rag. You wring it out, and unfortunately that's going to happen right over our area. So we've got already the equivalent of a serious fire hose of rain, where this core alone, where it's tracking, can easily drop 6-10 inches of rain, and it's going to be only slowly walking northward. And by walking, I mean this system's going north at 8 miles per hour. And so let's put the ruler on here and do the math. So it's about 77 miles between the core of that and Orlando, and that's going to be at least 8 hours from now before it arrives, and we've got all of the stuff out ahead of it. We've got all of this rain that's falling right now, and this is already dumping inches and inches of rain. We're already seeing some flooding around the area, already seeing a lot of trees where the roots are so saturated that just a little bit of wind will blow them over. Seen a couple of those in Oviedo. But once this comes up and works up toward our way, this is going to represent the core of the flooding. And if you look at your screen on the top right, that shot of I-75, I believe it is, in the Northport area, that's basically where this is and where this has been. And so that's what you can expect. It's just driving rains coming in around the circulation. And the heart of this right now is in the Fort Meade, Arcadia area. This is going to be Hardee and DeSoto counties up by Wauchula. But in our region, if you're at home right now, maybe you're watching us on the live stream on the Fox 35 Storm Team app, maybe you lost power and that's how you're watching us right now. We've got a fetch coming off of the Atlantic from east to west, just feeding through the region. And this is one of those bands of rain we were talking about, where you get pulses of downpours. It goes on and on and on, and each one of these could drop a quick half-inch of rain, and it really starts to add up. Right now, we've got the heaviest rain happening in places like Titusville, right over the Mims area, right over I-95, where it's just blinding rain. Farther toward the west in Oviedo, more rain falling. Winter Springs, this area now largely without power. And as the evening progresses, as this core down here across southern Polk and also northern Hardee County works straight across Orlando, if you think it's rained hard now, just wait about 7 to 8 hours from now, because we're going to be in for a wallop here, Jamie. And I'm saying that with that phrasing because I think it's important to let people know that it's not a good time to go out there and explore, that roads can become impassable with that kind of rain.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. So watching that in that area of rain there, moving now toward Orlando, eventually coming up this way, concerning, and great job explaining, Brooks, how again we developed that stout breeze off the Atlantic. When you mentioned that fetch, that's that wind blowing over a long duration, for an extended period of time over a real big expanse of open Atlantic, and that's funneling in all that moisture. So there it is playing out right now. The gusty winds, the heavy rain, and what's to come down to the south. Just incredible right now. Just huge rain amounts right there. Arcadia over to Fort Meade in the Sebring, and again at any time we can get some rotation within these bands. We've had quite a few tornado-warned areas today, and we mentioned, Brooks, when it rains and pours with the tropical connection, our rainfall radar, our radar's dual pole, so we can literally examine the insides, the guts of these areas of heavy rain as they move across, and right there yielding 8 inches, friends, per hour being dispatched from the bottom of these clouds here.
And that's not just an anomaly. You know how sometimes apps and technology can kind of lead you astray and maybe give you a wacky number? This is accurate. In fact, during Hurricane Harvey, we were seeing 10 to 12 inches per hour, and this may be underestimating it.
Well, tropical systems are proven performers, as we say.
They
right?
sure are.
Yeah, they
this
put down a lot of rain. All right, so we're going to stay on top of it. We want all of you to depend on us, trust us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, Brooks and myself, Ian in-house this evening, and we're going to do our best to keep all of you safe right here in our viewing area. For now, we'll send it on back to you.
Okay, we thank Fox 35 in Orlando there for that update about where this storm is moving now. It's kind of just hovering over central Florida. You can see the rainfall totals as well, about 1.5 million people out of power already. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the storm surge in some areas reached upwards of 12 feet. Let's head out now to Fox 13 in Tampa with their coverage.
It's going to bring down power lines, and so far more than 60,000 people in Manatee County are without power, and that's one of the biggest concerns that county leaders have tonight. In addition to the power outages at your home, there are numerous lift stations without power. Because of that, they're asking you to limit flushing, washing dishes, as well as showering. Now, this is important because due to current wind conditions, crews are not out here responding to these calls or other emergencies. It's why the mandatory evacuations went into effect, because where you are now is where you will need to be until it's safe to do otherwise. Driving around today, just being out here, we saw down tree limbs and traffic lights out, and that's why they don't want you to come out on the roads tonight. Thousands without power, and as the storm moves inland, officials say it's important to stay inside.
We want to keep our first responders safe because that's the crew that's going to be coming right after these winds subside, and try to get to the folks who need us, try to get to these power lines, these intersections, these downed trees, people who need medical attention. They're going to be calling us to kind of help clear the path.
And we have a look now at some video from earlier today of Bradenton police removing a tree from, this is on Cortez Road, before conditions changed. But they expect to see a lot more of this overnight as well as into the morning. And police and emergency management, they're stressing to you, if you have trees down, don't try to go outside. Don't try to make any assessments. It's just not safe for you to do so because they can't get to you while the wind gusts are the way that they are until conditions get safer.
All right, these are difficult times indeed. We appreciate Janae and the rest of our crews for being out there. Janae, thanks very much. We'll check back with her in a bit.
And you know, as Hurricane Ian just continues to slowly churn onto Florida, our attention turns inland because Ian is moving slowly across Hardy, DeSoto, and parts of Highlands County, part of Polk County as well. Let's check in now with our Craig Patrick. How are things looking there, Craig?
Well, Ian's been a problem throughout the day. There have been a number of reports of downed trees, downed power lines that crews have been working on clearing throughout the day. But there's been a significant decline in the situation just in the past few minutes. The last check on the weather station here in Winter Haven showed that we were getting sustained winds around 35 miles per hour with a gust in the 60 mile per hour range. We'll give you a sense of what that looks like now as we speak. But things do appear to be changing by the minute at this point. There are concerns of power outages, as you would expect. And for context on that, keep in mind that in 2017, 5 years ago, during and after Hurricane Irma, 90% of Polk County lost power during and after that storm. And there is reason to believe we could be looking at conceivably the same kinds of widespread outages as Ian passes through Polk County as well. And one striking point of distinction, keep in mind Irma moved through comparatively fast, at least faster than what we expect, unfortunately, Ian to do as it lumbers through Polk County. So we could be in for conceivably 8, 10, 12 hours of very high winds and, of course, ferocious rain that could lead to significant flooding. And something we've been pressing, and that Polk EOC has been pressing, is the concern about the Peace River Basin. Let's go ahead and take a look at some video of the Peace River as we explain in additional detail what the concern here is. This is a river that runs south, basically in areas from Bartow to Fort Meade. This is where there's a heightened level of concern, and the concern is that it has a history of flooding anyway, and based on an analysis of the track and the prior flood maps and other circumstances, including all the rain we've had the past few weeks, is that there will be flooding, not necessarily right away as the storm passes through, but perhaps even a day or two after. Because remember, it takes time for the rain to fully feed into the creeks that feed into the river, so you could see some delayed flooding as well. That's one particular point of concern. But back here in Winter Haven, there are others too, all throughout the entire county. In fact, basically all of Polk County is a flooding risk based on what is rolling through here. There are particular points of concern. Those would include northwest Lakeland, also would include areas just east of Haines City.
Going back to 2004 and Hurricane Charlie, we were, I think, the first in the state to ever do that. They got people to the emergency room, heart attacks, serious medical emergencies. And, the hospital have told us, if you had not done that, those people would have probably not lived. So we will respond.
And that's an important point, because back in 2004, one of the best practices that Polk County learned and employed was that, of course, when you have high winds, it's not safe to drive a bus or an ambulance through, so they put paramedics in lower profile vehicles so that they can ride with deputies. And if there are serious medical emergencies, as there were in 2004, unfortunately, as there could be tonight, they could in fact respond.
All right. Thanks so much. We know from Paul and from Tyler that storm is going to be pulling through there all throughout the night and early into the morning. So everyone in that area, just brace yourselves.
All of our live shots, so the last hour, you see these steady winds.
Yes.
Everybody seems to be getting something right now. We just got this alert as well from Pinellas Park. US 19 there, major thoroughfare, of course, running north and south, is closed in both directions right now. We're told this is between Ulmerton Road and 110th Avenue because of construction debris that's out there in the middle of the road. Again, both sides of US 19 closed right now between Ulmerton and 110th. You really shouldn't be out there on the roads anyway, unless it's an absolute emergency. But we will certainly let you know when that does reopen indeed. All right, let's bring in our weather team again.
Tyler, I know you have been really busy over there. Yeah. How are things looking?
Yeah, well, it's going to stay busy. It's going to be a long evening here, a long night. We've still got several more hours until the core of the wind is out of our viewing area and east. It's a long way out of Florida still, so this is a prolonged event. I want to take you back a few hours ago, just kind of show you the satellite loop here. This made landfall at about 3 o'clock North Captiva Island. Significant because that is, to the point, exactly where Charlie made landfall in 2004. That's remarkable. Of all the places this could go, hits the exact same spot, and for the most part, the track has been fairly similar to Charlie as well as it's moved inland. Look how the eye kind of fills in, well-defined clear eye as this made landfall, 150-mile-an-hour winds, nearly a Cat 5, and it's a gradual wind down of the storm. This is not enough land over Florida to clear out the storm and kind of weaken it dramatically. It's a process. It takes a while. As the storm kind of collapses and weakens, the wind field expands. So a lot of the hurricane force winds up until this point have been confined right near the eye wall, and those are now spreading away from the storm, and some of it is even getting into portions of southern Polk County soon. Highlands County has gotten some nasty winds. We'll show you a couple camera views first. This one, our Brookdale Bayshore camera. All of our cameras bouncing around a bit, obviously. Still some dry spots in the bay. North-northeast winds at 30 there, but gusts have been 60, 70 miles per hour. Kind of a similar looking view from downtown Tampa. You have Kennedy right here on the right. A little bit of a view of Bayshore here in the distance. Looks like some power on in spots. Good news there, but of course a lot of folks around our viewing area without power, and that's kind of a unique view. A little color in the sky with a hurricane passing by to our east. This is Clearwater Beach and almost a calm scene despite winds right now 36 and gusts upwards 50, 60 through parts of Pinellas County. All right, so here's where the core of the storm is right now. And again, the winds are expanding away from the center. It's still a very rough go of it through Manatee and Sarasota County. Southern Sarasota County earlier today got in on a piece of the northern eye wall that had winds upwards of 100 miles per hour for a couple hours around Northport Englewood and Venice. So we're just kind of waiting to hear word on how everything has fared in that area. Obviously, power's out. Nobody's able to watch us, hearing us on radio, of course, as the storm rolls on here. But the core of the wind has moved over into parts of Hardee and DeSoto County. Very heavy rainfall as well. I should mention, too, near Venice and a lot of southern Sarasota County and southeastern Sarasota County, well over a foot of rain that is kind of a plume of rain that is extended north and east from there. It's just heavy, heavy rain that continues to march kind of along with the eye. So if you haven't seen a lot of rain yet and you're in places like Polk County and down the road, you're going to get a whole lot more rain as this moves north and east. Wauchula just did very heavy rainfall right now. Everywhere south of kind of the Polk County southern border and Hardee County and Highlands County is all in category 1, 2 force winds. So 70, 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts. And you notice how it kind of clears out. There's not much rain at all once you get into Lake Placid and south. There is a bit of drier air. Paul mentioned this earlier, too, how, you think, OK, the eastern side of the storms, these are the worst weather. In a well-defined hurricane, it's everywhere. It's not just on the eastern side. In this case, worst weather in terms of the heaviest rain is on the northwestern side of the center. Center right now is kind of right through portions of DeSoto County. Heavy rain expands up into Polk County, and all these rain bands are just going to be swinging through back towards Tampa Bay, back towards Pinellas County. All of them contain just these really squally conditions where all of a sudden the wind picks up 20, 30 miles per hour. The wind and the rain really get dramatic for a second, and then it kind of quiets down for a moment. We'll just be in and out of that for the next several hours. It's going to get rough, especially over in southeastern Polk County as the center of that storm again tracks closer to you the next few hours. More radar updates for you in a bit. Allie?
All right, Tyler, thank you for all your hard work. More than 1 million people have lost power, and if that happens to you, you can still watch us on your cell phone or your tablet by simply going to fox13news.com/live, or you can download the Fox 13 News app at the Apple or Google Play Store. You can also listen to our broadcast by tuning into one of our radio partners. You can tune your radio to Hot 101.5 FM, 97X, or 102.5 The Bone. We'll also have occasional coverage.
We do appreciate our radio partners, especially at times like this, because once the power goes out, it may stay out for quite some time. We're talking about, in some places, days, if not weeks. Tens of thousands of energy consumers here and energy company workers are ready to respond once it's safe. So they can't do it yet, but they are anxious to help out. Fox 13's Catherine Hawley is on this one for us, joined us live from St. Pete, where there's one of many downed trees causing some issues there. Catherine.
Yeah, Mark, at last check, about 161,000 Duke Energy customers here in Pinellas County are without power right now. And you said it, this is one of the major reasons why. Take a look. We are standing near Northeast Monroe Circle North in St. Petersburg, where this large tree came down and crashed into the power lines. Neighbors here are thankful the oak tree didn't fall the other way onto houses or cars, but it definitely took out their power. We are told the lights have been out here since around 4:15.
I have a feeling it's going to take a while. Well, because of the rain, and wind and rain, and then coming and working on the power. I'm just concerned that nobody gets, hooked up with that in any way and gets hurt,
Duke has about 10,000 crews standing by, ready to respond to the damage caused by Hurricane Ian. But none of those trucks can hit the road until winds are below 35 miles per hour and it is safe. Hundreds of trucks are staged at 3 locations in our viewing area, including Tropicana Field. A spokesperson tells me they made sure the extra crews were in locations that were out of the storm's path, but close enough to get to work quickly. Now, we have also been out here on the streets of St. Petersburg, and we've seen some downed lines arcing in this area, as well as multiple intersections with failed power lights. Officials remind people that if you see any lines down, you have to treat them as live, even if they're touching a tree like this, and to really stay away and don't go near those. As well, if you get to an intersection where the lights are out, you are supposed to treat that as a 4-way stop. Mark?
And Catherine, I just want to confirm again exactly where you are. I know a lot of folks that are to your east in northeast St. Pete are all reporting they're all without power. You said you're northeast Monroe Circle, so you're probably near, is that like 62nd and 4th Street maybe?
That is absolutely the area we're at, Mark.
Okay, well, we know it's going to be a long night for a lot of people. Catherine Hawley showing us one of the many trees that is down across much of Florida right now. Catherine, thanks. We'll let you get back to that. So all across Hillsborough County as well, across the bay for a second, they're feeling the impacts from Ian as well.
Our Fox 13 Justin Matthews spent the day in Waimama and Sun City Center. He has an update for us now.
The weather here in Apollo Beach has drastically deteriorated from the late morning hours to these late afternoon hours. Let's take a look at the water levels, how low they are. You can see this ramp here going down to the floating dock. It's so steep, you would normally just be able to walk across it and push a cart, but so much water has been sucked out of the bay here. The floating dock is just resting on the ground. Some boats even look like they are touching ground as well. Now let's take a look at a little bit earlier. Here's some video from a home in Ruskin. You can see just how powerful the wind is, how powerful the rain, how much rain was coming down. The homeowner told me that they have not been able to see the sandbar out by his house since Hurricane Irma. And it was very similar earlier in Apollo Beach. Some of the water had receded so much from near the homes. Some people said they hadn't seen that since Hurricane Irma either. So very reminiscent of that weather event. And earlier this morning, before the weather got really bad, people were walking around Apollo Beach just checking out how much the water had receded. They were looking at some of the wind. And I spoke to some people who say they weren't evacuating. They were just going to hunker down, and they made sure that they were stocked up.
Sandbags on the back door. Yeah. Bring anything that's loose in and stock up on food and beer.
Yeah, pretty much we just got a bunch of water, a bunch of drinks, a lot of food.
The wind is really roaring here in Apollo Beach. It's very different from the early afternoon hours, and you can just see that there's a lot of debris on the ground. There's going to be a pretty big cleanup later tonight and into tomorrow morning as the winds are just continuing to just blow very hard here in this area. Reporting in Apollo Beach, Justin Matthews, Fox 13 News.
All right, Justin, thanks. You know, Bayshore Boulevard was the place to be this afternoon before the police stepped in and shut it down. A lot of people pulled up to check out the view after Ian sucked all the water out of Hillsborough Bay, leaving the bottom completely visible, as you can see there. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank spoke to some of those gawkers. So, Evan, we have seen this time and time again, but it always seems to draw a crowd. I'll admit I was one of the people that went down there earlier today.
Well, yeah, and I want to make clear things are much worse than it was back when we got that video just a little while ago, maybe 2 hours ago or so. I want to show you where I am right now, though. Conditions have definitely gotten worse over the last couple of hours, but we have found this kind of three-quartered entryway to kind of protect ourselves in. So right now I'm feeling, where I'm standing at least, very little wind and rain because of the way the air is sweeping right past us. But if you look out over Bayshore Boulevard right now, you can see that the wind is coming down hard. The rain appears to be 60, 70 miles an hour or so. Certainly I'm not a forecaster, but that's just what it feels like out here. And you can see, like, if you go down to where that blue tarp is flapping, that is absolutely much worse than it was. The wind is much worse than it was just a couple of hours ago. Let's show you what it was like back when the sun was still up. There were dozens of people down here on Bayshore who wanted to see this for themselves. We watched some people walk hundreds of feet out to where the water started again, maybe as long as 2 football fields away from the shore. Unbelievable. What a sight. The police were certainly unhappy because it's obviously a safety issue given the unpredictability of this situation. Police also didn't want cars parked on the grass median. Police came and closed off the area until all the sightseers left. People certainly, though, say this was an unforgettable sight to see all the water out of Tampa Bay and the Hillsborough Bay, because it's a view of Tampa that you seldom get to see.
Gone and drained. It's insane. It's like mind-blowing to see that nature could do that.
I enjoyed everything about it. It's very mindful, like very peaceful. You get a different view at life. I mean, it is a serious moment right now, but that right there takes a lot off your mind.
We have video of one sightseer who needed help freeing themselves from the mud, which only got worse as the night went on. Lots of people had plenty of well wishes, though, for those down south. Obviously, what we're experiencing here in Tampa and in South Tampa and on Bayshore Boulevard is nothing compared to to what's going on, as you can well see, in Fort Myers and Charlotte County and Lee County. Still certainly not a good night here, but nothing compared to what they're having down south. And the question, of course, Allie, is also, when is this water going to come back in? Paul gave a great description of it earlier. I certainly won't try to duplicate that because he's the meteorologist here. The thinking, as Paul reported and said, is that the water will not be rushing back in quickly. That was a fear that we had during Irma, Allie. That didn't happen that time, and as Paul said, it does not appear that's going to happen this time. So that is good news for those of us here in Tampa Bay. As I said, though, Allie, conditions definitely worse for the most part than they were a couple of hours ago. Once in a while, you'll see kind of a lull in the wind and the rain. Certainly in the wind right now, we're seeing that, but now it's picking back up again. So it's certainly going to be a busy night here on Bayshore, as well, not with people, but with the weather. They certainly want people to stay inside.
Yeah, because we can see Hurricane Ian is sort of just spiraling sort of right on our viewing area right now. So right where you are, Evan, and now is not the time to go out because it's dark. You're not going to be able to see down power lines and other debris that could be in the road. So it's dangerous. Stay safe out there, Evan.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's why we've chosen to be in this entryway here, because we have 3 walls of protection right now. So even though the wind is really bad out there, where I'm standing here, you can see my jacket is barely fluttering.
That's great. All right. You and your crew stay safe. We'll see you in a little bit, Evan. Thanks. We want to show you more images out of Hillsborough County. Officials have been warning about those downed trees. And look, that's exactly what's happening. Wow, this is in Thonotosassa. Zachary Parsons says that tree is actually from the property next to his stepdad's that fell into their yard. It crashed right through the carport and on top of his girlfriend's car. Wow. And then there's this video. This is from Winter Haven. And look at this. A doorbell camera here actually caught the very moment when this giant tree just falls over. Look at it. It just rips right out of the ground, crashing through a fence there. Lisa Kearse captured that video. This happened on 21st Street Northwest. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of this because it was already wet from all the rain that we've had.
And if you could take a good look at that tree, if we show it one more time, if it'll show it, you see how thick the tree is, even the canopy alone. This is one of those times where you say, you know what, I really wish I would have trimmed my tree better.
Yes.
Because you really have, see how thick it is? You don't have a lot of air moving through that tree. And if that tree was thinned out a little bit better, it might not have fallen. And that's what happens with a lot of the trees that do get toppled, is that, not that it's anybody's fault, but they can be prevented in a lot of times by pruning these things and trimming them a little bit more often. And unfortunately, when we get storms like this, is when we start looking at trees again. Oh, I should have done this, should have done that.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. And at this point, Paul, it's just kind of people riding it out, right? Because at this point of the storm, it's right over top of our viewing area. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. And I tell you, a lot of the problems too is because the fact the ground is so saturated, and we had so much rain that the root structure has been really kind of struggling by the fact that, you know, we've had 8-9 inches of rain, and you throw in some strong winds on top of that, and it's a problem. We have another extreme wind warning up in effect for Highlands County, Hardee, and sections of DeSoto County. This is where the core of the hurricane is going to continue to kind of move to the east and northeast. So for the viewers in sections of Hardee and DeSoto County, I'm going to kind of pivot the radar. So kind of stick with me here for a second, and we will talk about this. This area right here is where the strongest winds are right now. And this is what we're really concerned about, because we still can kind of see the eye wall, which is down here. And to the north and northwest of what's left of the eye here, this is where the strongest area wind is going to be. This is going to be sustained winds, probably running about at least 80 to 90, with gusts over 100 for a time. The extreme wind warning is about at the top of all of the warnings that the Weather Service can issue. The extreme wind warning is the one that kind of mirrors a tornado warning. It was developed several years ago because the Weather Service had no real way of saying more than strong winds are coming. So they kind of equated to treat this warning as though you have a tornado ongoing outside your house. Get in an interior room, get away from windows, and wait for the wind and the storm to pass. And winds here about as strong as they are, and they're going to continue to slowly move north and northeast. So for now, that package or the pocket of strongest winds is Hardee, DeSoto, and part of Highlands County, where winds will be gusting. The negative is just because the winds are blowing away from the radar site. That's where we have the negative numbers. The winds here in Manatee and Sarasota counties are all probably in excess of 90, 110, still really howling in Manatee and Sarasota counties, but a lot of this wind probably isn't reaching the ground. This is from an elevated height from the radar. We've lost a lot of data due to transmission problems and the fact that the weather itself has knocked out some of the anemometers. We have to use Doppler technology to kind of figure out how strong the winds are going. But judging by how the storm has been behaving, it's probably a big pocket of sustained 80 to 90 with gusts over 100 in many spots. We had a peak gust earlier in Punta Gorda of 124 miles an hour. And whenever we say, okay, this area had a peak gust of 124, it's safe to assume that the airport did not experience the top of the winds in the entire area. So if you had 124 in one spot, it makes sense that somewhere else will be at 130 to 140. There's going to be gusts here, 110, 20, 120. And this is the type of wind that's going to knock down some trees, will cause some roof damage on some homes. It is going to be a mess through Hardee and DeSoto counties. Let's move the radar up a little bit, Tyler, because we get into a little bit more in the way of population here in Polk County. So those of you watching me in Polk County, Bartow, Fort Meade, Lake Wales, Dundee, Haines City, you're going to get into some of this, not now, but as the evening moves along. I think some of this is going to end up in eastern Polk County, so strong winds are heading for you. If you're watching me, and I may not say every town, I want to say as many as I can, but you can see, you know who you are. Anyone in this area, the wind's going to pick up as the core of the hurricane continues to move north and northeast. And it's going to be tough. It's dark now, or pretty close to dark. It's going to be really unnerving and unsettling to be in the house and hear tree branches hitting your roof, the shutters, all the noises that are
Okay, we're going to step away from this very, very briefly here. That's Fox 13 meteorologist Paul Delgado with such great information, keeping you informed, keeping you safe about Hurricane Ian as it made landfall earlier this afternoon as a Category 4. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being here on Live Now from Fox as we show you Fox 13 Tampa, Fox 35 Orlando, and speak to some of our folks that are in these affected areas and some of those who have got out of harm's way and are evacuated right now, including one, Tony Bruno, who's joining us now, I believe, from Delray Beach, Florida, and you live near Fort Myers. And thank you so much for being with us, Tony. But tell us your story. Where did this begin, and when do you expect to go back?
Well, it started actually last Friday night when we heard that there was a hurricane moving. We had just moved to Cape Coral a month ago from the Philadelphia area, and I own a lot, which I eventually will build a home on if it's still there. And so we were watching this storm, and we were saying, hey, it's coming up. And then all of my family would call and say, hey, that storm's moving down toward your direction. I said, we don't know yet. It's going to take a while. That's a good thing about hurricanes. You have an idea where it's going. So finally, when it looked like it was going to be in our immediate area, we went out and got all the, we got a generator. We got all the stuff that we needed to get, food, water, gasoline. So all of that stuff. And then we said, we're going to sit this out because we're not going to, our neighbors were saying, oh, we're going to ride this out. That they've been there for a long time. They've been through multiple storms. So we decided this morning when I was outside doing a couple of Twitter hits, that's when I said, hey, we're going to be okay. I'm going to go upstairs. Went upstairs. Power went out at 9 a.m. And then my wife and I said, no, you know what? Let's just get the heck out of here. We threw some stuff in a suitcase, got a case of water, threw it in the back, picked out the 3 cats, put them in the back seat of my Dodge Ram, and then took off. And by the time we got on the road, it was about 10:30, and it was dicey then. We went over the Cape Coral Bridge into Fort Myers. Yeah, it was a white knuckle ride. Got through Fort Myers. There was a lot of wind, but we didn't have any flooded roads at that point. Then we made it to Naples on I-75 and then started heading toward I-75 through Alligator Alley. And it wasn't until we got deep into I-75 East, heading toward Broward County, that things started calming down to the point where I could start driving 70 miles an hour again. We finally got into Broward County, and then we finally decided, hey, you know what? Let's stop. Let's not go all the way to Miami. Let's stay here at Delray Beach. So we checked into a hotel, and we've been there ever since. And now the big question is, what will we awaken to find out what's left of Cape Coral? Because that's one of the few places you're not seeing video from, because all of their cameras are out, all their power is out, and most of the cell service is out. So my neighbors and friends that I know there, I haven't been able to contact them, including an older gentleman who lived in the apartment below that we asked to come with us and leave, COPD guy, and I hope he's okay. So that's the next step here, is what happens tomorrow when the sun comes up, and what will Cape Coral look like if we go back. We're not planning to go back until Friday, but who knows how long it'll be before we even have power to go back and try to get our lives back together.
So, Tony, you're saying you knew of people, at least, who did not get out of there before the storm came in?
Correct, including my neighbor down below, is an older gentleman who lives alone. We helped him put up his storm shutters last night because the apartment building complex people, he told us they normally do it for him. So my wife and I went downstairs and helped him, and we put up his storm shutters. These are floor-to-ceiling pieces of metal that have to be screwed in at the bottom. So he was beyond grateful. But then in the morning when we woke up and we decided we were going to leave, we implored him to get out of there, and he said he didn't want to. So we gave him the keys to our condo and said, listen, if it gets too bad and you want to stay here, just go upstairs and go to our apartment. We don't have any power up there, but if you have a cell phone and you still have service and you just want to get away from the storm surge, not knowing how high it was going to be, because we're right on a canal, because everything's on a canal in Cape Coral. So hopefully he's okay, and we'll hopefully find out by tomorrow morning what the situation is as far as what Cape Coral looks like and how much damage there is.
Yeah, Tony, I mean, not to, say a failure of imagination, but are you really kind of expecting the worst? We were hearing that the storm surge was upwards of 12 feet, that the winds obviously were about 125 to 140 miles per hour. And so you said you've only been in Florida a month. You just moved there. You're talking about your condo. You have property. You got out of Dodge, thankfully. But what do you think you will go back to? And now nighttime has, fallen on the state of Florida. It's about 7:45 there. How are you feeling right now? What are you thinking?
Well, I'm actually I'm more physically exhausted than mentally exhausted. I mean, the long ride, it went by because, when you're focused on driving and then you see that you're escaping these winds and storms and you're finally getting into an area where there's no hurricane surge, you feel good. And then you get to a hotel and you check in and you say, okay, we're safe. The cats are safe. I don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. I mean, Andrew, when you look at the situation and you see the satellite, I mean, there's still a lot of damage. There's still more rain coming down, and it's going to be ugly all night. And so I know when we were driving on I-75 going east, we saw an absolute one after another, electrical companies from all over the country heading down south toward Cape Coral, toward Fort Myers, toward Naples. So we know that there's all kinds of electrical people, all kinds of electrical contractors, bucket trucks heading down to help the people tomorrow. And when daylight hits, once they could assess the damage as far as flooding, how much water there is, whether they can go in and actually start repairing stuff, because they're saying that by tomorrow morning, the rain will be gone. But now the question is, what's left behind as far as infrastructure, and the power is going to take a while. But they're getting to this. I got to give Ron DeSantis and all the people down here, the emergency preparedness operations, they've done a phenomenal job. And you can see all the volunteers coming from all over the country to help with the electrical grid, because that's going to be the biggest thing to get power back on. And who knows how many people they'll find still in their homes who have no electricity, no water, no food. Most of the people who live there are prepared, but some of the people just say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to ride it out. And then they're stuck at home alone in many cases without any power or even water at that point.
Yeah, and that's, of course, what we'll be looking out for if there are any, kind of airlift rescues, boat rescues, and the like, because the floodwaters will be that high. You know, I don't know where you're staying. Is it a hotel or an Airbnb? Give us a sense of where in Florida. And then I'm curious as well, depending on where you're staying, have you talked to any of these other evacuees? Have you kind of run into them? I believe you're on the other side of the state, on the Atlantic side. Have you spoken with any of them, just by coincidence?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the hotels here at Delray Beach, we're in Delray Beach, which is obviously a very nice area, and the hotels are nice right near the beach. And it's windy here and the palm trees are blowing. But so many people, there's so many people who brought their dogs and pets with them. So these people all fled. They're all coming from Southwest Florida because they don't really get busy here until around Thanksgiving. The people at the front desk were telling me, and they're saying, hey, you know what? We don't normally have people this time of the year because, you know, it's hurricane season. Plus, you know, the northerners, the snowbirds, they come down to Florida in November for Thanksgiving, and that's when it's the high season down here. But everybody we see has dogs, cats. They all put their animals in their cars and trucks and drove down here, and every single one of them is an evacuee from Southwest Florida.
Okay, Tony, last question, though. How long do you think you're going to be an evacuee?
Well, you know, I hate to use the word evacuee, but technically, legally, we are evacuees, but we're still in our same state, and we see the whole state is obviously affected. But, you know, tomorrow we'll assess. We're going to stay. We have tomorrow night booked as well, and so hopefully by Friday morning we'll be able to see what the situation is, whether or not it's safe to go back, if we're able to go back, if we still have a house. I have an RV too, so that may be floating away. You may see that floating away tomorrow morning somewhere. Geez. When they get the cameras back on.
Yeah. Man, well, Tony, you're a good sport about this. We know so many have been affected, 1.5 million without power right now, and we'll continue to follow all of Hurricane Ian's movements as it goes deeper and deeper inland in Central Florida. Tony, thanks so much. Stay safe.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to be speaking to people who've been affected throughout the course of the week, as we always do, but I want to give you a sense of how massive and how tall the storm surge actually was. We're going to go out now to Fox Weather's Robert Ray. He has this report.
What we are seeing is massive storm surge coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these historic streets here in Fort Myers. You see as these hurricane force gusts continue, and look at this river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point. And you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. As we go into the night, we are losing light here in Fort Myers. And yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It is not safe by any means. The power of this storm just being unleashed, the energy, and it's nowhere near over. As it will continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening, and it's not even dark yet. We're going to hunker down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
You can't even imagine there how strong those winds are. Robert did his best to kind of illustrate for us the strength of that. Remember, you can also go to Fox Weather here. This is the QR code. You can open your camera phone. You can scan that QR code, download the app, foxweather.com, for all the latest when it comes to Yes, Hurricane Ian, but nonstop weather news around the clock from all over the country. But we here at Live Now are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes with all the latest, hearing from our teams in Tampa, hearing from our teams in Orlando as Hurricane Ian moving ever so slowly inland, hovering right now over Central Florida, lashing it with so much rain, wind, and so much more. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
the good news. But when Ian was coming ashore, boy, it was bad.
It
really
was.
bad.
And Key West was hit first with the impacts. The area saw flooding and strong winds. The Coast Guard tells us the crew in Key West already performed 7 different rescues this morning.
We've already had one crew down in Key West respond to several calls for help, as well as a distressed sailboat mariner and his dog. We were able to get them off the boat and safe and sound really early this morning as the winds and storm surge was coming through Key West. Search and rescue is always the #1 priority, with making sure lives are safe and everybody gets home to their loved ones at the end of the day. The next is making sure that maritime commerce is able to actually happen through all the ports in Florida, as well as Georgia and South Carolina.
A very important mission that they have. The Coast Guard is reminding people to be in a safe place because they and other emergency crews may not be able to get to you until after the storm passes.
And despite the hurricane and tropical storm warning, some people still headed out to splash around on Cocoa Beach. No surprise that the water got pretty choppy there this afternoon. We spoke with one woman who says she was packing up early because she went through Hurricane Irma back in 2017, and she was not taking this storm lightly.
Irma was really bad, and we were without power like for 2 weeks or so. It was bad. So now we take it serious. So when they say take it serious, we just take it serious.
And Fox 35 spoke with a few other families, some who were nervous about experiencing their first hurricane. Some said they were just out there at Cocoa Beach to see some of the big waves before they hunkered down inside to ride out the storm. And we want to get the very latest from Hurricane Ian from our Fox 35 storm team tonight.
The chief meteorologist, Jamie King, and Brooks Garner is joining us. You know, guys, I wanted to ask you, this is something we were talking about off camera. We're hearing the rain here in Seminole County. We're seeing the rain in Orlando. Can both areas handle that? Can the infrastructure handle all of the rain that we're expecting to see in the next few hours?
20, 30 inches.
Yeah, great question, Ray. And yeah, I would say, yeah, you know, we've seen this before. We saw it with Irma, while we did have standing water and quite a bit of flooding. You know, eventually that peels away pretty quickly. So yes, to answer your question, and this event likely probably following suit. Now, the concern is the rain we've been showing with the possibilities up in Volusia County. You know,
it may take time to run off. So there could be a period. It's not going to be standing water for weeks on end, but it might be a couple of hours or maybe up to a day, right, where we have some flood spots, some trouble spots, and also along rivers and places where it's slower to recede. But as far as the big picture stuff, you're talking about how a lot of the lakes downtown are almost like kind of giant retention ponds.
Exactly. Hey, with some really good bass fishing in them, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell you
true.
that right now. But I'll tell you, this is very impactful rain. What's coming up, but we've been showing that's down south, now migrating northbound. So it looks like there may be strips, corridors, if you will, of 10, 15, up to 20 inches plus of accumulated rain, Brooks.
And that's a lot of rain, Jamie, coming overnight in one big wallop. And the problem is that while the infrastructure can handle that up to a point, at some point it rains too much and then it kind of overflows. And the concern would be that overflow period, if there's neighborhoods in the way or sometimes roads to get in and out of neighborhoods more likely. Roads could be cut off. And so there's just a little bit of a period as far as the intensity. If you get 20 inches of rain inside of 4 hours, I mean, that's going to flood. It's not going to flood forever, but it could do some damage.
And the impacts we saw, and I tend to measure in recent, in my memory at least, here for Irma in 2017, the saturated ground and all the trees that came down. You know, we were talking several days ago about this when we were kind of looking at the modeling, going, okay, we may have some business to tend to here, tropically speaking, by this time, and about the heavy rains and the possibility of downed trees and obstacles and roadways and such.
That's the danger,
that's the big danger there. So, all righty, well, we'll continue our tracking efforts, Brooks. I want to get right to the cone now and give you all the latest stats and facts on Ian. Let's go ahead and take a live look at it for you now. Tracking this for you, and shows us current winds at 115 miles per hour. So making landfall a few hours back and on its mission, or its track now, off to the north and east. And that journey takes it here through the gut of the state. Cat 1 status miles up near Orlando and then making a move, heading offshore as a tropical storm and then heading on into the coastal Carolinas. They've got tropical storm warned areas, so you know, up in this area right now in anticipation of that. And their threats will kind of mimic ours, not as intense, certainly, as we had the peak winds here on the southwestern peninsula. But this thing's going to bring a little bit of extra juice and punch to the local atmosphere up there in the Carolinas and coastal Georgia. So our what we're calling our impact tracker shows what we call in the world of weather helicity, spinning air, right? Like a corkscrew that rotates through the air. These are the rain bands moving through, and sometimes those rain bands will inherit the spin, consider the source, right? Coming in off a very strong hurricane. So as those bands move on in, they can and notoriously do produce tornadic spin-ups. Myself and Allison Gargaro, we tracked a couple tornado-warned areas down in Brevard and Osceola, Indian River County early this morning, and then Brooks and Ian did a great job, really nice job tracking in Brevard and Osceola this afternoon. So that was kind of the hot spot, but you can see on the impact tracker how everything starts to spread on out as we get in through tomorrow morning. We have active tornado watches in play now, so we'll see if that's extended into the Thursday time frame. Right now, it does look like that circulation is going to roll on through. We'll start to see the winds coming out of different directions by that time on the backside of the circulation, and that could help to peel back, if not totally mitigate, the chance for any isolated tornadic spin-ups out there for you. So the future radar, as we see it now, it's rain, rain, and more rain, right? And there's no getting around it. So as Brooks did a great job illustrating on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, the two heavy corridors of rain, the one up in Volusia County now, if you live there, you know what I'm talking about, and then the one that's down south as you get down toward Hardee County and a little bit closer south of the I-4 corridor. So we're waiting on that to move on up. As we get to tomorrow morning at 6:30, I'll be here live tracking for you with Allison Gargaro. And bottom line, there'll be more rain. You can see the winds shifting direction. Looks like we'll start to crank them on out, eventually coming out of the north and west by tomorrow night at 9 p.m. as the circulation makes a track over to the open Atlantic. Now, we talk about the rain. We showed you the huge corridor of concentrated moisture rushing in off the Atlantic, and it's taking shape right here. What's neat about it as we look at it now is how you can see in real time now and then look into the future with our future modeling how that is going to play out. And we're talking upwards of almost 2 feet of rain, if not maybe more, in areas in that white zone there. That's pretty much a bullseye there in much of Volusia County, looking at Oviedo to Sanford on down to Longwood, much of Seminole County at about the 18-inch mark. And that's on top of what we've already received. So it keeps on raining out there. Wind gusts for you now, showing us a 46-mile-per-hour gust. So tropical storm force Orlando on down to Sarasota, Miami, West Palm also with some pretty speedy winds, and it lessens some at Jacksonville up to Tallahassee. Here's the outlook now, the watches and warnings for you. From Volusia County on down towards Seminole, Orange, basically all the red zones here are active hurricane warned areas. These are tropical storm warnings shaded in the orange. And for our viewers up in Fox 51 country, WOGX TV up there in north central Florida, a good evening to you. We're watching and tracking your weather always and showing you up that way. That's a tropical storm watch at Alachua and Gilchrist County. So current wind gusts for you. Want to give you another look here as we're waiting on information to come out of Lakeland and Palm Coast. So I do apologize for that. We'll wait till that populates here, but I want to show you that gust right now. Currently at Daytona Beach at 53 miles per hour, 41 at Sanford. There's at 46 Orlando, also Brooksville, and 33 up at Alachua County in Gainesville. For more right now from the Storm Center, Brooks, we're going to head on over to you. You've got up our Fox weather alert system.
Got some new information.
Tell us about
this is what we could be facing tonight. This is very important. Last time I saw this was during Hurricane Harvey in 2017 in Texas. There's a flood emergency that the National Weather Service has issued for Manatee, Sarasota counties, Hardee, DeSoto counties, and down into the Charlotte County area. That's what they call when there's what is determined to be life-threatening flooding, where you get freshwater flooding that rolls into neighborhoods. Maybe they could be submerged or swamped by the flooding, with 12 to 19 inches of rain prompting its issuance. And that, Jamie, is what we could face tonight if these models verify in our area. So let's take a look at the radar in this area and see what we're dealing with. So here's Orlando. Of course, we've been tracking the rain coming in waves waves off of the Atlantic, and it's been a nuisance for sure. We are seeing flooding. Oviedo right now is some high water, getting some texts out of that area. But this is the region of that flood emergency. And let's zoom in here and check it out. This is going to be now the core of Ian. This is the eye of Ian right here, and it's moving a little bit to the north here. And what you're basically seeing is the eye wall, the northwestern eye wall or the northern eye wall, and we're going to see, unfortunately, as Ian makes its trek up this way, this eye wall rolling right up through Orlando as well. We too could be in that zone where it just is too much too soon and it kind of starts to overflow, and there's some issues. By the way, we also just didn't have a flood warning issue. This is just a lower degree of flood warning for the Orlando region, including Osceola County, Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County, Northern Brevard. Let me draw that a little bit better. This polygon right here, this is a flood warning, meaning that flooding conditions are being observed. We'll take the animation off. So the ground is already saturated. It's already raining very hard. We'll go to our local radar here and check out the actual rates. Our rainfall rates falling right now are exceeding in spots between 4 and 6 inches per hour. And then you've got that core coming in from the southwest.
All right. And the southwest core, as you look at that eye wall there, that is obviously a shadow of its former self. Buried within there, though. I'm curious about the winds in there, Brooks, what's coming up from the south and west. If we do a velocity on that, let's see what those values are there, because we always try to look ahead, right? That's what it's all about, staying ahead of any threats. So as we survey and scan that area there with our live Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, we're able to go in and take a look at the winds coming toward and away from our weather radar. So these are some substantial winds that Brooks is querying right now.
80 to 100 miles per hour.
Incredible. So, all right.
We're going to keep on tracking this. So Jamie, compounding the threat with all of the extremely heavy rain prompting this flash flood emergency. Now we've got winds here that are blowing at 80, probably ground truth, maybe 60 to 70 miles an hour with higher gusts.
And that's in the forecast. I mean, the National Hurricane Center, they expanded yesterday the hurricane warnings, and for good reason. While the sustained winds are not really near hurricane force, the gusts are 74 plus miles per hour. So that is in the cards, friends. So we told you yesterday, prepare for some impactful winds, prepare for the impactful rains. All threats now coming together. We're live tracking here, Brooks, and I want all to depend on us here in the Storm Center. Keeping you and your family members safe is our top priority, and we mean that from the bottom of our hearts. So keep it here. We're going to keep you up to date. For now, we're going to send it back to our wonderful anchors over there. It's your turn to talk now. We'll send it back to you.
Some unbelievable new video coming out of Fort Myers here. You can see all the flooding. That is a trailer floating down the middle of a street. Viewer Becky Hinshaw sent this video our way showing what the view was like from her apartment building. I saw the extended version of this rain. It actually shows boats as well in the streets, which now look more like rivers.
Yeah, and that is like 12 feet of water. That's why you're seeing that trailer float away like nothing, because the street has turned into a river.
That's what they were saying. We could see storm surge 12 feet high. We did, and that's what it turns into.
Holy that's a tornado.
All right, here's some more video. This is from Fort Myers as well. You can see the trees whipping in the wind there.
This is a balcony view right there.
Yeah.
And it actually, it looks like a tornado because we could see the winds are whipping there. You can see her whole pavilion right there floating away. There's some debris right there outside her balcony as well. And actually that staircase led to her garage. It was cut off.
Garage.
Yeah, it was cut off because of all the water that came whipping up, and you could just see how incredible that is. The wind just picking up and pushing that water all around. She's basically cut off until that water recedes.
Yeah, and she says all the cars down in the parking garage are of course now
flooded
underwater. Yeah.
And one of the areas we've been showing you that's been hit the hardest so far is Sanibel Island. That's in Lee County. We've got a better idea of just how bad the flooding damage is. Elise Shengri posted videos from before the storm hitting, and you could see it right there. You could see where her pool is, and that pool is about to get a lot more water.
That's pre-Ian right there.
Yeah, that's pre-Ian. That water's making its way right over there.
And post-Ian is coming here.
Yeah, the whole pool deck area is now so deep underwater, it looks like it's part of the ocean. That's what we're talking about right there. The National Weather Service expecting between 8 to 12 feet of storm surge right in that area.
And that is why they told people to evacuate, because they were expecting exactly that. A Cat 4 hurricane, Ian, coming ashore just a few miles per hour shy of a Cat 5. It is now the 4th strongest storm to ever hit Florida. And check out this video showing rain whipping across the overpass on I-75 North. Look at how strong that is. This is in Northport on the west coast of Florida at the exit for Toledo Blade Boulevard. And when this was happening in real time, Brooks was telling us, I think that is the eye of the storm.
Wow.
So that is right around 150 mile per hour winds whipping across I-75 there on the west coast of Florida. And we are seeing the winds start to pick up here in central Florida as well. Fox 35's Deborah Cho is joining us live from Daytona Beach shores.
And Deborah, they are starting to shut down bridges where you are.
Yeah, around 7:30, we saw Daytona Beach Police or Daytona Beach Shores tweet out that they were going to start closing the bridges just because of how strong that wind is getting. But I can tell you, we have seen trucks actually go over that bridge. I will also say that me and my photographer, Evan, did go over that bridge thinking that it was going to get closed. We went over it, and I can tell you it's very dangerous to go over that. It was very windy. You can feel the cars shaking. You can see how the rain was just pelting against the windshield, and it was really hard to just see. You can see some people even just walking across the street right now. But as far as that wind is, that's really picking up here along the shoreline. And you can also see, I don't know if you can see around this car, Evan, but there was some trees and some power and some signs over there in the corner that were just moving around, just showing you how strong that wind is getting. And the rain, of course, too. That is still a problem here in Daytona Beach. I was talking to some people earlier tonight, Luann and Ray, and they were telling me that, you know, they're Floridians. They're used to tropical storms or used to hurricanes, but for this one to be as strong as it is as early on, of course, we know Hurricane Ian has not even really reached this part of the state yet, and we're already seeing these impacts. We're already seeing bridges closed down. People have boarded up. They're hunkering down, and they know they have more to come, of course, with Hurricane Ian. So we're going to continue to stay out here and watch it, but you can see that truck just going right up over that bridge. Again, we are told that it is supposed to get shut down here because of that dangerous winds that we've been experiencing. But as of right now, it looks like at least the bridge that I'm at Halifax Avenue and Seabridge Boulevard, that one is still open. So of course we're going to, stick around, stay out here, and we'll of course keep monitoring this. Reporting live here in Daytona Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
Hey, Deborah, I was going to ask you, as we're seeing the weather get worse, are you seeing any emergency response where you are, trying to tell people to get out and go inside because the weather is getting worse?
Right. I have not actually. In the areas that we've been in Ormond Beach and then coming up to down to Daytona, we haven't really seen anybody really out here. It's pretty quiet. It's very eerie. At one point, we did see some police at a hotel, but it's not sure, if that was emergency related or storm related. But it's very quiet here. I will say, stopping at a gas station at a 7-Eleven in town, I was talking to some people and they were hunkering up, and 7-Eleven was closing down. They're like, we're going to close for the next couple of days. So I hope people got a lot of their gas and all their needs with that. But as far as emergency crews, I haven't really seen anybody out in this area, at least that I've been in.
All right, Deborah Cho reporting to us live from Ormond Beach. Thank you so much, Deborah.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
It's not just ordinary folks. Even firefighters are having some major problems with flooding. This was posted by Naples Fire and Rescue, showing crews there doing everything they can to try and get one of their fire trucks out of their fire station that is now completely flooded. Water is seen here higher than the firefighters' waists. Teams eventually decided to ditch the truck in the water and then unload all of that essential gear. As a reminder, Naples could soon see storm surge higher than 10 feet, as per the National Weather Service.
And they already conducted high water rescues, and we actually saw them on jet skis as well. They are making sure to get to whoever they can, even despite all of the flooding that they're seeing in that area, and they're posting a lot of it to Facebook, so they're giving us a first-hand account of what they're dealing with right now. Well, many people are hunkering down as Hurricane Ian moves inland.
Strong winds are a big concern, especially because they can take down some huge trees. And Fox 35's Marie Edinger is in Belle Isle tonight. And Marie, that's exactly what you're seeing there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just in probably the past hour or so, maybe a little bit more now, this tree behind me came down over this house here. It's kind of half a tree. We're going to walk you around. This tree is divided into two portions, but you can see it's straight over the house. Fortunately, everyone in that house is doing okay. No one was hurt by this. This is actually their first hurricane, a neighbor told me. So they are new to Florida, and boy, are they getting the Florida experience. So this tree landed over their garage and their kitchen area, none of the bedrooms or living rooms, where we really start to be fearful of anyone being hurt. And you can see just a little bit ago, the way we found out about this is because a neighbor across the way sent us video warning, hey, this tree looks like it is going to come down. You can see just how badly it's swaying in that video, and obviously, of course, that's exactly what happened. So that video was taken around 6, excuse me. And we got here a little after 7, and as we pulled up, we were expecting to see a tree that was nearing a time where it might fall, and instead we saw what we are seeing right now. So just that half portion of the tree, because it is, as I mentioned, kind of divided in two, but I want to bring you around to the other side to show you something else that we've been talking with neighbors about. You can see, especially from this angle, just how badly that tree is leaning, and when there are bad gusts, it gets even worse. A neighbor actually is an arborist, and we were speaking with him. He says he is expecting that this tree is likely going to fall down over the road. Fortunately, there are 2 ways to get out of this neighborhood. They also mentioned that when that tree first came down over the house, the family here actually still had a car in the garage, and you can see there's in the driveway, and you can see there's a branch there right now. The neighbors rushed over and said, hey, you are going to need to move that car because this portion of the tree is coming down too, and you don't want your car there when it happens. They were able to get it out, which is fortunate because you can see how much debris is still in that driveway right now. But man, that is looking bad, and we are expecting this tree is likely going to come down over this road at some point today. Again, fortunately, everyone here is all right. We saw another branch, big branch, further down the road from here that came down as well and destroyed a mailbox. And I'll walk you over to this side. So it's kind of interesting because this is all looking really, really bad, and over here you can see everything somewhat clear. It's kind of varying in this neighborhood, either a lot of branches down or not many at all. But if you can see down the road there, I'm not sure how well you can tell from this angle, but there's a house there that has 2 new looking trees. That's because they had to plant 2 recently when one gigantic one came down in the last hurricane. So it seems that this neighborhood tends to get hit pretty hard. It is coming down pretty hard right now, and we've been saying all night it's only going to get worse. So we'll see what happens after that. Ray and Luann?
Hey, Marie, I was going to ask you, I know where you are. It's a very residential area. There are a lot of...
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're going to step away from Fox 35 Orlando. We're going to take a quick commercial break as we continue to cover Hurricane Ian as it is moving its way into central Florida now, kind of hovering over there. Yes, it has weakened. We're going to tell you by how much when we return. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
took then. While Irma was a larger storm than Charlie, keep in mind that it moved through relatively quickly compared to what we expect, unfortunately, Ian to do. So we know this is going to be a very long night. The next update, Chris, here is expected before too long, coming up at 10 o'clock. But before we go there, here is some perspective from the Emergency Operations Center Director with respect to power outages in Polk County. Take a look.
Every storm is different. After Hurricane Irma in 2017, about 90% of Polk County the next day was without power. So part of our planning has been, because of the wind and the flood, and as wet as our ground is, we anticipate power outages, and they could be longer than normal because of the saturation of the ground. If a tree blows over, it's easier if the ground is wet, and that means the power lines come down with it.
And already, in fact, throughout the day, but really within the past 30 to 45 minutes, we're hearing increasing reports of power outages through much of Polk County, and many, many more reports, Chris, of trees down and power lines down, as you would expect.
Yeah, and on that note, Craig, power outages, I know there are multiple utility companies that provide power in Polk County. Duke Energy is one of them. They're reporting 18,000 outages. That would be to the east of Lakeland. Do you know off the top of your head a couple of the other electric providers, just so we can track it here? There's Lakeland Electric, I believe.
Well, you've got Lakeland and Duke. FPL is to the east, basically, of most of Polk County, but combined, those collectively, we're hearing reports in particular on the eastern half of Polk County at this point, and reports, as you can see on the radar, of substantial rainfall, of course winds too, but substantial rainfall with the risk of flooding on the other side of Polk County, northwestern Polk County, and particularly areas around Walker Road, for example, are very susceptible to flooding already.
Yeah, as we've seen along the Peace River too. Okay, Craig Patrick live for us from Polk County. Thanks, Craig. Let's show you another piece of video here from Southwest Florida. One of those things that, well, when there's a major hurricane, Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel, the meteorologist, he's going to be there. And this is what Joe Franco witnessed earlier, is Cantori's report out here in Punta Gorda. And you'll see him in the street in a moment. And then along comes a limb like a tumbleweed, taking him down there, but he's okay. He's done this so many times, and he gets back up and then uses the street sign there for some support. All is well with Jim Cantori there in Punta Gorda. But you can see how strong those winds were there in Punta Gorda. That is incredible.
That was not a reliable pole to hang on to.
No, it wasn't. The stop sign was already down beside it there.
Exactly.
But, he's Jim Cantori. That's what he does, and glad he's okay tonight. But it's a scary night for a lot of people across the area. We've also seen video coming out of Naples, which the governor earlier said downtown Naples was flooded, a lot of damage, a lot of wind damage.
Yeah, and things are bad. When the first responders are in trouble, Naples Fire Rescue, they ran into trouble when their own fire station got flooded. They posted the video on social media. Here it is.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
It's on fire.
Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
Yep, you just heard the chief say they didn't want the station to burn down, which is why they had to push one of the trucks outside the garage. There was so much smoke. And then there was real concern about the entire building. And they're wading through waist-deep water, removing items from the truck, just trying to salvage what they can as they go. And then here's a look at Sanibel Island. This is a hotel right there along the Gulf of Mexico. As Hurricane Ian came ashore, waves flooded the pool first, of course. That's what went first. And much of the surrounding area, this is the area that got, what is it, like a 10 to 12 foot storm surge?
Yeah, it was around that, wasn't it, Paul?
I'm sure that was much bigger than that before the afternoon was over.
Yeah, it was really historic, the storm surge they took. This is video from Bill Brown in Fort Myers, and Fort Myers just got leveled with that storm surge. You can see all the water rushing through. Look how high it is up on those trees there. Bill said that was his front lawn, and he's up there on an elevated, a second floor balcony or porch as he shoots that video there. Again, Fort Myers, very near where the storm made landfall, in the worst possible side of it too, pushing 10 to 12 feet of storm surge in. Fort Myers Beach, that's even closer to where it made landfall. Out there, a barrier island, and you can see this is the Lee County Sheriff's Office Mobile Outreach Center, which is basically like a large RV. Now it's mobile. It's a boathouse. It's floating off down the street there. Not making light of it though. No one was hurt in this. None that we've been told anyway. Swept off its foundation by the storm surge there.
You don't expect to see something that big and heavy go floating by. Now, if you still have power tonight, you're able to watch this, you're one of the lucky ones. Still no guarantees. You could still lose power tonight. 1.6 million people have no electricity. That's according to poweroutage.us. It aggregates live power outages all across the country. Now, most of those people, as you might expect, Lee and Charlotte counties, that's of course where the storm made landfall. Nearly 90% of the people there have no power. But even Pinellas County, they are about 150,000 homes without power, and that's Duke Power and FP&L, another 31,000 in Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County, of course, spared the brunt of the storm. Doesn't mean there was no damage, though. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer, he's been checking things out, tracking some of the damage for us. So what are you finding out there, Aaron?
Well, so far, Cynthia, I think Tampa, folks in Tampa leaders all feel a little bit fortunate at this point, especially given what we've seen in the southern part of our viewing area. You know, there's still Mayor Jane Castro a little bit earlier this evening held a news conference. She discussed how she expected some of the worst weather to come into this part of the region between 8 o'clock and then moving forward throughout the night. But, you know, I think, you know, like I said, given what we saw down south, things haven't been nearly as bad as what was feared a couple of days ago. Let's show you some video that we shot earlier this evening as we drove around, just kind of surveying some of the damage. Mostly what we found is down trees, some down power lines. We found Tampa police blocking the road over on near Dale Mabry and Bay to Bay Boulevard. That is where there was a huge tree that had knocked down several power lines, and that's really what emergency officials had been warning folks throughout the lead up to this storm. That's where the real danger is especially if power's out. You can't sometimes see those down power lines. That's why they don't want you to leave, and that shelter-in-place order is in place. Now, prior to us driving around there, we also went to some of the beaches, and we saw, you know, what's been going on Bayshore Boulevard with the water getting sucked out. This is what Mayor Jane Castro said about that a little bit earlier this evening. Take a listen.
The water has been pulled out of the bay. We've seen that before in past storms, and we had individuals that were going out on Bayshore. Please don't do that. Shelter in place, stay away. These winds are blowing, things are, debris is flying through the air.
Yeah, and that is pretty much explains what we saw. You know, there's some down power lines, trees, things flying through the air. But as you heard her say right there, don't go out into that the beach area. Well, what looks like a beach, but really is you know, old Hillsborough Bay there, or old Tampa Bay, excuse me. What you're looking at here is Ben T. Davis Beach. Normally that part of the region is completely covered in Tampa Bay. When we were there, it looked like it did over on Bayshore Boulevard, where the water had been drained out of Tampa Bay by Hurricane Ian. But as Mayor Castro said, eventually that water is going to come back, and that's why, Cynthia, police were out telling people to get off the beach, go home, stay indoors, and don't come out until this is passed.
Exactly. Tomorrow's another day. There's plenty of time to stay home tonight. That's for sure. Thank you so much, Aaron. And in fact, TPD just tweeted a couple minutes ago. They said stay off the roads, and they gave an example. They said a light came crashing down in front of a car unexpectedly in Ybor City, and that there are live wires down with it. So there you are driving around, and that happens.
Then you get the intersections, and those lights are swaying back and forth, and you're waiting for them to fall.
That's right.
Tyler and I have been working hard. It's the problem as far as wind speeds go. there's not a lot of official weather stations that we can kind of grab onto. And the weather stations that we do have, a lot of them are having transmission problems, obviously data problems. We kind of want to get a sense of what the winds are. Tyler is back in the weather center behind me. We can pop up radar real quick. We'll show you where the strongest winds are. We know they are in sections of Highlands, Hardy, and DeSoto. This is what is left of kind of the core of the hurricane. And people say, what's the core? It's kind of like the remnants of the eye wall. So we know the strongest winds are here. We just checked the observations at the airport in Tampa International, which is still reporting data. They've had gusts pretty much for the past 6 hours, about 55 to 60. So around Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, it looks like the peak gusts from this event are going to be around 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. Tyler has his mic on. Tyler, why don't you read down some other wind speeds?
Yeah, it's interesting, Paul. You know, we talk about the core of the storm kind of collapsing and the wind speeds spreading out. I'm noticing that a lot of these bands moving away from the center of the storm, kind of going through northern Polk County and pivoting back into eastern Hillsborough County. A lot of wind observations along and north of 60, Highway 60, that are 60 to 80 miles per hour. Lakeland Linder, 62 mile per hour gust. Just south of the Parkway, a station recorded an 81 mile per hour gust. You got a 64 mile an hour gust just north and east of Bartow, and some big winds in southern Polk County as well. The observation station's obviously never going to capture the peak of some of these winds just because they're an isolated point on the map. Just west of Fort Meade, 57 at last check, and these are updating every 10 or 15 minutes. Had a 53 in Frostproof, 54 just east of Avon Park. And even over into central Hillsborough County, I've seen wind gusts still 50 to 60 miles per hour. McDill, 55, 53 downtown St. Pete. So this is not just that core of wind. All of this is kind of spreading outward from that center, and some of those bands, especially, man, in central Polk County, really packing a punch right now, Paul.
Yeah, and what we're expecting going forward, and I kind of watching all the questions come in, what are we going to expect the rest of the night? In our big population base of Hillsborough and Pinellas, it's essentially going to be tropical storm conditions the rest of tonight. I don't think we'll see winds in excess of 74, 75 miles an hour. There'll be some gusts and some squalls, 65, 70, but the hurricane now is past Hillsborough and Pinellas. It is now moving away from us, and we are on the west side of it. It is going to be a noisy, rough night, and I think at this juncture, the hope here is for you not to lose power and not to get some sort of tree damage on your roof or on your structures. That's probably the takeaway for tonight. Rainy, kind of loud, off and on heavy rain. And as we move to the south into Sarasota and Sarasota County, Manatee County, is for improvement later on tonight. This has been a long road. And this is a storm that people will talk about forever, because not only because how bad it was, but the duration. This was ongoing along the coast before daybreak this morning. Only now is the heaviest weather moving away from 75 and 41 with some improvement showing up. But the process is slow. The good news is every minute that goes by, the storm is weakening. It's over land. It's away from the water source. Hold on one second. And then the friction of the land is making it spin down. Tyler.
Yeah, just noticed a 86 mile an hour wind gust in Sebring. That's significant because it kind of gives us an idea of that core we were talking about.
And I think that's what we expected. It was about 80 to 90.
Yeah, if you noticed a big gust, that was at 8:20, so that was what, 14 minutes ago. If you had a big gust there in Sebring, that was 86.
Well, top winds of the hurricane are 115. They have to be someplace. And this is where the worst weather is. So inside here is where we're going to get 80 to 90. And then gusts could go a bit above that. And that's going to move into Polk County, especially eastern Polk County. So it is going to be a rough, let's see, what time is it now? It's 8:35. The improvement here is going to be about 4 to 5 hours from now. And then it's going to be longer inland. So I would say around daybreak is when everybody is going to notice huge improvement, even our eastern counties. But this is going to be really tough going, folks, for the next several hours, anywhere from eastern Manatee County, eastern Sarasota, all of Highlands, all of DeSoto County, in all of Hardee County. The next 4, 5, 6 hours are going to be really, really tough. And this really brings back Irma memories of being with you at night, trying to fine-tune all these numbers. This is all going to move also into Polk County, Dundee, Bartow, Lake Wales, Fort Meade. We're going to track that progress next couple of hours. Back to you.
All righty. Thank you so much, Paul. Now, an Air Force C-130 Hurricane Hunter plane made its way into the eye wall of Ian early this morning. One of the pilots called it the worst flight he's ever experienced doing that. Fox's Madison Scarpino is in Biloxi, Mississippi tonight, where the weather is a tad better, I would say, Madison. And I can't wait for you to describe this for our viewers, because I heard you earlier, and I guess it was your first time you've done this?
This was my first. Oh, yeah. I've never done this before. I think pretty much, all the other media there, they have never done it before either. I don't know if I would do it again. It was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but we were on board that 9-hour mission, literally into the eye of Hurricane Ian. Safe to say it was not smooth sailing the entire time. There was even a moment where we dropped 1,200 feet in just a matter of seconds. Watch this. Just to give you an idea of what we were dealing with, here's some of the video shot during some of the terrible turbulence and what the crew called some of the worst weather they've ever seen. And taking off from the Air Force Base in Biloxi after that, the aircraft went in and out of the eye wall heading towards Florida 4 separate times. Turbulence was moderate initially, but after a few go-arounds, it became nearly out of control, and the pilot called it a, quote, war story. The crew went on to say that the turbulence we all felt was not normal at all for these Hurricane Hunter flights, and it's clear this isn't your average hurricane as well. While this mission is dangerous, it's incredibly important, because going into the center of the storm is the only way the National Hurricane Center can get this critical data, like wind speed, where the storm is, and how strong it is.
We got rocked, like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
These flights have been running multiple times a day since over the weekend, but the last scheduled mission just landed a few hours ago. Cynthia?
All right, Madison, and I always thought that'd be a cool thing to do until I heard your story tonight and heard that pilot. So I'm thinking I'm cool with,
It is cool. I'm happy I did it for sure, but if you got a weak stomach, if you don't like roller coasters, it's not the thing for you.
Yeah, exactly. But thank goodness that they do what they do for us. Thank you, Madison.
Absolutely. Yes.
Can't eat a big lunch before you go on a flight like that, that's for sure. We appreciate all the work those hurricane hunters do. All right, earlier today you heard the governor say that he's requested from President Biden a major disaster declaration for all of Florida's 67 counties. If granted, which we expect it will be, that would open up federal assistance programs, and it's important to get that money flowing as soon as possible because there's going to be so much cleanup and recovery. Now, a short time ago, the governor held his latest briefing on the storm.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make.
Okay, we've been listening into Fox 13 Tampa there. They are replaying portions of that press conference that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had about 3.5 hours ago. We are going to step away and go to a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being here on Live Now from Fox as we cover every angle of Hurricane Ian as it made landfall earlier this afternoon as a Category 4. It is now at Category 3 levels. It is expected to weaken even more so as the night drags on there, but nightfall is in place in parts of Florida, of course. So we have all these nighttime shots, and I know they are difficult to see, but you can see the wind and you can see the rain, and so many people have been affected so far. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be speaking and hearing from our folks at Fox 35 Orlando as they continue to cover this story. We'll be back in just a moment.
But take a look, they have this whole place buttoned down with these big black screens, keeping everyone safe in here. But we're going to show you what it's looking like outside. We're really starting to notice the wind picking up. Not so much the rain, but I'm going to let Joelle stand out this way. The wind really picking up here. Take a look at these flags. They've just been whipping around, and obviously it's coming in waves. So every once in a while we'll hear these gusts really fire up. A few minutes ago, it sounded like a freight train was coming through here. You can see these trees starting to bend over a little bit as this rain just whips through here. So people obviously coming and going, but a lot of people just hunkering down in this headquarters, directing resources where they need to go. This is also where the county is going to be giving any of its major updates. We heard from the mayor and some other top officials here earlier tonight. They're telling us they're warning everybody in Orange County from here until the storm passes. Stay in your homes if you can. Right now, no evacuation orders or anything like that. They did ask people in mobile home parks earlier this week to evacuate, but it was not mandatory. Again, they're saying that late tonight will be the peak of the bad conditions here in Orange County. They're expecting up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to 2 feet of rainfall. Now they're saying you should be prepared to lose power for a significant amount of time. If you do live in this area, it's very, very possible. They say they don't plan on having any issues with drinking water or anything like that. If that changes, will give us an update. There are several shelters open here in Orange County. Mayor Deming's telling us 1,100 people in those shelters right now. They're not full yet, and if they do fill up, they'll open more of them. But for now, they're just hoping people will hunker down for now. And again, I'll give you another quick look at what we're seeing out here. This is actually a calmer part of what we've seen the past few minutes, but just whipping these flags around. Have been people going in and out to grab things from their cars, but for the most part, people are hunkering down here through the night. The mayor's going to be here at least through the night and plans to have another press conference for us tomorrow. Back to you.
Thank you. Hurricane Ian has now been downgraded to a Category 3, but it is still a very dangerous storm. Let's check back in with the Fox 35 storm team for the very latest.
What are you guys working on now? What are you seeing?
Well, we are tracking the potential for some real strong winds coming up toward Orlando. We've been doing that with the velocity scan on the Fox 35 storm tracker radar. The tremendous amounts of rain now falling all across the land. Nowhere in Central Florida, really, for the most part, is exempt from this heavy rain this evening, Brooks.
This is the event. It's here now. It's going to be here for the rest of the night. This is the wind. This is the rain. The power outages are becoming more widespread, Jamie, and we've been watching that core of rain, which has prompted this flash flood emergency in Southwest Florida moving our way overnight. We're already soaked from the saturation from earlier today, and now we've got more of it coming our way. Here, step on over here. We're on the big screen. Come on with me. Yeah. So, Jamie, you and I have been tracking this core, and let's bring it over to the Tampa radar to check out the latest. And the heaviest rains are indeed right here over, you could say, Highlands County and Hardy and DeSoto counties. And this is heading toward the northeast in this general direction.
Okay.
Not that one.
Exactly. All right. So the deal with this is sometimes, these hand trackers here. Let's take a look, though. Around the Orlando area now, we've got some flood issues, we can say, that's been stacking up, and some tracking now of some of the more hardy returns here on the radar. So those of you around Timber Creek High School, down toward Union Park, Century Plaza, Conway, and Goldenrod, looks as though this is going to be moving in your direction. We time this out anywhere from 3 to a 15-minute arrival, so some super heavy rain there. As we take a look at what's going on here, let me clean this off here for you and show you what's going on as we show you the area now that is seeing that very, very heavy rainfall. And in regard to that, we call this the rain rate, where we can actually take you on in here and show you what's going on. And go ahead and query that. We could show you rain amounts in some of these areas now coming down to about 3 inches per hour. So that in itself, Brooks, it can be very impactful, and it's just repeated rounds of this on already saturated grounds. And look what's happening out near Avon Park and Sebring, just tremendous,
6 to 8 inches per hour falling, and it's verifying too.
It is. It is. And what also now has been happening as you go up to Volusia County now, we've had this freight train effect of heavy rains coming in off the Atlantic. That continues streaming on in, so it'll be interesting to see how much we get around the I-4 corridor in Volusia County and then back out to I-95. We've had, again, this area, you described it as what we call a fetch in the world of weather, is that strengthened wind coming in off the Atlantic and for a good duration of time and over a fairly large expanse of open ocean. So that is helping to wick that moisture on in here, and that's where everything has been very prominent in the rain totals. And we look at some of the modeling, and it has been showing us amounts upwards of over 20 inches when it's all said and done.
And Jamie, look at the last hour, how right here we're seeing the rain really picking up right over the Orlando area. What we'll often see with these storms is that you'll have winds coming in from one direction. It's kind of bumping up against another air mass here to the northwest. And in this case, there is a stationary front just to the northwest. So we're going to get kind of a squeeze effect where you've got moisture being forced northwestward, and it hits basically a brick wall in the atmosphere, and it's forced to ring out. And so you can see that enhancement right over Orlando. And this is, if you will, I don't want to call it bonus rain, but rain happening before the main core of that flooding rain moves in tonight. So this is super saturating us.
So on top of our recent heavy rains, on top of that, and now the stuff approaching from the south. So kind of a triple threat, if you will. And as we look at this, go ahead and put the velocity scan on. I do want to take a check of these winds here that are coming up and out of the southwest here, a little closer to the metro eventually.
There we go.
And as we plot this out for you, what we're showing you here, friends, is winds coming toward and away from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. So we measure this out, and still very, very potent. Now,
100 miles an hour, look at that.
Likely it's going to diminish some on the way up, but still we'll be packing a mighty punch, Brooks, by the time it gets up here. So we, again, we started yesterday advising folks to prepare for the strong gusty winds. We're getting calls into the newsroom earlier today and said, hey, we just have rain here. What's up with that? Well,
and now it's verifying.
Right.
Yeah, you know, one more interesting thing that this velocity shows us is that, do you see this kind of, in this gray line, this sort of backwards S?
Yep.
So that's a classic velocity tool to tell which way the wind is blowing. And in this case, the backwards S means you've got a north or a northwest component. And conversely, when it's a forward S, it's warm air advection. So it's your classic velocity stream. And so that indeed tells us that we here are on the northwest side, if I can get this to plot, the northwest side of it with winds now coming in from this direction, which means that the core of Ian is going to be located right about here. It looks like it's entering at this point Highlands County. So let's go back to our reflectivity and see that indeed putting this in motion, you can see that's generally the center. So as this plots up through the region, there's also been question of, is it following the track as forecast by the National Hurricane Center, but it's such a big system that if it wobbles here or there a couple of miles, and it'll wobble to the right and wobble back to the left, the effect is much the same. We've got the torrential rain, and we've got the wind rolling in later tonight.
Exactly. All righty. Well, let's give them a look here. I got a live picture for you out of Daytona Beach. I want to take a look at the Hard Rock Hotel cam. Thank you. And shows us that at times you can see we've got the flaring of the heavy winds, the rain buckling up against the sides of the buildings. Looks like someone's got a pressure washer on the other side there. The lights of the night with us, but very dreary, kind of a dark view there. Beachside in Volusia County, we've seen a few gusts reported now at hurricane force along the Volusia County coastline, and the rain is rather plentiful right now, to say the least. So it's coming on down real hard right now. The outlook on Ian showing 115 mile per hour top sustained winds. That's a north-northeast movement at 8. So that explains that great analysis Brooks just did, showing us the velocity scan, the general motion now of the storm, and the way that this patterning of this heavier wind down to the south is riding on in toward the area now. So Category 1 coming up and over through Orlando will diminish on approach to the Atlantic side of the state, and then out into the open Atlantic there, heading up toward the coastal Carolinas into the Piedmont of South Carolina with some impactful rains there. So let's talk about the timeline. It's been a bit since we visited this. I want to give you an update here, what we expect now through midnight with bands of rain. We're talking 3 to 6 inches per hour. The wind gusts will repeatedly head upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour with ease, and then from about 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. we're looking for unrelenting downpours, and these winds upwards of 70 miles per hour plus. So that wind's going to be cranking up, that rain's going to be coming on down. From 7 a.m. to noon, heavy rain backs off, and the winds at 35 to 55 miles per hour. And a look here at the hurricane warned area here for you. Incredible. Look at all the real estate now just smothered with active hurricane warnings. Now the areas with tropical storm, don't let your guard down. They're still susceptible to some gusty winds and some heavy pockets of rainfall, but it seems the emphasis now will be kind of correlating into this region right here, and then hopefully as we separate with time from mean circulation, all of these warned areas will gradually begin to fall on off. But you can see right now current wind gusts impressive at Sebring at 75 miles per hour, 41 at Melbourne, 54 Orlando, and Tampa now at 59 for the current wind gusts. So that's a look at the atmosphere here locally right now. Myself and Brooks Gardner, we are committed to keeping you safe. We want you to depend on us this evening here as we track Ian live from the Fox 35 Storm Center. Great analysis on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, Brooks, and we're on top of it for you, here to keep you safe, and we'll have more for you coming up in just a bit. We'll toss it back to you now.
And gentlemen, we appreciate you guiding us through this hurricane. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage.
And she is live tonight at the Volusia County Emergency Operations Center. So Vicki, we hear bridges are now closed down and a curfew is now in effect.
Yeah, guys, and you can see a much different situation here where I'm at, more inland. This is, DeLand, Daytona border area. But if you saw our earlier shots, we were out on beachside and the wind was just incredible out there. It's still a little bit windy out here, raining here and there. We're seeing some gusts moving in. Actually, I'm going to see if I can show you the flags here just to show that it is a bit windy out here in, again, the Emergency Operations Center. This is by the Volusia County Jail, if you're familiar with that area. But I did want to mention the bridges are closed, and we were actually coming more inland when we realized that the bridge to get out was fine, but getting in is when we saw the trucks that were already blocking that, and we're told the bridges are closed off for the Halifax River. But like you also mentioned, there is a curfew, and that curfew started at 8 o'clock. It goes until 7 in the morning. They're asking people to stay off the roads. Of course, emergency personnel is allowed to be out on the roads, and people, if they have businesses, that type of thing. But in general, they're asking everyone to please stay off the roads. And I'm told that that curfew is also going to be in effect for tomorrow at 8 until 7 in the morning. For now, that is the latest here at the Emergency Operations Center in Daytona Beach. Vicki Carr.
Okay, we're going to step away from Fox 35 Orlando's coverage, but there she was saying that there are so many curfews in place right now, and they're probably going to continue throughout the rest of the week. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. We're coming up on the top of the hour, 6 o'clock here on the West Coast. Almost 9 o'clock there in Florida as Hurricane Ian is moving its way inland. It's now at a Category 3 level strength, but it is really moving so slowly, one could argue that it's kind of hovering over central Florida with so much rain and still very, very strong winds. We're going to take a very quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking to a former FEMA official about what the recovery and cleanup process is going to look like. I know many of you probably are saying, wait, it's too early to start talking about that, but it's not too early. We'll have that conversation in just 2 minutes.